In a deliberate act of framing, Fang Yi was expelled from school, ostracized and destitute. One day, while wandering the streets in despair, he was inexplicably injected with a needle by a stranger. This bizarre encounter bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision. From that moment on, he began to purchase scratch-off lottery tickets to pay his rent, gamble on stones to earn money, and ultimately established his own company, steadily ascending to the pinnacle of success. Chapter 1. A needle unleashes superpowers. Doctor, please. I implore you to examine me once more. Perhaps you missed something. Fang Yi stood at the entrance of the People's Hospital of Jinling, tugging at the sleeve of a doctor well into his 50s. His voice a pitiful plea. The doctor, with furrowed brows and a face etched with impatience, responded to Fang Yi's entreaty. Sir, you are in excellent health. There is truly nothing requiring further examination. Not if you insist. I suggest you consult a psychiatrist with that. He extricated himself from Fang Yi's grasp and strode into the hospital, shaking his head as he walked away, muttering, in this day and age, sincerity seems to have lost its value. Doctor. Fang Yi attempted to pursue him, only to be intercepted by 2 security guards. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Fang Yi cursed as he was forced out of the hospital. Perhaps it was an omen, for on this day, as he walked the streets, he was unexpectedly jabbed by an elderly man wielding a syringe, causing him to collapse onto the pavement. The old man fled with remarkable speed, vanishing before Fang Yi could regain his footing. Upon noticing the needle still embedded in his arm, Fang Yi's heart sank. He recalled television reports of deranged individuals suffering from severe illnesses, who, in twisted revenge against society, injected their tainted blood into others, hoping to infect them with the same affliction. Though he thought it unlikely that fate would be so cruel, a chill ran down his spine, anxious to be certain. He abandoned thoughts of vengeance and hurried to the hospital for an examination. After a series of urine and blood tests, the doctor declared him healthy. Although relieved, Fang Yi felt an unsettling sense of uncertainty and insisted on undergoing a 3rd examination, only to be met with the same reassuring outcome. Doubts lingered in his mind as he contemplated a 4th round of tests, but the doctor dismissed him, suggesting he seek psychiatric assistance instead. Could it truly be that I am overreacting? He pondered, glancing at the 3 test results indicating normalcy, recalling the doctor's unwavering confidence. Fang Yi. Just as he was contemplating whether to switch hospitals for another examination, a familiar voice called out, prompting him to look up. It was his girlfriend, Han Yenyun. Earlier, as he entered the hospital, he had specifically called her Yenyun. Fang Yi exclaimed in surprise, rising to greet her, but his expression faltered upon noticing a man standing beside her. Why is he here? He thought, frowning. The man beside Han Yenyun was Wu Jiong, a colleague of Fang Yi's, notorious for his poor reputation and detested by many. Fang Yi had always been at odds with him and was perplexed as to why his girlfriend was accompanied by this unwelcome presence. Upon hearing that you rushed to the hospital early this morning for an examination, I couldn't help but wonder, have you been diagnosed with some terminal illness? Before Han Yenyun could respond to Fang Yi's remark, Wu Jiong stepped forward, his demeanor dripping with derision. You are the one who is terminally ill. Your words are as worthless as a dog's bark. Fang Yi retorted, casting a displeased glare at him as he reached for Han Yenyun. Come closer. Do not stand next to such a person, he implored, attempting to draw his girlfriend nearer. Yet he found her unyielding and Fang Yi looked at Han Yenyun in disbelief as she freed herself from his grasp and, with a composed expression, uttered, Fang Yi, I came today to discuss our breakup. What? Her words struck Fang Yi like a bolt from the blue. He could scarcely believe what he had just heard. Last night, Jiong confessed his feelings to me and I accepted, Han Yenyun added, noting the astonishment etched on Fang Yi's face. You agreed to him? Fang Yi gazed incredulously at Wu Jiong, who simply smiled and stepped forward, placing a hand on Han Yenyun's shoulder. How do you feel about this? Do you not think that Yenyun and I make a more harmonious couple than you do with her? Wu Jiong's smile oozed with provocation. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yi's heart twisted in agony. Why? His eyes bore into Han Yenyun's, searching for the woman who once vowed to grow old with him. What makes him better than me? Why would you choose to be his girlfriend? Fang Yi, Han Yenyun, and Wu Jiong all worked in the same renovation company. Since joining, Fang Yi had excelled in performance and had garnered the admiration of his colleagues. While Wu Jiong had been a slacker, living off others' hard work, earning the disdain of many employees. Fang Yi could not fathom how Han Yinyun could betray him, agreeing to be with Wu Ziyong. After a moment of hesitation, Han Yinyun struggled to find the words to respond. Wu Ziyong, however, was unfazed, sneering. What makes me inferior to you? Haha, I surpass you in numerous ways, Fang Yi. You are unaware that our company's chairman is my father. Fang Yi's eyes widened in shock at Wu Ziyong's revelation. Seeing Fang Yi's astonishment, Wu Ziyong felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Did you assume I was just another ordinary worker like you? Little did you know, I am a bona fide rich heir. I came to the company merely to experience the lives of the lower classes. Did you truly consider me a competitor akin to the rest of the struggling workers? These words left Fang Yi with an indescribable bitterness, not solely due to Wu Ziyong's elevated status, but because he understood the reason behind his girlfriend's betrayal. It was for money. His fists clenched tightly. Noting Fang Yi's silence, Wu Ziyong paused briefly before continuing. I can see that you possess greater talent, but what does that matter? Your fate is to be a mere laborer, unable to even retain your own woman. I am unafraid to confess that I deliberately sought to provoke you, simply because I could not bear the sight of your superiority. You have eclipsed me, leading to my father's incessant reprimands. Tell me, who else could I target if not you? The company has already decided to terminate your employment. You need not return to work henceforth. Let us go, Wu Ziyong declared, grasping Han Yinggu's hand to leave. However, after taking but a few steps, he turned back once more. By the way, I heard that you and Yinggu have been together for half a year without ever touching her? Ha! I forgot to mention. She spent last night in my bed, your woman. He paused, making a mocking sound. Quite delightful. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's patience reached its limit. Bastard. His eyes blazed red as he clenched his fists and charged at Wu Ziyong, intending to land a solid punch. To his dismay, he was swiftly pushed back, tumbling to the ground. Wu Ziyong stood at a height of 1.8 meters and weighed over 170 pounds, boasting a robust physique that, in contrast, Fang Yi, at 1.75 meters and slender in build, was no match for him. He barely grazed his opponent before landing heavily on the ground. What's the matter? Do you still wish to fight? Wu Ziyong scoffed, pushing Fang Yi aside and regarding him with cold disdain, his fists cracking ominously. Fang Yi recognized his inferiority but was consumed by fury, unable to contain himself. Determined to rise and confront Wu Ziyong, he barely moved when a sudden sharp pain pierced his forehead. Ah! The excruciating sensation compelled Fang Yi to scream, cradling his head and sinking back to the ground. What has happened to him? Han Yinggu inquired, her concern evident as she witnessed Fang Yi's transformation from enraged to pale and wailing. Wu Ziyong was equally bewildered by Fang Yi's sudden shift. Who knows what madness has overtaken him? Damn it, he wouldn't be trying to extort me, would he? Initially intent on teaching Fang Yi a lesson, Wu Ziyong was now startled by the sight before him. I wondered why he came to the hospital in perfect health. It seems he harbors some hidden ailment. Let's leave quickly before he implicates us. Wu Ziyong spat in annoyance, anxious to avoid trouble as he hurriedly pulled Han Yinggu away. Fang Yi, wishing to intervene, found himself unable to rise, his head throbbing painfully. Furthermore, his eyes felt gritty, and instinctively he blinked several times. Suddenly, he beheld Han Yinggu and Wu Ziyong strolling down the street clad only in their undergarments. Fang Yi thought he was hallucinating and hastily shook his head, glancing elsewhere. To his astonishment, the other pedestrians were similarly attired in nothing but their underwear. How could this be? Startled, he slapped his forehead and looked again, only to find that the individuals on the street were indeed fully clothed. At that moment, Fang Yi's headache lessened, but his anxiety intensified. This is disastrous. Am I truly hallucinating? He wondered in trepidation that I knew that old man had ulterior motives. Fang Yi cursed as he struggled to his feet, turning to re-enter the hospital for further examination. However, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the hospital walls had vanished. Indeed, he distinctly remembered exiting the hospital. Yet the scene before him seemed as though he were still standing in the lobby. To the left stood the registration desk, while the pharmacy occupied the right, with a consultation station nestled in between. Beside it, a middle-aged man was pushing a patient in a wheelchair. Fang Yi furrowed his brow and shook his head. The scene he had just witnessed vanished in an instant, replaced by the stark walls of the hospital. I must hurry and find a doctor. Fang Yi thought he was hallucinating, and he dashed towards the hospital. Yet, before he could step inside, he froze in his tracks. The reason was simple. He saw a middle-aged man pushing a patient emerge from the hospital's entrance. This man and the patient bore an uncanny resemblance to those he had just seen. Fang Yi was momentarily lost in thought before abruptly regaining his senses. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Could it be that this is not a mere illusion, but a form of clairvoyance? Chapter 2. A Stroke of Luck. After much effort and repeated attempts, Fang Yi finally confirmed that what he was witnessing was not a figment of his imagination, but a reality unveiled through his newfound ability. He was astounded, pondering how he had suddenly acquired this gift of perception. Just then, his phone rang, shattering his thoughts. It was his sister, Yen Xiaorui, calling. "Where are you?" Upon answering, Fang Yi was met with her trademark indifference. "I'm outside," he replied. "I know you're outside. The landlord came to collect the rent and said if we don't pay soon, we'll have to move. You need to come back and pay it." Fang Yi hesitated. Words caught in his throat. He wished he could pay the rent, but he was utterly devoid of funds. Although he had performed well at work, he was merely an intern and had yet to be converted to a full-time position. Commissions would only be issued after that. With his recent dismissal, it was unlikely he would receive any commissions. He had started with several hundred yuan, but after his hospital visit, he was left with barely a few dozen. There was simply no way he could cover the rent. "Don't tell me you're broke." Noticing Fang Yi's faltering voice, Yen Xiaorui's tone grew icier than before. I have. After a moment of doubt, he mustered the courage to claim he had funds. Half a year ago, an incident had burdened his sister, forcing her to juggle work and study. Guilt weighed heavily on Fang Yi, and he found it impossible to admit his financial predicament. "That's good. Hurry back," she instructed, her tone cold as she hung up. As the call ended, Fang Yi glanced at his phone screen, then reached into his pocket, feeling the meager sum of 73 yuan and a couple of coins. He sighed deeply. How can this paltry amount be enough for the rent? He chuckled bitterly, glancing at his phone in the other hand. An idea struck him. Perhaps he could sell it. But then he reconsidered. He had purchased this phone for 800 yuan 2 years ago, and it was uncertain whether he could even fetch 100 now. The monthly rent was 900, requiring 3 months' payment upfront. Even if he managed to sell the phone for 100, it would be of little help. Just then, as he grappled with his predicament, a sudden sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to instinctively clutch it and crouch down. Shaking his head, he suddenly spotted a lottery shop across the street from the hospital. Upon encountering the lottery shop, an inexplicable thought crossed Fang Yi's mind. Scratch cards? Indeed, I could purchase a scratch card. Now endowed with the extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, what better pursuit than to invest in scratch cards? A smile flickered at the corners of Fang Yi's mouth, and as the throbbing in his head subsided slightly, he hurried across the street. During his school days, he had occasionally indulged in scratch cards with classmates, winning modestly but ultimately incurring losses. After several disappointing attempts, he vowed never to buy them again. Yet now, with his newfound gift of insight, he could scarcely conceive of a quicker way to amass wealth than through scratch cards. Boss, I would like a few scratch cards, Fang Yi announced upon entering the lottery shop. It was noon, and the shop was devoid of customers, the bald proprietor reclining in a sun chair, his ample belly protruding. Upon hearing Fang Yi, he lazily rose. We're out of stock on most items. I only have the $10 lucky treasure and the $2 dream come true. Which would you prefer? Bring them both out. I will choose a few, Fang Yi replied, his demeanor tinged with anxiety. The proprietor casually tossed a stack onto the glass counter, revealing dozens of cards. Regaining his composure, Fang Yi focused intently on the scratch cards displayed within the glass case. To his exhilaration, he could see through the protective coating directly to the contents inside. However, this initial excitement soon waned as he discovered no winnings. The first card yielded nothing, the second card, likewise the third, and the fourth. After scrutinizing 6 lucky treasures without success, he finally struck gold on the 7th card, $50. Encouraged by this modest victory, Fang Yi continued his examination. The 8th card was a bust, the 9th as well. But on the 11th card, he found 200. The 16th revealed 30 in total. Fang Yi examined 38 cards, with only 5 revealing prizes, each disappointingly modest. Ultimately, he secured a mere $801, 1 $500, 2 $30 cards, and won 200. His countenance darkened. The grand prize for the lucky treasure stood at 300,000, which was his primary motivation for playing. To his dismay, not only did he fail to win the grand prize, but he also missed out on the second prize of $1,000. The absence of even the third prize of $1,000 left him feeling disheartened. He had long been aware of the meager odds of winning with scratch cards, yet he hadn't anticipated them to be so dismal. He had hoped to gather enough for his rent, but it now seemed an unattainable dream. The stack of lucky treasures the proprietor had presented contained still more cards, yet Fong Yi found himself unable to look further. It wasn't that he lacked the desire, rather, the more cards he scrutinized, the more his head throbbed, culminating in an almost unbearable pain. This discomfort led him to realize that perhaps his ability to see through the cards had its limits, either in frequency or duration. "Say, brother, you've been pondering for quite some time. Have you decided which ones to purchase?" Noticing Fong Yi's prolonged deliberation without any purchase, the proprietor's patience began to wane. "Just a moment, let me take another look," Fong Yi, with a reluctant expression, remarked. "After much effort in acquiring the ability to see through things, I finally decided to buy a scratch-off ticket. How can I be satisfied with merely winning a few $100? The shopkeeper approached, tidying up the scratch-off tickets on the table, and said, "You've been staring at them for quite a while. Have you not made your choice yet? These tickets all have protective codes. What more can you discern? Do you think your eyes possess X-ray vision?" He scoffed at Fong Yi's predicament. "In my opinion, just pick two at random. These are purely a matter of luck." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Fong Yi felt compelled to explain that he indeed had the ability to see through, yet he could hardly fathom that even with this gift, winning a grand prize remained elusive. As his headache intensified, he pondered the potential side effects of his newfound vision. Reluctantly, he decided to acquiesce. Glancing at the 2 yuan ticket, dream come true, he chuckled to himself. If the 10 yuan lucky treasure had such a minuscule chance of winning, surely the 2 yuan ticket's odds were even slimmer. Though devoid of hope, Fong Yi nonetheless employed his vision one last time on the first dream come true ticket. Initially intending to merely glance, he found himself captivated by what he saw. 80,000. Staring at the prize amount beneath the winning number, Fong Yi was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe his eyes. He intended to scrutinize it further, but suddenly his eyes felt dry. Blinking rapidly, he reopened them, only to find the protective code obscured from view. His ability vanished. "Hey, kid, have you made your decision yet?" The shopkeeper's patience had worn thin as he observed Fong Yi's hesitation. "I've made my choice. This one. And these," Fong Yi exclaimed, presenting the first dream come true ticket along with the 5 previously selected lucky treasure tickets. His excitement was palpable despite having only caught a fleeting glimpse. He was certain that the dream come true ticket held the grand prize of 80,000. Unable to contain his exhilaration, his hands trembled slightly. "That will be 52 yuan. Upon finally selecting his tickets, the shopkeeper calculated the total. Fong Yi hurriedly paid and, right before the shopkeeper, began to scratch off the tickets. At first, he scratched 2 30 yuan tickets, which did not raise the shopkeeper's interest. However, as Fong Yi continued to reveal 50, 200, and 500, the shopkeeper's astonishment grew. When Fong Yi unveiled the final ticket, revealing the 80,000 yuan prize, the shopkeeper was utterly flabbergasted. "Goodness, young man, you've certainly got some luck." Staring blankly at the first prize dream come true ticket for a moment, the shopkeeper's expression transformed into one of excitement. "I never expected that your prolonged scrutiny would yield such results. To win the grand prize with such slim odds, tell me, do you truly possess X-ray vision?" The shopkeeper gazed at Fong Yi in disbelief, for in his decade of running the shop, he had scarcely witnessed anyone win the grand prize on a scratch-off ticket. Fong Yi dared not admit to having X-ray vision. Hearing the shopkeeper's incredulity, he smiled humbly. "There's no such thing as X-ray vision, it's merely luck, boss. Let's cash in on the prize." While the prospect of an 80,000 yuan reward filled Fong Yi with excitement, the reality of winning engendered a calmness within him. His heart brimmed with joy, as he could finally relieve his pressing financial woes. Fong Yi won a substantial prize, necessitating the payment of taxes. His employer suggested that he claim the lottery winnings at the lottery center. However, Fong Yi found the process cumbersome and proposed selling the scratch-off ticket to his boss, allowing him to collect the prize instead. His employer, being a straightforward person, readily agreed upon seeing Fang Yi's reluctance. He promptly transferred the winnings to Fang Yi. The prize from the lucky draw was less than 10,000, thus exempt from taxes, while the dream prize of 80,000 incurred a 20% tax. After deducting 16,000, Fang Yi was left with 64,000 yen total. He received 64,810 yuan. Grateful for his employer's willingness to claim the prize on his behalf, Fang Yi rounded down to 64,000, leaving 810 as a token of appreciation for his boss's efforts, and then departed from the lottery shop, having ascended from the ranks of a lowly peasant to a 10th Sandyuan household. Fang Yi wore a broad smile throughout his journey home. His joyous spirit alleviated the throbbing pain in his head. However, he soon realized that his ability to see through things had vanished, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. He was unsure whether this incapacity was temporary or permanent, which stirred a sense of unease within him. Fang Yi resided on the 3rd floor of an old apartment complex, in a 2-bedroom flat shared only with his half-sister, Yan Xiaorui. Yan Xiaorui was not his biological sister. Their father had passed away early, and their mother had remarried Yan Xiaorui's father. Initially, the family enjoyed a comfortable life, but 3 years prior, a tragic accident claimed both his mother and Yan Xiaorui's father, leaving the siblings to rely solely on each other. Upon returning home, Fang Yi found Aunt Zhang sternly admonishing Yan Xiaorui. "Xiaorui, it's not that I don't want to be lenient with you, but how many times have I already extended grace to you too? This quarter's rent is over a month overdue. It's time to settle up. My rent here in Jinling is genuinely quite low, and yet you can't even manage to pay that. I truly don't understand why you're still in Jinling." Hearing this, Fang Yi's expression darkened, but compared to Yan Xiaorui, his discomfort was trivial. After being berated for nearly half an hour, Yan Xiaorui's face flushed, teetering on the brink of an outburst. "Aunt Zhang." Seeing Yan Xiaorui about to retort, Fang Yi quickly interjected. Chapter 3. Time stands still, strength beyond measure? Aunt Zhang turned around, finally noticing Fang Yi's return. "Oh, you've finally come back. I've been waiting here for quite some time," she said, scrutinizing him with evident dissatisfaction. Fang Yi offered a sheepish smile and hastened to hand over the money he had withdrawn from the bank on his way home. "This is the rent for this quarter. I apologize for the delay." As he spoke, he produced a thick bundle of cash. "And this is the rent for the upcoming year, paid in advance." Upon hearing Fang Yi's words and observing the substantial sum in his hands, Aunt Zhang's eyes lit up with surprise. "I've heard you're doing well at your new job. It seems you've indeed been earning some money?" Since Fang Yi and his sister had rented her property, they had never paid their rent in advance before. This remark left Fang Yi momentarily at a loss for words. He merely smiled and mentioned that he had made a bit of money. "Very well, since you are willing to pay the rent for the upcoming year, it spares me the trouble of constantly coming over to collect it," Aunt Zhang remarked, accepting the money and pocketing it, before writing a receipt for Fang Yi. Having accomplished her purpose of collecting the rent, she promptly departed. Once Aunt Zhang had left and the door was closed, Fang Yi turned around to find Yan Xiaorui glaring at him with wide eyes. "I thought you weren't coming back." This icy tone was something Fang Yi had grown accustomed to. He understood she was reproaching him for his tardiness and apologized. "I'm sorry. I was delayed on the way back while withdrawing money." Yan Xiaorui showed little interest in his explanation, grabbing her bag and preparing to head out. "What are you going to do?"
Fang Yi invited.
"What else could I possibly do at this hour?" "Of course, I'm heading to the restaurant to help out." At 18 years old and in her final year of high school, Yan Xiaorui worked as a waitress at a restaurant outside her school during lunch and after school, earning a free meal. And 30 yuan in wages. She had maintained this routine for 6 months. She had just returned to change clothes when she unexpectedly encountered the landlord demanding rent, causing her to lose some time, and now she felt a sense of urgency. "Don't go to the restaurant anymore. You need to focus on your studies for the college entrance exams next year," Fang Yi advised, pulling out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and offering it to her. Taken aback by the sight of the money, Yan Xiaorui hesitated but did not accept it. Instead, she let out a cold laugh. "I can earn my own money. I don't need your charity." Hearing her words, rather than feeling anger, Fang Yi's expression turned to one of guilt. "Xiaorui, I know about what happened 6 months ago. I'm sorry for what I put you through, making you juggle work and studies." But before he could finish, Yan Xiaorui interrupted him. "Stop. You have nothing to apologize for to me." She fixed him with a gaze full of disdain, declaring, "The ones you owe an apology to are your mother and my father. They sacrificed everything to gather your college tuition, even risking their lives. After all that effort to send you to university, what have you done? Misappropriating funds. Attempting to assault female classmates. You've never wronged me, it's them you've let down." Yen Xiaowei spoke with fervor, her words pulling Fang Yi back to the day 6 months ago when he was expelled from school, a day filled with his deepest fury. After a moment of silence, Fang Yi finally spoke. "I told you, I didn't do those things I was wrongfully accused." His tone was grave, laced with anguish. However, Yen Xiaowei had heard this explanation countless times before and was not swayed. She shot him a cold glance, refraining from uttering another word, and stormed out. "Xiaowei," Fang Yi called after her, wanting to chase her down, but just then, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated briefly before halting his pursuit and answering the call. "Qianxue, Senior, it's bad. Sun Fuguwei is throwing your things out," came Ling Qianxue's anxious voice through the phone. "What?" Fang Yi exclaimed, his brow furrowing deeply. Ling Qianxue, a colleague and alumna of Fang Yi, worked alongside him in the same office. The individual she referred to as Sun Fuguwei was their department head, in his 30s, and had always been in cahoots with Wu Jiang. It appeared, he was already aware of his impending dismissal. Although Fang Yi's belongings at the company held no significant monetary value, they were imbued with personal significance that he could not allow to be discarded casually. "I'll be there shortly." In a state of urgency, Fang Yi ended the call and hurried to the office. Having studied advertising design in school, Fang Yi secured a job related to his field immediately after graduation. He had been diligently working for 3 months, nearing the end of his probationary period, only to be confronted with such distasteful behavior at the last moment. Now, the prospect of permanent employment was out of reach. He merely wished to sever ties with the company as swiftly as possible. Upon arriving at the office, Fang Yi ascended the stairs only to witness a heated argument in the workspace. "Throw that kid's belongings out, it's Wu Xiao's decision. Ling Qianxue, I advise you to mind your own business." The shrill voice belonged to Sun Fuguwei, who clutched a small box containing Fang Yi's possessions. He glared at Ling Qianxue, who stood defiantly in his path. "Fang Yi is on his way, what right do you have to discard his things?" Though only 20 and of petite stature, Ling Qianxue, typically soft-spoken, stood her ground against the imposing figure of Sun Fuguwei, who weighed over 160 pounds. "What right? My authority as the department head. Fang Yi has been dismissed. It is my duty to clear out the belongings of those no longer associated with the company. Step aside. If you obstruct me further, you might find yourself dismissed as well." As Sun Fuguwei attempted to maneuver around Ling Qianxue, she seized the box from his grasp, leading to a struggle between them. "Stop!" Fang Yi felt a surge of gratitude for Ling Qianxue's bravery, yet he was concerned for her safety against the larger man. He quickly intervened. "Senior." His voice drew the attention of everyone in the office, and upon seeing him, Ling Qianxue exclaimed in surprise. Noticing the disdainful expression on Sun Fuguwei's face, Fang Yi approached with purpose. He had spent nearly 3 months in the company, forging amicable relationships with most colleagues. However, Sun Fuguwei was an exception. Ever since Wu Zhiyong's arrival, Sun Fuguwei had made it his mission to undermine Fang Yi. Previously perplexed by this animosity, Fang Yi now surmised that Sun Fuguwei had likely known Wu Zhiyong's true identity all along, thus aligning himself against Fang Yi. "Fang Yi, I didn't expect you to actually show up." Sun Fuguwei sneered as Fang Yi stood before him. "That I'm here to reclaim my belongings, what is there to fear?" Fang Yi asserted, maintaining his composure in the face of Sun Fuguwei's scorn. "Hand over my things." Sun Fuguwei, seemingly dismissive of Fang Yi's demand, glanced around and waved to 2 security guards outside the office. They promptly approached. "Wu Xiao instructed me to dispose of your belongings, not to return them to you. Surely, as an educated person, you understand what dispose entails." His face bore a smug grin, and his words caused Fang Yi's expression to shift dramatically. Upon realizing this was Wu Zhiyong's arrangement and recalling the earlier incident at the hospital entrance, a wave of humiliation surged within him. "Sun Fuguwei, do you dare to throw it?" Fang Yi glared at Sun Fuguwei. "What's there to fear?" Sun Fuguwei replied with a cold smile, entirely dismissing Fang Yi's threat. With that, he attempted to toss the box away. Seeing this, Fang Yi swiftly grabbed it. Give it to me. You brat. Let go. Sun Fuguwei, taken aback by Fang Yi's audacity to seize the box, shouted angrily, trying to pull it back. Both exerted their strength, and with a tug, the cardboard box crumbled, its contents spilling out with a clatter. Bang! A small, inconspicuous porcelain figurine fell to the ground amidst the chaos, shattering into two pieces with a crisp sound. Upon witnessing the broken figurine, Fang Yi's face flushed with rage. Bastard! He shouted, seizing Sun Fuguwei by the collar. What's this? Do you intend to fight? Though Sun Fuguwei stood at just over 1.7 meters, weighing over 160 pounds, he was not intimidated by Fang Yi. Observing Fang Yi's fury, he chuckled derisively and attempted to push him away, but to his astonishment, he found that he could not budge the boy at all. Bring him here, pull him away. He commanded the two security guards who had just approached from behind Fang Yi. The guard stepped forward, grasping Fang Yi in an attempt to separate them, yet he remained steadfast, yearning to strike back at Sun Fuguwei, though fear held him back. Having always been of modest stature, he had never triumphed in a fight throughout his life. However, while Fang Yi hesitated to retaliate, Sun Fuguwei did not share the same restraint. As Fang Yi clung to him, Sun Fuguwei erupted in anger. Damn it! I see you're just asking for a beating, he shouted, clenching his fist and swinging it at Fang Yi. As Sun Fuguwei's fist neared his face, Fang Yi was startled, bracing himself for the impact, yet inexplicably, he instinctively ducked and evaded the blow. What? Sun Fuguwei, astonished that his punch had missed from such proximity, contorted his face in frustration and raised his other hand, intending to grasp Fang Yi. Just as Fang Yi prepared to retreat, he suddenly noticed that Sun Fuguwei's movements appeared extraordinarily sluggish, almost as if suspended in time, devoid of aggression. Is he playing with me? As Fang Yi pondered this, he realized that not only had Sun Fuguwei's speed diminished, but everything around him seemed to be moving in slow motion. The colleagues in the office watching the spectacle wore expressions of lingering panic, and the second hand of the wall clock barely seemed to move. How could this be? Fang Yi's heart raced with fear and confusion, overwhelmed by an inexplicable surge of power coursing through him, demanding release. Fang Yi was uncertain whether it was merely an illusion, but as he gazed at Sun Fuguwei before him, he tentatively unleashed a punch. This seemingly light blow struck Sun Fuguwei, and with a resounding bang, the latter's hefty frame, weighing over 160 pounds, was propelled several meters away. Wow! To Fang Yi, the entire event unfolded in slow motion, almost as if time had come to a standstill. However, to the onlookers, the incident transpired in the blink of an eye. Witnessing Fang Yi's lightning-fast strike that sent Sun Fuguwei flying across the distance, everyone was left in utter astonishment. Ling Qianxue, positioned closest to Fang Yi, experienced the scene most vividly, her mouth agape in disbelief. As the atmosphere around him returned to normal and he observed Sun Fuguwei sprawled several meters away, Fang Yi himself was taken aback, staring incredulously at his own hand. In that fleeting moment, Sun Fuguwei felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of disintegration, and he lay on the ground for quite some time before he could gather his senses. You little bastard. How dare you hit me? Come on. Someone, take him down. He shouted, struggling to rise while directing his commands at the two security guards. The guards had also been shocked by Fang Yi's extraordinary strength and were trembling with trepidation, hesitant to intervene. Yet, upon witnessing the fierce expression on Sun Fuguwei's face and the thought of their livelihoods, they felt compelled to act. The outcome was predictably grim. The two burly guards, without lasting a single round, found themselves flat on the ground, bested by Fang Yi. He was once again astonished by his sudden transformation, though this time, the sensation was more of exhilaration than shock. Approaching the visibly terrified Sun Fuguwei, Fang Yi took measured steps forward. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Seeing the guards dispatched so easily left Sun Fuguwei in a state of utter panic. He had never anticipated that the seemingly feeble Fang Yi would possess such formidable prowess. Fearing further assault, he hastily implored for help, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. What are you all waiting for? Stop him! Sun Fuguwei barked at the surrounding employees as Fang Yi drew nearer, but no one heeded his commands. These employees shared a cordial relationship with Fang Yi, and they felt considerable guilt for not standing up for him when he was dismissed. Naturally, they would not intervene now, especially since none believed they could successfully restrain him. Senior! As Fang Yi approached Sun Fuguei, seemingly poised to strike again, Ling Qianxue swiftly grasped his sleeve. Fang Yi's previous punch had already demonstrated his immense strength, and she feared that another blow could lead to dire consequences. Ling Qianxue did not wish to see Fang Yi imprisoned. Fang Yi had not succumbed to madness. He did not intend to further assault Sun Fuguei. Stopped by Ling Qianxue's grip, he paused and coldly regarded Sun Fuguei, stating, "Inform Wu Zhiyong upon his arrival that the company is owned by his family. If he finds my presence intolerable and dismisses me, I will accept my fate. However, should he persist in seeking trouble, he will find that I am not one to be trifled with." With that, Fang Yi turned away, collecting the items that had fallen to the ground before making his exit from the company. "Senior, wait for me." With a call from Ling Qianxue, Fang Yi turned around and discovered that she too was carrying a box. Raising an eyebrow, he expressed his curiosity. "What is this?" Ling Qianxue pouted slightly, a carefree smile gracing her lips. "I am the senior you brought into the company. Now that you no longer work here, what purpose do I have in remaining?" Upon hearing her words, Fang Yi hesitated for a moment, but as he caught the resolute glimmer in her eyes, he smiled and nodded. "Then let us go." With that, the two of them walked side by side out of the company. Chapter 4. Unforgettable Past. Senior. I never imagined you were so formidable, effortlessly sending that detestable creature flying with a single punch, stepping out of the corporate building. Ling Qianxue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she regarded Fang Yi. Fang Yi merely smiled, choosing not to respond. He remained perplexed by the sudden surge of strength that had coursed through him, suspecting it might be linked to the injection he received earlier that morning. "I'm truly sorry, Qianxue, that you lost your job because of me." As they reached the roadside, Fang Yi glanced at the box Ling Qianxue was clutching, feeling a pang of regret. However, she dismissed his apology with a wave. "Senior, please refrain from such talk. Given our relationship, shouldn't we face challenges together? Now that you've left, I certainly won't stay here to endure any more grievances." Her words elicited a chuckle from Fang Yi. She was right. They had always shared both triumphs and tribulations. Half a year ago, had it not been for her unwavering support in testifying on his behalf, he might still be languishing in prison. "Since you put it that way, I won't be overly sentimental. After all, you're not short on funds. With your job gone, you can focus on your studies at school." Ling Qianxue, a sophomore, was working part-time not out of necessity, but rather to hone her skills. Financially secure, she was quite the little heiress. Upon hearing Fang Yi mention his studies, a flicker of nostalgia danced in Ling Qianxue's eyes. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Senior, are you truly not returning to school? Many classmates are willing to speak on your behalf, and even the teachers are ready to assist." Observing the former pride of their institution, Ling Qianxue's tone carried a hint of hope. Fang Yi shook his head resolutely. "Now that I've left, what purpose would returning serve? I will not go back." Though it was unfortunate to be expelled during his final year, he had long since reconciled himself to that reality and would never return to that place of sorrow. Seeing Fang Yi's unwavering determination, Ling Qianxue let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, she asked, "What about you and Senior Yui? It seems you haven't been in touch for quite some time." Before she could finish, Fang Yi interjected. Noticing a fleeting shadow of pain in his eyes, Ling Qianxue hesitated, contemplating whether to continue. Yesterday at school, Zhao Buoxiu confessed his feelings to Senior Yui in public. "And she?" "That's enough," Fang Yi interrupted with a smile. "It's getting late, and I have matters to attend to. You should return to school as well." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. "Senior," Ling Qianxue called out hurriedly, but Fang Yi did not respond, quickly hailing a taxi. The Senior Yui she referred to was Fang Yi's former girlfriend, Yang Yui. If the betrayal by Han Yanyu had merely caused Fang Yi momentary heartache, the betrayal by Yang Yui would haunt him for a lifetime. It was her collusion with Zhao Buoxiu to frame Fang Yi that had led to his expulsion from school. To others, it may seem that he was merely expelled from school. Yet for Fang Yi, this event ushered in a cataclysmic upheaval in his life. As the student council president, he became infamous overnight for embezzling funds and attempting to assault a female classmate. The police interrogated him, teachers questioned his integrity, and classmates distanced themselves from him. Even his sister, who had shared nearly a decade of life with him, found it hard to believe in his innocence. Most devastatingly, the benevolent individual who had supported their sibling duo since the death of their parents withdrew his assistance, compelling Yen Xiaorui to juggle both studies and work. Although, thanks to Ling Qianshua's unwavering testimony, Fang Yi was ultimately exonerated. The relentless barrage of adversity nearly drove him to the brink of suicide. He could scarcely comprehend how he had endured, and while he felt a sense of relief in surviving, he vowed never to forget those who had conspired against him. Zhao Buoxiu and Yang Yui, names he wished never to hear again. As Fang Yi resolutely departed, Ling Qianxue felt no anger. Instead, she reminisced about the once inseparable bond between Fang Yi and Yang Yui, lamenting their lost connection. Watching the taxi that carried Fang Yi away, she sighed softly, "Senior, perhaps you never imagined that Yui rejected Zhao Buoxiu." Seated in the taxi, Fang Yi did not dwell on the painful memories. They belonged to the past, and one must look forward. His gaze fell upon his hands, feeling an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him, as if he were caught in a dream. The abilities of perception, supernatural strength, and a near immobility of time in moments of danger were indeed extraordinary powers. Yet, he had inexplicably acquired all of them in a single day. Why? Was it due to that old man's needle? Beyond this, he could fathom no other explanation. What exactly had that old man injected into him? Pondering the sight of the injection, Fang Yi was confounded. He wished to seek out the old man for answers but had no idea where to find him. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to embrace these newfound abilities, deeming them a serendipitous encounter since the reason eluded him. Instead of heading directly home, he chose to visit the restaurant where Yen Xiaorui worked. Yen Xiaorui's father had once co-managed a fabric wholesale store with Fang Yi's mother. 3 years prior, when Fang Yi was accepted into university, their families rejoiced. To gather funds for Fang Yi's tuition, Yen Xiaorui's father tirelessly delivered goods from dawn until dusk, while Fang Yi's mother remained by his side. For a blended family, this was a heartwarming arrangement. However, the relentless work led to a tragic accident. Yen Xiaorui's father succumbed to a fatal crash due to exhaustion while driving. Although Fang Yi's mother survived the initial incident, she passed away en route to the hospital due to severe injuries. In her final moments, she repeatedly apologized to Xiaorui, imploring Fang Yi to take good care of her. With a heavy heart, Fang Yi promised to fulfill her wish. Haunted by the guilt of having caused the demise of Yen Xiaorui's father, Fang Yi was already burdened with remorse. Little did he anticipate that events from 6 months prior would further deprive Yen Xiaorui of her financial support, nearly thwarting her educational pursuits and compelling her to seek employment. Previously, although Fang Yi was financially constrained and felt immense sorrow, he found himself powerless to intervene. However, he now believed that Yen Xiaorui need not labor any longer. With the fortune of 64,000 yuan from a lottery win, after deducting 2,700 yuan for a quarter's rent and 10,800 yuan for a year's rent, Fang Yi was left with 50,500 yuan. While this sum may not be extravagant, it assured that both he and Yen Xiaorui would not need to worry about basic sustenance for the foreseeable future. As for what lay ahead, Fang Yi was uncertain if his abilities of foresight would remain, yet he was confident that with his extraordinary strength, earning a livelihood would not pose a challenge. Even if it meant becoming a personal bodyguard, supporting himself and Yen Xiaorui was certainly within reach. Thus, contemplating these notions, Fang Yi resolved to summon Yen Xiaorui back home, allowing her to focus solely on her studies. He had only visited the restaurant where Yen Xiaorui worked once. It was slightly larger than an ordinary eatery, yet still modest, featuring merely a few extra tables. Positioned at the school gate, it primarily catered to students. "Hey, beautiful, come sit with us. What class are you in?" Upon entering the restaurant, Fang Yi's gaze fell upon a scene that incited his fury. 3 male students with bleached hair were mocking a girl while dining, and that girl was none other than Yen Xiaorui. Unfazed by their taunts, Yen Xiaorui set down her plate and made her way to the kitchen. However, the boy who had spoken to her, noticing her disregard, seized her arm. "Why aren't you answering? Are you shy?" he inquired. "Let me go." Yen Xiaorui's brows furrowed as she attempted to break free, but despite her efforts, she was unable to escape, a mixture of fear and anger surging within her. Seeing her struggle only fueled the boy's amusement. With a laugh, he yanked her closer, unaware that she possessed a fiery spirit. Grabbing a plate from the table, she hurled its contents toward his face. Ah! The plate contained sweet and sour pork. While it wasn't scalding, the greasy sauce stung his eyes, prompting him to leap to his feet with a startled cry. "You filthy wench! How dare you splash me?" Wiping the grease from his face, the boy, now enraged, raised his hand to strike Yen Xiaorui. She braced herself for the blow, her face paling with fear. Yet, as his hand descended, it was abruptly seized by a powerful grip. "What do you think you're doing?" Fang Yi's face darkened ominously, his gaze directed at the boy, icy and devoid of emotion. Yen Xiaorui, prepared for the worst, was astonished to see Fang Yi intervening on her behalf. "Who the hell are you?" The boy glared at Fang Yi, his demeanor exceedingly arrogant. "I am her brother." Fang Yi pointed at Yen Xiaorui and declared sternly, "Apologize to her." Upon hearing Fang Yi claim to be Yen Xiaorui's brother, a flicker of apprehension crossed the boy's eyes. However, as he scrutinized Fang Yi more closely, he noticed his slender physique, which unmistakably signaled weakness, and his fear dissipated. Apologize? To hell with that. Chapter 5. A surprising transformation. With a furious exclamation, he clenched his fist and lunged towards Fang Yi. However, mid-air, his punch was seized by Fang Yi, who applied just enough pressure to make the boy's bones crack, eliciting a pained scream from him. "What are you doing?" Hearing the boy's cries, his two companions immediately stood up. "Let him go," one of the taller boys shouted at Fang Yi, but Fang Yi paid no heed to his words. "Damn it!" In a fit of anger, the boy grabbed a bowl from the table, intending to smash it over Fang Yi's head. Yen Xiaorui gasped in shock, but the next moment brought her a sense of relief as she witnessed Fang Yi deftly evade the attack, swiftly grasping the tall boy's hair and forcefully slamming his head onto the table. The impact left the boy dazed and struggling to free himself. Seeing Fang Yi effortlessly subdue their tallest companion, the other, smaller boy was instantly struck with fear, his eyes wide as he glanced at Fang Yi, momentarily paralyzed with trepidation. "I'll say this once more. Apologize to her," Fang Yi commanded, his grip tightening on the first boy's hand. Initially, the boy attempted to remain defiant, but the pain radiating through his fingers felt as if they were on the verge of being crushed. He could no longer maintain his bravado and, amidst his cries,
hurriedly uttered, "I am sorry, I am sorry."
Upon hearing this, Fang Yi finally released him, and the boy felt as if his hand might never open again, grimacing in pain. "If you dare to harass her again, I won't spare you. Now get lost," Fang Yi barked, letting go of the other boy's hair. The three exchanged glances, not daring to retaliate, and fled in disarray. Yen Xiaorui had not anticipated Fang Yi's presence here, nor could she fathom how effortlessly he had frightened the trio away. She stared at him, momentarily lost in thought. Does this happen often? Noticing the lingering fear in Yen Xiaorui's expression, Fang Yi asked with concern, "What does it matter to you?" Regaining her composure, Yen Xiaorui responded coldly, her demeanor icy. "I am your brother. How could it not concern me?" Fang Yi's gaze sharpened. "Not anymore." Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his stare upon Yen Xiaorui. "It always has been. Come home with me." With that, he took her hand firmly. "What are you doing? I still have work to do." Yen Xiaorui scolded him angrily, attempting to pull her hand away, but Fang Yi held on tightly. In desperation, Yen Xiaorui bit him, causing Fang Yi to wince and loosen his grip. He intended to reason with her, but to his surprise, she seized the opportunity to dash out of the shop. "Xiaorui!" Fang Yi rushed after her, only to see her run into the school without looking back. Witnessing this scene filled him with both pain and helplessness. He had intended to follow her inside, but after deliberating for a moment, he decided against it, not wanting Yen Xiaorui to feel embarrassed in front of her teachers and classmates. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to have a proper conversation with her when she returned home. Fang Yi returned home alone. Throughout the afternoon, he scoured countless sources regarding supernatural abilities, perusing hundreds of entries, yet found none that proved useful. The online discourse surrounding X-ray vision and divine powers remained largely speculative. This only intensified his sense of incredulity regarding the phenomena occurring within himself. Yuan Sharwei had not returned by the afternoon. It was only after 9 in the evening, following her evening study session, that she finally came home. However, upon her arrival, she immediately shut herself in her room. Fang Yi attempted to engage her in conversation, but no matter how he knocked, she did not respond. Since the incident 6 months prior, although they shared the same roof, they had not exchanged a single meaningful word. Recalling his deceased mother and Yuan's father filled Fang Yi with a sense of guilt. If she preferred silence, then so be it. He resolved that she should focus on her studies and refrain from work. As he spoke, he placed 2,000 yuan at her door, but heard no response from within. He sighed and retreated to his own room. After returning, Fang Yi went to bed early, usually resting around 11. But tonight he turned in an hour earlier. The reason was simple. He yearned to discover whether his newfound ability would still be intact upon awakening, or if his extraordinary powers would vanish entirely. His slumber was fraught with anxiety. However, when he opened his eyes the next morning, joy swiftly eclipsed his apprehension. His powers had not dissipated. In fact, he could utilize his X-ray vision. Within his room, he activated the ability, clearly perceiving the living room and the interior of Yuan Shaowei's room. She had already left, and the sight of the 2,000 yuan lying motionless at her door filled him with melancholy. Evidently, she had not accepted it. Dismayed, Fang Yi adhered to his morning ritual of showering, believing it rejuvenated his spirit. Yet, as he stood before the full-length mirror, assessing his physique as usual, he was taken aback. After nearly half a year of inactivity, he found himself adorned with solid muscles, pectorals, abs, biceps. Though not dramatically pronounced, his physique had undeniably ascended to a new echelon. Moreover, had he grown taller? Noticing a subtle increase in his height, Fang Yi hastily retrieved a measuring tape and confirmed his suspicion, the result sending him into a euphoric state. Astonishingly, he had indeed grown taller, by 2 centimeters. Since turning 21, his height had plateaued at 175 centimeters, and for 2 years he had consistently measured the same. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would not grow any further, but now, miraculously, he stood at 177 centimeters. An unbelievable transformation. Today's elation eclipsed that of the previous day by tenfold. Fang Yi had initially surmised that the old man's injection merely endowed him with superhuman abilities, yet it appeared to have also sculpted his physique. Observing his now smoother skin and noticeably thicker hair, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate his overwhelming joy. "Thank you, old sir." In gratitude for the kindness bestowed upon him by the elderly gentleman, Fang Yi transformed his address from old man to sir, nurturing within him an overwhelming respect. He swiftly took a shower, tidied his attire, and hurriedly ventured out. Although he had lost his previous job, he had secured a new one, buying scratch-off lottery tickets. Yesterday, he had been fortunate enough to win 80,000 yuan. And savoring the thrill of his newfound luck, he resolved to continue his purchases. After all, with his newfound ability to see through the layers of reality, what could be a quicker and less risky way to earn money than through scratch-off tickets? Today, in addition to his lottery pursuits, Fang Yi had another objective, to test the frequency and duration of his perceptive ability within a single day. This skill could prove essential for his future livelihood, and he felt it imperative to gain a swift understanding of its limits. Throughout the morning, he visited 4 different lottery shops, and to his delight, his luck was far superior to the previous day. After spending 600 yuan on scratch-off tickets, he netted a remarkable total of 280,000 yuan. After tax deductions, the highest prize was 100,000, while the lowest was 50. Adopting the same approach as before, he compensated the lottery shop owners for their efforts, alleviating much of the hassle for himself. Fang Yi chose to purchase his tickets from 4 distinct locations, primarily because he believed that winning excessively in one place would attract undue attention. He wished to keep his abilities concealed, hence his strategy of varying his locations. Consequently, after visiting these 4 establishments, he was able to discern the temporal limitations of his perceptive ability. Including the instance used in his room that morning, he had utilized his power 5 times, meticulously recording the duration. Each activation lasted approximately 3 minutes. This meant that Fong Yi could employ his ability 5 times a day, for a cumulative total of 15 minutes. Although this duration seemed somewhat brief, he regarded it as quite favorable. With judicious use, those 15 minutes daily could accomplish much. In addition to calculating the duration of his perception, Fong Yi encountered a rather vexing issue. When he took a moment to observe passers-by on the street, he discovered that, regardless of how many layers of clothing a person wore, he could see through them effortlessly. However, when he attempted to penetrate the layers of undergarments, an unbearable sharp pain would surge through his head. Even on the rare occasion he spotted a woman without any clothes-fitting clothing and attempted to gaze a moment longer, the pain would intensify, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that his perceptive ability instinctively recognized inappropriate intentions? Fong Yi mused. Though the notion seemed implausible, the extraordinary events of the past couple of days had been too numerous to dismiss. Due to the intolerable pain, he could not ascertain any potential side effects. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he dismissed any improper thoughts. Despite exhausting his perceptive opportunities by midday, the impressive sum of 280,000 yuan was a gratifying reward. As he walked home, gazing at the unprecedented balance in his mobile banking app, his mind was already crafting grand plans for the future. He resolved that his daily endeavor would henceforth be the purchase of scratch-off lottery tickets, incessantly acquiring them. Even if he were to earn merely 100,000 each day, as opposed to 280,000, his future would still be quite prosperous. Should fortune favor him, he might surpass even the 280,000 mark daily. After a year, he could amass nearly 100 million, thus ascending to the pinnacle of life with remarkable ease. The thought of the life that awaited him filled Fong Yi with an exuberance akin to that of a simpleton. In pursuit of enhancing his efficiency in acquiring lottery tickets, he took a taxi in the afternoon to scour the city for vendors, meticulously cataloging each location he encountered. By dusk, he had noted the addresses of over 30 lottery shops before he began his journey homeward. It was Saturday, and Yen Sharui's school dismissed early. With thoughts of his newfound wealth, Fong Yi intended to treat Yen Sharui to a delightful meal. However, when he called her, there was no answer. Aware that she had yet to forgive him, Fong Yi remained unperturbed and decided to wait for her outside the school gate. Yet, before he could reach the entrance, he caught sight of Yen Sharui standing before a clothing store. Alongside her were several girls clad in identical uniforms, likely her classmates, who appeared to be in some sort of predicament. A woman in her 30s was gesticulating aggressively towards them, exuding an air of arrogance. With a frown etched upon his brow, Fong Yi hastened to their side. Chapter 6. Who says I can't afford it? Yen Sharui was in a dismal mood. Today, after school, she had planned to assist at the restaurant, but unexpectedly, due to Fong Yi's earlier antics that frightened away the customers, she had been dismissed from her position. Upon hearing the news, several of her close classmates came to offer their consolation and suggested they go shopping together. Given that she had lost her job and had no desire to return home early to face Fong Yi, she acquiesced. As is customary for young ladies, shopping inevitably led them to clothing stores, where even if they could not afford anything, merely browsing was a delight. Since the passing of her father 3 years ago, Yen Sharui had seldom indulged in purchasing new garments. When she did, it was usually from street vendors, costing a mere few dozen yuan, and even then, she would engage in rigorous haggling. As Yen Sharui and her classmates entered a clothing store filled with exquisite attire, she felt a pang of envy and instinctively reached out to touch the fabric. However, unbeknownst to her, her hand bore some dirt, and her innocent touch left an unsightly smudge. The area was overseen by a woman in her 30s, a shop assistant who, upon witnessing a group of uniformed girls enter, immediately recognized their inability to purchase anything. Her tone was already laced with sarcasm, but when she noticed Yen Sharui had sullied one of the garments, her fury erupted. After unleashing a torrent of scorn upon Yen Sharui, she demanded compensation. Her classmates, aware of Yen Sharui's difficult circumstances, pleaded with the shop assistant on her behalf, but she remained impervious to their entreaties. Recognizing her own fault, Yen Sharui refrained from engaging in futile arguments. After stopping her classmates from further pleading, she offered a sincere apology and inquired about the cost. The shop assistant was initially poised to state the price but hesitated as she realized she had not sold a single item all day, leaving her revenue at zero. She had anticipated a mundane day, but this incident presented what she perceived as an opportunity to rectify her sales figures. Observing that Yen Xiaorui appeared rather inexperienced, she pondered for a moment before tightening her lips and declaring, "Our store's clothing is all branded. The price is a steep 2,600 yuan. What? So expensive?" Yen Xiaorui was taken aback, as were her classmates, who gasped in disbelief. What's so special about a dress that costs 2,600 yuan? If you can't afford it, why are you even in a clothing store? The shop assistant's expression twisted into a scowl at their reaction. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I don't have that much money," Yen Xiaorui stammered. Working at the restaurant, she had managed to save a few hundred yuan. She had hoped that if the dress were only a few hundred, she could muster the determination to purchase it. However, learning that the price exceeded 2,000 yuan left her in a predicament, and she said awkwardly to the shop assistant, "I truly cannot afford this. If you have no money, then have your family bring some. Do you think saying you're broke absolves you of responsibility? If you can't afford it, then don't touch it. Look at the mess you've made of my store's clothing. How am I supposed to sell this now?" The shop assistant berated Yen Xiaorui, clutching the dress with disdain. The classmates of Yen Xiaorui, witnessing her being scolded, felt a pang of sympathy. Many wished to contribute to help her, but the sum of 2,600 was simply too exorbitant. They were all children from ordinary families, and even if 5 of them pooled their resources, they would still fall short. "I told you to call your family. Why are you still hesitating?" The sales clerk reprimanded. Noticing Yen Xiaorui's immobility, a bitter wave washed over Yen Xiaorui as she pondered whom she could call besides Fang Yi. After all, he had refused to even glance at the money he had given her twice before. How could she possibly ask him for help now? "What's the matter? No money? You're not trying to suggest that you have no family, are you?" The sales clerk's voice dripped with malice as she observed Yen Xiaorui's indifference to her taunts. Silence. A sharp reprimand drew the attention of the onlookers. Fang Yi swiftly positioned himself in front of Yen Xiaorui, his gaze fixed menacingly on the sales clerk. "It's just a piece of clothing. There's no need for such cruel words." Upon recognizing Fang Yi, Yen Xiaorui furrowed her brow. Who is he? Most of her classmates had never seen Fang Yi and were filled with curiosity. "He seems to be Xiaorui's brother," a classmate who recognized him whispered to the others, and their expressions shifted to one of surprise. They believed that with Yen Xiaorui's brother present, the matter could surely be resolved. In contrast to their delight, Yen Xiaorui felt a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. On one hand, she resisted the idea of Fang Yi helping her. Yet, on the other hand, she felt powerless. If he did not assist her, she had no means to resolve the issue on her own. As Fang Yi caught her complex gaze, he simply offered her a reassuring look. "Who do you think you are, meddling in my business?" The sales clerk snapped, her temper flaring as she shot Fang Yi a disdainful glare. "I am her brother," Fang Yi declared, revealing his identity. Upon learning that Fang Yi was Yen Xiaorui's brother, the sales clerk's demeanor softened slightly. After surveying him up and down, she continued, "You've come at just the right time. Your sister has soiled one of our garments, and since she claims she has no money, you, as her brother, must compensate her." "How much?"
Fang Yi invited.
2,600, replied the sales clerk. 2,600? Fang Yi scoffed, and the intensity of his gaze made the sales clerk feel a twinge of anxiety. Just as she was about to argue that it was a designer piece, Fang Yi swiftly snatched the garment from her grasp. The sales clerk gasped in shock and attempted to reclaim it, but Fang Yi was too quick. He flipped over the tag, revealing a clear price of 659. "You're telling me this costs 2,600? Fang Yi pointed at the tag with a mocking smile. The girls, upon seeing the actual price, were filled with outrage and disbelief, glaring at the sales clerk, including Yen Xiaorui, who, in her previous self-reproach and distress, had completely forgotten to check the price of the dress. Fang Yi was uncertain about the exact price of the garment, yet he was certain it could not possibly be as exorbitant as 2,600. During his previous relationship with Yang Yuyi, she often purchased clothing from this brand, which was not particularly renowned. The most expensive items barely exceeded 1,000. Thus, upon hearing the quoted price of 2,006, Fang Yi discerned that the saleswoman was being deceitful. When her falsehood was unveiled, the saleswoman was both embarrassed and enraged. Yet she remained undeterred. Snatching the garment back, she vehemently declared, "Your sister has soiled our clothing, and I am demanding compensation, not a purchase. Our store's policy dictates that the compensation amount is 5 times the retail price. Asking for merely 2006 is already an act of leniency on my part." Upon hearing such an explanation, Fang Yi found it amusing, while Yen Xiaorui was incensed. "How can the compensation be so exorbitant? You are clearly lying." The saleswoman, infuriated by her retort, glared at Yen Xiaorui and exclaimed, "What do you mean by lying? The reason we have set such a high compensation fee is to deter individuals like you, who cannot afford our merchandise, from causing disturbances. Day in and day out, you come to our store, unable to purchase anything yet still lingering around, creating a chaotic atmosphere." The saleswoman's incessant references to paupers and those who cannot afford left Yen Xiaorui flushed with embarrassment. She yearned to retort but found herself at a loss for words. "Who said we cannot afford it?" While Yen Xiaorui struggled to respond, Fang Yi, with a frigid tone, understood the gravity of the situation. Chapter 7. The matter is not over well. If you can afford it, then go ahead and buy, the female attendant arrogantly remarked, pointing at the clothes in her hands. Yen Xiaorui, clad in her school uniform, gave no indication of her financial status, while Fang Yi, dressed in rather ordinary attire, was easily perceived by the attendant as someone of modest means. At this moment, she was attempting to provoke him. Fang Yi may have once been short on funds, but that was in the past. As for the present, although his finances were limited, he was more than capable of purchasing several garments. "I will buy, but not from you," Fang Yi stated emphatically. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the female attendant, he beckoned to a staff member in another section of the store, Zone B. "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" The attendant in Zone B, appearing to be in her mid-20s, had been aware of the commotion between her colleagues and customers but had refrained from intervening due to her strained relationship with the other staff member. Now, seeing the customer signal her, she hurried over with a professional smile, albeit with a hint of trepidation about becoming embroiled in the dispute. "Please select all the clothing from that wall that would be suitable for my sister and pack them for me," Fang Yi instructed. Initially concerned about being dragged into unnecessary conflict, the young attendant was taken aback by Fang Yi's request. "What? Did you not understand?" Fang Yi frowned. "Are you saying all of them?" The attendant in Zone B finally grasped his words, though disbelief lingered. "Yes, all of them," Fang Yi affirmed with a nod.
Fang Yi,
"Are you out of your mind?" His declaration startled not only the attendant from Zone B but also Yen Xiaorui and her classmates. Yen Xiaorui grasped Fang Yi's arm, her expression one of disbelief. Fang Yi raised a hand gently, signaling her to remain calm. "You haven't bought clothes in a long time. Since you need to shop, why not do it all at once?" He had always felt a sense of guilt towards Yen Xiaorui, and at this moment, his proposal to purchase such an abundance of clothing was both a means of venting frustration and a way to compensate her. Unaware of Fang Yi's true intentions, Yen Xiaorui found it utterly unbelievable that he would buy so many clothes at once. She opened her mouth to protest, but just then, Fang Yi addressed her classmates. "You are all Xiaorui's friends and my sisters as well. If you find anything you like, feel free to choose. I will cover the expenses." Really? The girls, already envious of how boldly Yen Xiaorui's brother was treating her, were taken aback to hear that they too could partake in this generosity. "Of course it's true," Fang Yi confirmed with a nod. "Xiaorui, we." Despite Fang Yi's reassurance, the girls still felt it necessary to seek Yen Xiaorui's consent, turning their gazes toward her. Yen Xiaorui hesitated, reluctant to use Fang Yi's money. She wanted to refuse, but seeing her friend's eager expressions, she found it hard to turn them down. After a moment of contemplation, she finally nodded. "Since he is allowing you to choose, then go ahead." "Wonderful." Upon seeing Yen Xiaorui nod, the girls erupted into jubilant cheers. Though their families were not impoverished, they were also not affluent. Purchasing clothing worth several hundred yuan was not a casual endeavor for them. This rare opportunity prompted them to shed their reservations and rush into the store, eager to select their desired garments. Even though Fang Yi had encouraged them to choose freely, the girls, being modest, felt that merely selecting one outfit was already an audacious act, and thus they dared not purchase more than that. Each girl ended up with just one piece. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 38,531 yuan. The girls quickly chose their outfits, while the female staff member from Area B meticulously packed up the 30-odd sets of clothing from her section. After calculating the price, she approached Fong Yi, her excitement palpable as she spoke. The total of over 38,000 was nearly equivalent to her monthly sales, with a commission of 10% amounting to over 3,000. Earning such a sum in a single day was exhilarating, especially since she had never anticipated that Fong Yi would choose her to make such a purchase. This was indeed a windfall. Swipe the card. The girls were taken aback by the hefty total, while Fong Yi remained unfazed, handing over his card without a hint of hesitation. The saleswoman swiftly retrieved the machine, and once Fong Yi entered his password, the transaction was confirmed successful. Wow, Shaorui's brother is really wealthy. One girl exclaimed in astonishment. If he has so much money, why does he still make her work? Another girl pondered. Shu, quiet down. Yan Shaorui admonished, surprised by her classmates' hushed discussions. Having lived with Fong Yi for so long, she believed she had a grasp on his financial situation and could not fathom how he could possess such wealth. Weren't you the one saying we couldn't afford clothes? What now? Fong Yi remarked, turning his gaze to the saleswoman. Initially, she had assumed that Fong Yi was merely putting on a facade of affluence by claiming to purchase so many clothes. She suspected he would be unable to pay for them. However, as the card reader signaled the successful transaction, she realized her misjudgment. He truly was willing to spend this amount, and indeed possessed the funds to do so. Noticing the barely concealed smugness on her colleague's face, the saleswoman felt her own expression darken. The commission of over 3,000 had slipped through her fingers. Though envy coursed through her, she remained mindful of her position. Regardless of Fong Yi's financial capability, she had no intention of yielding. Very well, you have money, you can afford it, and you are indeed impressive. Is that sufficient? She retorted, her tone dismissive. Feeling slighted, she had little desire to engage further with Fong Yi and, after exchanging a few lackluster words, turned to return to the store, likely resigning herself to the loss of her anticipated commission. Yet, while she wished to end the matter there, Fong Yi had other intentions. Wait, he called out to her. What more do you want? The saleswoman turned, impatience evident in her voice. I have purchased the clothes. Now we must address our business, Fong Yi stated, causing her expression to shift. What? How do you wish to resolve this? Call your store manager, Fong Yi asserted. Upon hearing this, the female clerk's eyes flickered with a hint of panic as she hurriedly replied. Our manager is not present. Not present? Fong Yi questioned, casting a skeptical glance at her before shifting his gaze towards the female clerk in Area B. The clerk from Area B, not lacking in wit, discerned Fong Yi's intentions from their conversation. Having just earned a substantial commission thanks to him, she understood the importance of reciprocity. Meeting Fong Yi's gaze, she offered a slight smile, saying, the manager is inside. I shall fetch her. Upon hearing this, the expression of the previous female clerk immediately transformed into one of anxiety. Chapter 8. Forget it. Upon entering the B District store, the staff swiftly brought out a woman in her 30s, clad in professional attire. Her figure was curvaceous, and her long, cascading waves of red hair framed a face that, though adorned with merely a light touch of makeup, radiated a beauty far surpassing that of many heavily made-up women, for she was inherently striking. With elegant brows and almond-shaped eyes, along with fiery red lips, she exuded an undeniable aura of mature femininity. Hello, sir. I am Su Manting, the manager and owner of this establishment. How may I assist you? She inquired with a smile, having already gathered information from her employees on her way here. Her current question was merely to ascertain Fong Yi's intentions. Fong Yi was taken aback to discover that the store's owner was a stunning beauty. However, his surprise was fleeting. After the events of 6 months prior, he had developed a formidable immunity to the allure of attractive women. He succinctly outlined the situation, articulating his request. I believe this employee is no longer suited to work in your establishment. His aim was straightforward. He wanted Su Manting to dismiss the employee. Although the female staff member had anticipated Fong Yi's demand, she could not suppress a look of panic upon hearing it. It was evident she regretted her actions, yet as the saying goes, it is too late for regrets. Boss, She glanced at Su Manting, hoping for clemency, but her words were swiftly quelled by a raised hand from Su Manting. Sir, I sincerely apologize for my employee's misconduct. I am willing to compensate for your emotional distress, but I hope you can exercise magnanimity and forgive her this once. As a manager, Su Manting demonstrated a commendable instinct to defend her employee. This statement deeply moved the female staff member, while Fong Yi was somewhat astonished that she chose to defend a mistake-prone employee, a rather unwise decision. With a look of incredulity directed at Su Manting, he remarked, "It's easy to speak of magnanimity, however, this matter borders on extortion. I wonder if the police would also allow me to overlook such behavior?" Realizing the store owner's intent to shield her employee, Fong Yi felt discontent and decided to reveal his trump card. The female employee had initially thought Fong Yi simply wanted her termination, but was now taken aback to learn he intended to involve the authorities. Her complexion turned pale as she gasped, "Sir, I'm so sorry. Please, I beg you, don't call the police." Overwhelmed with fear, she no longer cared for her pride and regarded Fong Yi with desperation. Her earlier arrogance completely vanished. If apologies were sufficient, we would not require the police, Fong Yi thought, observing her abject terror. He offered no response, instead turning his gaze towards Su Manting, whose expression had grown tense, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "You have two choices. Either dismiss her or I will contact the police. The decision is yours." Fong Yi's tone was frigid, compelling Su Manting to make a choice. Su Mantai had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful individual would handle matters with such resolute decisiveness. Even for someone accustomed to grand spectacles, she found herself somewhat taken aback. Although she felt a surge of anger at the employee's blunder, she believed that anger did not necessarily equate to dismissal. This employee had been with her for several years. While somewhat dishonest, she had not committed any unforgivable transgressions, making it difficult for Su Mantai to proceed with termination. "Sir, you have not incurred any loss in this matter. If you would be so kind, our establishment would like to offer you a VIP card granting you a 20% discount on future purchases." Su Mantai endeavored to plead on behalf of her employee, softly articulating her proposed solution while gazing at Fong Yi with her pleading, watery eyes. However, her beauty had no effect on him. He was indifferent to trivial advantages and, seeing that reason was futile, he took out his phone to call the police. Since Su Mantai wished to defend her employee, he thought it best to let the authorities arbitrate. Fong Yi was not the type to bear a grudge once he was in the right, yet for the sake of his sister, he was willing to become such a person. For him, extending grace was simple. However, he pondered what would have transpired had he not been present. Would the other party have shown leniency towards Yen Xiaorui? Seeing Fong Yi intent on contacting the authorities without offering any opportunity for negotiation, the female employee was terrified, collapsing onto the steps. Although she had not successfully extorted money and might avoid prison, her attempt at extortion would certainly lead to detention, and worse, a mark on her record. If her relatives and friends were to learn of this, how could she ever face them again? In a state of panic, she hastily turned to Su Mantai, saying, "Boss, please just go ahead and fire me." She preferred dismissal over the prospect of detention. Fong Yi's indifference infuriated Su Mantai, and the employee's words only added to her distress. She had already endured enough troubles in recent days and never imagined she would be unable to protect an employee she sought to defend. Just as Su Mantai was about to acquiesce to the employee's dismissal, Yen Xiaorui suddenly spoke, addressing Fong Yi. Her words left both the female employee and Su Mantai momentarily stunned, followed by expressions of surprise directed at her. "Let it go?" Fong Yi gazed at Yen Xiaorui, incredulous. Meeting his gaze, Yen Xiaorui felt a tumult of emotions. Although she harbored disdain for Fong Yi, she could not deny that his actions had been motivated by concern for her. "She looks quite pitiful. Let us not make things difficult for her," she reiterated. Fong Yi was taken aback by Yen Xiaorui's willingness to overlook the incident. While surprised, it resonated with his sister's temperament, prompting a smile. "Since you say so, then let it be." His intention to punish the female employee had always been for Yen Xiaorui's sake, and seeing her disregard the matter, he had no intention of complicating it further. Upon encountering Yen Xiaorui, the female employee was overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Sister, thank you, thank you." She had dedicated several years to this job and had a commendable rapport with her boss. Reluctantly, She wished to avoid being forced to resign. Thank you. Su Mantai also expressed her appreciation to Yen Xiaorui. In response to their gratitude, Yen Xiaorui offered no reply and simply continued to lead her classmates away. Observing this, Fang Yi hastily gathered his belongings and followed after her. Xiaorui, how could you let that despicable person off so easily? He questioned. Indeed, it's far too lenient. Others chimed in. Enough, one said, while that person is indeed detestable, she also appeared quite pitiable just now. Xiaorui has a kind heart. If she chooses to forgive, so be it. The group of girls expressed a mix of agreement and dissent regarding Yen Xiaorui's nonchalant attitude, yet the one directly involved remained silent. Let us conclude our outing for today. I wish to return home, Yen Xiaorui declared as they reached the ground floor. Her classmates, aware of her residence, nodded in understanding and bid her farewell, also extending their gratitude to Fang Yi, especially since each had purchased an article of clothing. After watching the girls depart, Fang Yi carried the assortment of garments upstairs alongside Yen Xiaorui. As soon as they entered the house, Yen Xiaorui produced 600 yuan from her belongings and handed it to him. What is this for? Fang Yi inquired, a frown etching his brow as he gazed at the money in her hand. Chapter 9. Heartfelt confessions. I have done nothing wrong. I shall return your money. This is all I possess at present, and the remainder I shall repay once I secure employment. Yen Xiaorui's tone bore no trace of emotion. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi chuckled. There's no need for that. This was intended as a gift for you. He assumed that Yen Xiaorui was merely being polite, yet her subsequent words left him momentarily speechless. I do not require your gifts. I am your brother. It is only natural for me to buy things for you, he replied after a moment's contemplation. You are no brother of mine. Not since 6 months ago. Yen Xiaorui retorted sharply, casting a disdainful glance at Fang Yi. I refuse to accept anything bought with tainted money. As she spoke, she seized all the clothes and hurled them out the door. Her previous restraint had not stemmed from a desire to accept Fang Yi's goodwill, but rather from a reluctance to create a scene before her classmates. Now that it was just the two of them at home, she felt no need for such considerations. Witnessing this scene, Fang Yi furrowed his brow deeply, his heart pricked as though by 1,000 needles. No matter what Yen Xiaorui said, he could usually brush it off, but that particular remark cut him deeply. Gazing at her, Fang Yi struggled to maintain his composure, striving to speak as calmly as possible. Xiaorui, my money is not tainted. Yen Xiaorui let out a cold laugh. If money obtained through embezzlement is not considered tainted, then what is? Fang Yi's sudden expenditure of over 30,000 yuan on clothing was incongruous with his known salary, leading Yen Xiaorui to conclude that this money was likely the same that he had embezzled from school 6 months prior. After months of concealment, he had finally deemed it appropriate to use it. I will reiterate, I did not embezzle any public funds. As Yen Xiaorui continued to invoke the past, Fang Yi's heart ached even more, and his voice grew increasingly fervent. If you did not embezzle, then where did you acquire such a sum? Yen Xiaorui's disbelief in Fang Yi had already been firmly established. After today, it had only deepened. She regarded him with sorrowful eyes, unable to comprehend how her once law-abiding and sincere brother had devolved into this. You should be grateful that I am merely standing here discussing this with you, rather than reporting you to the police. Yen Xiaorui spoke with a profound sense of resignation. Initially, she had contemplated reporting Fang Yi, but memories of his past kindness and their shared struggles tugged at her heart, preventing her from doing so. Realizing where the misunderstanding lay, Fang Yi took a deep breath. Even if you were to report me, the police would not apprehend me. This money was won from the lottery. It is not from embezzlement. Xiaorui, my money is clean. As his words settled in the air, Yen Xiaorui paused, then dismissed his claim as a mere fabrication. Why is it that so many people play the lottery without winning, yet you are the only one who has? Because I possess. Seeing Yen Xiaorui still did not believe him, Fang Yi, in his agitation, nearly revealed his ability to see through things. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, he managed to suppress them. Setting aside whether Yen Xiaorui would believe such a revelation, the peculiarity of this ability necessitated secrecy. Fang Yi had no desire to be seized by research institutions for experimentation. What do you have? Yen Xiaorui pressed on. I have good fortune, Fang Yi replied. Heh. Yen Xiaorui chuckled in exasperation, deeming Fang Yi's words utterly nonsensical. You are truly beyond saving. After uttering this, she turned to enter the house, but Fang Yi called out to her. Yen Xiaorui. This was the first time Fang Yi had addressed her by her full name in such a serious tone. Even though she was reluctant to engage with him further, Yen Xiaorui could not help but stop and turn around, only to find Fang Yi wearing a forlorn expression. Half a year ago, when I faced my misfortune, you inquired about what had occurred. I remained silent, and perhaps that silence led to your misunderstanding of me. You assumed I was the kind of person the outside world described. Isn't that so? Yen Xiaorui retorted. Fang Yi did not offer an explanation. Instead, he simply smiled. Yang Yui, the one you know. Upon hearing this name, Yen Xiaorui's pupils slightly contracted. Yang Yui had been Fang Yi's girlfriend. They had shared a close bond, and she had bought gifts for Yen Xiaorui on more than one occasion. However, she had not been seen since half a year ago, and it was rumored that she and Fang Yi had parted ways. Yen Xiaorui was bewildered as to why Fang Yi suddenly brought her up. Half a year ago, she conspired against me, diverting the funds allocated to the student council, framing me for embezzlement, and intoxicating me to lure me into the female dormitory, accusing me of attempting to assault a female classmate. Fang Yi's words left Yen Xiaorui wide-eyed, staring at him in disbelief. She was the vice president of the student council, and I was the president. It would have been all too easy for her to ensnare me, especially since I had been completely unsuspecting at that time. A self-deprecating smile escaped Fang Yi's lips. It was due to her treachery that I encountered a series of subsequent events. Dismissal, interrogation. When you asked me what had happened back then, I did not speak, not out of guilt, but because I simply did not know how to articulate it. Should I have told you that the woman I loved most betrayed me and sought to destroy me? At that time, even I could hardly believe it. How could I expect others to accept it? Perhaps it was my silence that led many to disbelieve me. No, to be precise, everyone disbelieved me. Yet, I did not care, for those individuals were of no consequence to me. Their belief or disbelief mattered not. However, there was one person whose opinion I valued deeply, that was you. As Fang Yi spoke these words, he gazed intently at Yen Xiaorui, who, in turn, lifted her gaze to meet his. In that moment, she felt a sense of bewilderment. As my closest sister, how I wished you could believe in me, yet you did not. Not then, and even now, 6 months later, you still refuse to trust me or grant me forgiveness. As Fang Yi articulated this, there was an indescribable solitude in his eyes. Today, I find myself engulfed in profound sorrow. My dear sister, Yen Rui, who has always been of a kind heart, would rather extend forgiveness to a stranger harboring malice towards her than to her own brother, who has lived by her side for nearly a decade and has been unjustly accused. Fang Yi, after uttering these words, offered a self-deprecating smile, brushed away the moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes, and with a deep sigh, walked to the doorway to retrieve the clothes that had been cast out by Yen Xiaorui, picking them up one by one. For the first time in 6 months, Fang Yi spoke so extensively to Yen Xiaorui, and she, for the first time, listened patiently to his words. She was unaware that the events from 6 months prior had woven such intricate threads into their lives. Fang Yi's final words echoed in her mind, stirring an uncomfortable sensation within her. As she observed him gathering the discarded garments, his silhouette appeared so solitary. Yen Xiaorui's lips trembled, yet no sound escaped them, while a torrent of conflicting thoughts surged within her. For the first time, her steadfast resolve wavered, leading her to ponder whether she had indeed wronged Fang Yi. Chapter 10. A narrow path for rivals. As Fang Yi picked up all his clothes and turned around, he discovered that Yen Xiaorui had already entered the house. He had initially believed that following the events of the day, his relationship with her would be amenable to repair. However, to his dismay, she still seemed distrustful. This left him feeling rather disheartened. Nevertheless, Fang Yi possessed a resilient nature. He held on to the hope that one day Yen Xiaorui would come to believe in his words. He bore no resentment towards her current demeanor. Having anticipated a lucrative day, he had envisioned treating Yen Xiaorui to a sumptuous dinner that evening. Yet now, his appetite for such indulgence had waned considerably. After consuming 2 packets of instant noodles, He retreated to his room. He calculated the winnings from yesterday and today, and after deducting the expense of over 38,000 for his clothing, he found himself with nearly 290,000 remaining. Reflecting on how he had fretted over a mere 2,000 for rent just the morning prior, he felt a sense of liberation wash over him with his newfound savings. At this rate, within a month, I shall be able to purchase a home in Jinling, Fang Yi mused, thoroughly satisfied with his current situation. After his shower, just as he was preparing to retire for the night, he received a call from Ling Qianxue. What could this girl possibly want at such a late hour? He noted the time; it was already 11 o'clock. Fang Yi was perplexed. Ling Qianxue had never called him this late before. "Senior?" he answered, hearing her voice low and subdued. "Qianxue, what's the matter? Why aren't you asleep at this hour?"
Fang Yi invited.
"Senior. I was wondering if I could borrow some money?" Ling Qianxue's tone was tinged with apprehension. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. "Is our little heiress experiencing a cash shortage as well?" he jested. "Indeed, I am somewhat in need," Ling Qianxue admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Fang Yi held deep gratitude for Ling Qianxue. If not for her testimony, he would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. He regarded her as a sister, and whether flush with funds or not, he felt compelled to assist her. "How much do you need?" he asked, sensing that she was earnest. 10,000. Such a substantial amount? Initially, he had expected her to request a few thousand, but her figure startled him. "What do you need so much for?" "Somewhat urgent," Ling Qianxue confessed, aware that the figure she had mentioned would likely astonish him. Yet she pressed on. "What kind of urgency? Is it something you can share?" 10,000 was no trifling sum. Fang Yi was not reluctant to lend it. Rather, he was curious about her intentions. From what he knew of Ling Qianxue, despite her well-off background, she was not one to frivolously spend and certainly should not require such a large sum. "Senior, could you refrain from asking?" Ling Qianxue replied, causing Fang Yi to pause in surprise. Was it so sensitive that she could not disclose its purpose? "If you cannot provide it, I shall consider other options," she added, her tone resolute. Upon hearing that Fang Yi had not spoken for a while, Ling Qianxue let out a sigh. She did not know much about Fang Yi's background, but she was aware that both of his parents had passed away. She had long suspected that he might not have much money. The reason she had called was merely a desperate attempt, clinging to the hope that a dead horse could be treated as a live one, as she indeed found herself in dire need of financial assistance. "I have it," she said, as she prepared to hang up the phone. Fang Yi, sensing her intention, quickly interjected. "You really have it?" Ling Qianxue was taken aback. "Yes," Fang Yi affirmed with a nod. "Since you are unwilling to disclose the purpose, I shall refrain from asking. Shall I transfer it to you via mobile?" "Wait." As soon as Fang Yi finished speaking, Ling Qianxue hurriedly interrupted. "Could you possibly provide me with cash?" Her request left Fang Yi astonished. "Why?" he inquired. A moment of silence ensued on the line, still unwilling to say. Fang Yi raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, Senior," Ling Qianxue replied cautiously. Fang Yi found himself both amused and perplexed. Despite his curiosity, he respected her desire for privacy. "I don't have that much cash on hand right now. Would it be acceptable if I withdraw some from the bank tomorrow morning and give it to you?" he proposed. "That works," Ling Qianxue agreed, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior." After concluding the call, the confusion etched on Fang Yi's face lingered. He could not fathom the reason behind Ling Qianxue's need for such a substantial sum of money. His concern was not about her repayment but rather about the possibility of her being deceived. After all, there were numerous reports online about beautiful young women falling victim to scams. Qianxue is so innocent. She must not be taken advantage of. "I shall inquire further tomorrow," he thought to himself before drifting into slumber. The following morning, Fang Yi woke up and took a shower, noticing that he had grown an additional 2 centimeters taller, and his muscles appeared more pronounced than the day before. His physique seemed more robust, and the contours of his face were sharper. While he felt a sense of joy, a twinge of concern crept in. Having grown taller and more muscular for 2 consecutive days, he wondered if this trend would persist and when it would cease. If this growth continued unabated, Would he not become a veritable giant? Although Fang Yi yearned for height and strength, he believed there should be a limit. In his view, reaching a height of over 1.8 meters would suffice. Should he continue growing to 2 or 3 meters, it would be quite alarming. Moreover, excessive muscle mass could render him resembling a gorilla, and even if others were unaware of his extraordinary abilities, his physique alone might attract unwanted attention for research purposes. After pondering these thoughts for a while, he felt a mixture of anxiety and calm. After all, he was only 1.79 meters tall at present, and he decided to patiently wait another couple of days to observe any further changes. After finishing his shower and breakfast, he estimated the bank's opening hours and set off with his bank card to withdraw money. Upon arriving at the bank, he discovered that there was a withdrawal limit at the counter for amounts below 50,000. After a morning of effort, he finally managed to withdraw a total of 100,000 yuan by navigating through multiple transactions and changing banks. As he awaited the bank teller to hand him the cash, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, he was startled to find Han Yenyun and Wu Zhiyong standing there. His pupils dilated, and his expression instantly turned cold. Wu Zhiyong regarded Fang Yi with a bemused expression, noticing that he still donned the same shabby attire as before. Unable to suppress his derision, he remarked, "What's the matter? Have you run out of money and come to close your bank account?" "Sir, this is the 40,000 yuan you withdrew," the bank clerk interjected, promptly presenting the cash to Fang Yi, who received a substantial, thick bundle of bills. "Thank you." Fang Yi shot Wu Zhiyong a look of disdain before placing the money into his pocket. Wu Zhiyong was taken aback to see such a sum of money, and his astonishment deepened when he noticed that Fang Yi's pocket contained even more cash. His eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. Han Yenyun, standing nearby, gasped in surprise. Turned out Fang Yi was there to secure a loan. After the initial shock wore off, Wu Zhiyong deduced the source of the funds and smirked coldly. Fang Yi, not expecting to encounter these two at the bank, felt a sense of irony. He responded to Wu Zhiyong's comments with indifference. "What I do here is none of your concern. Move aside." Rising to his feet, Fang Yi's demeanor unsettled Wu Zhiyong, who frowned in annoyance. Just as he was about to retort, he realized that Fang Yi now stood at the same height as him, his eyes widening in astonishment. "When did you grow so tall?" he exclaimed. Even Han Yenyun noticed Fang Yi's increased height, looking equally surprised. "Is that so? Perhaps you've just shrunk," Fang Yi replied, his face devoid of emotion. Wu Zhiyong, however, dismissed this suggestion, firmly recalling that he had once towered over Fang Yi. Now they appeared nearly equal in stature. He scrutinized Fang Yi, ultimately fixating on his shoes. "You've merely added height insoles. What are you trying to flaunt?" he scoffed. Wu Zhiyong had never held a favorable opinion of Fang Yi, and after the incident 2 days prior, his disdain had only intensified. With his current capabilities, Fang Yi could easily overpower Wu Zhiyong, yet he reminded himself to remain composed. He had accepted the consequences of his dismissal from work and recognized that Han Yenyun was not worth his affections. As long as Wu Zhiyong did not provoke him further, he was content to let matters lie. Ignoring Wu Zhiyong's taunts, Fang Yi declared, "Let me pass. I intend to leave." Wu Zhiyong found Fang Yi's aloof demeanor particularly irksome. Despite being a failure before him, Fang Yi acted as though he were superior. With a derisive smirk, Wu Zhiyong retorted, "What will you do if I don't let you pass?" Fang Yi seemed impervious to his words, pushing him aside. Determined to stand his ground, Wu Zhiyong was shocked to find himself unsteady, staggering back a full meter and nearly losing his balance. Though perplexed by Fang Yi's unexpected strength, Wu Zhiyong's temper flared. "Fang Yi, how dare you?" He was about to confront Fang Yi when he noticed the security guard at the bank entrance glancing over, prompting him to swallow the words that lingered on his lips. Creating a disturbance in a bank was no trivial matter. The security personnel and police would not care whether he was a privileged heir. Fang Yi had no intention of engaging with this fool. After casting a disinterested glance at Wu Zhiyong, who hesitated to approach, he turned and made his way outside the bank. Seeing Fang Yi prepare to leave, Wu Zhiyong's brow furrowed deeply. The night before, he had heard that Sun Fuguwei had been beaten by Fang Yi, which ignited a fiery anger within him. Fang Yi's audacity to strike someone meant he held him in contempt. Wu Zhiyong had been contemplating a chance to teach Fang Yi a lesson, And today presented the perfect opportunity, especially since Fang Yi dared to treat him in such a manner. How could he possibly endure this? Though he feared taking action within the bank, he was unwilling to let Fang Yi depart unscathed, pondering that he must ensure Fang Yi experienced some hardship. Glancing at Han Yenyu, an idea suddenly struck him. The author wishes to express. If esteemed readers have reached this point, it indicates that my humble work is still somewhat presentable. I kindly hope you will consider adding this book to your shelf. Furthermore, if you have any thoughts or suggestions regarding this work, please feel free to share your comments. Writing is not a solitary endeavor, and I look forward to progressing together with you all. Chapter 11. Malicious intent. As Fang Yi stepped out of the bank, preparing to leave, he heard Han Yenyu calling his name from behind. Upon turning around, he found her rushing towards him and embracing him. "What are you doing?" Fang Yi frowned, instinctively pushing her away. Han Yenyu's expression betrayed a hint of panic as she stammered for a moment before continuing. "I wanted to apologize and hope you find someone better than me in the future." Apologize? Her words elicited a cold smile from Fang Yi, who scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Had he not acquired those extraordinary abilities, he might have believed her words. While embracing him, Han Yenyu had stealthily slipped something into his pocket. Fang Yi had sensed it immediately. Using his X-ray vision, he discerned it was a ring. Just as he was about to inquire about her intentions, Wu Zhiyong approached hastily. "Yenyu, what nonsense are you saying? This worthless person is not worthy of you," he said, pulling Han Yenyu away with authority. "Hey, where's the ring on your hand?" Wu Zhiyong noticed her bare finger with astonishment. Prompted by his question, Han Yenyu seemed to realize her ring was missing, her expression shifting to one of shock. "I don't know. It was on my hand just now, and then after I hugged Fang Yi." She trailed off, her gaze shifting to Fang Yi. Fang Yi had already surmised that Han Yenyu's act of tossing an item into his pocket was laden with ill intent. He was taken aback that their scheme had been exposed so swiftly. Witnessing Han Yenyu's feigned confusion, he regretted ever having chosen her as a girlfriend.
Fang Yi,
"Did you take Yenyu's ring?" Wu Zhiyong, filled with a sense of entitlement, began to interrogate Fang Yi, clearly eager to confront him. "Wu Zhiyong, could you refrain from these petty tricks in my presence? Your tactics are truly pathetic." Fang Yi shot him a cold glance before attempting to retrieve the ring from his pocket. Wu Zhiyong had observed Han Yenyu toss the ring into Fang Yi's pocket, believing himself to be swift enough that Fang Yi wouldn't notice. However, upon hearing Fang Yi's words and witnessing his actions, he realized Fang Yi had indeed perceived the situation. His eyes narrowed in indignation. How could this fellow possess such keen observational skills? Wu Zhiyong had orchestrated this act to frame Fang Yi, seeking an excuse to teach him a lesson. He would not allow Fang Yi to retrieve the ring so easily. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey, this person is stealing." It was morning, and many pedestrians were passing by the bank, with numerous clients conducting business inside. Wu Zhiyong's loud outcry attracted the attention of several onlookers. "It's in his pocket," he added, as eyes turned toward Fang Yi. Fang Yi had intended to take the ring out and toss it to him, but upon hearing those two phrases, he halted his actions, casting an irritated glare at Wu Zhiyong. How could Wu Zhiyong's malicious intentions elude him? He drew the attention of passers-by, claiming the item was in his pocket. If he were to produce it now, would it not be the perfect scenario of catching him red-handed? "Wu Zhiyong, you truly possess no sense of shame," Fang Yi remarked with an icy glare, each word deliberate and piercing. "Fang Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? Yan Yun came to encourage you out of kindness, and you dare to steal her ring? Return it at once." In the vast expanse of Huaxia, there has never been a shortage of onlookers, and as more people gathered, Wu Zhiyong sensed the tide turning in his favor. His tone sharpened. He regarded Fang Yi with disdain, plotting how to deal with him once he was caught in the act, whether to beat him or call the authorities. Either choice would grant him great satisfaction. "With so many people around, what right do you have to accuse me?" Seeing the multitude of eyes fixed upon him, Fang Yi abandoned the thought of tossing the ring to Wu Zhiyong. He smiled calmly and withdrew his hand. "Nonsense, I saw you take it. It's right there in your pocket. Open it." Wu Zhiyong insisted vehemently. "My pocket? You think you can order me to open it?" Fang Yi's expression hardened, yet he remained unfazed. Realizing Fang Yi would not comply, Wu Zhiyong's confidence swelled. Your reluctance to open your pocket clearly betrays your guilt. Give it to me, he demanded, stepping forward to seize Fang Yi's bag. Fang Yi had long anticipated Wu Zhiyong's impatience. As he lunged, Fang Yi deftly sidestepped, deliberately leaving his foot behind, inadvertently tripping Wu Zhiyong, who stumbled and fell unceremoniously. Ha ha! Although the situation painted Wu Zhiyong as the victim, laughter erupted from the crowd. Zhiyong, are you all right? Seeing him fall, Han Yenyun rushed to assist him. Wu Zhiyong had expected to snatch the bag, but the unexpected trip infuriated him. Rising from the ground, he was filled with rage. Fang Yi, how dare you trip me, you son of a...
Spotin Fang Yi.
He clenched his fist and swung it towards his face. Fang Yi, intending to provoke Wu Zhiyong further, felt his expression turn icy upon hearing the insult.
Bang!
Wu Zhiyong, intent on delivering a blow to Fang Yi, barely tightened his fist before darkness enveloped him. A dull thud resonated as his face collided intimately with the nearby tree, a connection that would not easily be undone. For on the other side of his face, Fang Yi's large hand pressed firmly. With his head spinning and a buzzing in his brain, Wu Zhiyong finally realized he had been forced to press his head against the tree. In a fit of rage, he struggled desperately, but Fang Yi's grip remained steadfast. Attempting to strike from behind, he found his hands firmly held, his head pressed tightly against the rough bark, rendering Wu Zhiyong a rather ludicrous sight. Fang Yi, release me at once. Wu Zhiyong's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to retaliate against Fang Yi, yet he never anticipated being subdued by him. Feeling the unique texture of the tree's bark against him, he was filled with a mix of shock and fury as he shouted, Wu Zhiyong, do you still perceive me as the Fang Yi of 2 days ago? I warned you, do not provoke me. With ease, Fang Yi pressed the towering Wu Zhiyong against the tree, his demeanor remaining remarkably calm. However, within that calmness lay an undeniable aura of intimidation. Wu Zhiyong could not fathom how Fang Yi had suddenly acquired such strength, especially since just 2 days prior he had not posed a challenge. Now, however, he found himself utterly powerless beneath Fang Yi's grip. Although taken aback, he recognized that this was not the moment for contemplation. Despite being restrained, he was still in a position of advantage. Help! Someone! Please help me! This scoundrel not only stole my girlfriend's belongings but also assaulted me. Help! Wu Zhiyong ceased his resistance and began to cry out loudly to those around him. His appearance was indeed comical, yet his words stirred righteous indignation in the onlookers, prompting several compassionate men from the crowd to denounce Fang Yi. Chapter 12. Time to fulfill your promise. How outrageous. Release him at once. How brazen to steal and still act so defiantly. Call the police. Upon hearing the suggestion to contact law enforcement, Wu Zhiyong hastily nodded in agreement, exclaiming, yes, yes. Hurry, call the police. Initially, he had intended to teach Fang Yi a lesson before notifying the authorities, but realizing he was no match for Fang Yi, he could only place his hopes on the police. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined that Fang Yi would not escape unscathed today. Seeing the crowd gathering in support of Wu Zhiyong, many of whom were pulling out their phones to call for help, and some even considering intervening on Wu Zhiyong's behalf, Fang Yi furrowed his brow. He had arranged to meet Ling Qianxue at noon, and with time slipping away, he was reluctant to waste it here, especially not wanting the police to arrive and interrogate him. Wait, he shouted. What? Are you afraid? Wu Zhiyong sneered, misinterpreting Fang Yi's outburst as a sign of fear. You claim I stole your belongings. Are they in this pocket? Fang Yi asked, disregarding Wu Zhiyong's taunts. Indeed, I saw you place the items into your pocket, Wu Zhiyong asserted confidently. If you wish for me to open the pocket, I shall do so. But what if there is nothing inside? Fang Yi queried further. Impossible. It must be there, Wu Zhiyong insisted, unwavering in his conviction. I am merely asking, if there is nothing, what then? Fang Yi reiterated. Wu Zhiyong outright dismissed the hypothetical, believing Fang Yi was merely stalling for time to escape. Without a moment's thought, he retorted, if there is nothing, I will slap myself 10 times for speaking nonsense. At this proclamation, Fang Yi's eyes brightened with surprise as he regarded Wu Zhiyong, finding the situation somewhat amusing. That's your word, he replied, simultaneously releasing Wu Zhiyong. Indeed, it is. If you have the courage, open the bag. Wu Zhiyong stretched his limbs, casting a scornful glance at Fang Yi before pointing at his bag. Though he wasn't a match for Fang Yi, he believed he could still find a way to teach him a lesson. If Fang Yi opened the bag, he would emerge victorious. Very well, I shall open it. Watch closely. Without hesitation, Fang Yi unfastened the bag, and dozens of eyes from the street fixated on its contents. Upon opening the bag, it revealed nothing but a thick stack of cash. Nothing else. What? Wu Zhiyong had anticipated a dramatic unveiling of the stolen ring, but upon seeing the bag's emptiness aside from the cash, his eyes nearly bulged from disbelief. How now? Fang Yi inquired, observing Wu Zhiyong's astonishment. To ensure everyone could see clearly, he retrieved the money from the bag and turned it upside down, shaking it vigorously. Truly, there was nothing else within. How can this be? Wu Zhiyong had distinctly witnessed Han Yanyu place the ring into Fang Yi's pocket, yet now it was conspicuously absent. He could hardly believe his eyes and glanced furtively at Han Yanyu, seeking validation. Han Yanyu was equally astonished, yet when confronted by Wu Zhiyong's gaze, she nodded affirmatively, convinced that she had indeed placed the ring inside.
Fang Yi,
Where have you hidden the ring? Wu Zhiyong scrutinized Fang Yi, demanding an answer. Hidden? Fang Yi scoffed with disdain. I truly have no idea what you are talking about. Why have you unreasonably concluded that I took it? If you doubt me, feel free to search and see where I might have concealed it. As he spoke, he spread his hands wide. Wu Zhiyong was resolute in his disbelief that the ring could have simply vanished. Fang Yi's words suited his narrative perfectly, prompting him to step forward and personally inspect the pockets of the money bag first, followed by a thorough search of Fang Yi himself. It was summer, and Fang Yi was dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Apart from the bag he was carrying, the only pockets he had were two on his shorts. Wu Zhiyong quickly concluded his search, finding nothing of interest. Should I remove my pants as well? Seeing Wu Zhiyong's bewildered and begrudging expression, Fang Yi inquired with a smile. Wu Zhiyong had witnessed Han Yanyu place the ring in Fang Yi's money pocket, and he had kept a close watch on Fang Yi, who had not touched that pocket at all. How could there be no ring? Even if it had been moved, under such scrutiny and within such a brief interval, could not have been relocated elsewhere, it had to be on him. Yet there was nothing. After searching for so long without success, Wu Zhiyong began to question his own perceptions. With nothing found, should we contact the police? Fang Yi remarked, observing the increasingly somber expression on Wu Zhiyong's face as he surveyed the onlookers. Those who had previously contemplated calling the authorities were now setting their phones aside, gazing at the scene with expressions of doubt, some beginning to question whether Wu Zhiyong had wrongfully accused someone. Young man, pursuing a thief is commendable, but if you are wrongly accusing someone, that would be quite unfortunate, a bystander commented, garnering agreement from others nearby. Indeed, have you mistakenly accused this fellow? He carries such a substantial amount of cash. Would he really steal a ring? Another added, exactly. Someone who brings so much cash with them is unlikely to be in need of stealing, echoed another voice. Wu Zhiyong's fruitless endeavor and Fang Yi's display of wealth led many to reconsider their opinions. The likelihood of someone carrying such a sum of cash resorting to theft was exceedingly low. As members of the crowd began to speak in Fang Yi's defense, Wu Zhiyong's expression darkened. He remained perplexed about the ring's whereabouts and once again gestured towards Han Yanyu. Initially, she had been certain that the ring was on Fang Yi, but now her confidence wavered. Witnessing the crowd rally in support of Fang Yi instilled a sense of fear within her. What if Fang Yi countered with accusations of defamation against them? If we can't find it, maybe we should just let it go. She approached Wu Zhiyong and gently pulled him aside, whispering her thoughts. Wu Zhiyong was reluctant to concede, convinced that the ring must be hidden away by Fang Yi, and suggested another search. However, this time, Fang Yi firmly opposed. To accuse me of stealing your ring and searching my person is already an affront to my character. What? Now that you find nothing, do you wish to further insult me? Indeed, my brother, you find yourself somewhat mistaken. It is already commendable that they conducted a search. The absence of any findings merely indicates that the item in question was not in their possession. Fang Yi's words garnered considerable support, and Wu Zhiyong, recognizing the inevitable turn of events, albeit with reluctance, had to acquiesce to this reality. How absurd. With a fierce glare directed at Fang Yi, he spat in disdain. Let us depart. Having failed to uncover the ring on Fang Yi, he felt no inclination to linger further and turned away, grasping Han Yenyun as he prepared to leave. Hold on. Just as Wu Zhiyong was about to walk away, Fang Yi called out to him. Wu Zhiyong turned back with irritation. What is it? Surprised by the inquiry into his actions, Fang Yi responded, It's nothing much. You merely stated that if the ring was not found on me, you would slap yourself 10 times. I have allowed you to conduct your search, and now, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Chapter 13. What is it to him? Fang Yi's words left Wu Zhiyong momentarily stunned. He quickly recalled that he indeed had uttered such a statement earlier. But must one truly fulfill such a reckless declaration? Who would be foolish enough to strike themselves 10 times? Wu Zhiyong was already quite distressed for failing to teach Fang Yi a lesson and had no intention of inflicting further harm upon himself. Are you out of your mind? He shot a glare at Fang Yi, disdainfully curling his lips as he turned to leave. What's this? Trying to weasel out? Fang Yi had anticipated that Wu Zhiyong would not honor his words and seized him firmly. I merely spoke in jest, yet you seem quite eager, Wu Zhiyong retorted angrily, struggling to free himself from Fang Yi's grip. He certainly would not resort to self-harm. You may have spoken in jest, but I take your words seriously. If you refuse to strike yourself, allow me to assist. Fang Yi's proclamation caused Wu Zhiyong's face to flush crimson. Fang Yi, you dare. Before Wu Zhiyong could utter the final words of his threat, Fang Yi's slap landed on his face. Enraged and astonished, Wu Zhiyong barely had a moment to react before the sharp sound of slaps filled the air. Fang Yi swiftly delivered 10 resounding slaps, his speed so remarkable that Wu Zhiyong had no opportunity to resist. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief, as they had assumed Wu Zhiyong was merely boasting. Though Fang Yi's slaps were not excessively forceful, by the end of the 10 strikes, Wu Zhiyong was left dazed, one side of his face swelling significantly.
Fang Yi.
I will kill you. The earlier humiliation had left Wu Zhiyong seething, and now, subjected to public ridicule with those 10 slaps, he erupted in fury, lunging at Fang Yi. However, Fang Yi merely pushed him lightly, sending him sprawling far away. Killing me poses no challenge, but alas, you lack the capability. Fang Yi regarded the fallen Wu Zhiyong with an icy demeanor. After delivering his words, he turned to depart. Upon reaching a nearby drainage outlet, he suddenly halted. What is this glowing object? Could it be the ring you lost? With a scornful glance at Wu Zhiyong, Fang Yi smiled and sauntered away, previously consumed by rage. Wu Zhiyong, upon hearing Fang Yi's remark, hurried to the drainage outlet to peer inside. To his astonishment, there indeed lay a sparkling ring, the very one he had gifted to Han Yenyun. How could it be here?
Wu Zhiyong excellime incredulously, casting av his glare at Han Yenyun.
Zhiyong, I. Han Yenyun stammered under his intense gaze, panic evident. She too was bewildered at how the ring had ended up there. Smack! A resounding slap struck Han Yenyun's face, as Wu Zhiyong's fury reached its zenith. Useless. You can't even manage something so trivial. It was clear he believed Han Yenyun had not thrown the ring into Fang Yi's pocket, and that he himself might have misjudged the situation. Having received the slap, Han Yenyun wished to retort, but upon seeing the ring lying quietly in the drainage outlet, she found herself at a loss for words. The combination of indignation and fear rendered her speechless, and she covered her face, bursting into tears. Wu Zhiyong harbored no compassion for the delicate, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Fang Yi's departing silhouette, his eyes brimming with loathing and malice. Fang Yi, just you wait. I shall not let you escape. Fang Yi's figure swiftly vanished at the end of the street, unaware of Wu Zhiyong's curse. Even if he had known, it would have weighed little on his mind. In times past, Wu Zhiyong might have posed a modicum of pressure on Fang Yi, but now, in Fang Yi's eyes, he was nothing more than a mere buffoon. Han Yenyun made no misstep, and Wu Zhiyong did not misjudge. That ring had indeed been in Fang Yi's pocket from the outset. With so many eyes upon him, Fang Yi initially felt a twinge of anxiety regarding how to discreetly retrieve the item. However, when Wu Zhiyong attempted to seize his pocket, it inadvertently provided Fang Yi with the perfect opportunity. Swiftly, amidst their struggle, He extracted the ring from his pocket and deftly tossed it into a nearby drain. Fortunately, no one witnessed this act. This was the source of his confidence in allowing Wu Jiong to search him. He truly had little to fear. Fang Yi had long since acknowledged his past transgressions, harboring no intention of seeking vengeance against Wu Jiong. Yet, who could have anticipated that Wu Jiong would bring humiliation upon himself? Attempting to frame Fang Yi, he instead became the subject of ridicule, an ironic consequence of his own malevolence. After departing the street housing the bank, Fang Yi soon encountered Ling Qianxue. Senior. Ling Qianxue stood at the designated station, waving energetically upon spotting Fang Yi. As he approached, he noticed a hint of melancholy on her face, indicating she bore some burdens. However, as he drew near, she donned a radiant smile, her exquisite features rendering her a sight to behold. My apologies for being late, Fang Yi expressed with sincerity. Ling Qianxue pouted slightly. The one who should apologize is me. I have inconvenienced you. What nonsense, Fang Yi remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. He handed her the pocket filled with cash. Ling Qianxue gratefully accepted the bag without counting, placing her trust in Fang Yi. Thank you, senior. I will repay you as soon as I have the means. No need to rush to repay me. I still have funds available. However, I am curious as to what you intend to do with this money, Fang Yi inquired. This question caused a flicker of discomfort to cross Ling Qianxue's face. Fang Yi quickly clarified, I mean no offense. I am merely concerned that you might be deceived. Ling Qianxue understood the sincerity behind Fang Yi's concern and chuckled. Rest assured, senior, I am quite clever. It is a virtue not to deceive others. Who could possibly trick me? Seeing that Ling Qianxue remained reluctant to divulge further, Fang Yi felt a surge of worry but refrained from pressing her, simply advising, in any case, it is prudent to exercise caution. Vigilance is never misplaced. Indeed, I will, Ling Qianxue replied earnestly with a nod. As noon approached, Fang Yi had intended to share a meal with Ling Qianxue before parting ways. However, he noticed her anxious demeanor as she insisted on leaving without even eating. He chose not to detain her and watched as she boarded a taxi. After Ling Qianxue departed, Fang Yi sought a place to enjoy his lunch, subsequently embarking on his daily routine of purchasing scratch-off lottery tickets. He visited 2 lottery shops, yielding rather mediocre results. After deducting the requisite taxes, he had earned a modest sum of 110,000. Initially, he presumed that reaching even 200,000 today would be unlikely. However, fortune smiled upon him at the 3rd lottery shop, where he astonishingly won the grand prize of 900,000. This news nearly propelled Fang Yi into a jubilant leap. Given the previous lackluster amounts, Fang Yi, adhering to his customary practice, sold his scratch-off tickets to the shop owner. Yet, due to the sheer magnitude of the final winning ticket, the owner was unable to dispense such a large sum, and thus Fang Yi had to redeem his winnings at the lottery center himself. Noticing that time was still on his side, he hastily hailed a taxi to the lottery center, where he completed all necessary formalities before emerging from within. After the 20% tax deduction, his prize of 900,000 was reduced to 720,000, which would be credited to his account within 1 to 3 days. Exiting the lottery center with the redemption slip in hand, Fang Yi found it difficult to contain his exhilaration. 720,000, combined with the additional 110,000, meant he had amassed a staggering total of 830,000 today. 830,000. With his previous balance, his assets had now surpassed 1 million. In just a span of 3 days, more precisely 2.5 days, he had transformed from a state of utter poverty to one of affluence, a notion he had scarcely dared to entertain in the past. Overcome with joy and unable to find someone to share his elation, Fang Yi decided to stroll outdoors before returning home. As he approached the riverbank, he noticed a crowd gathered, accompanied by police vehicles, and his curiosity compelled him to investigate. What has transpired here? Fang Yi inquired of a nearby onlooker. A corpse has surfaced in the river, the man replied. Fang Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Though he possessed a robust psychological constitution, he had no inclination towards viewing deceased bodies. Upon learning of the floating corpse, his interest waned, and he prepared to depart. Just as he was about to leave, the police retrieved the body from the river. Fong Yi intended merely to cast a cursory glance at the corpse. Yet when his gaze fell upon the lifeless form, he found himself unable to look away. Recognizing the familiar attire and the distorted yet discernible features, Fong Yi's mind was suddenly engulfed in a deafening buzz, followed by a wave of horror. How could it be him? Chapter 14. My sister is in trouble. Fong Yi felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at the lifeless body being retrieved by the police. The shock within him was nearly unbearable. This corpse was none other than the elderly man who had jabbed him with a needle that fateful day. The somewhat tattered and wrinkled white shirt still adorned his form, while the broken gold-rimmed glasses remained perched upon his face. Without needing a second glance, Fong Yi could unequivocally confirm his identity. How could he have met such a grim fate? Fong Yi's brows furrowed as the astonishment lingered within him. He had seen the man in seemingly good health that day. How could this have happened? Recalling the events of that day, he muttered to himself, make way, make way. There's nothing to see here. Just a corpse." As the body was brought ashore, the police promptly established a cordon while simultaneously dispersing the onlookers. Upon hearing this, the crowd retreated a few steps, but Fong Yi stepped forward. "Officer, how did this man die?" Since acquiring the ability to see through objects, Fong Yi had been immensely grateful to the old man, often envisioning various scenarios in which they might meet again. Yet he had never anticipated this tragic outcome. He was perplexed as to why the old man had perished. "There are injuries on his body. Preliminary assessment indicates homicide," the officer replied casually. Fong Yi noticed the hole in the old man's shirt, revealing flesh that appeared to be rotting and discolored. Who could have committed such an act? He inquired further. At this question, the officer looked up at him, a glimmer of incredulity in his gaze. "If we knew who killed him, would we not already be apprehending the suspect?" The remark momentarily stunned Fong Yi, who quickly realized the folly of his query. "All right, please step back and do not disturb the scene." The officer's voice rang out. "Hey, you there."
No photographs.
A bystander attempting to capture images of the corpse was swiftly intercepted by the police. Fong Yi had intended to inquire about this individual's identity, but seeing the officers occupied, he retreated to a corner, recognizing they might not even know the person's name. By now, the corpse had been covered with a white sheet, and Fong Yi cast one last glance, his heart a tumult of emotions. It was the very injection he received from the old man that granted him his extraordinary ability. In a sense, the man was his benefactor. Yet now that benefactor lay dead, a victim of foul play. Who had taken his life? Why? Fong Yi's brow furrowed as he struggled to comprehend. The elation he had felt upon winning a substantial lottery prize had dissipated entirely in the wake of witnessing the old man's demise. He returned home, burdened with thoughts, unsure of how he had managed the journey. Once at home, he immersed himself in the news on his phone. Jinling was a bustling metropolis, brimming with various media outlets. Even minor incidents, such as a dispute between an elderly lady and a young man over a basketball court, would garner widespread coverage. Now, with a murder victim discovered in the Jinling River, this was bound to be a sensational headline. Fong Yi was certain that the media would seize upon this story. Today, no information was acquired on site. Fong Yi expressed his desire to gain further insights from media reports, at the very least to ascertain the identity and occupation of the individual in question. Indeed, around 7 in the evening, news began to emerge online regarding a corpse discovered in the Jinling River. Fong Yi perused several articles, most of which merely recounted the appearance of the body without providing substantial details. However, one particular report captured his attention. It stated that the deceased bore wounds to the chest, with the police initially determining them to be gunshot injuries. As of yet, no detailed information about the deceased had been uncovered, but a photograph of identification was found on the body. During the examination of this photograph, a staff member of our agency noted a striking resemblance to Professor Li Mingzhi from Kyoto University, who had vanished 16 years prior while attending an academic exchange in Europe. It remained uncertain whether this corpse belonged to Li Mingzhi himself. Below the news article was a brief account of Li Mingzhi's background. Born in year, a professor at Kyoto University, holding a doctorate in biology and specializing in biopharmaceuticals. He had been invited to Europe by the International Biopharmaceutical Research Association for an academic exchange. but tragically went missing following a plane crash on his return journey. The article concluded by identifying the reporter who had noted the resemblance. It was he who had covered the story of Li Mingzhi's plane crash 16 years ago. Fang Yi registered the other news items without emotional response. Yet upon reading this particular report, he was struck with astonishment. Ph.D. in biology, an expert in biopharmaceuticals. He pondered the extraordinary abilities he had acquired and found himself at a loss for explanation. Could it be that this elderly gentleman was indeed Li Mingzhi? Was the substance in that syringe something he had researched? As Fang Yi contemplated, his mind grew increasingly chaotic. Why had Li Mingzhi disappeared 16 years ago? Why had he suddenly reappeared now only to be murdered? Who could have committed such an act? The more he thought, the colder his spine felt. Just as he struggled to untangle his thoughts, the phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he discovered it was an unfamiliar number. May I ask who is speaking?
Fang Yi invited.
Hello, are you Yan Shaohui's brother? A youthful female voice replied. Yes, who are you? Fang Yi was unaware of the caller's identity. I am Yan Shaohui's homeroom teacher. She has encountered some trouble at school, and I hope you can come over. What? My sister is in trouble? Upon hearing this, Fang Yi sprang to his feet. Chapter 15. The theft. Upon learning of Yan Shaohui's predicament, Fang Yi hastened to the school with utmost urgency. Although it was a Sunday with no classes during the day, there was an evening study session. Perhaps due to a desire to avoid sharing the same roof as Fang Yi, Yan Shaohui had arrived at school quite early, and he had not seen her when he returned home in the afternoon. Uncertain of the nature of her troubles, Fang Yi was deeply concerned. Despite Yan Shaohui's lack of faith in him, he remained devoted to his sister. Fang Yi had visited Yan Shaohui's school on multiple occasions, attending parent-teacher meetings, and he had previously known her homeroom teacher. However, it appeared that there had been a recent change in staff, for the person who had called him was a stranger. Hello, my name is Su Ying, the new homeroom teacher for class 1 of the senior year. Upon arriving at the school, Fang Yi encountered the individual who had reached out to him. Though the voice over the phone had suggested youth, he was still taken aback by the teacher's youthful appearance. With shoulder-length hair and seemingly only in her mid-20s, she was strikingly beautiful, slim, and donned a white sleeveless gown, exuding more of a neighborly charm than that of a conventional teacher. Hello, I am Fang Yi, Yan Shaohui's brother. What has happened to my sister? In his haste, Fang Yi had neglected to inquire about the details of the situation and immediately questioned the teacher upon meeting her. Su Ying hesitated, contemplating how best to convey the news. Fang Yi, unable to contain his anxiety, turned his attention toward the classroom. Upon seeing Yan Shaohui standing in the corner, tear-streaked and distraught, he rushed inside. Shaohui, what's wrong? Who has bullied you? Except for the time of their parents passing 3 years prior, Fang Yi had never witnessed such intense sorrow in his sister, and his heart ached for her as he urgently inquired. Seeing Fang Yi enter, Yan Shaohui wiped her tears, her mouth slightly agape as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Who has harmed my sister? Fang Yi turned to Su Ying, who had followed him into the room, as Yan Shaohui remained silent. Noticing the anger etched on Fang Yi's face, Su Ying furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased, before responding. Mr. Fang, please remain calm. No one has bullied her. Fang Yi was perplexed by her words. If no one has bullied her, why is she crying? Has she been caught stealing? Before Su Ying could elaborate, a mocking voice interjected from the side, causing Fang Yi to furrow his brow as he looked up. The speaker was a girl with dyed purple hair. Contrary to expectations, her appearance was not unattractive. In fact, she possessed a certain beauty. However, her attire was exceedingly ostentatious. Complete with purple hair and piercings, she wore a sleeveless leather jacket paired with extremely short shorts. This ensemble was rather incongruous, and if not for her desk in the classroom, Fang Yi might not have recognized her as a student. What did you say? Fang Yi narrowed his eyes at the girl. I said she stole something and was caught in the act. The girl lounged on her chair, legs crossed, her expression dripping with derision. Zhao Xinran, I did not steal your watch. Yan Shaohui retorted sharply upon hearing the girl's accusation. You didn't steal? Then who did? You were the first to arrive today. The girl named Zhao Xinran stated with an air of certainty. I arrived early, yet I remained in my own seat, I have not taken your belongings, Yen Xiaorui clarified. If you haven't taken it, then why is my watch missing? Moreover, Wang Li and Zhang Yan both witnessed it. Do you dare to argue? Upon hearing these words, Fang Yi began to grasp the situation at school. Inquiring with Su Ying provided him clarity. It turned out that the girl named Zhao Xinran had lost her watch, and since Yen Xiaorui was the first to arrive today, she was suspected of theft. Not merely suspected, but firmly believed to be guilty, as 2 female classmates had claimed to have seen it. Su Ying corrected Fang Yi's phrasing and pointed out the 2 witnesses. Upon noticing Fang Yi's gaze turn towards them, the 2 girls hurriedly nodded in affirmation. I did not take her belongings. Why are you accusing me? Yen Xiaorui exclaimed, her face flushed with anger, her body trembling. Yen Xiaorui, we all saw it. Stop your futile denials, one girl indignantly declared. After a while of heated debate among the girls, the scene grew increasingly tumultuous. Su Ying furrowed her brow and addressed Fang Yi. Mr. Fang, the matter is as follows. It is not of great significance. Perhaps Yen Xiaorui was momentarily confused and acted inappropriately. If she returns the item to Zhao Xinran, then we can consider today's incident as if it never occurred. With Su Ying's words, Fang Yi finally comprehended the reason for her summons. Yen Xiaorui had indeed stolen Zhao Xinran's watch, and Su Ying was requesting its return. Pondering this, Fang Yi cast a discerning glance at the newly appointed class teacher, a smirk of disdain crossing his lips. Teacher Su, if the item was taken by my sister, then you may request her to return it, and she would comply. However, if the item was not taken by her, what do you expect her to surrender? Chapter 16. What is this? If it is not taken by her, then who else could it be? Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Zhao Xinran let out a cold snort. Did you see it with your own eyes? Fang Yi questioned. I did not witness it directly, but someone else did, Zhao Xinran replied defiantly. Without direct observation, your claims are merely hearsay. How can you be so certain of such rumors? Fang Yi shot a piercing glance at Zhao Xinran, whose demeanor was incongruous. Taken aback by his retort, Zhao Xinran's expression turned momentarily astonished. She clearly did not anticipate that Yen Xiaorui's brother would be so assertive. However, she was undeterred. After a brief pause, she coldly smiled. It seems that like brother, like sister, your brother is expelled for embezzling public funds, and your sister is a thief as well. The crux is that both are too cowardly to admit their wrongdoings. Zhao Xinran's words caused Fang Yi's brow to furrow in surprise. How did she know about his past? He scrutinized her closely, convinced that this was their first encounter. How could she be aware of his history? Could it be that Yen Xiaorui had divulged it? Pondering these thoughts, Fang Yi's frown deepened. Yet he failed to notice Yen Xiaorui's equally astonished expression. Although she was utterly disappointed in Fang Yi, she had never spoken of his scandals publicly. How did Zhao Xinran come to know? Su Ying, having just taken on the role of homeroom teacher, was not well acquainted with the family situations of her students. Hearing Zhao Xinran's accusations, she scrutinized Fang Yi, and upon noticing that he did not refute her claims, she began to lend credence to Zhao Xinran's words. She was surprised to find that this seemingly respectable individual was indeed embroiled in embezzlement, further diminishing her already low opinion of him. Mr. Fang, you should allow Yen Xiaorui to present the items in question, Su Ying suggested. My sister would never steal from anyone. What do you expect her to produce? Fang Yi glared at Su Ying, his tone icy with indignation. Taken aback by his aggressive demeanor, Yen Xiaorui raised her tear-filled eyes and met Fang Yi's furious gaze directed at Su Ying. Within that fury lay a deep concern for her, along with unwavering trust, stirring something within her heart. How can you assert that she would not steal? Fang Yi's tone was heavy, exuding dominance, which prompted Su Ying to arch her brows and question him. She found his assertion rather presumptuous. It's quite simple, for she is my sister.
Fang Yi responded decisively to Su Ying's inquiry.
This statement, seemingly devoid of significance, was imbued with his absolute trust in Yen Xiaorui. As he spoke, his gaze was resolute, his tone unyielding and beyond dispute. For she is my sister. This succinct declaration echoed like an incantation in Yen Xiaorui's mind, reverberating repeatedly. It was the first time she had witnessed Fang Yi's assertive side, and she gazed at him in a daze momentarily spellbound. Fang Yi's tone and the content of his words did not seem to invite discussion with her. which left Su Ying quite displeased. Mr. Fong, I have summoned you today to resolve issues, not to create further complications, Su Ying stated sternly. Is that so? Yet from my perspective, it appears that the one creating problems is you, Teacher Su. Detecting the malice in Su Ying's words, Fong Yi did not hesitate to express his dissatisfaction towards her. Su Ying was taken aback by Fong Yi's remarks. Why? She felt that he was unjustly accusing her. As a teacher, especially a homeroom teacher, rather than seeking to verify the truth of the matter, he chose to accept the biased accounts of two students and concluded that her sister had stolen something. Without having witnessed the act himself, he insisted that she compel her sister to produce the item. Was this not the creation of a problem? Fong Yi regarded Su Ying with unabashed disdain. He found it incomprehensible that such a person could hold the position of a homeroom teacher. Aside from possessing an attractive appearance, she seemed devoid of intellect. Whether Zhao Xinran's watch had genuinely gone missing was unclear to him, yet he was unequivocally certain that Yan Xiaowei would never steal. Having lived with Fong Yi since she was 8, he had watched her grow up and knew her character all too well. When she was 10, she accidentally broke a neighbor's vase and felt immense guilt. The neighbor had insisted that she need not compensate for it, and did not inform either Yan Xiaowei or Fong Yi's parents. Nevertheless, Yan Xiaowei saved her pocket money for a month to buy the neighbor a new vase. Fong Yi was the only one aware of this incident, and it solidified his understanding that his sister was an honest person. Perhaps her unwavering integrity was why she felt utterly disillusioned upon discovering Fong Yi's embezzlement scandal. Fong Yi's words caused Su Ying's expression to shift. As a newly appointed teacher, she had been assigned to this class temporarily due to the previous homeroom teacher's illness, and she had not anticipated encountering such a situation upon her arrival. Aware of the challenges in managing a senior class, she hoped to resolve the matter through communication with the parents, aiming to minimize the impact. She assumed that Yan Xiaowei's brother would cooperate, as the stigma of theft would be detrimental to all involved. However, to her surprise, not only did he fail to comprehend her good intentions, but he also implied that she had wronged them. She found Fong Yi utterly unreasonable. I have not witnessed it myself, but 2 classmates have, Su Ying challenged Fong Yi. If Yan Xiaowei did not take Zhao Xinran's watch, then why would these 2 classmates falsely accuse her? Fong Yi was no stranger to being wrongfully accused. Having experienced such indignities himself, he understood how deeply unjust it felt. Perhaps it is due to personal grievances, he coldly replied. The senior class was comprised of high achievers, diligently focused on their studies. There was little room for personal vendettas, Su Ying thought, believing that Fong Yi was judging others through a lens of suspicion. Just as her words fell, a female student rose and spoke. Miss Su, yesterday while sweeping the floor, I accidentally stepped on Zhao Xinran's foot. She, along with Wang Li and Zhang Yan, intended to confront me, but Xiaowei intervened and received a reprimand from Zhao. Fong Yi recognized the girl, though he did not recall her name. She had tried on a piece of clothing the previous day and evidently shared a good rapport with Yan Xiaowei, prompting her to recount the incident. Upon hearing this, Fong Yi burst into laughter and turned to Su Ying with a mocking expression, saying, Didn't Teacher Su mention that the students in class are too engrossed in their studies to harbor personal grudges? Is this not a case in point? His words caused Su Ying's face to flush. She was indeed unaware of the enmity between Yan Xiaowei and Zhao Xinran. It is quite normal for there to be minor conflicts among classmates. I believe this hardly qualifies as a personal grudge, she insisted, attempting to rationalize the situation. Before Fong Yi could respond, Zhao Xinran interjected, I have not taken this matter to heart. However, I did not anticipate Yan Xiaowei's pettiness in resorting to theft as a means of retaliation against me. I did not, Yan Xiaowei retorted vehemently. Observing Zhao Xinran, Fong Yi furrowed his brow. The purpose behind the girl's revelation was evidently straightforward, to underscore the discord between Yan Xiaowei and Zhao Xinran. Given this conflict, it was entirely plausible that Yan Xiaowei might be wrongfully accused or even framed. Surprisingly, however, Zhao Xinran, instead of defending herself, chose to escalate matters by insinuating that Yan Xiaowei harbored resentment towards her. Such cunning tactics were rather conspicuous. Fong Yi scrutinized her closely, discerning that this level of calculation seemed excessively targeted. What are you looking at? Zhao Xinran retorted, clearly displeased by Fong Yi's scrutinizing gaze. Mr. Fong, As long as classmate Yen Xiaorui returns the item, we have no intention of taking further action. This is quite simple. I hope you will not complicate matters further. Su Ying interjected, sensing Fang Yi's intense focus on Zhao Xinran and fearing that he might act out of indignation against her student. Teacher Su, it is not I who seeks to complicate matters, Fang Yi replied coolly. Please, teacher, do not intervene. This family is not composed of good people. If they refuse to acknowledge their wrongdoing, I will call the police, Zhao Xinran declared, producing her phone. Upon witnessing her actions, Fang Yi nodded in agreement. You should indeed contact the authorities. This statement left the entire class momentarily stunned, uncertain as to why he would say such a thing. Fang Yi, however, offered no clarification and instead inquired, You mentioned your watch is missing. May I ask the brand? Casio, Zhao Xinran replied. What color? White. Is the watch white or is it the strap that is white? The watch is white, the strap is black. Do you possess only this one watch? Fang Yi probed further. Yes, I do not like wearing watches and have never purchased one myself. This was a gift from my family, worth over 20,000, Zhao Xinran explained. Are you certain it is lost? Fang Yi asked again. Of course I am certain, Zhao Xinran snapped, shooting him an irritated glare. Are you sure it is not on you or in your bag? Fang Yi continued his questioning. What exactly are you trying to imply? Zhao Xinran replied impatiently. Fang Yi did not respond to her but turned to the two witnesses, asking, Are you both certain you saw Yen Xiaorui take the watch? Both girls nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi chuckled, his smile laced with unabashed sarcasm. Did everyone hear what they just said? He surveyed the class, addressing them all. Everyone gazed at Fang Yi in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Yet a few students instinctively replied, We heard you. Very well. After speaking, Fang Yi strode directly to Zhao Xinran's desk. What do you intend to do? Zhao Xinran furrowed her brow, eyeing Fang Yi with suspicion. Mr. Fang, please do not act impulsively, Su Ying cautioned, concerned that Fang Yi might lash out in anger. Without heeding their words, Fang Yi halted before Zhao Xinran's desk and abruptly seized her bag. Give it back, Zhao Xinran exclaimed, taken aback by Fang Yi's audacity. She lunged forward in an attempt to reclaim her belongings, but her efforts were futile. Fang Yi merely stepped back, evading her grasp. With a cold smirk, he remarked, You claimed you only had one watch which is now missing. Pray tell, what is this? As he spoke, he reached into the bag before the astonished onlookers and extracted an item that was none other than a watch. Chapter 17. Unyielding with a resounding gasp, Fang Yi held up the watch, a Casio with a white dial and a black strap, precisely as Zhao Xinran had described. The classroom erupted in astonishment, and Yen Xiaorui's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this the watch? It must be. But how could it possibly be in her bag? Who knows? The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, engaging in hushed discussions. Zhao Xinran, what is the meaning of this? Su Ying, taken aback to find the watch in Zhao Xinran's possession, furrowed her brow and spoke with a hint of severity. Zhao Xinran stammered at a loss for words. Don't tell me this isn't the watch you mentioned, or that you're unaware of having it. Fang Yi interjected, mockery evident in his tone as he observed her hesitation. Zhao Xinran shot him an irritated glare, perplexed by how Fang Yi could be so certain the watch was in her bag, offering her no time to react before producing it. Of course it isn't. Though surprised internally, she maintained a facade of indifference, vehemently denying Fang Yi's assertion. Fang Yi was aware of the watch's location due to his ability to see through objects. If that's the case, then this must clearly be your lost watch. You claimed my sister took it. Why is it in your possession? Fang Yi pressed on. At his words, Yen Xiaorui's expression shifted from grievance to fury, having conceived a troubling possibility. A deliberate frame-up. In truth, many others, including Su Ying, had come to the same conclusion. Perhaps I simply misremembered. I thought it was lost, only to discover it was in my bag. I apologize, Zhao Xinran replied nonchalantly as she took the watch from Fang Yi and resumed her seat. Apologize? Fang Yi chuckled at Zhao Xinran's nonchalance, observing how a matter that had stirred the entire class was brushed aside with a mere apology. You claim it was a mistake, but what about them? He turned his attention to Wang Li and Zhang Yan, whose faces were etched with dread. They had been visibly panic-stricken when Fang Yi uncovered Zhao Xinran's watch, and now they appeared even more apprehensive under his gaze. "You both swore you saw my sister take her watch. Don't tell me you both made an error?" Fang Yi asked with a cold smirk, as the rest of the class fixed their eyes upon them, while Su Ying glared at them in anger. Confronted with Fang Yi's inquiry, the two exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps it really was a mistake on their part. What's the harm in that? Zhao Xinran interjected, concerned that they might unintentionally reveal something they shouldn't. One person could make a mistake, but both of them? Is that even plausible? Fang Yi retorted. Could it not be? Zhao Xinran raised her chin haughtily and proclaimed, initially flustered when Fang Yi exposed her deception. However, upon reflection, she deemed it trivial. She resolved to assert that she had merely misremembered and urged Wang Li and Zhang Yan to insist they had misperceived as well. She did not believe Fang Yi could leverage anything against them. Perhaps it was this sense of security that allowed her to appear so composed. Observing Zhao Xinran's arrogance, Fang Yi nodded silently, fully aware that her claims were implausible. In truth, no one in the class believed the two of them had made a mistake. Noticing their silence, Fang Yi remained unperturbed and remarked casually, "It matters not if you choose to remain silent. Someone will compel you to speak." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone, dialing a number while inquiring, "You are both of age, I presume?" Upon seeing their puzzled expressions, he continued, "Even if you are not at 16, one can still bear legal responsibility. If you conspire to accuse my sister of theft, that constitutes defamation. Since you refuse to speak to me, let us see how you fare when questioned by the police. I suspect you would find that more agreeable." His tone was gentle, yet the implications of his words sent Wang Li and Zhang Yan into a frenzy, and even Zhao Xinran was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Fang Yi would resort to involving law enforcement over such a minor issue. As she observed Fang Yi dialing, her countenance darkened.
"Teacher Su,
This is merely a misunderstanding. Surely, there is no need to involve the police?" Zhao Xinran stood up, seeking Su Ying's assistance. While she herself was unafraid of the authorities, she was acutely aware of Wang Li and Zhang Yan's trepidation. Su Ying was no fool. Had she been, she would not have been appointed as the homeroom teacher for the senior class at such a young age. Upon witnessing Fang Yi extract a watch from Zhao Xinran's bag, and the sheer panic on Wang Li and Zhang Yan's faces, she grasped the situation. Although she felt anger, she believed it did not warrant police involvement. Reporting the incident would undoubtedly impact the students and tarnish the school's reputation, a consequence that she and her fellow educators were keen to avoid. Moreover, there was another consideration. She glanced at Zhao Xinran, aware that this student came from a notable background. The school administration had advised her to turn a blind eye to Zhao Xinran's actions. "Mr. Fang, this matter may indeed be a misunderstanding. I believe involving the police is unnecessary. After we descend, I will reprimand Zhao Xinran and the other two students," Su Ying contemplated before addressing Fang Yi. "Not involving the police is acceptable, but I require them to recount the events leading up to this and to apologize to my sister." Fang Yi's demeanor suggested he was amenable, merely seeking the truth from Wang Li and Zhang Yan. "You've already stated it's a misunderstanding. What more is there to discuss?" Upon hearing Fang Yi demand the truth, Zhao Xinran immediately grew displeased and retorted loudly, "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is for you to decide, but I want them to speak."
Fang Yi responded coldly.
His gaze fixed intently on Wang Li and Zhang Yan. "This matter is certainly no misunderstanding. Rather, it is a carefully orchestrated scheme. Fang Yi is well aware of the identity of the mastermind, yet he understands that it would be futile to disclose it. His sole intention is to compel these two individuals to utter that name themselves." Su Ying is acutely aware that Fang Yi desires Zhao Xinran to acknowledge her false accusation against Yan Xiaorui and to offer an apology. However, she is equally cognizant that the latter would never acquiesce to such a request. After all, this is hardly a commendable reputation to uphold. Speculation among classmates is one thing, but hearing a confession is an entirely different matter. "Fang, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. Provoking me will bring you no advantage." Upon witnessing Fang Yi's relentless inquiry, Zhao Xinran's expression darkened, and she shot him a fierce glare. "Are you threatening me?" Fang Yi has never been one to shy away from confrontation, and with newfound abilities at his disposal, he feels emboldened. Faced with Zhao Xinran's veiled intimidation, he merely smirked, his expression laced with disdain. A man in his 20s, intimidated by a mere girl of 17 or 18. Yet, while Fang Yi remains unperturbed, others are not so fortunate. Observing the unmistakable threat in Zhao Xinran's words, Su Ying furrowed her brow and hastily tugged at Fang Yi, whispering urgently, "Mr. Fang, this situation is purely a misunderstanding. Since no one has suffered any loss, why not let it go?" Zhao Xinran comes from an affluent background. Should she choose to make things difficult for you afterward, could become quite troublesome. Chapter 18. Zhao's group. Although Su Ying was not well acquainted with Yan Sharui's family circumstances, she had heard that Yan Sharui had lost both parents and relied solely on her elder brother. While Fang Yi's relentless nature irritated her, she harbored no ill will and genuinely wished to prevent him from offending Zhao Xinran over such matters, thereby inviting trouble. Fang Yi, expecting Su Ying to impart some profound wisdom, was taken aback when she instead urged him to let the matter rest. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yi cast a penetrating glance in her direction. This classmate, hailing from an affluent background, could pose significant complications should she choose to pursue grievances later on. How familiar those words were. When Fang Yi had been wronged at school, his earnest desire for the truth had been met with the counselor's admonition. That simple phrase encapsulated a multitude of humiliation and helplessness, a sentiment only Fang Yi truly comprehended. Considering his own standing and his sister Yan Sharui's safety, he had reluctantly chosen to compromise at that time, bearing unjust accusations as he departed from the school, and enduring anguish within his heart. He had believed he would never again hear such words. Yet here he was in a different place with a different person, listening to them once more as his sister faced a situation almost identical to his own past injustices. Fang Yi had already yielded once. He would not bow a second time. The unresolved injustices he had suffered would not be allowed to repeat themselves upon his sister. It was almost unfathomable that such remarks could emanate from a teacher, a role model no less.
Su teacher.
You should consider yourself fortunate that I did not record our conversation. Otherwise, I wonder how you would continue in your profession. Fang Yi's tone was unyielding and icy. Upon hearing this, Su Ying's expression soured, her face flushing with indignation as Fang Yi not only dismissed her counsel but also derided her sharply. "I will give you one last chance. Tell me, why did you wrongfully accuse my sister? If you refuse to speak, I shall call the police," Fang Yi declared, turning to Wang Li and the other girl with an assertive demeanor. Confronted with Fang Yi's resolute stance, both girls felt trepidation. Though they were 18, they had yet to experience the harsh realities of society. Ultimately, they were still children, and the gravity of the situation was daunting. Initially, they had placed their hopes on Zhao Xinran, believing she would protect them, but they soon realized that Fang Yi was undeterred by Zhao Xinran's influence and persisted in his inquiries. They intended to conceal the truth but were also apprehensive about the prospect of Fang Yi alerting the authorities. They knew they had wronged Yan Sharui and were uncertain of the legal repercussions they might face. Being young, they were reluctant to face incarceration. "Please, don't call the police. We will tell you." Under Fang Yi's unwavering gaze, they finally succumbed to the pressure and confessed. Zhao Xinran, disapproving of Yan Sharui, had conspired with them to orchestrate this scheme, aiming solely to defame Yan Sharui and tarnish her reputation. The matter was not at all complex. It could be summarized in a single statement. The truth of the matter aligned closely with Fang Yi's expectations. Upon hearing these words, the classmates exhibited expressions of bewilderment. Those girls who had cultivated a good rapport with Yan Sharui were incensed, rising in unison to reproach Zhao Xinran. "Zhao Xinran, I never imagined you could be so malicious," one exclaimed. "We almost believed you before, yet you have the audacity to slander Sharui." Another added, "You have no shame, Zhao Xinran." Under the pressure, Wang Li and Zhang Yan divulged the truth, which only fueled Zhao Xinran's fury. "Silence," she bellowed, her face flushed as she slammed her hand on the desk. Although the classmates were taken aback, none fell silent. Instead, they grew even more agitated in their accusations. Zhao Xinran had intended merely to teach Yan Sharui a lesson, yet she found herself mired in disgrace. As her peers berated her, She felt an overwhelming surge of anger and indignation, glaring at Fang Yi and Yan Xiaorui before storming out of the classroom, unable to bear the humiliation. Wang Li and Zhang Yan, initially apprehensive that Zhao Xinran would lash out at them, breathed a sigh of relief upon her departure. They promptly complied with Fang Yi's request and apologized to Yan Xiaorui. Fang Yi had no desire to complicate matters. He merely sought the truth to vindicate his sister. With Zhao Xinran's exit, his objective had been achieved. "Let us depart," he said, noting that evening study hours were drawing to a close without consulting the teacher. To his surprise, Yan Xiaorui did not contradict him. She nodded and shouldered her bag, following him out of the classroom. "Mr. Fang." As they stepped outside, Su Ying hurried after them. "Surely, Teacher Su would not deny us even this brief moment before the class ends." Fang Yi thought she might be attempting to prevent Yan Xiaorui from leaving early. "Mr. Fang, you misunderstand. I came out solely to apologize to classmate Yan Xiaorui. I wrongfully accused you earlier," Su Ying confessed, filled with remorse. Hearing her intentions eased the tension in Fang Yi's brow. "It's all right, Teacher Su." Yan Xiaorui, who had felt deeply wronged when the accusation was made, found solace in the truth revealed by Wang Li and Zhang Yan, harboring no resentment towards Su Ying. Seeing that Yan Xiaorui bore her no ill will, Su Ying exhaled in relief, then turned her gaze towards Fang Yi. Earlier, his words had left her feeling utterly embarrassed. Though she had intended to ignore him, certain matters compelled her to speak. "Zhao Xinran is undoubtedly seething with resentment towards you after her humiliation. Once the dust settles, I will counsel her to let go of her grudges." Fang Yi found her statement perplexing. "She slandered my sister, and instead of reprimanding her, you intend to counsel her?" He retorted incredulously, unsure if he had misheard or if she had misspoken. Su Ying shot him an exasperated glance, realizing he could not grasp her good intentions. "Zhao Xinran's father is a stakeholder in the Zhao Group, a position of considerable influence. If she holds a grudge against you, it could lead to unfavorable consequences." The words of Su Ying caused Fang Yi's pupils to constrict slightly, and his eyes narrowed in surprise as he exclaimed, "That girl is from the Zhao Group?" Noticing the change in Fang Yi's expression after hearing her words, Su Ying couldn't help but sneer. "Oh, so now you're frightened?" She assumed that Fang Yi was intimidated by Zhao Xinran's identity, her tone dripping with disdain. Su Ying's remarks left Fang Yi somewhat speechless. Indeed, the Zhao Group, as one of the most prominent corporations in Jinling City, held a formidable reputation. However, it did not instill fear in Fang Yi. He merely found it unexpected. No wonder Zhao Xinran was aware of his past. After all, the mastermind behind the scheme to frame him during their school days, Zhao Buxiu, also hailed from the Zhao Group. Chapter 19. The unbearable grievances dispersed in a day after offering counsel to Fang Yi. Su Ying returned home, while Fang Yi departed the school with Yan Xiaorui. As they walked along the path, Fang Yi found himself somewhat distracted. Su Ying's revelation regarding Zhao Xinran's identity drew his thoughts back to 6 months prior. He was uncertain of the relationship between Zhao Xinran and Zhao Buxiu, yet their methods of slander were strikingly similar, both inept and crude. Fang Yi pondered whether today's events were mere coincidence or the product of a premeditated scheme. If it were the latter, did Zhao Buxiu truly harbor such animosity that he would resort to targeting his own sister? The notion stirred a frown upon Fang Yi's brow, igniting a surge of indignation within him. Turning to glance at Yan Xiaorui, he noticed her trailing silently behind him. He was inclined to inquire whether she had ever clashed with Zhao Xinran, whether the animosity was long-standing or recent. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, and he struggled to articulate them. Just the night before, they had quarreled, and their relationship not only remained unresolved, but seemed to deteriorate further. Yan Xiaorui harbored her own burdens, and he suspected that even if he did ask, she would remain reticent. Sighing heavily, Fang Yi felt a deep sense of longing for the restoration of their former camaraderie. "How did you know the watch was in Zhao Xinran's bag?" Just as Fang Yi resolved to abandon his inquiries and turn away, Yan Xiaorui spoke first. He paused, taken aback by her serious demeanor, and managed to force a smile onto his previously despondent face. "I guessed," he replied. Fang Yi's ability to perceive was limited to 5 instances per day. He had already used 1 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon, returning home early after the shocking discovery of Li Mingzhi's lifeless body, leaving him with one instance remaining. When confronted by Zhao Xinran's vehement accusations, he opted to utilize his ability, scanning the classroom and, to his surprise, discovering the watch nestled within Zhao Xinran's own bag. Naturally, he could not divulge the nature of his perception. Unaware of Fang Yi's extraordinary gift, Yan Xiaorui was skeptical of his casual assertion. Do you truly believe I didn't take her watch? What if it was me? What if you find nothing in her bag? She questioned, feeling Fang Yi's earlier search of Zhao Xinran's backpack was somewhat rash. That one tea happened. Perhaps I might find nothing else. But her watch certainly isn't in your possession. Fang Yi countered with a shake of his head. Why is that? Yan Xiaorui's surprise was palpable at his response. Fang Yi chuckled softly. Because you are my sister, and I trust you. The weight of his words lingered in the air, leaving Yan Xiaorui momentarily speechless as she gazed at him, struck by the striking similarity of his reassurances to others who had posed the same question. As his sister, she believed in him completely. This succinct declaration once again shook Yan Xiaorui's heart. She harbored no doubts about Fang Yi's honesty. Moments ago, amid the chorus of accusations against her for theft, he had immediately asserted that it was impossible without even questioning her. His tone was resolute, his demeanor unwavering. Yan Xiaorui understood that throughout the entire ordeal. Fang Yi had never wavered in his faith in her. Had he possessed even the slightest suspicion, he would not have refrained from questioning her and would have instead searched Zhao Xinran's backpack. The earlier scenes replayed vividly in her mind, and as she gazed upon Fang Yi's gentle smile, something within her began to shift. It was getting late. She needed to return home as she had yet to eat. Observing Yan Xiaorui standing motionless, unsure whether she believed his words, he felt indifferent. After all, the ice of misunderstanding was not formed in a day, and its thawing would not occur overnight. Fang Yi did not expect her to fully trust him. He merely wished for her to refrain from deepening her misconceptions. As Fang Yi finished speaking, he turned towards home, but after taking just a few steps, he was suddenly taken aback by a voice from behind, a voice that filled him with disbelief. Brother. Upon hearing this long-awaited address, Fang Yi froze, his foot poised to take another step, yet it felt as if it were glued to the ground, immobile. You called me what? He turned around, bewildered, unable to trust his own ears. Witnessing the confusion on Fang Yi's face, Yan Xiaorui felt a sharp pang in her heart. Perhaps it had been so long since she had referred to him in such a way that he could hardly believe it. A flood of emotions, frustration, heartache, guilt, regret, overwhelmed her, and she could no longer contain her tears. Brother, she cried out once more, throwing herself into Fang Yi's embrace without reservation. A fragrant breeze enveloped her as she felt the softness of him in her arms. Fang Yi was momentarily dazed. What was happening? Xiaorui had called him brother? Was this real? He paused, and after a long moment, realization dawned upon him. This was indeed real. Joy radiated from Fang Yi's face, rendering him momentarily speechless. Clinging tightly to him, Yan Xiaorui noticed how much broader his chest felt compared to before, and he seemed to have grown taller as well. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. She chided herself for having neglected him for so long that even her brother's stature had become a blur in her memory. Brother.
I am sorry.
Resting her head against his chest, Yan Xiaorui contemplated for a moment before finally uttering the words she had longed to say but had hesitated to express. The phrase "I'm sorry" was simple, yet to Fang Yi it was like a brilliant beam of light illuminating the night sky. Although she did not clarify the reason for her apology, he understood precisely what she meant. Have you forgiven me? He asked, his voice trembling with emotion. You were never in the wrong. I apologize. After the conversation last night, Yan Xiaorui personally experienced the feeling of being wrongfully accused and rendered speechless. She has now completely embraced Fang Yi's words and can empathize with him. Perhaps 6 months ago, he was as helpless as she feels tonight. When she faced false accusations and was told with utmost certainty that he had stolen something, it was her brother who steadfastly stood by her side, defending her against all the accusations. This not only made her feel the warmth of familial care, but also made her realize how disheartening her own previous actions had been. Her brother, wronged by everyone, betrayed by his girlfriend, and expelled from school. must have yearned for belief from others even more than she did. And yet, as his only family member, the sole person capable of offering him encouragement and solace, she had not only failed to believe him but had also joined the chorus of those who misunderstood him for a full 6 months. Reflecting on her actions over this period, Yen Xiaorui was overwhelmed with regret. She realized that her accusations, coming from a sister, must have wounded him more deeply than those from strangers. Yet, despite everything, he never once lost his temper with her or uttered a harsh word. At this thought, tears streamed down Yen Xiaorui's face, her voice quivering with emotion. "I'm sorry, brother. I'm so sorry." She was at a loss for how to articulate her feelings, repeating her apologies without end. For Fang Yi, however, a single apology from Yen Xiaorui sufficed. From the very first utterance, he understood that she had finally come to believe in him. This realization brought him to tears of joy. Among all those who wronged him, Fang Yi cared only for Yen Xiaorui's feelings, and now, she no longer misinterpreted him. "It's all right, it's all okay," he gently patted Yen Xiaorui's head, and in that moment, all his grievances seemed to dissipate like smoke. Fang Yi let out a long, relieved sigh. Chapter 20. Set a modest goal of 10 million after soothing the weeping Yen Xiaorui, Fang Yi initially intended to take her out for dinner. However, Yen Xiaorui expressed her longing for the noodles he used to prepare. Thus, Fang Yi led her back to his home, where he personally cooked a delightful dish of egg noodles. "How does it taste?" he inquired, observing Yen Xiaorui eagerly savoring her first few bites. It had been a considerable time since he had last cooked, especially after their relationship had soured. Yen Xiaorui nodded emphatically upon meeting Fang Yi's gaze, reminiscing about the familiar flavor of the noodles he made. "Then eat up." Seeing her satisfaction brought joy to Fang Yi, and he began to enjoy his own meal. In the wake of their parents' passing, they had resorted to noodles as their staple food to conserve expenses. The only source of nutrition came from the eggs added to the noodles. They had promised to each have 1 egg. Yet Fang Yi had developed the habit of giving his to Yen Xiaorui each time. The egg noodles stirred memories within Yen Xiaorui, leaving her once again feeling remorseful for her past actions. Suddenly, as they continued eating, she exclaimed in surprise and hurried into the house. Moments later, she emerged carrying a porcelain doll. "For you," she said, placing the doll on the table. Fang Yi was taken aback upon seeing it. This porcelain doll was not new. It was the very one he had shattered during a dispute with Sun Fugua at work. He distinctly remembered it being in pieces, yet now it had been meticulously repaired with glue. Fang Yi looked at Yen Xiaorui in astonishment. "You!" Before he could finish, Yen Xiaorui nodded. "I happened to see the doll broken the night before last, so I glued it back together. It was a gift from Auntie. You must have been quite upset when it broke, right?" This doll had been gifted to Fang Yi by his mother in his childhood, and Yen Xiaorui possessed a matching one. After his mother's passing, Fang Yi had come to regard it with great significance, which explained his uncontrollable anger when it had been broken. Initially believing that Yen Xiaorui had been harboring resentment towards him, he was surprised to learn that she had repaired the doll 2 days prior. This revelation suggested a deeper affection than her cold demeanor had suggested. After hearing her words, Fang Yi regarded her thoughtfully, feeling a warmth blossom in his heart. "Thank you," he said softly, carefully setting the porcelain doll aside. "Ha ha." At the sound of his gratitude, Yen Xiaorui broke into a bright smile, her expression imbued with an indescribable meaning. Throughout the past 6 months, although she had often regarded Fang Yi with disdain, he would always remain her brother. Despite her verbal denials, she had never truly forgotten him. With the porcelain doll introduced, the previously strained atmosphere transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie. As they continued to enjoy their noodles and engage in light conversation, a news report on the television suddenly captured Fang Yi's attention. After extensive investigation, it has now been largely confirmed that the corpse discovered this afternoon by the banks of the Jinling River is that of Professor Li Mingzhi, who had been missing for 16 years following a plane crash. Let us now interview Mr. Lu Wenji, the journalist who reported on Professor Li's plane crash at the time. This is a live broadcast from Jinling Television, featuring the unfolding events of the afternoon's corpse discovery. Upon hearing the reporter's remarks, Fang Yi's gaze immediately fixated on the screen. As the camera shifted, it revealed a middle-aged man in his 50s. The reporter inquired about the man's knowledge of the plane crash from 16 years prior. I conducted a thorough investigation at the time and even visited the site of the wreckage, the man recounted. This incident is indeed shrouded in mystery. The reporter, intrigued, pressed further. What makes it so mysterious? There were a total of 11 individuals aboard that small aircraft, including 2 pilots and Professor Lee's assistants, but only Professor Lee was missing after the crash. The wreckage came to rest on a small island. I rushed there with the National Rescue Team and located all the bodies, yet Professor Lee was nowhere to be found, along with his research findings and a wealth of materials related to biopharmaceuticals. Why is that? The man continued. The reporter questioned. At that time, Professor Lee had made significant scientific breakthroughs in the field of biology that astonished both domestic and international circles. We suspect that his plane crash was orchestrated, possibly with the intent to steal his research. The man spoke with a tone of lament. However, in the end, we uncovered nothing, and the matter was left unresolved. After the interview concluded, Fong Yi appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Brother, do you think that this professor might have been abducted by some mysterious organization, only to escape recently? Perhaps he was targeted because he knew too many secrets and was subsequently assassinated. Yen Xiaorui speculated, having noticed Fong Yi's fixation on the television. Her thoughts, influenced by films she had watched, led her to this conjecture. Fong Yi regarded her with a penetrating gaze. Her notion mirrored his own suspicions. Perhaps, he replied vaguely, feeling an unsettling tumult within. His previously joyous mood darkened after watching the news. He hastily finished his meal and exchanged a few brief words with Yen Xiaorui before retreating into his room. As he closed the door, his expression shifted to one of distress. A biology professor, missing for 16 years, suddenly reappearing, murdered, and linked to a mysterious organization. These keywords coalesced in Fong Yi's mind, creating a sense of an undercurrent surging beneath the surface, one he could not fully discern yet felt acutely. From the panic he had witnessed on Li Mingzhi's face 2 days ago, he could sense the impending danger. Had Li Mingzhi, upon his sudden reappearance, already been pursued by unseen forces? Perhaps driven by desperation, or perhaps for other reasons, the individual plunged the syringe into their own flesh. To this day, Fong Yi remains unaware of the substance contained within that syringe. However, he is certain that it is anything but ordinary. Otherwise, he would not possess such extraordinary abilities. Li Mingzhi has been missing for 16 years, abducted by a mysterious organization. Could it be that they sought to study the very substance within the syringe? As he finds himself pursued, might it also be due to that substance? What could it be? Genetic serum. Now, with Li Mingzhi's death attributed to that substance, did he inject it into his own body in his final moments? If the individuals responsible for Li Mingzhi's demise truly covet that serum, would they not come after him as well? Ever since acquiring his superhuman abilities, Fong Yi felt that there was little left in this world to fear. Yet now, his once untroubled heart is beset by anxiety. The existence of such a serum implies that the organization behind it is far from ordinary. It might resemble something out of a sci-fi film, populated by figures akin to superheroes. After all, if they can develop such a serum, they may very well be capable of creating even more formidable substances. Should they seek him out, it is unlikely that their intentions would be benevolent. Would he be able to contend with them? Though Fong Yi possesses immense strength and remarkable speed, he is not so arrogant as to consider himself invincible, and thus, concern lingers in his heart. He is not a person of grand ambitions. While he delights in his newfound abilities, he has no desire to save the world or achieve greatness. Rather, he simply wishes to earn enough to provide his sister, Yen Xiaorui, with a comfortable life, free from bullying. If possible, he would like Zhao Buxiu to pay for his past transgressions, nothing more. Initially, Fong Yi believed that his powers were a boon, yet in retrospect, whether they are a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. He certainly does not wish to follow in Li Mingzhi's footsteps. Though he does not fear death, he worries for his sister's fate should he perish. The more he contemplates, the heavier his heart becomes. Although it is not guaranteed that he will be discovered, he must exercise caution with his newfound ability to see through objects. After much reflection, Fong Yi quietly admonishes himself. His extraordinary strength could be seen as a natural gift. and his ability to freeze time in moments of peril could be attributed to his quick reflexes. Yet, the power of X-ray vision. He truly struggles to concoct an acceptable excuse for that. Though the ability to see through objects is not overtly visible, does that mean others could not surmise its existence? If he were to continually exploit this power to win substantial prizes in scratch-off lotteries, the lottery center would undoubtedly maintain records of his winnings, and a discerning individual could easily suspect him. Contemplating this, Fong Yi furrows his brow. The only solace he finds is that he has only redeemed a prize once at the lottery center. Just one win should leave no trace of suspicion. It seems that he must forego any future large winnings. Even small scratch-offs might carry risks. Fong Yi mutters to himself, his expression fraught with anxiety. Even if one does not purchase scratch-off tickets with substantial prizes, should an investigation into the lottery ensue, their previous wins, albeit modest, could render them a suspect. Fong Yi harbored no desire to embrace any risk. Yet, how does one amass wealth without taking risks? Having only just begun to savor the sweetness of his newfound ability to foresee outcomes, he found it difficult to relinquish this pursuit. A sum of 10 million. Once I acquire 10 million, I shall cease. After much contemplation, Fong Yi ultimately established a goal for himself. 10 million. An amount sufficient to secure a commendable residence in Jinling, with the remaining funds allocated for Yen Xiaorui's education, and to provide her with a generous dowry, would be more than ample. Fong Yi resolved to utilize his gift of foresight to invest in small scratch-off tickets, and upon reaching his 10 million target, he would seek a legitimate means of livelihood. Provided he exercised caution in his purchases, preferably venturing to cities or provinces beyond his own, the likelihood of detection seemed minimal. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether investigators would pursue this avenue. With a plan now in place, Fong Yi felt akin to a gambler, harboring a profound sense of audacity within. Chapter 21. Is that all? After setting his goals, Fong Yi slept soundly until dawn. When he awoke in the morning, Yen Xiaorui had already prepared breakfast. Take this money and deposit it into your account for living expenses. During their meal, Fong Yi handed her 5,000 yuan. Wow, that's a lot. Yen Xiaorui was taken aback by the substantial amount Fong Yi was giving her. Although she had reconciled with him and no longer felt averse to accepting his money, the sudden generosity left her somewhat flabbergasted. I still have my own money. You should keep this for yourself. We will need it for living expenses. Yen Xiaorui was unaware of Fong Yi's salary, but she understood that he had only recently started working, and even if it was considerable, it couldn't be too high. Moreover, he had spent quite a bit on clothes yesterday. She assumed that his savings must be limited and hoped he would set aside the money. How could Fong Yi not perceive his sister's thoughts? He smiled and pressed the money into her hands. Xiaorui, we have living expenses covered. This is for you. Seeing the look of confusion on her face, Fong Yi added, have you forgotten that I mentioned winning the lottery? Upon hearing this, Yen Xiaorui was enlightened. She had previously suspected that he was deceiving her. Did you really win? She asked excitedly. Yes, Fong Yi affirmed with a nod. How much did you win? Fong Yi thought for a moment and raised a finger. 1 million. Is that for real? Yen Xiaorui was startled by the figure, gazing at him in disbelief. Of course. It's true, Fong Yi confirmed with a nod. After some time, he finally convinced Yen Xiaorui to believe in his lottery win and accept the money. I need to consider how to utilize this sum wisely. 1 million is still a little short. I must ensure I can provide you with a proper dowry. After Yen Xiaorui accepted the money, Fong Yi stated earnestly. He was confident that his finances would flourish in the future, so he wanted to lay a foundation first. However, his words evoked dissatisfaction from Yen Xiaorui, who shot him a glare and pouted. I have no intention of getting married. I want to be with you for life. Fong Yi was both amused and exasperated by her remark. What nonsense are you saying? Hurry and go to school, he replied, finishing his last bite of food. Brother, Yen Xiaorui said, shouldering her backpack, then suddenly turned to look at him. What is it? Fong Yi asked, puzzled. Yen Xiaorui scrutinized him for a moment with wide eyes before remarking with a strange expression. You seem to have grown taller and even more handsome. Really? Haven't I always been this handsome? Fong Yi feigned confusion. Hee. Hearing her rare compliment, Yen Xiaorui grinned widely before stepping out with her backpack. As soon as she left, Fong Yi's smile faded, and a serious expression took hold. It seemed that Yen Xiaorui had noticed the changes in him, but fortunately, she did not find them particularly odd. I am growing every day. When will it ever stop? Fang Yi gently tapped the top of his head. Over the past 2 days, he had grown 2 centimeters each day, and upon rising this morning, he discovered he had once again increased in height by another 2 centimeters. He now stood at an impressive 1 meter 81. Heaven forbid, he thought, may I not grow to an absurd height. As he felt the rock-hard muscles on his body, Fang Yi genuinely worried about transforming into a monster. After showering, he set out as usual to purchase scratch-off lottery tickets. He had thoroughly familiarized himself with the lottery shops in his vicinity, planning to exhaust those nearby before venturing further afield. However, following yesterday's incident, he decided to exercise caution, realizing he shouldn't buy too many tickets close to home. After all, even rabbits avoid eating the grass near their burrows. Thus, he took a taxi from his home in the eastern part of the city to the west. Upon alighting, just as he was about to search for nearby lottery shops on his phone, he unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. It was Ling Qianxue, standing at the entrance of a park, accompanied by a middle-aged man, confronting a group of intimidating men. The sight of Ling Qianxue caught Fang Yi off guard, and he was equally perplexed about the identity of the middle-aged man beside her and the menacing group surrounding them. Ling Qianxue appeared somewhat flustered, suggesting her situation was dire. Fang Yi hurried over. Please, just grant me 2 more days. The middle-aged man, around 40, exuded an air of sophistication despite facing the towering men beside him, pleading earnestly, Lin Dehai, it's not that we are unwilling to give you more time, but you are simply ungrateful. How long have we extended our patience? The debt to brother who must be repaid. One of the scar-faced men snarled, his expression fierce. It's not that I refuse to pay, it's just that I genuinely cannot afford to right now. My business has encountered some difficulties, and I only repaid the bank 100,000 yesterday. I truly have no money. The middle-aged man responded, visibly distressed. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace flashing within them. Oh really? You have funds to repay the bank, yet none for us? He retorted, seizing Lin Dehai by the collar. Let go of my father. Ling Qianxue, who had been hiding behind Lin Dehai, rushed forward to intervene as the man gripped her father's collar. The scar-faced man glanced at her indifferently, clearly dismissing her as just a young girl. Brother Scar, that's not what I meant. The bank's amount was smaller and they were pressing me, so I paid them first. It's not that I don't want to repay you. I'm currently raising funds. Please give me some time. Even as he was held by his collar, Lin Dehai continued to shield Ling Qianxue behind him, pleading in a subdued tone. All right, you wish for us to be patient? Very well, let your daughter accompany me for a while. When you bring the money, I will return her home, the scar-faced man declared, releasing Lin Dehai and turning to seize Ling Qianxue. Don't! Lin Dehai cried out, urgently grasping the scar-faced man's hand, forcing a smile as he said, Brother Scar, surely you jest. Slap! Before he could finish his words, the scar-faced man struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Are you joking? Do you think I can return without an explanation just because you can't come up with the money? Dad! Upon witnessing her father being assaulted, Ling Qianxue cried out in anguish, yearning to ascertain her father's condition. Yet she was seized by the arm by the scar-faced assailant. Ignoring the dazed and disoriented Ling Dehai, he scrutinized Ling Qianxue's delicate visage, noting her youthful radiance. Come with me, he commanded. Release me, she protested vehemently. Ling Qianxue cried out desperately, attempting to free herself from the grip of the scarred man, but her efforts were in vain. Scarface, please. Do not harm my daughter. She is not involved in this matter. Release her. I implore you. Ling Dehai pleaded with the scarred figure, yet the latter dismissed him entirely. If you wish for me to let her go, then bring forth the money. After pushing Ling Dehai off balance, the scar-faced man handed Ling Qianxue over to the other two. Take her to the car. Let me go. Release me. Dad. Ling Qianxue was seized by 2 men, struggling incessantly as she attempted to flee towards her father. Yet, as a young girl, she was no match for the strength of 2 imposing men. Despite the fierce struggle, the distance to the van by the roadside diminished steadily. Stop! As Ling Qianxue was about to be taken into the car, Fang Yi, who had just rushed over, hurriedly positioned himself in front of the vehicle. Senior. Upon seeing Fang Yi, Ling Qianxue was filled with delight. The scar-faced man was initially surprised that someone dared to meddle, but upon hearing Ling Qianxue's address to Fang Yi, he quickly realized that the two were evidently acquainted. Nevertheless, to him, this was of little consequence. Kid, this is none of your business. Get lost. He waved his hand, dismissing Fang Yi. Release her. Fang Yi paid no heed to the words of the scar-faced man, merely responding with a hint of indifference. He was oblivious to the events unfolding around him, yet felt no need for clarification. The mere bond he shared with Ling Qianxue was sufficient for him to prevent these enigmatic individuals from taking her away. The scar-faced man was accompanied by 6 imposing figures, all exuding an air of menace. He had anticipated Fang Yi would cower in fear, but to his astonishment, the latter seemed to disregard his words entirely, causing a frown to crease his forehead. Kid, if you wish to play the hero, you ought to assess whether you possess the capability. While I am still in a good mood, I suggest you make yourself scarce. The scarred man intensified his tone. However, Fang Yi remained unfazed by his threats. Seizing the opportunity while my mood was still amiable, he urged, release her at once. His words provoked the scarred man to fury. You insolent brat. I see you're looking for a beating. Teach him a lesson. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 2 individuals promptly stepped forward. How audacious of the young lad to address Scarface in such a manner. He truly must be tired of living. One individual clenched his fist, speaking as he raised it to strike Fang Yi's face. In their line of work, fighting was as casual as dining. He anticipated that, with this punch, his opponent would bleed profusely and flee in terror. However, to his astonishment, he completely missed. As Fang Yi evaded, he furrowed his brow, retracting his hand and preparing to strike again. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding thud, he felt a sharp pang in his nose, causing him to crouch down, cradling his face in agony. Fang Yi had never advocated for resolving conflicts with brute force, yet when faced with adversaries who preferred such methods, he found himself with little choice. His reluctance, however, did not equate to passivity. With his current prowess, toppling 2 men was as effortless as squashing an ant. In the blink of an eye, 2 brutish thugs lay incapacitated before him. Scarface had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle, but upon witnessing Fang Yi not only evade harm but also dispatch his underlings, he was left in a state of shock. Just as he was about to summon his comrades to join the fray, Fang Yi denied him that opportunity. Closing the distance, he delivered a kick to each of the remaining 3, sending them sprawling, leaving only Scarface standing. Damned fools! Scarface was evidently a formidable character. Unfazed by the defeat of his henchmen, he cursed vehemently and charged at Fang Yi, fists clenched. However, his ferocity posed no challenge to Fang Yi. With a single slap and a swift kick, Scarface struggled to rise from the ground. You little brat! How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am? Scarface managed to stand upright, clutching his abdomen, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Fang Yi. Get lost!
Fang Yi responded dismissively.
His indifference to Scarface's identity palpable. Enraged by Fang Yi's audacious demeanor, Scarface seethed. Yet, recalling the latter's skill, he hesitated to approach again, casting a venomous glare instead. You dare to hit me? I will not let this slide. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi took a couple of steps forward, prompting Scarface to retreat in alarm, fearing another assault. Yet, Fang Yi halted, a mocking smile spreading across his face as he regarded Scarface. Is that all? The derisive words reached Scarface's ears, igniting his fury to the point of trembling. After shooting another furious look at Fang Yi, he clenched his teeth and turned his gaze towards Ling Duhai. Ling, if you do not produce the money within 5 days, you will regret it. With that, he stormed off, his expression one of reluctant defeat as he retreated with his men. Chapter 22. The Ling family crisis. Are you all right? After the scar-faced man departed with his entourage, Fang Yi approached Ling Qianxue, his expression filled with concern as he assessed her condition. I'm fine, thank you, senior. Ling Qianxue expressed her gratitude to Fang Yi, glancing at the retreating figures of the scar-faced man and his companions before hastening towards her father. Dad, how are you? I'm alright, just a slap. I can endure it. Ling Dehai, with the support of his daughter, managed to rise to his feet, casually touching his face and dismissively waving his hand. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, his words exuded a nonchalant demeanor that intrigued Fang Yi, raising his brows in amusement. Who is this person? As the scar-faced man and his group disappeared into the distance, Ling Dehai's gaze shifted to Fang Yi, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Ling Qianxue, seemingly accustomed to her father's eccentric nature, shot him a reproachful glare before introducing, "This is my senior from school, Fang Yi. Senior, this is my father." "Hello, uncle." Fang Yi, having already formed a conjecture about Ling Dehai's identity, promptly extended his greetings upon hearing Ling Qianxue's introduction. "Young man, you possess quite impressive skills." Ling Dehai regarded Fang Yi once more, giving him a thumbs up. His face was significantly swollen. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have grimaced in pain. Yet, from Ling Dehai's expression, it seemed he was utterly oblivious to his own condition, leaving Fang Yi astonished at his remarkable composure. "Thank you for the compliment, uncle." Fang Yi replied politely before inquiring about the earlier individuals. "They are my father's creditors," Ling Qianxue explained. "Nonsense. They are not creditors but merely henchmen sent by the creditors to collect debts," Ling Dehai interjected, disagreeing with his daughter's characterization. Ling Qianxue, uninterested in debating her father's interpretation, gazed at him seriously. "Dad, please tell me the truth. How much do you actually owe?" The previously earnest Ling Dehai's eyes flickered at her question. "It's just a small amount," he mumbled evasively. "A small amount? Not long ago, Mom sold the house and shop to help you pay off the debts, claiming everything was settled except for some bank interest. Yesterday, I even gave you 100,000 to cover the bank interest, and today, people are still coming to collect money. You call that a small amount?" Ling Qianxue looked at her father with a hint of anger. Their family had been engaged in the furniture business for years, enjoying steady success. Although not exceedingly wealthy, they possessed assets worth 20 to 30 million. However, recently, their family's bank accounts had been inexplicably frozen. Ling Qianxue and her mother found it odd, and upon inquiry, her father revealed that business was not going well and he owed some money to the bank, prompting the sale of their house and shop to settle the debts. Ling Qianxue's mother, a quintessential Chinese woman accustomed to following her husband's lead, did not question her husband's claims about the business troubles and readily sold additional properties, raising over 20 million to help him pay off the debts. Yet, despite the substantial amount being repaid, the continued demand for money puzzled Ling Qianxue, compelling her to delve deeper into the matter. "Why do you still refuse to speak the truth at this point?" Noticing her father's silence, Ling Qianxue raised her delicate brows. "There are outsiders present. Do show some consideration for your father." Ling Dehai, caught in a dilemma, gazed at his daughter yet remained reticent. "If you continue to withhold the truth from me, I shall have no choice but to inform mother." Upon seeing her father's reluctance to divulge, Ling Qianxue pulled out her phone, preparing to call her mother. It was only by chance that she learned of her father's debt predicament when she answered a call for him. Her mother remained blissfully unaware. No. Witnessing his daughter's intent to contact his wife, Ling Dehai panicked, swiftly grasping her hand. "Your mother's health is fragile. Disclosing this matter to her would only serve to distress her," he reproached, but upon catching the cold glare from Ling Qianxue, he was left with no alternative. After a lengthy pause, he begrudgingly admitted, "Besides what has already been repaid, there are still several million outstanding." "How many millions?" 99 million. "What?" Ling Qianxue was astounded to hear this precise figure from her father. Having already repaid 27 million to the bank, she naively believed that any remaining debt would be minimal. To discover an additional 9 million meant her father was indebted to the tune of 36 million in total. Her parents had toiled for 20 years to accumulate just over 20 million in assets. How could you owe such a staggering amount? Ling Qianxue gazed at her father in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how he could find himself in such a financial predicament. "Did I not mention that business has been challenging? For years everything was fine, and it is only this year that difficulties have arisen? Even if business is poor, it should merely result in unsold inventory, not such colossal debts." Generally gentle in demeanor, Ling Qianxue possessed a resolute mind when confronted with significant issues. She was not naive and recognized her father's deceit. Fang Yi finally understood why Ling Qianxue sought to borrow money from him. Listening to the exchange between father and daughter, he was curious about how Ling Dehai had accrued such debts. Yet upon seeing Ling Qianxue's flushed face, he offered a comforting word. Do not be so agitated. Your uncle must have had no other choice. This sentiment elicited a grateful glance from Ling Dehai, but Ling Qianxue was not to be deterred. I understand he had no other choice, yet there must be an explanation as to why, mustn't he there? Ling Qianxue fixed her gaze upon her father. Faced with his daughter's inquiries, Ling Dehai realized he could no longer conceal the truth and was compelled to reveal the matter at hand. Previously, he had some spare funds and considered investing in jade, so what? You followed in others' footsteps to gamble on stones? Before Ling Dehai could finish his sentence, Ling Qianxue was left utterly stunned. She was no longer a child. She understood the implications of gambling on stones. While not as vile as gambling, it was hardly a benign pursuit. Many had lost their fortunes through such ventures. It is not gambling on stones. I merely intended to trade some raw jade for sale. The stones had already been secured, but who could have foreseen, alas? Ling Dehai hesitated, letting out a heavy sigh. What on earth transpired? As the conversation progressed, Ling Dehai decided to no longer conceal the truth. When his daughter inquired, he organized his thoughts and recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. It turned out that he had previously contacted a jade merchant, intending to collaborate in the trade of jade raw materials, having invested a significant sum of money. Everything was prepared, and he was on the brink of reaping the rewards when, unexpectedly, the jade merchant was suddenly investigated, leading to the freezing and confiscation of all funds, including his own investment. Thus, he found himself in his current predicament. Is that truly all? Ling Qianxue questioned, her skepticism evident regarding her father's possible omissions. This time, it is indeed the truth, Ling Dehai replied earnestly. After listening to Ling Dehai's account, Fang Yi furrowed his brow. The timing of the incident right after the payment seems too coincidental. Could it be a setup? Ling Qianxue, upon hearing this, felt a sense of agreement, casting a doubtful glance at her father, suspecting he might have been ensnared in a deceitful scheme. Ling Dehai shook his head in response. That is unlikely. The merchant conducted significant business and wouldn't have been interested in my modest sum. Moreover, after the incident, her losses were far greater than mine, with hundreds of billions in assets lost. He sighed repeatedly, reflecting on the situation. When it comes down to it, it cannot be deemed coincidence. Someone deliberately targeted her, and I merely fell victim as collateral damage. At this juncture, Ling Dehai felt quite despondent himself. After years of smooth sailing, he had finally mustered the courage to take a gamble, dreaming of earning a substantial profit. He believed he had boarded a grand ship, only to discover it was a leaky vessel that sank the moment he stepped aboard. The fruits of 2 decades of labor had vanished in an instant, leaving him in significant debt. Contemplating it brought him to the brink of tears. Fang Yi felt a pang of sympathy for Ling Dehai's plight. Yet the nature of business inherently involves risks. When such misfortunes occur, to whom can one assign blame? Ling Qianxue did not wish to reproach her father. Upon learning of his misfortune, her heart ached even more, leaving her in a state of melancholy. What shall we do now? Those individuals earlier were indeed loan sharks, weren't they? She asked. I am at a loss. I cannot repay the money borrowed from the bank, and I can only take a loan from them to settle the debt, Ling Dehai replied, resigned. That man said you must repay within 5 days, but our family does not possess such funds. Upon realizing they were indeed dealing with loan sharks, Ling Qianxue's expression darkened further. If they had not received their money today and had incurred losses, they would undoubtedly be even more ruthless in their next demand for repayment. Chapter 23. A quicker path to wealth. Since they engage in usury, they must not dare to openly demand repayment, right? Are they not afraid of being reported? After hearing Ling Qianxue's concerns, Fang Yi inquired with a hint of confusion. Ling Dehai glanced at Fang Yi and replied, Young man, you still possess the innocence of youth and are unaware of the treachery of this world. This is their line of work. What is there to fear in demanding repayment? The group that came today is led by a man known as Li Hu, a notorious figure in Jinling known as the Descent Tiger. His reputation is formidable, and his methods are ruthless. If you offend him, life will become exceedingly difficult. Ling Dehai was acutely aware of whom he had borrowed money from and the repercussions of failing to repay. Although Fang Yi was exceptionally skilled, he was not naive enough to believe that his prowess alone could safeguard his family. Upon hearing Ling Dehai's words, Fang Yi fell silent. Ling Qianxue pondered for a moment and remarked, "Since it is borrowed money, it must be repaid. It seems the only option left is to sell the house. However, even if we sell it, we will only obtain around 4 to 5 million. They possessed another residence, but selling it would still not suffice to settle their debts. I can lend 1 million, Fang Yi offered. This statement startled both Ling Qianxue and Ling Dehai. Ling Qianxue was astonished to discover that Fang Yi had such a sum, while Ling Dehai was taken aback that Fang Yi would consider lending them so much. What relationship did he have with his daughter? His curiosity was evident as he regarded Fang Yi. In the face of Ling Dehai's scrutiny, Fang Yi remained composed. His entire fortune amounted to merely 1 million. Yet for the sake of aiding Ling Qianxue, he was prepared to part with it all. Not for any other reason but to express his gratitude. Previously, he had been wrongfully accused of embezzling a sum of 150,000. It was Ling Qianxue who stepped forward to offer financial assistance to cover the deficit. He had been unconscious and cast into the girls' dormitory, and it was Ling Qianxue who carried him into her solitary dormitory and cared for him throughout the night, later testifying on his behalf. Although Fang Yi was ultimately exonerated, the incident of Ling Qianxue spending the night with him tarnished her reputation, leading to speculation and gossip, leaving such a beautiful girl without suitors at school. Fang Yi was a man of gratitude, and in his view, 1 million paled in comparison to the friendship he shared with Ling Qianxue. Even if you lend us 1 million, it will still be insufficient. Ling Qianxue expressed her appreciation for Fang Yi's generosity but felt helpless. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's pupils constricted. The funds from the sale of the Ling family's house, combined with his 1 million, would only amount to 6 million, still leaving a shortfall of 3 million. Earning 3 million within 5 days seemed improbable. Even if Fang Yi risked everything and purchased high-stakes scratch cards, there was no guarantee of success. Thus far, he had only won 90,000 from 3 days of attempts, and he found himself in a quandary. Selling the house was not an option. If they sold even their last residence, they would be left with nothing. Moreover, if his mother learned he had sold their final home, it would surely provoke her ire. Just as Fang Yi resolved to cast aside his concerns and try his luck with scratch cards, Ling Dehai rejected his daughter's proposal. What other alternatives do we have if not selling the house? Ling Qianxue gazed at her father in confusion. Ling Dehai seemed to have already formulated a plan in his mind. Upon hearing this, he responded, "When I previously invested in jade, I became acquainted with a skilled jade master. Tomorrow, there will be a jade exchange meeting at the Jinling commercial building. I still have several 100,000 on hand and wish to try my luck. Are you really considering gambling on jade?" Ling Qianxue was taken aback by Ling Dehai's words, regarding him with astonishment. "If luck is on our side, we could potentially earn 9 million in one go." Ling Dehai was eager to take the plunge. "Given our family's current situation, you still wish to gamble on jade? Such money is not easily earned." Ling Qianxue thought her father was utterly out of his mind. With millions in debt already, what difference did a few 100,000 make? Ling Dehai harbored a reckless mindset, hoping to achieve wealth through gambling on jade. "However, I believe it's feasible." Ling Qianxue was about to offer more counsel when Fang Yi suddenly interjected. "What?" Ling Qianxue could hardly believe that Fang Yi supported her father's fanciful notion. In her memory, Fang Yi had always been remarkably prudent. "Senior, you can't genuinely believe that one can earn substantial sums through jade gambling, can you?" Ling Qianxue observed Fang Yi anxiously, deeming the idea utterly unrealistic. "If one is cautious, it should not be too difficult." Fang Yi nodded earnestly. This declaration left Ling Qianxue momentarily stunned, questioning whether the person before her was indeed Fang Yi. "Young man, you too find my approach quite reasonable, don't you?" Ling Dehai regarded Fang Yi with admiration, feeling a sense of camaraderie, and continued, "To be honest, the jade appraisal master I know is quite proficient." Fang Yi thought the method was indeed sound, but the competency of the jade master was irrelevant. He was contemplating his own ability to see through objects. Since his ability allowed him to discern scratch-off tickets, it should similarly apply to jade. Previously, Fong Yi had considered purchasing scratch-off tickets to raise funds, but upon reflection, he realized that acquiring jade would yield returns far more swiftly. The odds of winning with scratch-off tickets were low, and many prizes were merely in the thousands, making it challenging to amass substantial wealth quickly even with his ability. In contrast, purchasing a valuable piece of jade could potentially earn tens of thousands or even millions in profit, far exceeding the speed of scratch-off tickets. Feeling a pang of regret for not having considered this avenue sooner, he resolved to speak with Ling Dehai. "Uncle, may I accompany you to the Jade Exchange meeting tomorrow?" "You?" Ling Dehai was taken aback by Fong Yi's request, but soon broke into a smile. "Of course. Are you interested?" "Indeed, I wish to broaden my horizons," Fong Yi replied, grinning. He had already devised a plan. Rather than risking exposure by purchasing scratch-off tickets daily, it would be far more prudent to invest significantly at the Jade Exchange, potentially earning enough money in one fell swoop to withdraw completely, ensuring both speed and safety while maximizing profit. Most importantly, his presence would guarantee that Ling Qianxue's father could earn money, preventing him from losing the remaining funds he possessed. Senior. Upon encountering Fong Yi's unexpected suggestion to attend the Jade Stone Exchange meeting, Ling Qianxue found it utterly incredulous. She grasped Fong Yi's arm with fervor, exclaiming, "Is your father insane? Why would you follow in his madness? How can you speak like that about your own father?" Ling Dehai shot an irate glare at his daughter. "How am I mad? My mind is perfectly sound. I see that you and your friend possess an astute intellect, seizing opportunities with such clarity. This is a splendid chance for your father to turn the tides. Isn't it, Fong Yi? Come. Let me impart some wisdom about assessing stone materials, lest you arrive tomorrow utterly unprepared and in the dark," Ling Dehai said, pulling Fong Yi aside with an earnest demeanor, as he began to share his scant knowledge. "Dad." Ling Qianxue, witnessing her father engage in a discussion with Fong Yi, found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. Ling Dehai's impromptu lecture lasted no more than 10 minutes, primarily due to his limited expertise. He was wary that excessive elaboration would betray his lack of depth. "That's enough. You won't comprehend much more than this. Tomorrow, just watch and learn from me," he concluded, patting Fong Yi on the shoulder. "Thank you, uncle." Despite not fully grasping the information, Fong Yi expressed his gratitude with humility. Ling Qianxue, trying in vain to dissuade him, had hoped Fong Yi would reconsider and refrain from joining her father's folly. However, after much persuasion, Fong Yi remained resolute in his intentions, prompting her to abandon her hopes and exhale a heavy sigh. "Don't worry. See you tomorrow," Fong Yi offered a comforting remark to Ling Qianxue, without delving into further explanations. After agreeing on the time and place with Ling Dehai, he departed cheerfully, displaying an evident sense of delight. "Such a clever young man is indeed a rarity," Ling Dehai remarked, admiring Fong Yi's retreating figure. Ling Qianxue, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes dramatically. Although she had resolved to attend the Jade Stone purchase the following day, Fong Yi, on his journey home, decided to buy a scratch-off lottery ticket. He did not wish to return empty-handed, and given Ling Dehai's earlier comments regarding the substantial costs of jade materials, he deemed it prudent to acquire additional resources to maximize potential profits. Following the incident of Yan Shaorui's wrongful accusation the previous night, Fong Yi resolved to never exhaust his ability to see through the veil of reality, ensuring at least one instance remained for unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, he spent only 4 attempts on the scratch-off tickets, netting a profit of 100,000 after taxes, before purchasing a book on jade at a bookstore and returning home. It was evident that Ling Dehai's understanding of jade was rather superficial, and Fong Yi did not consider his words to be absolute truth. He resolved to deepen his knowledge on jade to enhance his ability to appraise it with greater confidence the next day. After spending the afternoon engrossed in his reading and dining, he calculated that Yan Shaorui would not return until around 9 o'clock. At 8, he ventured out to buy an abundance of incense and paper money, making his way to the riverbank. Although it was neither the Double Ninth Festival nor the Ghost Festival, it marked the second day since Li Mingzhi's body had been recovered, and Fong Yi's purchase of such offerings was solely intended to pay tribute to Li Mingzhi. Although the individual may have been compelled to administer that fateful injection, Fong Yi, having acquired the gift of clairvoyance as a result, holds a genuine gratitude towards Li Mingzhi. Had the latter still been alive, Fang Yi would have undoubtedly sought to repay this debt of kindness. Alas, with his passing, Fang Yi's desire to pay homage remains unfulfilled. After all, it has been over a decade since Li Mingzhi's disappearance, and it is uncertain whether he has any surviving family. If Fang Yi were to forego this tribute, it is quite possible that no one else would remember him. Originally, Fang Yi harbored skepticism towards such rituals, yet in the absence of alternative means to express his gratitude, he felt compelled to proceed with the homage as a form of psychological solace for himself. On a summer's evening, the riverside is typically a favored spot for respite, with the banks of the Jinling River rarely devoid of strollers. However, this evening was an exception. The presence of a floating corpse dissuaded many from approaching, rendering the area considerably more desolate than usual. As Fang Yi made his way along the river, he encountered not a soul. Despite his disbelief in the supernatural, the eerie solitude, coupled with recollections of Li Mingzhi's lifeless form, sent shivers down his spine, causing an unsettling chill to creep along his neck. Nevertheless, despite his apprehension, his resolve remained steadfast, and he would not retreat merely out of fear. Summoning his courage, he continued along the riverbank until he arrived at the location where Li Mingzhi's body had been recovered. Upon his arrival, Fang Yi was taken aback by the sight before him. Not far from his position, he observed a woman engaged in the act of burning joss paper. Chapter 24. It's you again. It is not uncommon to see someone burning joss paper by the riverbank. However, given that a corpse had just been recovered from the water, this location could be considered a crime scene. Yet, here was a woman daring enough to perform such a ritual. Fang Yi couldn't help but marvel at her audacity. Perhaps she had not seen the news and was unaware of the events that had transpired here the previous day. As he pondered this, he refrained from disturbing anyone else and sought out a relatively spacious area to arrange the incense and joss paper. Mr. Li, I am truly grateful to you for enabling me to emerge from this low point in my life so swiftly. Your immense kindness shall not be forgotten. Although I do not know who took your life, even if I did, I would not seek vengeance. Nonetheless, I remain appreciative of your influence. Fang Yi murmured to himself as he meticulously laid out the joss paper. Tonight, I shall burn some offerings for you, as a gesture of my heartfelt sentiments. I hope that you may watch over me from the heavens and protect me from those who seek to harm you. As he spoke, a sudden wave of self-reflection washed over him, and he felt a twinge of guilt. Please do not think me cowardly for wishing to survive. After all, I have a sister to care for. Furthermore, I carry your research achievements within me. Should anything happen to me, it would be a disservice to you. After indulging in his thoughts for a while, Fang Yi finally completed the arrangement of the joss paper. Just as he was about to light it, he realized he had forgotten to bring a lighter. Not being a smoker, he had no habit of carrying one. Frustrated, he lightly slapped his forehead, chiding himself for forgetting such an essential item. Looking around and finding no one in sight, he reluctantly stood up and approached the woman who was burning joss paper ahead. Excuse me, could I borrow your lighter? He inquired as he reached her side. The fire had already been kindled in front of her, so he was certain she must possess a lighter. The woman had been facing away from him, but upon hearing his voice, she turned around. To Fang Yi's surprise, he had expected an older woman, perhaps in her 40s or 50s, but instead, he found himself staring at a young girl who looked strikingly youthful. Fang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized her several times to confirm he wasn't mistaken. Indeed, she was a girl of tender years, likely around the same age as Yan Xiaorui. Though her attire was somewhat outdated, it did little to obscure her delicate beauty. My apologies. I thought you were. Realizing his error, Fang Yi hastily offered his apologies. However, the girl seemed unfazed by his initial assumption, shaking her head gently and responding with a nonchalant, "It's all right," as she handed him her lighter. Though the riverbank was devoid of illumination, the flickering flames allowed Fang Yi to discern the girl's finely sculpted features. She might have been dressed in a manner that belied her youth, but her beauty shone through unmistakably. As he accepted the lighter and expressed his gratitude, he couldn't help but wonder what compelled such a young and lovely girl to come alone to the riverbank at night to burn joss paper. It was an audacious act indeed. After igniting the incense and joss paper he brought, Fong Yi walked over to return the lighter to the girl. "Thank you. You're welcome." Upon receiving the lighter, the girl did not glance at Fong Yi but instead squatted on the ground, tossing stacks of paper money into the fire. From her pocket, she retrieved a burning slip inscribed with the name of the person she was honoring. Just as Fong Yi was about to depart, curiosity compelled him to steal a glance at the slip. It bore the words, "Deceased Father Li Mingzhi." Those few words sent a jolt through Fong Yi's mind, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You are Li Mingzhi's daughter?" he exclaimed. The girl looked up, puzzled by his question. "Do you know my father?" Fong Yi hesitated, initially inclined to say he did, but then recalled the circumstances of Li Mingzhi's death and quickly shook his head. I don't know him. I just saw it in the news." After denying his acquaintance, he still found it hard to believe. "Are you truly his daughter?" The girl nodded. Seeing the earnestness in her expression, which suggested she was not lying, Fong Yi felt compelled to accept her claim. After all, at such a moment, the only ones who would come to honor Li Mingzhi with offerings, apart from himself, would be his family. This thought stirred profound emotions within him. He never imagined he would encounter Li Mingzhi's daughter here. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Li Mingzhi had a daughter, something the news had failed to mention. Fong Yi opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but after uttering a sound, he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what he wanted to say or what he should say. Noticing that Fong Yi claimed not to know her father, the girl withdrew her gaze and tossed the slip into the flames. "I should be going." With the paper money nearly consumed, she tidied up the remnants and stood up. "Huh?" Fong Yi was momentarily taken aback by her words, only regaining his senses to find the girl already rising to leave. He reached out, intending to call out to her, but hesitated as the words caught in his throat. Why would he stop her? After pondering for a while, he still could not determine what he should say. After all, he had just claimed not to know Li Mingzhi. What more was there to discuss? Watching the girl's retreating figure, Fong Yi's tumultuous emotions lingered, unsettled by the realization that Li Mingzhi had a daughter who came to pay her respects. This was something he had never anticipated. Given the girl's age, it was likely that she was born before Li Mingzhi's disappearance. After so many years, he had suddenly met an untimely end, leaving Fong Yi to wonder if he had seen his daughter before his death. If he had, would he have shared anything with her? Would she know who was responsible for his demise? "Boss, there she is." Just as Fong Yi was lost in thought, an inexplicable voice echoed from afar. Looking up, he noticed 5 burly men had gathered on the riverbank, one of whom pointed excitedly at Li Mingzhi's daughter. Under Fong Yi's watchful gaze, the 5 quickly approached the girl. "Who are you?" In the dead of night, anyone would be startled to see a group of intimidating men rushing toward them, and the girl was no exception. She regarded them warily. "You must be Li Jingwen, right? How is it that your uncle hasn't informed you?" Among the 5 burly men, the one with a scar on his face appeared particularly menacing. After listening to the girl, he sneered. "What did you say?" The girl looked at him with a face full of confusion. "Humph, your uncle owes us money and can't pay it back, so he has pawned you off to us." "What?" The girl's face drained of color, and she anxiously clutched her clothing. "That Chun Hua kid certainly didn't deceive us. His face resembles a gourd, yet who would have thought his niece to be so exquisite? She can be groomed and will surely be a star attraction." Upon seeing the girl's delicate appearance, which evoked a sense of tenderness, one of the men beside the scarred face remarked, "What are we waiting for? Let us take her away." The scarred man shot a glare at his subordinate, who quickly understood and rushed forward to seize the girl. "Don't come any closer." Although the girl bravely ventured to the riverside to burn paper money, it did not imply she was fearless. Upon witnessing the approaching man, she was visibly frightened and hurriedly stepped back. "Little girl, I advise you to comply and come with me. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences," the scarred man said with a cold laugh, gesturing for his lackeys to block her escape. The girl, seeing this, was so terrified that tears welled up in her eyes. "What are you doing?" A commanding voice resonated as Fong Yi strode over. "Who the hell is meddling in our affairs?" The scarred man looked over with evident annoyance, but when he saw Fong Yi, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Damn it, it's you again?" Fong Yi was equally surprised. Having confronted this scarred man earlier in the day, He now found himself face to face with him again that evening. A true case of enemies crossing paths. Knowing it's me, why don't you just scram? The burly men surrounding the girl recalled their earlier defeat and dared not obstruct Fang Yi this time. In fact, they retreated a few steps in fear. Fang Yi was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet today he felt compelled to act. After all, he had just expressed his gratitude to Li Mingjie, and now, upon seeing his daughter in peril, he could not turn a blind eye. He simply could not risk incurring divine wrath. Don't be afraid. He approached the girl, noticing her pale face, and offered words of comfort. Her large, watery eyes gazed at him with both gratitude and confusion. What are you doing here? The appearance of Fang Yi soured the scarred man's mood significantly. The humiliation from earlier had yet to be avenged, and he had not anticipated encountering this young man again. Given his nature, he would typically seek revenge. However, realizing he had fewer subordinates with him this time and recalling Fang Yi's formidable skills, he dared not retaliate, merely glaring at Fang Yi and asking, "What business is it of yours where I am?" Fang Yi fixed a cold stare on the scarred man. "Don't tell me this woman is connected to you as well?" The scarred man asked, brimming with resentment. "What of it? Do you have a problem with that?" Fang Yi replied, his tone still icy. His arrogant demeanor drove the scarred-faced man to the brink of madness. However, Fang Yi remained unfazed. "I will count to 3. Either you vanish from my sight or I shall send you on your way," he stated in a tone that remained unruffled yet laced with a palpable threat. Raising his first finger, he declared, 1. You insolent brat, do not push your luck. The scarred man was incensed by Fang Yi's audacity. 2. I have yet to settle the score from this morning. If you know what's good for you, scram. 3. Just as Fang Yi reached 3 and prepared to take action, the scarred man suddenly bellowed. His face contorted with humiliation as he glared at Fang Yi, grinding his teeth. "You just wait, you bastard. You keep ruining my plans. I will not let this go." He stormed off with his underlings. Seeing his fervent indignation, Fang Yi had initially thought the scarred man was ready to fight him to the death. It was only upon hearing the last 3 words that he realized the man had backed down and could not help but chuckle in disbelief. "All is well now," he said, turning to the girl who looked still shaken. Thank you." Relieved to see the menacing thugs depart, the girl expressed her gratitude to Fang Yi. "No need for thanks. Where do you live? Allow me to escort you home." Fang Yi seized the opportunity to engage with her. He had assumed the frightened girl would accept his offer, but to his surprise, she declined. "No need to trouble yourself. Thank you." She shook her head, expressing her gratitude once more before hastily walking away, leaving Fang Yi momentarily dumbfounded. Sighing, he realized she was the daughter of Li Mingjie, and he had questions for her. He had intended to inquire during their walk home, but now, the girl had denied him that chance. He raised his hand, wanting to show his eagerness to help, but she had already distanced herself. "Do I appear so menacing?" Watching her leave without a backward glance, Fang Yi began to question his own appearance. After touching his face, he confidently dismissed the notion that his looks were the reason for her rejection. What could it be then? From their brief interaction, it seemed the girl possessed a somewhat introverted nature, reluctant to engage in conversation. This led Fang Yi to wonder how she had fared during the years of her father's disappearance. Judging by her attire, he suspected her life had not been easy. Furthermore, having heard the scarred man's words, he knew she seemed to be in some trouble, leaving him uncertain about her circumstances. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Fang Yi pondered for a moment and, considering she was the daughter of his benefactor, resolved to follow her and see how she fared. The author wishes to convey: if you enjoyed the read, kindly take a moment to encourage further updates. Thank you. Chapter 25. The Jade Exchange meeting. Fang Yi cautiously trailed behind the young girl for over 10 minutes until they arrived at a dilapidated urban village near the riverside. In recent years, Jinling has experienced rapid development, making such urban villages increasingly rare. This might be one of the last remnants of its kind in the entire city. The residents here, aside from a few families of modest means, were predominantly migrant workers from other regions. Upon reaching the village, the girl entered a small tile-roofed house after only a short distance. It seemed her circumstances were indeed quite dire. As Fang Yi watched her enter, he lingered in place, inhaling the myriad of scents wafting through the air. his brow furrowing in discontent. Suddenly, a cry of distress broke his contemplation, and he turned to see an elderly woman had fallen to the ground, beside her a basin of wet clothes and several hangers. "Are you all right, ma'am?" Fong Yi rushed over to assist her. "Oh, I'm fine. Me fine. I'm just getting old and useless. I can't even carry a few pieces of clothing without falling." She chuckled self-deprecatingly as she stood with Fong Yi's help, preparing to bend down to retrieve her clothes. Noticing this, Fong Yi quickly interjected, "Let me help you." With a few swift motions, he gathered the scattered garments. "Thank you, young man," the elderly woman expressed her gratitude. Fong Yi waved his hand dismissively, just as he was about to hand the clothes back to her. A thought struck him and he pulled the basin back. "You need to hang these to dry, right? Allow me to assist." Surprised by his eagerness, the elderly woman hesitated before shaking her head. "No need. I can manage on my own. It's no trouble at all. Besides, I have nothing else to do. Where should I hang them? Here, perhaps?"
Fong Yi replied.
Already identifying a suitable spot and proceeding to hang the clothes. Having been helped up by Fong Yi, the elderly woman felt a surge of gratitude. Witnessing his kind-heartedness in assisting with her laundry further enhanced her fondness for him. "Dear boy, you don't live around here, do you?" She scrutinized him closely. "How did you know?"
Fong Yi intrigued.
"I've lived here for decades. I can tell at a glance who belongs to this neighborhood," she smiled. "You are quite right. I don't live here. I'm here searching for someone." Upon hearing that Fong Yi was looking for someone, the elderly woman's curiosity piqued, and she quickly asked, "Who are you looking for? Perhaps I know them." Even if she hadn't asked, Fong Yi intended to inquire about the girl, and now that she had prompted him, it was perfectly fortuitous. "Oh, I'm looking for." Fong Yi rummaged through his memory for the name the scar-faced man had called the girl.
"Li Jingwen."
"Oh, you're a friend of Jingwen's?" The elderly woman's excitement was palpable upon hearing the name. "Do you truly know her?" Fong Yi asked eagerly. "Of course. I've watched that child grow up. She's like my own granddaughter. How could I not know her? Are you her classmate?" the elderly woman inquired. Just a friend," Fong Yi replied. Hearing this, the elderly lady scrutinized him once more. Upon noticing Fong Yi's handsome appearance, she could not help but speculate. You must be pursuing Jingwen, aren't you?" Fong Yi felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze, pondering whether he had inadvertently raised any suspicions. When the elderly lady uttered those words, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon, he bashfully nodded in affirmation. Although he did not verbalize his response, the answer was unmistakable. The elderly lady, witnessing this, could not help but smile, her expression conveying a sense of knowing. "My dear boy, there is no need for embarrassment. Jingwen is indeed a fine girl, both in looks and temperament, though she lacks in the art of self-presentation. Your pursuit of her reflects your discerning taste," the elderly lady remarked with appreciation. Fong Yi, feeling even more bashful, replied, "I am aware of her wonderful qualities, yet she seldom shares her personal matters with me. Despite having known her for quite some time, I remain utterly oblivious to her family's circumstances. By the way, do you know anything about her family?" The elderly lady, who had initially been animated, suddenly wore a melancholic expression upon hearing his inquiry. With a sigh, she lamented, "Alas, those who have passed, have perished. Those who have gone mad are mad. There is hardly anyone left." "Ah!" Fong Yi was taken aback by her words. Noticing the astonishment on his face, the elderly lady sighed again. "It is truly unfortunate for Jingwen. Her father passed away when she was just 3 years old, and her mother succumbed to madness shortly thereafter, leaving her all alone in this world." "Is that so?" Fong Yi's eyes widened in shock. "She has never mentioned any of this to me," he murmured, then added, "Could you share more about her with me?" The elderly lady nodded. "Young man, I see kindness in your heart, so I will share more, allowing you to understand this girl better. In her youth, Jingwen's family was quite well off. Her father was a professor at Kyoto University, and her mother was also an educated woman. Unfortunately, when she was 3, her father traveled abroad for an exchange conference and tragically went missing in a plane crash. In my view, he likely perished without a trace. Her mother, unable to bear the loss, fell into madness and has remained in a mental institution for many years." Fong Yi raised his brows, feeling a sense of sorrow. Does she have no other relatives? How has she survived all these years? Her father's parents passed away early, leaving her with few relatives. However, her mother's side still has some connections. She has a grandmother and an uncle. During her childhood, she lived with her grandmother, but her uncle is a ne'er-do-well, idling away his time and gambling excessively. Over the years, he has not only lost their family home but also the residence that her father left for her. Even Jingwen's grandmother was driven to her demise by him. After her grandmother's passing, Jingwen's uncle criticized her for being a financial burden and expelled her from the home. Now, Jingwen resides in the old house that once belonged to her family. Sighing as she recounted Jingwen's troubles, the elderly lady expressed her sympathy, which resonated deeply with Fong Yi. He had suspected that Jingwen's life was difficult, but he never imagined it could be so tragic. By the way, elderly lady, you previously inquired if I was her classmate. May I ask, is she still attending school? Recalling the earlier conversation, Fong Yi posed the question. The elderly lady nodded. She is indeed still studying, now a freshman at Jinling University. Oh? Fong Yi was taken aback upon hearing that Jingwen was attending Jinling University, the very institution he once attended. After the initial surprise, he felt a sense of enlightenment. No wonder she had declined his offer to take her home. Being a freshman at Jinling University, she must surely know him. 6 months prior, Fong Yi had garnered quite a notorious reputation there, making it impossible for most students to be unaware of him. He had initially assumed that Jingwen's refusal stemmed from her shyness, but upon reflection, he feared that his own reputation might not be much better than that of others who bore a less favorable image. Young man, Jingwen has endured hardships, and her past experiences have left her somewhat insecure. Should you genuinely pursue a relationship with her, it is essential to treat her with kindness, the elderly lady advised. Noticing Fong Yi lost in thought, Fong Yi nodded earnestly. I will. As he spoke, he had already finished hanging out his clothes. The elderly lady shared a few more words before slowly retreating to her room, leaving Fong Yi alone under the eaves, staring vacantly at Jingwen's home. From the elderly lady's account, Fong Yi learned of Jingwen's struggles, juggling her studies while working part-time to support herself and to cover her mother's treatment at a psychiatric hospital. Initially, his curiosity about Jingwen's circumstances had been piqued, but upon uncovering these hardships, his curiosity waned, replaced by a heavy cloud of concern. Due to Li Mingjie, he had amassed a fortune within mere days, and barring unforeseen circumstances, his life would only improve. Yet, while his fortunes flourished, the daughter of his benefactor languished in dire straits. Had he remained oblivious, it would have been one thing, but now that he was aware, how could Fong Yi remain indifferent? After much contemplation, Fong Yi resolved to assist Jingwen as a means of repaying Li Mingjie's kindness, although he did not intend to intervene directly. He pondered whether the one who had taken Li Mingjie's life had set their sights on Jingwen. If he were to aid her without cause, it could easily raise suspicions among those with ill intentions. Moreover, given his past reputation at school, even if he were to step forward, Jingwen might reject his goodwill, perhaps even suspecting him of ulterior motives. Assistance is undoubtedly forthcoming. However, the method remains to be contemplated. The demise of Li Mingjie instilled in Fong Yi a sense of trepidation, akin to a world where every whisper and rustle signals impending danger. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid any interaction with Li Jingwen, resolving instead to return home and thoughtfully ponder his approach. Upon exiting the urban village, Fong Yi swiftly made his way home. By the time he arrived, Yan Sharwei had already returned. The academic demands of her senior year were quite strenuous, so Fong Yi exchanged only a few brief words with her before encouraging her to focus on her studies. Later that evening, he perused a book on jade, retiring to bed around 11. The following morning, after breakfast, he ventured out to the prearranged meeting place with Ling Dehai, the Jinling Commercial Building, located in the western part of the city. The Jinling Commercial Building is a venerable establishment in Jinling City, erected in the 1990s and now over 2 decades old. Its exterior bears the marks of age, yet its reputation has remained untarnished throughout the years. Major government tenders, business negotiations, large-scale auctions, and various conferences are predominantly held here. The identity of the enterprise behind the Jinling Commercial Building remains a mystery, yet it has consistently hosted events without incident. From Ling Dehai, Fang Yi learned that the upcoming Jade Exchange event was particularly grand, attracting a significant portion of the city's Jade enthusiasts. The conference was set to commence at 9 o'clock, and upon his arrival at 8:30, Fang Yi observed a steady stream of attendees entering the venue. Just as he was about to call Ling Dehai to inquire about his arrival, he heard the voice of Ling Qianxue. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Ling Qianxue and Ling Dehai approaching, accompanied by a bespectacled man in his 30s, presumably the jade appraisal expert that Ling Dehai had mentioned. Chapter 26. Arrogance. Hello, uncle. Fang Yi greeted Ling Dehai. Greetings. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed Master Lu, the jade appraisal expert I spoke of, Ling Dehai presented. Master Lu, good day to you, Fang Yi acknowledged. Master Lu, the jade appraiser, appeared somewhat haughty, merely nodding in response to Fang Yi's greeting, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Fang Yi did not harbor any expectations of this person today. Noticing the lack of warmth in Lu's demeanor, he reciprocated with a neutral expression, disregarding the disdainful glance directed at him. Turning to Ling Qianxue, he inquired, "Are you also going in?" Ling Qianxue nodded. "I cannot bear to be concerned about you both. I must accompany you." She was anxious about her father's potential losses in gambling with stones, but even more so about Fang Yi's financial well-being, as he was accompanying her father. Should losses occur, she would feel deeply remorseful. Thus she resolved to monitor the situation closely, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble to prevent them from sinking too deep. Fang Yi sensed her thoughts but chose to remain silent, offering only a gentle smile. "All right, the Jade Exchange Conference is about to commence. Let us proceed inside," Ling Dehai urged, placing all his hopes on this event. Despite having 20 minutes until it began, he was already eager and poised for action. Seeing Ling Dehai's impatience, Fang Yi nodded, and the group entered the grand building. The Jade Exchange Conference did not impose stringent requirements. Anyone could participate by registering and paying a deposit of 50,000 yuan prior to the event. Additional expenses would be calculated separately, and the deposit would be refunded upon departure. After paying the deposit, each individual could bring 4 companions. Ling Dehai had long since settled the payment and, presenting the invitation, was granted unobstructed access. "I never imagined there would be so many people," Ling Qianxue remarked in surprise as they ascended to the 3rd floor, where the Jade Exchange was held. The area was bustling with vendors and visitors. This Jade Exchange Conference is not merely about the trade of jade. It also concerns the future management of the jade industry in Jinling City. Among the attendees, only a small fraction genuinely appreciates jade, while the majority seem to be here for mere spectacle, Ling Qianxue elucidated. In response to her observation, Ling Dehai added, "Is there no major enterprise left in Jinling City's jade industry?" Fang Yi found himself intrigued by Ling Dehai's inquiry. With a furrowed brow, Ling Dehai reflected, "There were once prominent businesses, but they collapsed. Currently, there are none. How could such a thing occur?" Ling Qianxue pressed further. Ling Dehai cast an exasperated glance at her. "How do you suppose it collapsed? It was of course brought down. Your father, too, was a victim of such circumstances." Ling Dehai's words left Fang Yi and Ling Qianxue exchanging puzzled glances, both at a loss for understanding. Noticing their confusion, Ling Dehai sighed and adjusted his demeanor. "You two are inexperienced in business and lack knowledge of the commercial world. So let me clarify. In Jinling, the jewelry industry is primarily dominated by 3 major groups. First, the Zhao Group, which specializes in diamonds. Second, the Liang Group, known for its jewelry. And third, the Su Group, which focuses on jade. The Zhao and Liang groups have prospered over the years, expanding their operations significantly, while the Su Group has remained steadfast in preserving its ancestral business, solely managing jade. Initially, everything seemed to be going smoothly, but who could have anticipated that this year, perhaps having offended someone, they would suddenly face calamity? A conglomerate worth hundreds of billions could collapse overnight. I too was misled by others, believing that aligning with the Su Group would yield substantial profits, only to find myself losing tens of millions instead. Alas! Ling Dehai sighed deeply once more. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi and Ling Qianxue finally comprehended the nature of Ling Dehai's misfortunes. "Well, discussing such matters is rather tedious. Let's shift our focus to jade." Ling Dehai seemed reluctant to dwell on his painful experiences, and after a dismissive gesture, he led everyone into the jade raw stone area. Fang Yi had only briefly familiarized himself with jade the previous day, realizing that jade can be broadly categorized into soft jade and hard jade. The former encompasses a variety of types, while the latter is primarily represented by jadeite. Most jade can be gambled upon, but when people speak of gambling on stones, they usually refer specifically to jadeite, as it is notoriously difficult to assess and carries significant risk. Perhaps this is why the value of jadeite has soared in recent years. At this trade fair, all varieties of jade were on display, each type divided into sections for raw stones, semi-finished products, and finished goods. The semi-finished and finished goods areas were primarily frequented by seasoned collectors and genuine jade enthusiasts, while the raw stone area attracted a multitude of individuals harboring aspirations akin to Ling Dehai's, hoping to achieve wealth overnight. Indeed, there were numerous such hopefuls, as this area boasted the highest footfall. As Fang Yi and the others explored, the Jade Exchange Conference was officially announced to have commenced. There was no extravagant opening ceremony. A host simply recited a pre-written script, briefly outlining the event's agenda, after which attendees began trading freely. Fang Yi was not particularly concerned with the event's proceedings, but he was intrigued when the host mentioned that around 11 o'clock, several Stone Kings would be showcased, piquing his curiosity about their nature. Lu Shifu is a renowned master in the jadeite raw stone appraisal field. I was fortunate to have him agree to come today. When he evaluates the stones later, pay close attention and absorb as much knowledge as you can. Acquiring even a fragment of his expertise could be invaluable throughout your life. Ling Dehai remarked to Fang Yi as the Jade Exchange Conference commenced. Following this, he turned to Lu Shifu with a flattering smile, saying, "Lu Shifu, this is my daughter's classmate, a fine young man with a keen interest in jadeite raw stones, though he knows little about them and hopes to learn from your experience." Yesterday, Fang Yi's timely assistance endeared him to Ling Dehai. Considering his lack of experience, Ling contemplated having Master Lu impart some knowledge to him. However, this notion seemed to be somewhat one-sided. Surely, Boss Ling cannot believe that the skill of earning a living is something that anyone can easily acquire? Master Lu cast a sidelong glance at Ling Dehai. His tone measured, yet his expression unmistakably conveyed a hint of displeasure. Ling Dehai, caught off guard by Master Lu's demeanor, felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered a disarming smile. "I didn't mean it that way. I merely thought that with your extensive experience, if it's not too much trouble, perhaps you could offer him some guidance when he selects stones, to prevent him from incurring too great a loss." Initially, Ling Dehai sought Master Lu's assistance in examining a few stones for Fang Yi, but sensing Master Lu's reluctance, he awkwardly abandoned the idea, merely expressing hope for a few pointers. "Let's see how I feel," Master Lu replied dismissively, then seemingly recalling something, added, "Raw jadeite is not something the average person can manage. After all, one cut can lead to riches or ruin, and slicing through burlap is no trivial matter." Upon saying this, he intentionally glanced at Fang Yi. "Indeed, that's why I hope you can provide some guidance." Ling Dehai, sensing the atmosphere was growing tense, chuckled nervously and quickly invited Master Lu to a stall showcasing raw stones. "Ha! Is it really such a remarkable skill to merely discern a few stones?" Ling Qianxue felt a surge of dissatisfaction at Master Lu's arrogance before her father, and she was further incensed by his obsequious demeanor. Were it not for her father's stern admonitions to remain composed today, she would have long since retaliated against Master Lu's mocking demeanor. "Senior, don't be upset. If he refuses to teach, we don't really care to learn," she urged, concerned that Fang Yi might feel offended. Seeing Ling Qianxue's cheeks flushed with indignation, Fang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "You seem more agitated than I am." He held no particular fondness for Master Lu's sardonic nature, yet he found it hardly worth his ire, as he believed that becoming vexed with such a person was simply not worthwhile. "Humph, I just can't stand his haughty demeanor," Ling Qianxue retorted, still fuming. "Perhaps masters have their own tempers. There's no need to take it to heart." Fang Yi reassured her, patting her shoulder to brush off the incident. He understood Ling Dehai's good intentions. Aware of Fang Yi's inexperience, he hoped Master Lu could share some insights. However, what Ling Dehai did not realize was that Fang Yi did not require such experience. He merely needed to discern which jade stones were of quality and which were not. Although Fang Yi had seen images in books, He had yet to encounter the real thing, leaving him uncertain. Initially, he intended to accompany Master Lu to observe high-quality jadeite, but since Lu held him in disregard and showed no intention of offering guidance, he resolved not to pursue the cold shoulder further. Today, so many individuals have gathered to gamble on stones. It is improbable that he is the sole gemologist present. Who isn't observing? Ah, the water level has risen. The water level has risen. A piece of purple jade. My goodness. As Fang Yi and Ling Qianxue surveyed their surroundings, they were suddenly drawn to an excited shout emanating from a nearby stall. They hurried over to discover a man, his face alight with exhilaration, cradling a freshly cut piece of jadeite and repeatedly exclaiming that the water level had risen. This is indeed the purple jade variety. It possesses a luster. This is exquisite glass jade. Another stall also echoed with fervent voices. This piece of blue jade is commendable as well. Ice jade with golden threads. We have struck it rich. Fang Yi and Ling Qianxue observed the bustling stalls. Although they were not well versed in the specialized terminology of stone gambling, they discerned which jade was of superior quality and which was not. As they witnessed the lively commotion at various stalls, a sense of eagerness began to swell within them, prompting them to consider using their vision to purchase a few pieces for practice. Just then, as Fang Yi approached a stall intending to buy some jade, he suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. He looked up only to furrow his brow in recognition. It was none other than Wu Zhiyong. Chapter 27. I shall purchase it. What an unfortunate encounter. Wu Zhiyong stood beside Han Yanyu, accompanied by a middle-aged man, his expression darkening as he beheld Fang Yi and Ling Qianxue. The memory of his previous humiliation at Fang Yi's hands lingered in his mind, leaving him feeling aggrieved. Encountering you is indeed our misfortune. Ling Qianxue gazed at Wu Zhiyong with evident disdain. Wu Zhiyong shot her a venomous glare before turning his attention to Fang Yi. So, a penniless wretch has taken to gambling on stones? Although he had not anticipated running into Fang Yi here, he seized the opportunity to mock him. Is there a rule prohibiting the impoverished from gambling on stones? Fang Yi queried, perplexed. There is no such regulation, but the raw stones here are rather costly. I wonder if you can afford them, Wu Zhiyong jeered. Fang Yi merely scoffed, his previously buoyant mood dampened by Wu Zhiyong's presence. Whether I can afford it is of no concern to you. I merely wish to gamble on stones, not to engage in fisticuffs. However, should you insist on provoking me, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Fang Yi regarded him calmly, a subtle threat lacing his tone. Dare you act here? Wu Zhiyong seethed with indignation at Fang Yi's threat. Shall we test that? Fang Yi smiled, twisting his wrist. Wu Zhiyong's face flushed with anger at Fang Yi's words. In the past, had Fang Yi dared to speak thus, he would have struck him with a single punch. Yet now, the memory of being slapped repeatedly outside the bank still stung, and he recognized that he was no longer Fang Yi's match. While he suspected Fang Yi would not dare to act in this setting, the latter's demeanor gave him pause. The host of today's Jade Exchange event held significant influence. To settle personal grievances here, even if he were not the instigator, would certainly lead to his expulsion. He had high hopes of profiting today and had no desire to be ousted, especially not in the midst of a beating. Humph! I shan't stoop to your level. Wu Zhiyong glared at Fang Yi fiercely. Then be gone. Fang Yi understood Wu Zhiyong's reluctance to engage physically, and after uttering those words, he dismissed him entirely. Seeing Fang Yi's haughty demeanor, Wu Zhiyong clenched his fists in fury. Even if he could not overpower you, do you think I lack other means to deal with you? Watching Fang Yi's retreating figure, he muttered to himself, prompting the two companions beside him to follow. Senior, why does he seem so fearful of you? Ling Qianxue, unaware of the events at the bank, recalled Wu Zhiyong's previous arrogance and found his behavior today rather peculiar. Fang Yi briefly recounted the incident from the other day, and she suddenly understood. Well done. A person like him deserved to be taught a lesson long ago. Fang Yi smiled but offered no further comment as he moved to another stall, beginning to scrutinize the raw stones laid before him. Boss, how much for this stone? Fang Yi inquired, pointing at a rough stone no larger than a fist. 3,000, the proprietor replied. This is a piece of concealed material. In the stone gambling industry, concealed material refers to rough stones that reveal nothing of their contents. The risk associated with such raw stones is immense, as no one can ascertain whether they contain jade. However, due to this high risk, their prices are significantly lower compared to those of transparent stones. Smaller pieces are typically sold by the unit, generally within the range of hundreds to thousands, while larger ones, sold by weight, seldom exceed a few hundred thousand. Fang Yi activated his perspective ability and discerned jade within this stone, a blue water variety with commendable quality. Although the quantity was limited, it was sufficient to craft several pendants, the value of which undoubtedly exceeded 3,000. 5,000. I'll buy it. As Fang Yi was about to make his purchase, Wu Zhiong abruptly stepped forward and stated a price of 5,000. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. He eagerly lifted the stone, exclaiming, "This gentleman truly wishes to offer 5,000. This rough concealed stone appeared to have no jade, and in a typical raw stone shop, it would hardly fetch 500. Therefore, the prospect of someone offering 5,000 was exhilarating for the owner. "Yes, 5,000, Wu Zhiong affirmed with a nod. "Wu Zhiong, what do you mean by this?" Just as Fang Yi was on the verge of acquiring the stone, Wu Zhiong had intercepted him. Ling Qianxue, unaware of whether the stone contained jade, recognized Wu Zhiong's intention to provoke and glared at him with indignation. "What do you mean? I'm buying a stone." Wu Zhiong feigned innocence as he regarded Ling Qianxue. "Everyone here is looking to purchase raw stones. Why should I be unable to buy just because you are?" He expressed his confusion. "This gentleman is correct. We are all here to purchase stones. The stones are displayed for anyone to buy, and the highest bidder prevails," the shopkeeper interjected, handing the stone to Wu Zhiong, which only intensified Ling Qianxue's fury. "Shopkeeper, you," before she could finish her sentence, Fang Yi placed a reassuring hand on hers, silencing her. "What about this one?" He decisively abandoned his previous choice and pointed to another stone. "This one is 2,000, the shopkeeper quoted. "I'll offer 3,000. Just as Fang Yi showed interest, Wu Zhiong shouted again, prompting Ling Qianxue to become utterly enraged. "Wu Zhiong, are you not repulsive?" She glowered at him in anger. "Repulsive? How is buying a stone repulsive?" Wu Zhiong acted as if he had heard something outrageous, maintaining a facade of innocence, though his expression was clearly taunting. This only served to further incite disgust. "You are clearly doing this on purpose," Ling Qianxue accused. "I do not comprehend what you are saying," he replied, feigning confusion. "You." Ling Qianxue was infuriated, ready to argue, but Fang Yi grasped her hand to calm her. "Senior." Feeling his comforting grip, Ling Qianxue regained some composure, though she remained aggrieved. Fang Yi understood her anger was for his sake, yet he deemed it unnecessary. After soothing her with a glance, he turned his attention back to Wu Zhiong. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Upon seeing the smile on Wu Zhiong's face, he spoke. The reason Wu Zhiong intercepted Fang Yi was to irk him. Ling Qianxue's fury merely validated the effectiveness of his actions. Though Fang Yi appeared calm, Wu Zhiong suspected it was a mere facade. Indeed, he might be even angrier than Ling Qianxue. This thought brought him even greater joy.
Fang Yi.
"Such raw stones are not for everyone to play with. I possess wealth and can indulge in whatever I desire. And you? You, a mere impoverished laborer. Can you afford to play this game?" Wu Zhiong regarded Fang Yi with a taunting gaze, full of provocation. Though he could not match Fang Yi in physical confrontation, he felt superior in many other aspects and had plenty of means to deal with him. Initially, he had feared Fang Yi might strike him, but now he felt no such apprehension. If they were to fight without cause, it would be a private matter. However, with both men bidding on a stone, should Fang Yi resort to violence, it would only reveal his inability to cope. The organizers would expel him, leaving Wu Zhiong unscathed. This assurance emboldened Wu Zhiong. He was determined to oppose Fang Yi today, ensuring he could not acquire even a single raw stone. He had plenty of money, while Fang Yi, a mere laborer, how much could he possibly have? Observing Wu Zhiong's provocative demeanor, Fang Yi remained unperturbed, merely smiling. Whether one can afford to play, one only discovers through participation. With that, he picked up another raw stone. "Boss, how much for this one?" 5,000. "I bid 6,000. Before Fang Yi could respond, Wu Zhiong intercepted again. Unfazed, Fang Yi reached for another stone. "What about this one?" "4,000. I bid 5,000. This one, 8,000. I bid 9,000. As minutes slipped by, Fang Yi had acquired over 30 stones, each snatched from him by Wu Jiong at 1,000 more than his bid, totaling 730,000. Young Master Wu, what he has chosen are all concealed stones, none of any value. Please do not act impulsively. Initially, the onlookers found Wu Jiong's extravagance impressive, but after several minutes, their perception began to shift toward ridicule. Even the jade appraisal expert beside him felt compelled to intervene. Wealth is one thing, but one cannot continuously purchase concealed stones, especially when such purchases are merely acts of spite, without any prior appraisal. This is foolishness. Many spectators began to regard him with the eyes of bemusement. Wu Jiong, who had once relished the feeling of outshining Fang Yi, began to feel regret as the expenditures mounted and the peculiar gazes from those around him intensified. Although he was a wealthy heir, his family's fortune was not boundless. They had provided him with only 2 million for this venture. While he had yet to spend half of the 73,000, the thought of losing such an amount on worthless concealed stones was quite distressing. With this realization, he discreetly furrowed his brow. Fang Yi had been observing Wu Jiong's expressions and, upon noticing the frown, understood that his opponent was beginning to falter. "Boss, how much is this stone?" Fang Yi previously picked up only small stones, each priced in the thousands, with the most expensive at merely 30,000. This is precisely why Wu Jiong had continually intercepted him. After all, Fang Yi's selections were not considered costly. However, now Fang Yi was pointing at a considerably large stone, estimated to weigh around 1 to 200 jin, and its price was naturally distinct from those earlier stones. "This is rather expensive, 650,000. The boss's quoted price sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, even causing Ling Qianxue to gasp in surprise. "Boss, do you really dare to sell this rough stone for 650,000? Rough stones rarely command such high prices, and those that reach hundreds of thousands are exceedingly rare. This is due to a limited number of buyers. Seasoned stone gamblers know that the likelihood of a larger rough stone yielding jade is significantly lower, especially when it remains uncut. Thus, when the onlookers heard the hefty price of this rough stone, some could not help but voice their skepticism. You do not comprehend. This is a fine stone, worth this price," the boss assured with a thump of his chest, but the flicker in his eyes betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Indeed, this stone was pricier than others, yet it was not truly worth such a sum, at most 30,000. His inflated quote was merely a tactic to maximize profit, as the scenario of two young men competing to purchase raw stones at exorbitant prices was rare. Seizing the opportunity was essential. After all, many of his stones had sold at high prices. Having explained himself, he eagerly turned his gaze towards Wu Jiong. Fang Yi, indifferent to whether the stone was worth the price, inquired about the cost and, noticing Wu Jiong's silence, turned to him. "What is the matter? Not buying?" At this question, Wu Jiong's expression darkened. He had initially approached with great confidence, yet now he appeared somewhat hesitant, not due to the stone's price, but because even he felt it was not worth it. Although he had limited knowledge of jade, he understood that the chances of a larger rough stone yielding jade were slim. If it had been cut and showed jade, it could have been worth the gamble, but an uncut stone was akin to throwing money away. He suspected that Fang Yi had deliberately chosen this stone to deceive him. "Do you think I'm a fool to spend hundreds of thousands on such a large rough stone?" Wu Jiong scoffed, having seen through Fang Yi's scheme. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi realized that his opponent was backing down, and he chuckled. "If you can't play, just admit it. Why make so many excuses?" Wu Jiong, incensed, retorted, "You think I can't afford it? Then why don't you buy it?" Fang Yi taunted. Wu Jiong was about to assert that he would buy it, but the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. "Humph! I won't fall for your tricks." He glared at Fang Yi wearing an expression that said, "I see right through you." Seeing Wu Jiong's reluctance to buy, Fang Yi merely smiled, while the boss was left utterly disappointed. "Fang Yi, you boast so boldly. Why don't you make a purchase?" With Fang Yi wearing a mocking grin, Wu Jiong, unable to contain his anger, shot back. Upon hearing this, the boss turned his hopeful gaze towards Fang Yi, wishing for him to proceed with the purchase. "It's obvious this stone has no jade. Only a fool would buy it," remarked an onlooker, prompting nods of agreement from the crowd. "This stone, though sizable, possesses a remarkably coarse surface, resembling granite rather than jade. What? Are you too timid to make a purchase? Upon witnessing Fang Yi's indifference, Wu Ziyong scoffed. Hearing this, Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Who says I lack the courage to buy it? I shall procure it." Chapter 28. Inflicting harm on the enemy while wounding oneself. Senior. Fang Yi's words startled Ling Qianxue. Upon hearing that those around her had little faith in the stone, she assumed Fang Yi would certainly refrain from purchasing it. To her astonishment, however, he expressed his intent to buy. Wu Ziyong had merely spoken in jest, never truly believing Fang Yi would proceed with the acquisition. Upon hearing this declaration, he was first taken aback, then elated. "Fang Yi, you said it yourself." "Indeed, I did." "Then buy it. Let us do it." With that, Fang Yi turned to the vendor and instructed, "Please, ring me up." Seeing Fang Yi's readiness to pay, Ling Qianxue's expression shifted dramatically, and she urgently grasped his arm. "Don't act impulsively, senior." She feared that Fang Yi had been provoked into this decision by Wu Ziyong's taunting, and her heart raced with anxiety. "Rest assured, this is not a rash decision," Fang Yi reassured her, but Ling Qianxue remained unconvinced. "Everyone has said there is no jade inside. Senior, don't be caught up in a moment of folly." Despite not understanding Fang Yi's impulsiveness, she earnestly attempted to dissuade him. "Young man, spending 650,000 on a rough stone is a waste of money, regardless of your wealth." Upon hearing that Fang Yi intended to purchase this stone, several onlookers regarded him with bemusement, and one person could not help but chuckle softly. "Everyone is entitled to their opinions, but if you're not buying, don't disrupt others." The vendor glared at the laughing individual, his tone tinged with irritation. After all, it was a rare occurrence for someone to spend such a substantial sum on a stone that even the vendor himself doubted, and he was certainly not pleased by any attempts to undermine the sale. What if Fang Yi changed his mind and backed out? The individual, initially there to observe, was well aware of the industry's unspoken rules, and upon receiving the vendor's glare, he quickly silenced himself. The spectators had initially thought Wu Ziyong, who spent 730,000 on over 30 pieces of rough stone, was foolish. Little did they realize that the true fool was Fang Yi. Even if not every piece contained jade, at least a few would yield something of value, thereby mitigating losses. However, if this large rough stone turned out to be devoid of jade, it would be an absolute loss. While many felt it was a pity to squander 650,000, most wore expressions of schadenfreude. In the world of stone gambling, fools were plentiful, and so too were the spectators who reveled in their folly. "Senior, please don't act impulsively." As Ling Qianxue observed the curious gazes of the crowd, her conviction that the stone would yield no jade solidified. She clutched Fang Yi's hand tightly, her voice tinged with desperation. She truly did not wish to see him suffer such a financial setback. "Fang Yi, you're a grown man. Surely you possess your own judgment? Must you rely on a woman's opinion to decide?" Fearing that Fang Yi might reconsider his purchase, Wu Ziyong mockingly interjected. Fang Yi's expression remained calm, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Fear not, I have committed to this purchase, and I shall indeed buy it." He glanced at Ling Qianxue, who now wore a face full of pleading, her eyes brimming with tears. "Senior, trust me." Gently patting Ling Qianxue's shoulder, Fang Yi swiftly transferred the money to the vendor. The vendor, upon receiving the payment, was filled with uncontainable joy. "Do you gentlemen require a cut?" The proprietor of each stall possesses tools for slicing stones. Though not particularly professional, they are sufficient for opening a window. Seeing that the two had no intention of purchasing further, he inquired. "Of course." Wu Ziyong nodded in response, then provocatively glanced at Fang Yi. "With my assorted stones, even if they are all uncut pieces, surely a few will yield jade. I am quite curious to see what treasures your large piece may unveil. Are you bold enough to proceed?" Wu Ziyong relentlessly urged Fang Yi to buy the stone, eager to witness his loss. He would not rest until he saw it. What is there to fear? Unfazed by Wu Ziyong's taunt, Fang Yi stood resolute. If the other wished to see him falter, he too harbored the desire to witness Wu Ziyong's downfall. Upon Fang Yi's assent, Wu Ziyong smirked coldly, a glint of cunning in his expression, and gestured for the proprietor to commence with his stone first. "Ah, water. Blue water type," The first piece Wu Jiong chose to cut was the very one Fang Yi had initially intended to purchase. With but a slight incision, jade was revealed, exhibiting ample water content and excellent quality. As astonishment swept through the crowd, joy surged within Wu Jiong. A fortuitous start. Though he was aware that among the 30-odd stones, some would inevitably contain jade, he had not anticipated that the very first would yield such results. A delightful surprise. It appears that luck is on my side today, he laughed.
Addressing Fang Yi.
By the way, this stone is the one you sought to buy initially, is it not? Alas, I have snatched it away. His laughter, laced with derision, pierced the air, causing Ling Qianshui's delicate features to harden. Yet, Fang Yi seemed entirely unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his visage. This stone, originally intended for him, containing jade, was no surprise. If the other stones bore jade, that would indeed be unexpected. Observing Fang Yi's indifference to his taunts, Wu Jiong dismissed it as mere pretense and smirked inwardly, thinking, I wonder how long you can maintain this fade. Cut the next one, he commanded, prompting the proprietor to promptly take up another stone. This one has none. The second stone, only slightly larger than the first, yielded no water even after an initial cut, nor upon further slicing. Ultimately, it was fully cut, revealing nothing at all. Proceed. The revelation of jade in the first stone had been an unexpected delight. The absence in the second was anticipated by Wu Jiong, who remained silent and simply signaled to continue. The third stone also failed to yield jade. Next, the fourth stone was similarly devoid of jade. Fifth, uncut stones are inherently less likely to reveal jade. Those capable of yielding it are often sold at a premium once opened. If it were so simple, why would they refrain from making the initial cuts? After 3 consecutive failures to uncover anything, Wu Jiong felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he remained unfazed and instructed the proprietor to continue. The proprietor's hands moved tirelessly as he diligently sliced through the stones, and the crowd of onlookers continued to swell. The fifth stone yielded no jade, nor did the sixth, and the seventh followed suit. While Wu Jiong might have been able to accept a few consecutive failures, the prospect of 20 stones failing to reveal anything was becoming increasingly intolerable. With each stone that was cut open, revealing nothing within, Wu Jiong's expression grew increasingly grim. Initially, the spectators had thought Wu Jiong was fortunate when the first stone revealed jade, but as time wore on, this sentiment evaporated. Although rough stones are seldom likely to contain jade, the sheer number of failures, over 20, was simply too disheartening. Even if jade could not be found, one would expect at least some semblance of quality. However, every stone opened thus far was devoid of any value, resembling mere rubble, inferior even to marble. Sir, this is the last stone, the cutter stammered, his voice trembling, partly due to guilt, as the stones were his to sell. Fortunately for him, the gambling stone business has regulations that state once the transaction is complete, the outcome is no longer the seller's concern. Otherwise, he might have fled at the prospect of Wu Jiong seeking retribution. Cut it. Wu Jiong's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea, fixating on the last stone, the largest and most expensive of the lot. His voice rang out, his eyes reddened. This was his final glimmer of hope. The proprietor wasted no time and commenced the cut, slicing 3 times in quick succession, only to reveal emptiness. Excellent. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Qianshue clapped her hands and cheered. Although Fang Yi was destined to incur losses, seeing Wu Jiong suffer as well provided her with a modicum of psychological solace. Alas, as the last stone was opened to reveal yet another disappointment, the crowd murmured in sympathy. Wu Jiong's face turned ashen, and he felt a piercing agony within his heart. Spending 730,000 on 35 stones, with only the first yielding jade, was an unbearable stroke of bad luck. While the first stone contained jade, it was minor in size and likely worth no more than 30 or 40,000. Even if the stone could yield a modest profit, it would still leave him at a loss of 700,000. 700,000 was no trifling sum for Wu Jiong. He had harbored hopes of unveiling additional jade stones, thus ensuring both profit and a chance to outshine Fang Yi. However, it appeared that such aspirations were woefully naive. Observing Wu Jiong's darkened demeanor, Fang Yi's smile radiated even brighter. The first stone had contained jade because he had deliberately selected it, but upon realizing Wu Jiong's intent to undermine him, He purposefully chose stones devoid of jade thereafter. He was no fool. Why would he allow his rival to profit? Despite having anticipated the emptiness of the remaining stones, witnessing Wu Zhiyong's crestfallen countenance brought an unexpected thrill to Fang Yi's heart. It seems you are still far removed from the realm of good fortune. Just moments ago, Wu Zhiyong had boasted of his luck, and now Fang Yi seized the opportunity to mock him. Did you truly believe you could fare any better? Wu Zhiyong was filled with discontent. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, he shot him a fierce glare. Perhaps I am better than you, Ling Qianxue retorted. At least I managed to extract a piece of jade. I fear you may yield nothing at all. Casting a cold glance at the large stone beneath Fang Yi's feet, Wu Zhiyong remarked icily. Although he felt a surge of anger at Fang Yi's mockery, a moment's contemplation revealed that with such a low probability, he had only managed to procure a single piece of emerald. Fang Yi, with merely one opportunity, could he truly succeed? If Fang Yi too failed to extract anything, then despite his own losses, he would still emerge victorious in this gamble. For he could afford to lose, while Fang Yi's circumstances were uncertain. From Han Yanyu, Wu Zhiyong had gleaned that Fang Yi came from humble beginnings, that 650,000 could very well be largely borrowed. Although the notion of harming another while injuring oneself was not wise, if it meant leading Fang Yi to ruin, he would gladly embrace it. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon his face as he addressed Fang Yi. 70,000 is a considerable sum, yet I can bear the loss. The question remains, can you? Fang Yi chuckled upon hearing this. I haven't even cut the stone yet, and you presume I will incur a loss? Wu Zhiyong glanced at the middle-aged man beside him, his appointed jade appraisal expert. Understanding Wu Zhiyong's gaze, the man quickly assured, Rest assured, young Master Wu, this rough stone is definitely not going to yield anything. With these words, Wu Zhiyong nodded in satisfaction. If even the jade expert asserted this, he was convinced that Fang Yi would certainly suffer a loss. I advise you not to proceed with the cut, lest you bring shame upon yourself. Fang Yi, unfazed by this comment, raised his hand to instruct the owner to begin cutting the stone. Chapter 29. Heeding advice and satisfying hunger, this stone was quite substantial, and the proprietor exerted considerable effort to position it correctly before commencing the cutting process. Although most observers held little hope for this rough stone, when the moment of cutting arrived, many were transfixed, watching intently. In the world of stone gambling, certainty is a rare commodity. Skepticism aside, who could dare to assert there was no chance at all? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, the proprietor made the first incision, revealing nothing. A wave of disappointment washed over many, which they accepted with resignation, yet only Wu Zhiyong scoffed derisively. Ling Qianxue, her beautiful eyes fixed on the stone, clenched her hands tightly in anxious anticipation, wishing for a favorable outcome. The absence of anything after the first cut left her disheartened. Only Fang Yi remained unfazed. Cut deeper, he instructed the proprietor. The latter nodded and proceeded with a second cut. Yet again, nothing emerged. Wu Zhiyong burst into laughter. Cut even deeper, Fang Yi urged once more. Having already made the second cut without even a hint of moisture, do you truly believe the stone holds anything of value? Wu Zhiyong was now convinced that no jade would be found within the stone, his face lighting up with glee. Ling Qianxue, upon hearing his words, also felt the weight of despair settle upon her, her countenance darkening, while Fang Yi remained as calm as ever, disregarding Wu Zhiyong's taunts and encouraging the proprietor to continue. He possessed an extraordinary vision that allowed him to discern the presence of jade within the stone better than anyone else. Not only was he aware that this stone contained jade, but he also knew precisely where it lay. However, such knowledge was best kept to himself. Purchasing a large rough stone that yielded jade could be deemed fortunate, but knowing its exact location was a revelation too startling to share, as it would undoubtedly attract attention. Wu Zhiyong had concluded that Fang Yi would not uncover any jade, believing that his insistence on continuing was merely a desperate struggle. His spirits soared, and the smile on his face radiated joy, which he assumed would persist indefinitely. However, when the proprietor made the third cut, that smile abruptly froze. Ah, there's moisture. The proprietor, standing closest, was the first to spot the water, exclaiming in excitement. The crowd surged forward to witness the spectacle. Indeed, there was moisture. Goodness, this is substantial. This can't be ordinary water type. Ice type? What ice type? Look closely. The transparency is extraordinary. This is clearly glass type, a keen-eyed observer exclaimed. It does seem so, another echoed. The glass-type jade is renowned for its quality and rarity, and upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in fervor, including the proprietor, who set down his tools and retrieved a flashlight to inspect closely. In no time, his complexion flushed, and his excitement escalated. This is glass type. It has floating emeralds. This is top-tier glass type, he shouted. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as the terms floating emeralds and top-tier glass type reverberated, prompting those at nearby stalls to rush over to witness the unfolding drama. Good heavens, we thought this stone would yield nothing. Yet it turns out to possess floating emeralds of glass type. What extraordinary luck! Gazing upon the area where the rough stone had been cleaved, the entire cross-section shimmered with translucent jade, emanating a delicate green luminescence that captivated many onlookers. How could this be possible? Wu Zhiyong stared in astonishment at the scene before him, scarcely able to believe his eyes. What do you say now? Didn't you claim that my stone would yield nothing? Fang Yi inquired with a smile, observing Wu Zhiyong's reaction. The latter's expression turned ashen, his incredulity morphing into anger as he shot a furious glance at Fang Yi. Seizing the collar of the appraiser beside him, he demanded, "Didn't you assert that this stone was guaranteed to be worthless? What on earth is happening?" The jade appraiser shared a similar expression of disbelief, his countenance darkening at Wu Zhiyong's confrontation, but his demeanor was more one of innocence. I truly did not anticipate this," he lamented, his voice tinged with helplessness. The nature of rough stones like this one is notoriously challenging to appraise. Even if he had sought the guidance of a seasoned expert, the outcome could not have been assured. Given the difficulty of extracting anything from rough stones, and the overwhelming likelihood of loss with larger specimens, he had merely relied on conventional wisdom, never expecting that this stone would indeed reveal exquisite jade, of the finest quality. No less, in that moment he felt a sense of helpless despair. Useless fool! Wu Zhiyong seethed, pushing the man aside in his fury. Had it not been for Han Yenyun restraining him, he might have erupted. It seems some individuals cannot bear to see others prosper. Witnessing our jade discovery has incited their wrath. Ling Qianxue had never anticipated that Fang Yi's stone would yield jade, and hearing the surrounding chatter about its remarkable value filled her with joy. Observing Wu Zhiyong's furious demeanor, she seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. Wu Zhiyong, his face flushed with anger, could only glare in response. He had hoped to witness Fang Yi's financial ruin, yet the tables had turned. He had lost 700,000, while Fang Yi had unearthed a piece of superb jade. How absurd! Noticing Wu Zhiyong's unwillingness to accept his fate, Fang Yi chuckled softly. I possess a particular virtue. I heed advice. Earlier, I urged you to purchase this stone, yet you obstinately refused. Once you suggested I buy it, I acted immediately, and lo and behold, it yielded jade, exquisite, verdant glass-like jade. It seems the saying, heed the counsel of others and you shall prosper, holds true. Wu Zhiyong, his blood boiling, felt an overwhelming urge to retch upon realizing that Fang Yi had indeed suggested purchasing the stone. He had previously believed Fang Yi was attempting to deceive him, only to discover the truth too late. How ironic it was that his cleverness had backfired. He had neglected to acquire something of true worth while amassing a collection of worthless stones. Seeing Wu Zhiyong in such dismay, Ling Qianxue delivered another blow. Fang Yi, you merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck. There is no reason to gloat. Wu Zhiyong clenched his fists tightly, his heart aching, and retorted with bitterness. Luck is still a form of fortune, is it not? Certainly preferable to misfortune. Fang Yi replied with a grin, casting a meaningful glance at the pile of worthless stones strewn before Wu Zhiyong. Indeed, that is a valid point. Beside him, Ling Qianxue nodded in agreement. Observing the banter between the two, Wu Zhiyong felt a surge of heat rise to his head. Had he not been aware of his inability to contend with Fang Yi, he would have lunged at him. Faced with their mockery, he felt utterly humiliated. After casting a fierce glare at Fang Yi, he turned on his heel and departed. Sir, won't you reconsider? The shop owner, noticing Wu Zhiyong's intent to leave, contemplated retaining him, hoping to persuade him to purchase a piece of rough jade. "How dare you?" Wu Zhiyong shouted back, walking away without a backward glance. "Such foul language, truly lacking in manners," the owner muttered in frustration, having failed to keep Wu Zhiyong from leaving. Why come here just to cause trouble and humiliate oneself? Watching Wu Zhiyong retreat, Ling Qianxue scoffed, while Fang Yi simply smiled and withdrew his gaze. "My friend, are you selling that stone? I'll offer 3 million for it." After Fang Yi's jade was cut, a crowd quickly gathered, including several jade shop owners. Among them, a middle-aged man with a goatee, unable to contain his eagerness, proposed to buy it. "This is a fine piece. Boss Chen offers 3 million, but that seems rather greedy." "My friend, I'll give you 5 million. Sell it to me," a stout man interjected enthusiastically. One offered 3 million, another 5 million. Though it was already known that Fang Yi had cut a premium jade, Ling Qianxue was still taken aback, covering her mouth in surprise at such lofty bids. The goateed man, displeased by the stout man's comment, retorted, "Boss Sun is generous, but who knows how much jade is actually in that stone? The surface looks substantial, but what if there's none inside? 5 million seems rather risky. With my keen eye, I assure you this material contains more than just what's visible. 5 million is a fair price," the stout man declared confidently, thumping his chest. "Humph." The goateed man attempted to respond, but Fang Yi raised a hand to silence him. "Gentlemen, there's no need to rush. I haven't finished cutting yet." "What? You're still going to cut it?" Both men stared at him, startled. "Sir, are you truly going to continue cutting?" Even the owner of the cutting shop found it hard to believe, while the onlookers buzzed with speculation. Previously, Fang Yi had purchased rough jade, and now, having revealed jade, it had transformed into high-quality material. Undoubtedly a gamble that had paid off. Typically, when people gamble on stones, after a rise in value, they refrain from further cutting. For no one knows if there's more jade inside, how much, its quality, or if there are any cracks. Selling it now would guarantee profit. But if he continued to cut and found little or no jade, or perhaps discovered flaws, the stone's value would plummet. The gamble of jade is never a solitary venture. Both seller and buyer are engaged in a game of chance. The reason buyers are willing to pay a premium for this rough stone is that they gamble on the possibility that it contains jade of the same exquisite quality as its exterior. If the seller were to cut it open and reveal a lack of jade or a quality that falls short, they would certainly not invest a substantial sum again. In the realm of stone gambling, only masters with great confidence dare to continue cutting after a price increase, while most newcomers tend to seize the opportunity to profit quickly. After all, purchasing a stone for hundreds of thousands and reselling it for millions guarantees a substantial return. However, Fang Yi evidently does not possess the mindset of a novice. Observing the astonished crowd, he remained unperturbed and declared, "Let us turn it to the other side and continue cutting." Chapter 30. 80 million, sir. Have you considered that if it fails to cut well, it may not fetch such a high price? Although the owner harbored feelings of envy towards Fang Yi for having procured a piece of exquisite jadeite from him, he could not help but offer gentle advice upon witnessing Fang Yi's determination to cut the stone. Fang Yi was acutely aware of the potential consequences of a poor cut. The adage in the gambling stone industry rings true. One cut brings poverty, another brings wealth, and yet another may yield mere burlap. However, he felt confident that he would not falter. Selling the stone for 5 million would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. Yet he understood that its true worth far exceeded that amount. After all, encountering such a premium jadeite raw stone was a rare opportunity, and he was intent on maximizing his gains. "I am fully aware of the risks. Let us proceed," Fang Yi affirmed with a resolute nod. His audacity garnered admiration from the two individuals who had previously participated in the bidding. The stone belonged to Fang Yi, and he was free to cut it as he pleased. While they were astonished by his boldness, they felt a greater sense of agreement. After all, they too harbored concerns about potential losses. Should the cut yield no jade, they would simply walk away, but if jade were to emerge, they could always offer more and would not incur any losses. Recognizing Fang Yi's steadfastness, the owner refrained from further commentary, preparing the stone for cutting. The first cut was made, but yielded nothing. The second cut also proved fruitless. The third cut. Still no success. All eyes were fixated on the stone, and as 3 consecutive cuts produced no results, Disappointment began to spread among the onlookers. This was a premium glass type. It was improbable that it contained an abundance of jade. In my opinion, there may be a trace at the initial cut, but the subsequent sections are likely devoid of it, remarked a bystander. Patience. This is a substantial stone, and we have yet to cut through half of it. It is too soon to dismiss the possibility, countered another voice. Unperturbed by the surrounding speculation, Fong Yi urged the owner to continue cutting. With the fourth cut, he instructed the owner to go deeper, yet still there was nothing. The fifth cut. Ah, there it was. A glimmer of jadeite appeared, still of the splendid glass variety. As the fifth cut was made, the exquisite color and clarity were revealed, unmarred by cracks. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the owner's expression mirrored their surprise. The two individuals who had previously clamored to purchase were now visibly exhilarated. With jade found in the front, it was reasonable to assume there might be more within. Though the entirety of the stone remained unseen, the visible portion alone suggested that this stone was indeed quite valuable. 15 million, shouted the man with the goat beard, his initial bid of 3 million soaring to 15 million, a five-fold increase. Meanwhile, the stout man made an even more audacious bid, 20 million. Upon hearing the staggering bid of 20 million, Ling Qianshua's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of incredulity and joy. I will also bid 20 million, boss son. How about you let me have this stone? She proposed, noticing the stout man's offer. The stout man furrowed his brow in response to the goat-bearded man's words. Does Boss Chun already possess a piece of old pit glass? Why compete with me? The goat-beard smiled slyly and remarked, while that piece of glass jade is commendable, it pales in comparison to this one. The floating emerald glass variety is truly rare. Since Boss Chun was aware of the scarcity of floating emerald glass, he should not have uttered such words. Forgive me, but I find it difficult to part with it. I offer 25 million. In response to the goat-beard's plea, the portly man remained unyielding, and he added 5 million to his bid. The goat-beard's expression darkened instantly. Upon hearing the portly man's offer reach 25 million, even Fong Yi, who had long known the stone's considerable worth, felt a surge of anxiety. Just 3 days ago he had been fretting over a few hundred in rent, yet now, a staggering sum of 25 million could be his with merely a nod. Having lived 23 years, he had never imagined earning such a fortune. It felt akin to a dream, causing his body to tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, Fong Yi restrained the impulse to declare sold, and smiled. Gentlemen, please do not rush. We must continue to cut. Continue to cut? The two bidding rivals, their faces flushed from the competition, were taken aback by Fong Yi's assertion. Such a large stone could not possibly yield only this small amount of jade. Even if it could not be fully sliced open, several more windows ought to be opened to allow the esteemed gentleman to assess the stone's quality and purchase with confidence. Fong Yi spoke softly, his demeanor sincere, resembling a conscientious merchant genuinely concerned for others. However, upon witnessing Fong Yi's earnest smile, the goat-beard and the portly man felt no sense of gratitude. The opening of a second window indeed provided them with greater assurance, but it also significantly raised the price. Should a third or fourth window reveal more jade, the price would undoubtedly soar even higher. Yet, this was not their primary concern. They were not afraid of rising prices, but rather of rising prices leading to an inability to purchase. The floating emerald glass variety is exceedingly rare. Smaller pieces may not attract many competitors, but larger ones certainly would, as glass jade is already a pinnacle among jades, and floating emerald glass is the finest among them. Any piece exceeding 3 kilograms could serve as a prized possession for any establishment. Among those attending the jade exchange today, half were owners of jade shops. These proprietors may have an abundance of jade, but were sorely lacking in treasured pieces. The goat-beard and the portly man coveted this stone to serve as their shop's centerpiece. Yet their financial resources ranked merely average among the jade shop owners. Although they currently vied fiercely for the stone, this was only due to the absence of stronger competitors. Should a financially robust contender appear, they would find themselves helplessly watching. Now, as many affluent jade merchants began to converge upon Fong Yi's stall, the situation grew precarious. Brother, do not cut any further. I offer 30 million. Let us be friends. Once you nod, We can sign the contract and settle the payment immediately. Recognizing the dire turn of events, the Goatbeard gritted his teeth and directly presented a bid of 30 million. 35 million. Rather than befriending this miser, it would be wiser to befriend me, the portly man retorted, adding 5 million to his bid. This action incensed the Goatbeard, who snapped, "Son Fatty, do you really wish to compete with me?" Boss Chen's words resonated with the truth of our industry. It has always been the highest bidder who prevails. Who could call this a theft? If you disagree, simply raise your bid. The stout man, unwilling to yield, insisted. Judging from the jade offered by Fang Yi, a valuation exceeding 20 million was entirely justified, yet it still fell short of 30 million. The goat-bearded man's bid of 30 million was already a gamble. Should the price escalate further, it could very well lead to a loss. Although angered by Sun the Fatty's provocations, he pondered long and hard, ultimately refraining from raising his bid. "Boss, continue cutting," he urged. While the bidding between the two was fervent, Fang Yi had no intention of selling at that moment and thus paid them no heed, directing the boss to continue his work. When the first cut revealed jade, the boss felt a twinge of jealousy. However, upon the second cut unveiling more jade, regret washed over him. He could hardly believe that a rough stone he had dismissed could conceal such exquisite glass-type jade. Quite a substantial amount, no less. The thought of parting with something worth millions for a mere 650,000 filled him with a sense of nausea. Nonetheless, in the world of stone gambling, cash and merchandise are settled distinctly. Regardless of his regrets, there was no recourse. Fortunately, he had initially purchased the stone for merely 30,000, and selling it for 650,000 still left him with a hefty profit. After offering himself some consolation, he resumed cutting as per Fang Yi's instructions. With the third cut, after removing over 50 pounds of stone, water emerged once more, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. At this point, an increasing number of jade merchants began to take notice. With the third cut completed, Fang Yi remained unfazed by the surrounding bids and instructed the boss to make the fourth cut. This cut removed nearly 20 pounds of waste stone and revealed water again. While this side lacked the alluring green hue, it still showcased pure glass material, priced just slightly lower than the coveted green variety. After making 4 cuts, the nearly 200-pound stone was reduced to around 30 or 40 pounds, its shape transforming from irregular to nearly oval, allowing for a clearer glimpse of the jade within. As for the price, 60 million, the concerns of the goat-bearded man and the stout fellow were not without merit. After Fang Yi had successfully opened 2 windows, a throng of jade merchants flocked over. One among them, upon seeing that both windows contained jade, boldly announced a bid of 60 million. Upon hearing this figure, many merchants who had been eager to bid hesitated, intimidated by the high price. A transaction price of 60 million for raw stone is indeed considered exorbitant, even within this entire market. However, despite its steep cost, those who dare to engage with glass-type jade are not lacking in funds. Their reluctance to bid was not due to the price itself but rather the individual making the offer. The one who called out 60 million was a young man, likely in his mid-20s, tall and handsome, clad in a well-fitted suit, exuding an air of confidence. Fang Yi did not recognize him, yet most in attendance were well aware of his identity. He was Liang Tianlei, the young heir of the Liang group. Liang Tianlei had also set his sights on this stone, prompting a wave of sighs from those around. I had hoped to acquire it as a treasure for my shop, but that dream is now dashed. But why be intimidated? If he can buy it, why can't we? Let the bidding commence. A person, perplexed, spoke. What do you know? After the fall of the Su family, the Zhao and Liang families have been vying for control of the Su family's jade business. The most promising contenders are indeed these 2 families. While it remains uncertain which family will ultimately prevail, what if it is the Liang family that emerges victorious? Should the Liang family succeed, they would dictate the jade industry in Jinling City, and we would all be reliant on them for our livelihoods. Are you not concerned about antagonizing them now, potentially facing repercussions in the future? What is there to fear? I am merely an onlooker, not a jade seller, came the indifferent reply. Then what do you have to say? As the discussion swirled around him, Fang Yi finally understood the man's background and the reason why those nearby hesitated to place bids. They could not afford to offend him. Casting a glance at Liang Tianlei, Fang Yi felt a surge of dissatisfaction. His stone could undoubtedly fetch a higher price, yet it was halted at 60 million by this man. How could he feel content? Sir, I offer 60 million for your stone. Please consider, Liang Tianlei stated with a smile, noting the lack of competing bids around him. 60 million is too low. Fang Yi replied without a moment's hesitation, shaking his head. Liang Tianlei was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a decisive rejection. What do you consider a suitable figure? He inquired. 80 million, Fang Yi gestured, his voice firm. Wow, that price took the onlookers by surprise, Liang Tianlei remarked, astonished. After scrutinizing Fang Yi, he hesitated. This stone is indeed remarkable, but 80 million seems rather excessive. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. They recognized that while Fang Yi's stone was indeed valuable, selling it for 60 million might have been slightly undervalued. However, they believed it could not exceed 80 million, especially considering two sides remained uncut. The fourth side had already revealed a quality that, while exceptional, did not match the value of jadeite, leading everyone to estimate its worth between 65 and 70 million. That price is quite reasonable. Not at all inflated, Fang Yi remarked calmly. Seeing that Fang Yi was unwilling to compromise, Liang Tianlei furrowed his brow and examined the stone once more. If the other two sides also yield jade, I am willing to offer 80 million. With only 4 sides cut and 2 remaining, Liang Tianlei's implication was clear. He wanted Fang Yi to cut the remaining 2 sides. Amused by this, Fang Yi laughed heartily before pointing at his stone. If the other 2 sides also produce jade, then it would be worth far more than 80 million. Do you truly believe I would sell it to you then? I would offer a higher price, Liang Tianlei asserted. At this, Fang Yi's pupils constricted as he gazed into Liang Tianlei's eyes. After a prolonged moment, he slowly shook his head. I apologize, but I will only cut 4 sides. If you choose not to purchase, kindly step aside and allow others to bid. Fang Yi's tone left no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianlei's expression darkened, and he regarded Fang Yi with a puzzled look, as if attempting to decipher his mindset. However, understanding another's thoughts is seldom an easy task. This stone can be roughly divided into 6 faces. Fang Yi has cut the front, back, bottom, and right sides, leaving the top and left untouched. The reason for this is his awareness that these 2 sides contain no jade, or rather, significant cutting would be necessary to reveal jade. This stone, weighing over 30 pounds, would require at least half to be cut away. If he were to slice it open, the stone could fetch a maximum of 70 million. However, if left uncut, Fang Yi could demand 80 million, as others are oblivious to the absence of jade on these 2 sides. Fang Yi has learned about glassy jadeite from books, and jewelry crafted from such jadeite commands exorbitant prices in the market, with a mere bracelet capable of fetching millions. If put up for auction, the price would only soar higher. Though 80 million for this stone might seem steep, it is assuredly not a loss. It is merely a question of profit margins. Yet, if the other party seeks greater profit, does he not desire the same? Fang Yi remained steadfast, while Liang Tianlei pondered in silence, seemingly in a quandary. Behind him trailed 2 assistants, whose expressions shifted slightly at the scene. They stepped forward, addressing Fang Yi. Do you know who this gentleman is? Fang Yi harbors a strong disdain for those who wield influence to intimidate. Upon hearing this, he responded with a cold demeanor, I do not care who he is. Without 80 million, there is nothing to discuss. With that declaration, he disregarded the 2 and prepared to depart with the stone in his arms. Hold on. Liang Tianlei called out urgently as he saw Fang Yi about to leave. Turning back, Liang Tianlei took another look at the stone in Fang Yi's grasp. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, 80 million. I will purchase it. Chapter 31. High-grade ice jade gambling on stone can indeed lead to prosperity, yet more often than not it results in ruin. Today, among those who ventured into this gamble, some emerged elated with profits, while others were engulfed in despair. Ling Dehai found himself among the latter, a figure shrouded in gloom. As he beheld the stone before him, now cleaved open, revealing nothing, he felt as if his heart were bleeding. Master Lu, how could this happen? Did you not assure me that this stone was a guaranteed win? He inquired, his gaze filled with bewilderment as he turned to Lu, his mentor. Upon witnessing the barren outcome of the stone, Lu's countenance darkened as well, but beneath his frown lay an air of irritation. Boss Ling, when has there ever been a sure bet in gambling? I merely spoke casually. Even a master with decades of experience would hesitate to guarantee success. Gambling is inherently a risk. One cannot expect to win unconditionally. Ling Dehai felt the sting of frustration rise within him, momentarily at a loss for words. After regaining his composure, he retorted, that may be true, but one cannot always suffer losses. His words betrayed a flicker of indignation. Lu, noticing his discontent, shot him an exasperated glance. Always losing? Have you not acquired 2 pieces? He pointed to the 2 stones in Ling Dehai's hands. Had he remained silent, Ling Dehai might have felt less disheartened, but Lu's comment only deepened his gloom. He stared at the 2 stones, each no larger than his palm, unsure of how to respond. They had indeed yielded jade, albeit of the most ordinary blue water variety, and one bore a crack, rendering it unsuitable for significant crafting, only enough to create a few pendants, collectively valued at no more than 100,000. Yet, he had spent a staggering 400,000 on these 2 pieces. Even if he managed to sell them for 100,000, he would still incur a loss of 300,000. Having brought his entire fortune of 900,000, he had hoped to acquire several exceptional raw stones and strike it rich, but now it seemed he might not even be able to repay his substantial debts of several million. This thought sent a chill through him. Were it not for his lingering hope that Lu might identify a worthwhile stone, he would have confronted him. Boss Ling, do not be so hasty. It has only been a short while. Good stones take time to discern. If they were so easily found, wouldn't every gambler be a millionaire? Patience is key. Lu attempted to soothe him, perhaps sensing the dissatisfaction etched on Ling Dehai's face. Ling Dehai, however, remained silent, merely nodding anxiously in response. Dad. After much effort, Ling Qianxue finally spotted her father amidst the crowd and rushed over, her face aglow with joy. Did you manage to buy a good stone? First, she had appeared worried, but now her beaming smile was a stark contrast to her father's troubled demeanor as she eagerly inquired. What good stones? Just these, Ling Dehai said, lifting the 2 raw stones with a hint of exasperation. Ha! A senior bought a stone and sold it for 80 million. Ling Qianxue exclaimed with delight. What? Her words startled Ling Dehai, his heart racing in disbelief. Is that true? He asked, his skepticism evident. Of course it's true, why would I deceive you? Ling Qianxue nodded. Beside her, Master Lu was initially taken aback, but soon wore an expression of disbelief. Just keep boasting. Ling Qianxue had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Master Lu, and upon hearing his sarcastic remark while conversing with her father, she retorted, you shouldn't doubt it. It really sold for 80 million. What other raw stone could fetch such a price besides glass-grade jade? It's utterly sensational. Master Lu scoffed coldly, completely unconvinced by Ling Qianxue's words. Yes, it was glass-grade, and some said it had a floating green hue, while others mentioned the luster. I'm not too familiar with it, Ling Qianxue explained. What? Upon hearing this, Master Lu's pupils dilated in shock, and Ling Dehai looked equally astonished. Uncle. As the conversation unfolded, Fang Yi squeezed through the crowd. Upon seeing him, Ling Dehai rushed over to grasp his hand. Fang Yi, I heard you bought a piece of floating green glass jade and sold it for 80 million? The sheer audacity of his daughter's claim left Ling Dehai stammering. Just good luck. Fang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, under Ling Dehai's incredulous gaze. Here, if you don't believe me, take a look at this. Noticing Master Lu's skepticism, Ling Qianxue took the freshly signed stone sale contract from Fang Yi and handed it to him. Ling Dehai leaned in to examine it as well, and indeed, in the price section, there was a striking figure. 80 million. My goodness! It's really true, Ling Dehai exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he repeatedly clicked his tongue. Previously, he had heard a commotion from the distant stalls but had not understood why. Now it all made sense. After glancing at the contract, although Master Lu still found it hard to believe, he was compelled to accept the truth. His expression was a mixture of shock and a hint of jealousy. Many top experts in the industry would never uncover a piece of floating green glass jade in their lifetime, Yet it had been discovered by this inexperienced young man, who had previously sought his assistance. See, I wasn't lying, was I? Noticing Master Lu's silence, clearly taken aback, Ling Qianxue smiled triumphantly and returned the contract to Fang Yi. Well done, young man. Your eye for quality is impressive. Ling Dehai repeatedly patted Fang Yi's shoulder, his face betraying an unmistakable envy. It was just luck. Fang Yi replied modestly. Hearing Ling Dehai praise Fang Yi's discernment, Master Lu felt displeased. The floating green glass jade was an exceedingly rare find among gemstones, and such discernment was hardly the result of mere observation. This was purely luck. Moreover, what discernment could an inexperienced youth possess? It was sheer coincidence. Noticing Master Lu's disdainful demeanor, Ling Qianxue furrowed her brow, preparing to argue with him, but Fang Yi silenced her with a glance. He smiled at Ling Dehai. Indeed, it was just good fortune. Before coming here, Fang Yi had only intended to earn a modest sum of 1 or 2 million and had never anticipated such a windfall, nor did he expect to unveil a top-grade jade, as he understood the rarity of glass-grade jade and its elusive nature. Previously, he had activated the perspective to select stones purely to find those devoid of jade to deceive Wu Jiong. However, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a piece of A-grade raw stone. Fang Yi had been concerned about not encountering quality stones for an extended period. Purchasing ordinary ones would necessitate acquiring many to turn a profit, inevitably drawing attention. Now, with a single stone, he could recoup his investment, which was not only convenient but also discreet, an opportunity too precious to overlook. Moreover, it is said that fortune favors the bold. To encounter such an exquisite stone is indeed a rare gift, and to let it slip away would be regrettable. For these reasons, Fang Yi decisively purchased it. Although he garnered a bit of attention, with so many present, numerous individuals were also in the limelight, and none would pay particular heed to him. A mere expression of good fortune shrouded the rationale behind his acquisition of the fine stone. As the saying goes, luck is also a facet of strength. Alas, dear uncle, I do not possess such fortune. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Ling Dehai sighed heavily. Take your time. It's all right, Fang Yi comforted him. Didn't you seek out a master? Why hasn't this master proven effective? Ling Qianxue, ever the instigator, recalled Master Lu's earlier arrogance, now seemingly diminished like a frostbitten eggplant, and deliberately inquired. Master Lu, feeling somewhat envious that this Na'vi young man had made 80 million, found his face flushed upon hearing Ling Qianxue's remark. Although Ling Dehai was also somewhat displeased with Master Lu, he still relied on him, so he dared not offend him with sarcasm. Hearing his daughter's words and observing Master Lu's expression, he quickly shot Ling Qianxue a glare, urging her to remain silent. Quality stones must be sought after. They cannot be summoned at will. Do you believe everyone possesses luck as Fang Yi does? You are unaware. Keep your comments to yourself, he admonished. Though Ling Qianxue felt that Master Lu was overrated, she respected her father's sentiments and refrained from further dissent, merely pouting her lips, clearly dismissive of her father's admonition. Ahem. Master Lu cleared his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness, choosing not to speak further, and instead continued to scan the stalls around him. After approximately 15 minutes, his gaze settled on a particular stall, specifically on a piece of open-window material, estimated to weigh around 30 pounds, with a notably large window exhibiting a type of water that seemed akin to ice jade. Hey, Boss Ling, that's an excellent stone. Upon sighting the stone, a look of triumph illuminated Master Lu's face as he clapped his hands and eagerly pulled Ling Dehai over. This gentleman has a keen eye. This stone is a high-grade ice jade brought back from Myanmar. Though it cannot compare to glass jade, it is indeed exceedingly rare and worth a fortune. The stall owner, seemingly idle, immediately began to enthusiastically introduce his stone upon noticing Master Lu and Ling Dehai's interest. Ice jade is considered a premium in the jade hierarchy, with high-grade ice jade ranking just below glass jade, commanding a high market price. Just because you say it's high-grade doesn't make it so. It doesn't look like it, Ling Dehai replied hesitantly as he approached to scrutinize the stone. How can you say that? Just look at this large cut. It is undeniably ice jade. And observe the clarity. How splendid! Upon examining the transparency, one might conclude that it is merely a shade inferior to that of glass. Yet, this does not qualify as high ice. One must ponder what truly defines it. The proprietor, somewhat dissatisfied with Ling Dehai's remarks, produced a flashlight and scrutinized the stone, elucidating his point. Ling Dehai, upon hearing this, appeared to be somewhat convinced, though he still harbored uncertainties, prompting him to glance towards Master Lu beside him. Master Lu also wielded a flashlight to inspect the stone. After a considerable duration of examination, his confidence visibly increased. Rising to his feet, he enigmatically stated to Ling Dehai, "It may be difficult to assert whether this is high ice, yet it undoubtedly possesses commendable qualities." Upon hearing Master Lu's assessment, the proprietor recognized the potential and ceased to dwell on the classification of high ice. He directly addressed Ling Dehai, asserting, "This stone is bound to yield exceptional results, as evidenced by the conspicuous opening. I shall not inflate the price. Should you wish to purchase it, 80,000 is the asking price." It is widely acknowledged in the realm of stone gambling that open window materials command a significantly higher price than covered materials. Previously, Fong Yi had acquired a piece of covered material weighing nearly 200 jin for a mere 65,000, an amount inflated by the unscrupulous seller. In truth, it would have fetched no more than 30,000. In stark contrast, this piece of open window material weighed only about 30 jin, and yet the initial quote stood at 80,000, clearly illustrating the vast disparity in value. Ling Dehai indeed felt a twinge of temptation to buy, yet upon hearing the price, he found himself in a quandary. He possessed a total of 90,000, having initially spent 40,000, which yielded 2 pieces of jade. Subsequently, he expended another 20,000, resulting in no returns. Now, he was left with a mere 30,000, a considerable distance from the 80,000 required. Chapter 32. "A stone for you, boss. Is there any room for negotiation?" asked Ling Dehai. The proprietor, observing Ling Dehai's troubled expression and the 2 unremarkable pieces of blue jade in his hands, surmised that the man had likely suffered considerable losses. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and replied, "All right, I'll reduce the price for you to 750,000. The boss stepped back, lowering the price by 50,000, yet the look of distress on Ling Dehai's face remained unchanged. Even at 750,000, he simply could not afford it. "Forget it," he sighed, shaking his head, preparing to relent. "Ling, this is truly a remarkable piece, a rare find. Are you really willing to give up?" The stall owner, taken aback by Ling Dehai's decision not to purchase, was echoed by Master Lu's puzzled expression. Ling Dehai's hesitation stemmed not only from his lack of funds but also from a fear of incurring further losses. This was his last bit of money, and should he lose it, he would be left with nothing. His initial intention was to cautiously invest 30,000, but he found himself on the verge of exhausting his resources. However, seeing Master Lu's eager demeanor reignited a flicker of hope within him. "Master Lu, are you quite certain there is value within?" he inquired cautiously. Master Lu thumped his chest confidently, assuring him, "Rest assured. This time it's a sure thing. I cannot promise much, but the contents could easily fetch 6 to 7 million. Ling Dehai found himself torn, contemplating the potential profit of 6 to 7 million. If such a fortune were truly attainable, he would be willing to take the risk. Yet, he lamented, "But I simply do not have that much money." He cast a glance at the stall owner, silently inquiring if there was any further reduction. The proprietor shook his head. "I'm sorry, but 750,000 is the absolute lowest I can go. Any lower, and I cannot sell it." Disheartened, Ling Dehai let out a sigh of disappointment. Observing this, Master Lu frowned but soon spotted Fong Yi and called out to Ling Dehai, "Didn't this kid just make tens of millions? Why not borrow some from him?" Upon hearing this suggestion, Ling Dehai felt a spark of interest and flashed a flattering smile at Fong Yi. "Fong Yi, it seems I'm a bit short on cash. Could you lend me some?" "Dad, we haven't even repaid the 100,000 we borrowed from our senior." Ling Qianquo's expression changed at her father's request, urgently cautioning him. There was no guarantee that the stone would yield anything, and if it failed to do so, not only would their last savings be gone, but they would also owe Fong Yi hundreds of thousands, on top of the existing debt of 100,000. Ling Qianquo felt quite embarrassed and thus opposed her father's attempt to borrow money. "What's the issue? Once we start making money, we'll pay him back," Ling Dehai insisted, genuinely eager to acquire the stone, albeit feeling some embarrassment. But Ling Qianxue was about to express her concerns when Fang Yi interjected. If uncle is borrowing money from me, of course I will lend it. However, I must say I don't believe this stone is of great quality. Fang Yi delicately conveyed his thoughts to Ling Dehai. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with Lu Master's derision, who glared at him with discontent. What do you know? Within this stone lies a remarkable ice jade. Do you not perceive its value? In response to Master Lu's derision, Fang Yi merely smiled. Yet he did not yield. This window-opening material contains jade, and it is of a particularly high quality, evident for all to see. Logically, one would expect numerous individuals to vie for it, yet why has it remained unsold for such an extended period? This query momentarily stunned Master Lu, while Ling Dehai widened his eyes, pondering the matter. The stone is indeed of excellent quality, but not everyone possesses the discerning eye to appreciate it. If everyone harbors the same reservations, it stands to reason that no one will make a purchase. The stall owner, perceiving Fang Yi's intent to thwart his profits, hastily interjected. His words served as a convenient excuse for the stone's prolonged unsold status. Master Lu nodded in agreement. The owner speaks truthfully. It is precisely the multitude of suspicious minds that deters buyers. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi could not suppress a chuckle. Whether it is mere paranoia or an inability to yield results remains to be seen. As Master Lu vehemently opposed Fang Yi's viewpoint, he grew increasingly incensed. What do you mean by that? I have scrutinized stones for nearly a decade. Do you think I lack such discernment? If the stone cannot reveal its treasures, then pray tell, what stone can? Faced with Master Lu's aggressive demeanor, Fang Yi maintained his composure, pointing to the obscured stones beneath their feet. Surely, these should possess the potential to yield something, no? Fang Yi's declaration was met with a boisterous laugh from Master Lu, who regarded him with incredulity, his gaze imbued with a sense of derision. Look at him, a complete novice, boldly proclaiming without comprehension. He directed his scorn towards Ling Dehai. Who among us does not know that obscured stones are the most challenging to extract jade from? Out of 10 such stones, 11 yield nothing. You forsake the window-opening material with visible jade to pursue the unseen obscured stones. Have you lost your senses? Master Lu's fervor escalated, culminating in an outburst directed at Fang Yi. However, while Master Lu's words may have been harsh, resorting to insults was unwarranted. You assert that obscured stones yield nothing. Yet my senior just extracted a glass-type jade from such material, selling it for 80 million. Although Fang Yi remained unperturbed by the insult, Ling Qianxue was incensed and promptly retorted against Master Lu. That was merely a stroke of luck. Do you believe such fortune can be relied upon? Have you become addicted to purchasing obscured stones? Ah, Master Lu, do not take offense. The youth knows little and speaks recklessly. There is no need for anger. Observing Master Lu's rising agitation, Ling Dehai quickly intervened, attempting to placate him. Ling Qianxue, eager to counter, was silenced by a stern glance from her father. I perceive that he is not merely speaking out of turn. He simply wishes to avoid borrowing money, Master Lu asserted. What? Master Lu's remark left Ling Dehai momentarily taken aback. Noting his confusion, Master Lu pointed to the stones on the ground. Owner, what is the price of these obscured stones? These are reasonably priced. The larger ones are 8,000, while the smaller ones are 500. The owner replied casually. Did you hear that? Master Lu turned to Ling Dehai. If you wish to purchase this window material, you would need to borrow a substantial sum, perhaps several hundred thousand. However, acquiring these concealed materials would not necessitate any borrowing, even if you were to buy them all. The very reason he encourages you to buy the concealed materials is to avoid lending you money, isn't it? Master Lu spoke rapidly, a cold smirk on his face, believing he had discerned Fang Yi's ulterior motives. Upon hearing Master Lu's words, Ling Dehai widened his eyes, remaining silent yet casting a doubtful glance at Fang Yi, as if even he found merit in Master Lu's assertions. Master Lu's remarks truly astonished Fang Yi. He had never anticipated that someone's thoughts could be so dark, and the matters he mentioned had never crossed Fang Yi's mind. Uncle Ling, that is not my intention. If you require funds, I would certainly lend them to you. I merely wish to prevent you from incurring losses, Fang Yi explained, having no time to argue with Master Lu. Father, I believe the senior is not implying that Ling Qianxue firmly supported Fang Yi, directing her animosity towards Master Lu. If that is not your intention, then simply take the money. There is no need for such superfluous talk. Master Lu retorted coldly, his disdain palpable. Fang Yi, a naive youth, had stumbled upon exceptional jade purely by chance. Yet he remained oblivious to his own ignorance and dared to challenge Master Lu. In Master Lu's eyes, Fang Yi's skepticism was a personal affront, and he felt compelled to demonstrate his capabilities to prevent these young individuals from becoming presumptuous in their newfound power, hence his unyielding stance. Listening to Master Lu, Fang Yi was filled with a mix of anger and amusement. He did not wish to withhold financial assistance from Ling Dehai but could not bear to watch him squander money on a lost cause. Having developed a form of insight, he understood that the window material contained merely a trace of jade at the opening, with nothing of value elsewhere. Purchasing it would undoubtedly result in a significant loss, one that would be irretrievable. However, it was evident that Master Lu did not trust him, and Ling Dehai, under Master Lu's persuasion, seemed to waver. Ling Dehai, being Ling Qianxue's father, was someone Fang Yi wished to maintain a harmonious relationship with, so seeing his doubt, he sighed, "Very well, if Uncle Ling insists on buying, I shall transfer the funds to you now." As he spoke, he took out his phone to prepare the transfer, adding, "Since you've already spent 750,000, why not add a little more to acquire a few concealed materials? After all, they are not expensive." Fang Yi posed this question in an effort to prevent Ling Dehai from suffering an excessive loss. Ling Dehai nodded, about to agree, when Master Lu abruptly shouted, "No need." He cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yi, stating, "I have already mentioned that these concealed materials will not yield anything. Even if they are inexpensive, there is no need to waste several thousand on useless items." His words were directed not at Fang Yi but rather at Ling Dehai. The gravity of his tone and the underlying threat in his expression conveyed a clear message. If you choose to purchase the concealed materials, it implies a lack of faith in me. Ling Dehai was eager to heed Fang Yi's advice, yet after listening to Master Lu, he felt compelled to abandon that thought. Firstly, he believed the chances of the concealed materials yielding jade were negligible. Secondly, he did not wish to offend Master Lu, as his aspirations for profit were contingent upon his assistance. Fang Yi's willingness to lend money to himself left Ling Dehai feeling quite grateful. However, considering Master Lu's esteemed position as a jade appraisal expert, he hesitated to alter his stance. Master Lu articulated a valid point. There was no need to squander funds, so Ling Dehai shook his head and declined Fang Yi's proposal. Humph! Ling Dehai's decision pleased Master Lu immensely. He let out a cold snort and regarded Fang Yi with the demeanor of a victor. Initially, Fang Yi harbored little discontent towards Master Lu, merely perceiving him as somewhat arrogant, but at this moment, he deemed the man a fool. Although Fang Yi's stones had fetched 80 million, the payment was made via check, which he had yet to cash. Today, his account held just over 1,100,000. Having spent 650,000 on stones and now lending 450,000 to Ling Dehai, he was left with only a few thousand. Fang Yi knew Ling Dehai was bound to incur losses and had intended to wait until then to suggest purchasing raw materials. However, at that moment others approached, scrutinizing the raw materials on the ground, evidently interested in making a purchase. Among the heap of raw materials, only a few pieces contained jade, and Fang Yi, fearing they would be bought, felt compelled to act swiftly. He suddenly glanced at Ling Qianxue. "Ah," she responded, bewildered. "We have known each other for quite some time, and I have yet to give you anything. How about I gift you a piece of stone?" The author wishes to express, for those who have finished reading, your support in urging for updates would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 33, Prestige in Ruins. Are you gifting me a stone? Fang Yi's words momentarily stunned Ling Qianxue, who quickly waved her hand. "There is no need for such extravagance, senior. Given our relationship, what gifts do we need?" Although she spoke with a smile, there was a hint of shyness in her expression, indicating that she genuinely believed Fang Yi wished to bestow a simple gift upon her. However, Fang Yi's intention in presenting a gift to Ling Qianxue was merely a pretext to acquire a piece of rough stone he coveted. Irrespective of whether Ling Qianxue desired it or not, he was determined to give it to her. With his words spoken, Fang Yi did not linger on Ling Qianxue's reaction but bent down to lift a piece of rough stone weighing around 20 pounds from the stall. "What do you think of this one?" he inquired. Senior, you really don't have to gift me anything. Ling Qianxue shook her head in response. Why? Do you look down on me so? Fang Yi feigned displeasure upon her refusal. No, that's not my intention at all, Ling Qianxue hastily clarified, her hands waving in explanation. Fang Yi was well aware of her true meaning. He merely wished to dissuade her from further declining. This one will do. It appears quite promising. Who knows, it might contain jade, he declared, decisively purchasing the stone for 3,000. Though she had verbally declined, when Fang Yi presented the stone to her, Ling Qianxue cautiously accepted it. Thank you, Senior, she said, her eyes fixated on the stone, examining it repeatedly. Ling Qianxue could not discern whether the stone contained jade. Her meticulous inspection was primarily due to the fact that it was a gift from Fang Yi. She pondered, why would he gift her such a stone? Did it convey a particular sentiment? What could he possibly mean? Having recently become single, having parted ways with Yu 6 months prior and with Han Yanyu just days ago, he suddenly presented her with a gift. Could it be? As thoughts of certain possibilities raced through her mind, Ling Qianxue's heart began to race uncontrollably, and her delicate face inadvertently flushed with a rosy hue. After purchasing the stone, Fang Yi intended to set it down to show Ling Qianxue but was surprised when she took it into her arms. Not only did she accept it, but she also continued to hold it tightly. Although Ling Qianxue was not a fragile girl, the weight of the stone was considerable, and Fang Yi could see her face reddening from the strain. Qianxue, why are you still holding on to it? Just set it down, he remarked, puzzled. Ah? Oh. Okay. Ling Qianxue replied, finally snapping back to reality and hurriedly placing the stone at her feet. Noticing Fang Yi's bewildered gaze upon her, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having earned 80 million and you gift a mere stone? Master Lu quipped, amused by the sight of Fang Yi presenting a piece of rough stone to Ling Qianxue, unable to resist a teasing remark. He had lived for over 30 years, yet it was the first time he had encountered someone presenting a stone as a gift. If it had been a raw jade, that would have been another matter entirely. The crux of the issue was that this was merely a piece of unremarkable rough stone, indistinguishable from an ordinary rock, rendering the situation utterly laughable. Although Ling Qianxue also believed that Fang Yi lacked the finesse in selecting gifts for women, this was nonetheless the first item he had bestowed upon her, and its significance outweighed its value. She found herself rather fond of it. Upon hearing Master Lu's sarcastic remarks, she retorted, "What's wrong with giving a stone? I quite like this stone." Ha! Ling Qianxue stood up for Fang Yi, prompting an irked huff from Master Lu. He had intended to deliver further jibes, but upon noticing the displeasure on her face, he reconsidered and fell silent. Engaging in a quarrel at this juncture seemed futile. Once the stone he had chosen was opened, the Ling family would undoubtedly seek to ingratiate themselves with him. Fang Yi's sudden gift of a rough stone puzzled Ling Dahai, but at that moment, he was too preoccupied with the money he had just handed over, his thoughts entirely consumed by the stone's potential. The outcome, whether a complete loss or a lucrative gain, would soon reveal itself. "Shall we cut it?" the stall owner inquired, his face alight with anticipation after receiving payment. "Cut it," Ling Dahai nodded, then added cautiously, "Be careful not to ruin it." "Rest assured, my hands are steady," the owner boasted, placing the stone on the machine and commencing the cutting process. A vein of jade was already visible on the surface. Naturally, the owner would avoid cutting through the same area. Master Lu marked a position on the back of the stone with a watercolor pen, and the owner proceeded to cut with great caution. As Ling Dahai and Master Lu held their breath in anxious anticipation, the cut yielded nothing. Master Lu, this. Ling Dahai, having placed all his hopes on this stone, felt a pang of panic as he saw it yield no results. "Do not fret. This is merely the first cut." The first incision had not revealed any jade, nor even a hint of water content, which left Master Lu somewhat disheartened. However, this was within his expectations, so he offered Ling Dahai a word of comfort before marking another circle on the stone, instructing the owner to proceed with a second cut. The second cut produced no results either. "No worries, it must be deeper inside," Master Lu reassured, prompting a third incision. Yet the third cut also yielded nothing. At this point, not only was Ling Dahai flustered, but beads of sweat began to form on Master Lu's brow as well. "Damn it, Could it truly be this cursed? Master Lu murmured to himself, yet he remained undeterred, instructing the owner to make a fourth cut. The fourth incision similarly revealed nothing. The fifth was equally barren. After 5 cuts, the stone was reduced to less than half its original size. It was evident to all that the chances of this stone yielding jade were virtually non-existent. Master Lu was drenched in cold sweat, striving to maintain a facade of composure, while Ling Dehai could no longer contain himself. "Damn it!" he cursed, striding over to push the owner aside, and he turned the stone to cut straight through the center. Previously, he had been cautious to avoid damaging any potential jade within, but now, Ling Dehai's patience had waned. He simply sliced through the middle. Bang! As a single stroke cleaved the stone in two, revealing an interior devoid of even a drop of water. Ling Dehai opened his parched lips and collapsed onto the ground. "Father!" Ling Qianxue gasped in shock, rushing over to support her father. Gazing at the shattered rock before them, she too felt a profound bitterness. Undoubtedly, this was a complete loss. Master Lu, fixated on the stone for a prolonged moment, eventually turned to Ling Dehai, his voice trembling as he addressed him. The latter, drenched in sweat, was at a loss. "Did you not assure me that this stone would yield jade?" Ling Dehai had placed all his hopes upon this stone, driven by his faith in Master Lu's words. Yet now, Boss Ling, I never anticipated this outcome either. Faced with the disappointment of the stone's barren reveal, Master Lu felt a surge of guilt as Ling Dehai questioned him. After a moment's thought, he abruptly pointed to the stall owner. "Did you not claim that it contained exquisite icy jade?" The stall owner, equally taken aback by the stone's failure to produce, felt a twinge of insecurity. However, compared to Master Lu, he retained a sense of confidence. Unfazed by the inquiry, he replied coolly, "Sir, in our trade, the sale of stones relies on discernment. From an external view, this indeed resembles icy jade. As for its interior, who can guarantee its quality? If your eyesight is lacking, do not place the blame upon me." "How can I not blame you? It was your assertion about the stone's quality that compelled us to purchase it. You are nothing but a fraud. Scoundrel!" Master Lu, desperate to find someone to shoulder the blame, protested vehemently. "Who are you calling a fraud, scoundrel? Mind your language." The stall owner was not one to be easily intimidated. Upon hearing the accusation, he immediately became incensed. "I am addressing you, for are you not indeed a fraud?" As the stall owner adamantly refused to acknowledge his deceit, Master Lu's frustration escalated, and the two began to exchange heated words. Enough! Though Ling Dehai's heart ached, he had not yet lost his composure. Observing the escalating quarrel, he bellowed to halt the farce. While he too harbored resentment towards the stall owner for selling such tantalizing yet utterly deceptive stones, he understood that his decision to purchase this rock was ultimately his own. After all, no one had compelled him to buy. His loss was solely his responsibility. He glanced at Master Lu, who was now avoiding his gaze, eyes darting about. Ling Dehai yearned to berate Master Lu, but upon reflection, he realized he had invited this individual and ultimately, his own lack of discernment had led him to engage such an unreliable expert. With this thought, he let out a self-deprecating chuckle. "Perhaps this misfortune was destined for me. It seems I was meant to lose this considerable sum, and I cannot blame anyone else." He spoke as he stood up with Ling Qianxue's support, gazing at his daughter. He sighed deeply. "My dear daughter, I am truly sorry. I believe that if I could earn a substantial sum of money, we would be able to settle our debts. But I never anticipated." Observing her usually carefree father in such a melancholic state, Ling Qianxue felt a surge of emotion, her nose tingling as tears began to fall. She embraced her father, reassuring him, "It's all right, Dad. It's all right. We will find another way." The scene of this father and daughter in a heartfelt embrace was quite poignant, prompting Fang Yi to clear his throat twice and interject, "Uncle, there is still a stone here that remains unmined." Chapter 34. The intent to entice Fang Yi pointed to the stone he had gifted to Ling Qianxue and remarked. Upon hearing this, Ling Dehai released his daughter, gazing at the stone on the ground, and shook his head. With such a fine piece of rough material yielding nothing worthwhile, what can this uncut stone possibly reveal? Never mind, let us not cut it. After all, it is a gift for Qianxue. Take it home as a memento. Observing the pockmarked surface of the stone, Ling Dehai harbored no belief that it contained jade and had no inclination to even attempt to cut. His heart was heavy with despair. Such was his state of mind. Upon hearing Ling Dehai's words, Fang Yi felt a mix of amusement and restraint. After all, it was merely a stone. What sentiment could it invoke? The stone was not large, and cutting it wouldn't take much time. Let us unveil its secrets. Fang Yi intercepted Ling Dehai as he turned to leave and said, "Let us cut it open." Considering that it was ultimately Fang Yi's purchase, Ling Dehai did not insist otherwise and nodded. "Since you wish to cut it, then let us proceed." With his approval, Fang Yi hurriedly carried the stone to the machine, instructing the proprietor to slice it open. "I must clarify, if the stone fails to reveal any jade, do not blame me," the owner remarked, still simmering from Lu Shifu's earlier provocations. "Rest assured, I shall not hold you accountable," Fang Yi assured with a smile. With a huff, the owner acknowledged Fang Yi's guarantee and, after a cold glance at Lu Shifu, began to cut the stone. Fang Yi had already marked the stone, allowing the owner to follow the lines. "Ling boss, given that the last stone, which appeared quite promising, yielded nothing, I advise you to temper your expectations for this one as well," Lu Shifu remarked, lacking any sense of shame for his earlier failure. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the unfolding scene left him utterly dumbfounded. "Lo and behold, this water," the stall owner exclaimed, his blade slicing through to reveal a glimmer of moisture. "What?" Ling Dehai, who had been despondently hanging his head, suddenly perked up, his eyes fixated on the stone. Ling Qianxue also turned in surprise. "There is water and it covers a substantial area. The transparency is remarkable. This is not merely ordinary water. It's ice jade." After discerning the quality of the stone, the owner swiftly cut it open, illuminating it with a flashlight for inspection. "Step aside. Let me see." Ling Dehai hurriedly produced his own flashlight and shone it on the stone, his expression transforming into one of sheer ecstasy. "It truly is ice jade. My daughter, it genuinely is ice jade." He grasped Ling Qianxue's shoulders, exclaiming in excitement, "How can this be?" Lu Shifu stared incredulously at the semi-transparent jade, struggling to accept the reality before him, his words dripping with disdain. Ling Qianxue shot him a glare. "You wish for us to find nothing, don't you?" The earlier stone's failure had diminished Lu Shifu's credibility, and now Ling Dehai paid him no mind, allowing his daughter to confront him without objection, as he remained fixated on the stone before him. "Let us cut the other side. Let us see what it holds." Previously, the stone yielded no jade, and the proprietor was branded a fraud. He felt quite aggrieved, but upon witnessing the emergence of ice-grade jade from the stones at his stall, he could not help but feel joy, setting aside any jealousy. At the very least, it indicated that not all the stones at his stall were devoid of value. Following Ling Dehai's advice, he swiftly began to cut the other side. Ling Dehai fixated intently on the stone, determined to extract something of worth, fervently hoping it would not be akin to the previous stone, which possessed only a trace of jade quality. After all, he had no more money left in hand. Water. There is water here too. As each stall unveiled jade, a throng would gather, and before the stone was fully cut, an astute observer spotted the gleam of water within the cut seam and exclaimed, "Indeed, there is water, and it's ice grade." Once the proprietor sliced through the stone, he gazed at the shimmering reflection of the cut surface and beamed at Ling Dehai. At that moment, Ling Dehai was so exhilarated that he felt an urge to leap up, rushing over to inspect the cut surface meticulously. The water content was ample, the transparency high, the area vast, and there were no cracks. This was true high ice, superior to the jade quality of the earlier cut. "We struck it rich. My daughter, we are in luck." The stone's shape resembled a cylinder, with both ends revealing jade, nearly fully covered, leaving no doubt about the other four sides being jade as well. Ling Dehai, who initially believed he would incur a total loss, found himself overwhelmed with joy upon the revelation of such high ice jade during his moment of despair. Ling Qianxue, witnessing her father's elation, also broke into a joyful smile. "Brother, is this stone for sale? I offer 15 million. Ice-grade jade, second only to glass-grade, is quite precious." Though the stone was not large, weighing nearly 20 pounds, it could be fashioned into numerous pieces of jewelry. Among the onlookers, some, driven by desire, immediately began to bid. I bid 16 million, 17 million, sell it to me, 19 million. The cacophony of bidding erupted like a stone cast into a pond, igniting a flurry of offers from eager jade merchants. Standing on the second-tier viewing platform, Liang Tianlei observed Fang Yi with a complex expression. Young master, it has been revealed. Both the upper and left sides lack quality jade. The stone weighed 33 pounds in total, of which 21 pounds were cut away, yielding 12 pounds of glass-grade jade, with approximately 5 pounds being jadeite. His assistant rushed out from a room, cradling the very stone Fang Yi had previously sold to Liang Tianlei, which had originally weighed nearly 200 pounds but now was reduced to 12 pounds, each pound worth over 10 million. Not a loss, Liang Tianlei remarked after inspecting the stone. It's not a loss, but it's not as much as I had envisioned, he added, a hint of disappointment creeping in. The assistant chuckled. There's no need for disappointment. I had anticipated this outcome. Liang Tianlei's expression remained composed. The assistant was taken aback. You anticipated this? Do you think he refrained from cutting those two sides out of fear? Liang Tianlei shot him a glance. Upon hearing this, the assistant narrowed his eyes in surprise. Are you suggesting that the young man knew those two sides lacked quality jade, hence deliberately chose not to cut them? Otherwise, what could it be? Liang Tianlei replied. Seeing his serious expression, the assistant found it somewhat unbelievable. Could it be? We only discover there is no water inside once we cut it open. How could he know without making a cut? After hearing the assistant's words, Liang Tianlei smiled, pondering how Fang Yi could ascertain that the two stones were devoid of substance. Initially, he thought Fang Yi might just be fortunate, but after witnessing Fang Yi uncover a high-grade ice jade from another stone, he began to suspect that it was not merely luck. He pointed to the stall where Fang Yi was located, noting, he has purchased only two stones. The first was of glass variety, and the second of high-grade ice. What? Following Liang Tianlei's gesture, the assistant was startled by his words. Such extraordinary luck, he exclaimed in astonishment. Do you genuinely believe this is mere luck? Liang Tianlei inquired. The assistant was momentarily taken aback. If it's not luck, then, as he spoke, he suddenly realized, his expression shifting to one of shock. Could it be that he, at such a young age, possesses such discernment? Liang Tianlei chuckled without responding. The assistant, unable to suppress his curiosity, speculated, Master, could it be that this young man is a disciple of some esteemed master? This thought resonated with Liang Tianlei, who sighed and clicked his tongue. I truly hope he is. Upon hearing this, the assistant raised an eyebrow, as if sensing Liang Tianlei's thoughts. Master, do you wish to? Before he could finish, Liang Tianlei interrupted, continuing on his own. After the collapse of the Su family, a significant number of internal jade appraisers were poached by the Zhao family. Those left for us are hardly formidable figures. In our competition with the Zhao family for the jade agency rights in Nanjing, we are already at a disadvantage. Moreover, I recently heard that Zhao Buxiu, in an effort to counter us, has specially sought a master from the Myanmar Stone King family to make a grand impression at this Jade Exchange Conference. Today's gathering sees luminaries from all walks of life. If the Zhao family monopolizes the spotlight, it will further diminish our chances against them. Do you wish to recruit him? After listening to Liang Tianlei, the assistant became even more convinced of his speculation and asked, if he indeed possesses genuine skill, why not? Liang Tianlei glanced at the assistant. Let us go down and investigate, he said, leading the way downstairs. Chapter 35. Refusal to cooperate. I bid 21 million, 22 million, 23 million. The bidding at the stall continued. The price had soared to 23 million, approaching the finished value of this exquisite high-grade jadeite. Consequently, the fervor of the bids began to wane. A firm price of 25 million. The last bid of 25 million emerged, and those surrounding exchanged glances, abandoning any thoughts of further increasing their offers. The bidders were all prominent figures in the jade industry, each possessing considerable expertise. The finished value of this high-grade jadeite was estimated to be around 30 million. The closer the raw stone's price approached this valuation, the less profit the buyer would gain. After all, business is not charity, and no one wishes to incur losses. 25 million was nearly the pinnacle of what this raw jadeite could achieve in terms of price. Although this figure was somewhat lower than Fang Yi's estimation, Ling Dehai was nonetheless quite satisfied. Upon hearing the bid, his face flushed with excitement. His jaw clenched in determination, ready to nod in agreement. I bid 35 million. A steady voice resonated from the back of the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Is it him? The first to react was Ling Qianxue, astonished to discover that the speaker was none other than the individual who had previously purchased Fang Yi's stone. Oh, isn't this young Master Liang? What brings you to show interest in this stone? Liang Group holds a prestigious reputation in the business circles of Jinling and Liang Tianlei, as a core figure of the second generation of the Liang family, had made numerous public appearances, making him well known among many affluent jade merchants. Upon hearing his bid, the individual who had previously offered 25 million chuckled and inquired, "My apologies, Boss Zhang. This high-grade jadeite truly captivates me." Liang Tianlei replied with evident familiarity, "This jade is indeed remarkable, yet hardly worth 35 million. Young Master Liang, are you not apprehensive about incurring a loss with such a high bid?" A curious onlooker inquired. Liang Tianlei chuckled softly. When it comes to something one truly desires, considerations of profit and loss become secondary. Acquiring it is what matters. Please forgive my indulgence. This stone may not warrant 35 million, yet if spending such a sum can forge a strong relationship with a discerning gem appraisal expert, it is certainly worthwhile. With that, Liang Tianlei cast a meaningful glance at Fang Yi. What young Master Liang said is profoundly true. When one is fond of something, the notion of profit or loss becomes irrelevant, particularly since young Master Liang is not one to be deterred by a few million. Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's explanation, the crowd, eager to flatter, dispersed, realizing their chances of acquiring the stone were futile. "Mr. Fang, it is a pleasure to see you again." Once the spectators departed, Liang Tianlei regarded Fang Yi with a warm smile. Earlier, when he had presented Fang Yi with a check, he had already inquired about his name. Faced with Liang Tianlei's smile, Fang Yi offered a slight nod, his expression tinged with curiosity. Previously, this individual had spent 80 million on his stone, and now he seemed to be aware that he had been deceived. Yet, under such circumstances, the fact that he still sought to purchase Fang Yi's stone, and at a price exceeding the market value by 10 million, left Fang Yi pondering the rationale behind it. Perhaps sensing the bewilderment in Fang Yi's eyes, Liang Tianlei smiled once more, saying, "I observed that Mr. Fang purchased 2 stones upon arriving at this venue, and both yielded exceptional jade. Your discerning eye, Mr. Fang, is truly remarkable." Fang Yi had thought that his modest purchase of 2 stones would not attract any attention. However, after hearing Liang Tianlei's words, he realized how naive he had been. Uncertain of Liang's motives for singling him out, he felt a subtle unease creeping in. To avoid revealing any signs of vulnerability, he maintained a stoic demeanor and replied, "You jest, sir. It is merely luck, not discernment. The more capable individuals are, the more they tend to exhibit humility." Fang Yi's response was precisely what Liang Tianlei had anticipated. He continued, "Luck is indeed a facet of skill. Given your fortunate streak, I would surmise that your discernment is equally commendable. Might I inquire if you would be interested in collaborating with me?" Liang Tianlei did not meander around the subject. He stated his intentions directly, gazing at Fang Yi with anticipation. Upon hearing the word collaboration, Fang Yi finally grasped Liang's intentions, feeling a sense of relief as he feigned confusion. "But, sir, you have already purchased my stones. Have we not collaborated already?" Liang Tianlei was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response. He waved his hand dismissively. "That is not the collaboration I meant. To be frank, I would like to request your assistance in evaluating a few stones." Liang Tianlei dispensed with any ambiguity, laying his request bare. At his words, both Ling Dehai and Ling Qianxue were taken aback, looking at Fang Yi in astonishment. Fang Yi, however, chuckled heartily, as if he had heard an extraordinary jest. "I have already stated that my stone purchases are based solely on luck. I possess no expertise in evaluating stones. If young Master Liang seeks assistance, he may have mistaken the person. Mr. Fang, there is no need for false modesty. I have faith in your abilities. Before Liang Tianlei could finish, Fang Yi interrupted. Since young Master Liang is willing to spend on this icy jade, I would kindly ask that you settle the payment first. He gestured toward the jade in Ling Dehai's possession. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianlei mistakenly assumed that Fang Yi was withholding his agreement due to dissatisfaction with the delay in payment. He quickly instructed his assistant to prepare a check, writing the amount on it before handing it to Ling Dehai. "Thank you, young Master Liang," Ling Dehai exclaimed as he received the check, eagerly passing the stone over. He was well aware of Liang Tianlei's reputation and had never imagined he would have the opportunity to conduct business with the young master of the Liang family. "All right, Uncle Ling, if there is nothing else, let us return home," Fang Yi stated as Liang Tianlei completed the payment. "Ah?" Ling Dehai was taken aback, and Liang Tianlei was even more astonished. "Mr. Fang, what about our collaboration?" "My apologies. I am but a novice in this field and possess no knowledge of jade. I would not want to mislead young Master Liang, so I must respectfully suggest you seek someone more qualified." Fang Yi's intention in prompting Liang Tianlei to make the payment was to extricate himself swiftly. Having said this, he tugged at Ling Qianxue and prepared to depart. Seeing Fang Yi's eagerness to leave, Liang Tianlei became increasingly convinced of his true capabilities and hastily obstructed his path. "Mr. Fang, I know you are well versed in jade. I do not seek your assistance in evaluating numerous stones. I merely hope that when the need arises, you might offer a word of guidance. As for any benefits, please, feel free to express your desires." Liang Tianlei was uncertain whether Fang Yi's expertise surpassed that of the esteemed jade families of Myanmar, yet he had no other recourse. Their struggle against the Zhao group had reached a fever pitch, and any skilled gem appraiser that crossed his path was someone he wished to recruit, even if it meant investing more than he would gain. However, while he was willing, Fang Yi was not. The death of Li Mingzhi loomed over Fang Yi like an invisible noose, constraining him and stifling his movements. Having purchased only 2 stones had already attracted Liang Tianlei's attention, and should he collaborate further to acquire more, the scrutiny on Fang Yi would undoubtedly intensify. Had he possessed any prior renown in the jade industry, it might have been different, but he had never before purchased any jade. The notion of a previously unknown individual suddenly emerging as a master gem appraiser was so absurd that it practically screamed his incongruity. Such folly was something Fang Yi dared not entertain. "I possess no understanding of jade, and I would never audaciously demand any benefits, Master Liang. I apologize." Once again, Fang Yi declined the olive branch extended by Liang Tianlei and exited the jade rough area, remaining unmoved despite Liang Tianlei's persistent calls.
Chapter 36. Fist clenched hey, Fang Yi.
"Don't walk so fast." Upon hearing that Liang Tianlei sought cooperation with Fang Yi, Ling Dehai was initially taken aback, soon followed by immense joy. The Liang Group is one of the most prestigious conglomerates in Jinling City. Collaborating with the young heir of such a formidable enterprise is a tremendous honor. He assumed Fang Yi would readily accept the offer, but to his astonishment, Fang Yi declined without a moment's hesitation, leaving him feeling regretful. Establishing a connection with young Master Liang is a golden opportunity. Why would you refuse? Catching up to Fang Yi, Ling Dehai questioned him with a puzzled expression. Ling Qianxue, equally bewildered, chimed in, "Senior, do you truly understand jade appraisal? You only purchased 2 stones, and both turned out to be exquisite jade." Initially, she was overwhelmed with excitement and hadn't considered this angle, but after hearing Liang Tianlei's words, the more she thought about it, the more incredulous she became, leading her to ask this question. "How would I know anything about jade appraisal? Didn't I mention it? I'm just lucky," Fang Yi explained. "I knew it. A mere boy like him can't possibly know anything about jade. Winning 2 stones is merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse." No wonder young Master Liang approached him for collaboration, yet he dared not accept. It's fortunate he possesses some self-awareness. The high-grade ice jade that Fang Yi selected was valued at 20 to 30 million, which filled Master Lu with envy and frustration. After all, Fang Yi was utterly ignorant yet repeatedly stumbled upon good fortune, while he, despite his vast knowledge, faced constant setbacks. Heaven must be blind. His jealousy towards Fang Yi intensified upon witnessing Liang Tianlei extend an olive branch to him. Upon hearing Fang Yi's explanation, he involuntarily made a sarcastic remark, but no one was inclined to indulge him at that moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yi frowned and retorted, I may not understand jade, but at least I have the courage to admit it, which is far better than those who know nothing yet prefer to act mysteriously. Who are you calling mysterious? Master Lu, taken aback by Fang Yi's boldness, was enraged, and his expression soured immediately. Is it not obvious? Can Master Lu really be so oblivious? Fang Yi shot him a glance, akin to that of a spectator observing a buffoon. Previously, he had tolerated him out of respect for Ling Dehai, but after witnessing Ling Dehai's unwarranted loss of several 100,000, Fang Yi felt no further need to extend kindness to such a person, thus standing his ground. How outrageous! You, Lu Master. If I were you, I wouldn't have the face to speak right now, Ling Qianxue interjected sarcastically, observing Lu Master's intent to scold Fang Yi. What do you mean? Why wouldn't I have the face to speak? Master Lu retorted, his face flushed with indignation, promptly calling upon Ling Dehai to mediate. However, Ling Dehai replied with a calm demeanor, Lu Master, after viewing so many stones today, you must be tired. It would be best for you to return home and rest. His words caused Master Lu's brows to furrow deeply, nearly unable to believe his ears. Ling boss, what are you saying? I suggest you take a rest. I will transfer 30% of the agreed amount to your account for the 2 stones you assisted me with, Ling Dehai remarked, waving the 2 pieces of blue water jade in his hand. He had invited Master Lu to appraise the jade, and they had previously agreed on a distribution of profits, with Lu receiving 70%. Today, Master Lu examined numerous stones, yet only these 2 were deemed worthy, together valued at a maximum of 100,000. Accordingly, he would remit 30,000 to Lu. As for the stone worth 35 million, it had no connection to Lu, who had even advised against its purchase. Thus Lu was entitled to no share of that fortune. Upon hearing Ling Dehai's words, Master Lu was taken aback and furious. You all. He pointed at Ling Dehai, trembling with rage, struggling to find words, likely at a loss for what to say. Humph! Ling Dehai, don't ever summon me again. After a prolonged silence, Lu managed to utter what he believed to be a formidable retort before storming off. Ling Dehai, perplexed by Lu's parting words, found himself speechless. He regretted the encounter and vowed there would not be a next time. He possesses the temperament of a master, yet lacks the skill of one. I wonder where you found such a person. Watching Lu depart, Ling Qianxue cast a disapproving glance at her father. Ling Dehai, somewhat innocent in demeanor, replied, This man previously worked at the Su Group. How was I to know he lacked genuine ability? Thankfully, Fang Yi intervened. Otherwise, I would have been severely deceived. Ling Dehai then recalled earlier events. By the way, Fang Yi, do you truly not understand how to evaluate stones? Fang Yi had previously suggested he purchase rough materials, and at that time, Ling Dehai assumed he was merely guessing. However, he was astonished to find genuinely valuable jade among the rough stones. He began to suspect that Fang Yi's initial intentions were not mere folly. After all, even if one were to guess, it seemed improbable to be so accurate. Uncle, I truly do not comprehend it, Fang Yi explained, noticing Ling Dehai's skeptical gaze, wearing a bitter smile. If you truly knew nothing, how could you make such precise purchases? Do not deceive me, Ling Dehai replied, eyeing Fang Yi with suspicion, uncertain if the latter spoke the truth. I am not deceiving you. I assure you, it was purely luck, Fang Yi earnestly clarified. Observing Fang Yi's earnest expression, Ling Dehai, though still somewhat skeptical, pondered that given Fang Yi's age, even with 2 decades of experience in viewing raw stones, it would be difficult to be so accurate. This realization led him to accept that Fang Yi's acquisition of the 2 exceptional raw stones was indeed a stroke of fortune. Your luck, young man, truly defies the heavens, Ling Dehai muttered to himself, finally ceasing his inquiries. Fang Yi, relieved by this, resolved not to purchase raw stones so freely in front of so many others in the future. After much effort, they had managed to secure the 35 million, which would not only allow them to repay their debts but also enable them to continue their family's business. No longer entangled in the question of whether Fang Yi understood jade, Ling Dehai gazed at the 35 million yuan check in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. No. As soon as the words left his lips, Ling Qianxue suddenly stood up with a grave expression. What do you mean no? Ling Dehai was taken aback by her response, looking at her with wide eyes, and even Fang Yi wore a puzzled expression. Without further ado, she snatched the check from her father's hand, declaring, "This stone was bought by my senior. At that time, I had no idea it contained jade, so I accepted it. Now that I know it holds jade and is worth so much, how can we keep it?" As she spoke, she extended the check towards Fang Yi. Ling Dehai was left dumbfounded, staring at her in disbelief. "Qianxue, what are you?" Seeing Ling Qianxue hand the check over, Fang Yi was equally bewildered. "Senior, this stone is far too valuable for me to accept." Although she insisted on refusing the gift, she felt a sense of joy within, even if Fang Yi had merely presented her with a rough, unrefined stone. After all, it was a gift. Initially, Ling Qianxue believed it to be a token of significance rather than monetary value, but upon discovering the jade within, she realized the stone's worth far exceeded its sentimental value. In her mind, the stone belonged to Fang Yi, regardless of its worth, and thus they had no right to claim it. As she gazed into Ling Qianxue's earnest eyes, a smile spread across Fang Yi's face. In the face of material gain, Ling Qianxue's ability to make such a choice surprised him, while he also regarded it as a rare quality. However, he added, "That stone was originally a gift for you. Regardless of its value, it is still my gift to you. Are you truly going to return it?" Fang Yi had known the stone was valuable from the outset, which was precisely why he had purchased it for Ling Qianxue. His intention was straightforward, to present the stone to her and then sell it to assist the Ling family through their difficulties. Yet, the gift had turned out to be too precious. Noticing Fang Yi's displeasure, Ling Qianxue spoke awkwardly. 35 million may indeed be quite valuable, but can our friendship truly be measured in monetary terms? If you believe it can, I will not argue, but I would be deeply disappointed. Looking into Ling Qianxue's eyes, Fang Yi replied earnestly, "Senior." Ling Qianxue understood Fang Yi's sentiments well, and his words moved her profoundly. She knew their friendship transcended financial considerations. But was it merely friendship? She gazed intently into Fang Yi's eyes. "All right, my dear daughter, if you continue like this, Fang Yi will surely become upset. He is right. Can the bond between you two truly be quantified by money?" Ling Dehai interjected, pointing to the 35 million as a means for a fresh start. Witnessing his daughter on the verge of relinquishing the wealth that was within their grasp, he acknowledged her reasoning but felt a pang of reluctance. After all, every aspect of life demands financial resources. Seeing Fang Yi's refusal to accept it, he became quite upset. Overjoyed, he hurriedly retrieved the check from Ling Qianxue's hand again. "Since Fang Yi was willing to gift you the stone, he undoubtedly has no intention of accepting the money. If you were to offer him the cash, it would imply a lack of respect for him. As I see it, we should graciously accept it and remember his kindness. Once my father utilizes this money to construct my commercial empire, how could we ever forget him? Uncle is right. Let this money be considered my investment in Uncle's business venture." After hearing Ling Dehai's words, Fang Yi chuckled and affirmed, "Indeed, indeed. An investment, an investment." With a beaming smile, Ling Dehai carefully tucked the check away, deliberately concealing its location from Ling Qianxue. Observing her father's mercenary demeanor, Ling Qianxue furrowed her brow, wanting to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Fang Yi. "All right, there's nothing more here. Let us head home. We've already drawn enough attention today," Fang Yi remarked, eager to leave the scene. Noticing Fang Yi's steadfastness in rejecting the check, Ling Qianxue relented with a nod and followed him as they prepared to depart. As the trio approached the entrance, Fang Yi was about to press the elevator button, when, at that moment, the doors opened to reveal several impeccably dressed men. Among them was a strikingly handsome figure, tall and imposing, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with meticulously styled hair that exuded an extraordinary presence. He stepped out of the elevator, locking eyes with Fang Yi, who momentarily froze, his pupils constricting as he fixated on the man, his fists instinctively clenching. Chapter 37. Archenemy. The man emerging from the elevator was engaged in light-hearted banter, but upon spotting Fang Yi, he momentarily froze. However, he quickly regained his composure, exuding a far greater sense of ease than Fang Yi, a smile spreading across his face. "Ah, isn't this the esteemed President Fang of our student council? It's been quite a while, President Fang." The man stood rooted in place, greeting Fang Yi with apparent politeness, although his gaze bore a scrutinizing edge. Upon encountering this individual, a whirlwind of emotions erupted within Fang Yi. He was visibly stirred, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking audibly, and veins bulging ominously in his arms. He fixed his gaze on the man before him, akin to a wolf king that had spotted its long-standing adversary who once usurped its territory. Fang Yi was typically composed, acutely aware of the social decorum that dictates one should not wear their emotions on their sleeve, a principle he had adhered to quite well. Yet, upon seeing this man, all rationality was cast aside. For this man was his mortal enemy, Zhao Buoxiu. Beholding the familiar, deceitful smile that had once brought him ruin, Fang Yi felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward and deliver a punishing blow to the man's head. Senior. The appearance of Zhao Buoxiu also startled Ling Qianxue. She noticed Fang Yi's eyes redden instantly, fists clenched, veins on his forehead bulging, nearly on the brink of losing control. In a swift motion, she grasped his arm. She was well aware of Fang Yi's deep-seated animosity towards Zhao Buoxiu, and thus felt compelled to restrain him, fearing the dreadful consequences that might ensue.
Ling Xu.
It's been a long time. Zhao Buoxiu, an alumnus himself, recognized Ling Qianxue and greeted her with a smile. However, she had no kind words for him. Zhao Buoxiu, what brings you here? Young Master Zhao is the vice president of the Zhao Group and one of the hosts of this Jade Exchange Conference. Your question is indeed amusing, remarked a man accompanying Zhao Buoxiu, chuckling at Ling Qianxue's inquiry. Ling Qianxue had long known of Zhao Buoxiu's affiliation with the Zhao Group, but was unaware of his position within the organization. With this newfound information, she grasped the gravity of the situation. The higher Zhao Buoxiu's status, the greater the potential consequences for Fang Yi should a conflict arise. Realizing this, she cast a worried glance at Fang Yi. What a stroke of misfortune. Senior, we should leave. Ling Qianxue tugged at Fang Yi, eager to depart, but found her efforts futile. Why the rush? It's a rare chance to reconnect with an old friend from school. We ought to reminisce a bit, don't you think? Fang Yi's previously icy demeanor had mysteriously transformed into a smile, his words startling Ling Qianxue. She gazed at him in astonishment, witnessing the once prominent veins on his forehead vanish, his clenched fists unfurl, and his expression shift to one of tranquility, accompanied by a gentle smile, as if he were greeting a long-lost friend rather than the foe who had once brought him disgrace. Most astonishing to her was how this transformation occurred in an almost instantaneous fashion. Zhao, my old friend. It's been quite a while. Ignoring Ling Qianxue's astonished gaze, Fang Yi extended his hand towards Zhao Buoxiu. Moments earlier, Fang Yi had glared at him fiercely, yet now he greeted him with a smile, leaving even Zhao Buoxiu somewhat taken aback. He had been rather eager to witness Fang Yi's indignation. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they last met. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at not witnessing Fang Yi's ire, Zhao Buoxiu prided himself on his poise. Thus, he reciprocated the handshake. Suddenly, a sharp crack pierced the air. What are you doing? Zhao Buoxiu exclaimed, withdrawing his hand in haste, a grimace of pain crossing his face. What do you mean? Wasn't it a handshake? Fang Yi responded, looking bemused. Zhao Buoxiu could hardly fathom that Fang Yi would dare to squeeze his hand in front of so many onlookers. What astonished him even more was the incredible strength Fang Yi possessed, nearly crushing his bones. Glancing at the bruises forming on his hand, his anger surged. Young Master Zhao. The companions surrounding Zhao Buoxiu, puzzled by the commotion, quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the discoloration on his hand. They glared at Fang Yi, fists clenched, ready to retaliate. Though seething with rage, Zhao Buoxiu signaled with his eyes for his associates to refrain from action. As one of the hosts of the event, he deemed it inappropriate to let his subordinates resort to violence upon their arrival, fearing it would tarnish their reputation. Despite his anger, he managed to hold back. Observing Zhao Buoxiu's gaze, his companions reluctantly lowered their fists. Fang Yi, noticing that they did not charge at him, felt a flicker of disappointment. If there was anything he feared the least at that moment, it was a physical confrontation. With his strength and speed, even if they all attacked him simultaneously, they would not stand a chance against him. He had even contemplated landing a few punches on Zhao Buoxiu amidst the chaos, but alas, that was not to be. Half a year ago you were expelled from school, and I thought you would be utterly defeated. However, it seems your spirit remains quite robust. Zhao Buoxiu remarked with a cold smirk, rubbing his bruised hand. Indeed, without the schemes of certain unscrupulous individuals, life has grown remarkably easier, and my vitality has improved considerably, Fang Yi replied thoughtfully, appearing to concur with Zhao Buoxiu's assessment. Zhao Buoxiu was not oblivious. He recognized that the unscrupulous individuals Fang Yi referred to were none other than himself. A flicker of malice surfaced on his otherwise indifferent face, accompanied by a tinge of confusion. He had orchestrated Fang Yi's expulsion from school, leading to his disgrace, believing Fang Yi would now cower in fear. Yet, it appeared that not only had Fang Yi not been intimidated, but his audacity had seemingly increased, daring to play tricks during their handshake. Not only had he grown bolder, but Zhao Buoxiu sensed a deeper cunning within him. At least for a fleeting moment, Fang Yi had concealed his animosity towards Zhao Buoxiu, and now, there was no trace of resentment on his face. This unexpected composure caught Zhao Buoxiu completely off guard. On Fang Yi's face, there was no expression of resentment. It was not that he bore no hatred towards his adversary, but rather that he deliberately concealed it. He and Zhao Buoxiu had been long-standing rivals, and Fang Yi was acutely aware of Zhao's character. The more he displayed anger in Zhao's presence, the more joy it brought to Zhao, for it signified that he had inflicted harm upon Fang Yi. In Zhao's eyes, Fang Yi's fury was a testament to his own achievements. Anger served no practical purpose. Initially, it manifested as a momentary loss of control upon encountering his nemesis, but once he regained composure, he swiftly suppressed his indignation. Zhao Buoxiu delighted in subtlety. Was he not capable of the same? The earlier gesture of extending his hand for a handshake was Fang Yi's own form of retaliation. If Zhao were to provoke him into a confrontation, he would seize the opportunity to retaliate amidst the chaos. If not, as was the case now, he would endure a silent loss. Young master, do those two know each other? In the distance, observing Fang Yi and Zhao Buoxiu engaged in light-hearted conversation and a handshake, Liang Tianlei's assistant inquired, bewildered. Who should I ask if not you? Liang Tianlei shot a disapproving glare at his assistant, his expression mirroring his confusion. Could that boy be someone invited by the Zhao family? The assistant speculated. Unlikely, Liang Tianlei replied, shaking his head. While he was indeed surprised by the acquaintanceship between Zhao Buoxiu and Fang Yi, he perceived a certain insincerity in the smiles they wore. Knowing each other did not necessarily imply a cordial relationship. Just as Liang Tianlei pondered whether to approach and gather more information, the sound of a gong reverberated throughout the center stage of the venue. Bang, bang, bang. Esteemed guests, it is almost 11 o'clock, and the Stone King exhibition is about to commence. We kindly ask all jade and stone enthusiasts to set aside their current pursuits and gather at the viewing stands. Please bear with us for a moment, as the organizers have prepared a sumptuous luncheon for all attending friends following the exhibition. With the host's words, applause erupted from the audience. Many attendees had come primarily for the Stone King exhibition, and upon hearing that it was about to begin, excitement surged among them. Zhao Buoxiu's expression, too, turned serious. He had intended to exchange a few more words with Fang Yi, but at that moment, his mind shifted elsewhere. He simply remarked, in just half a year, you've undergone quite a transformation. They say adversity fosters growth. It appears this adage holds true. However, while adversity can indeed cultivate growth, one cannot remain perpetually ensnared in it. Experiencing success once may be a stroke of luck, but who knows if such fortune will grace you a second time. Zhao Buoxiu regarded Fang Yi, a faint smile gracing his lips, his words laden with insinuation. Fang Yi understood this as a threat. In the past, he might have trembled at the thought of such intimidation, but now, without a trial, how would one ascertain the outcome? He responded to Zhao Buoxiu with a smile, meeting his gaze without an ounce of trepidation. Hee. Zhao Buoxiu chuckled lightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. After casting a deep, lingering look at Fang Yi, he strode past him. Chapter 38. I wish to stay, Master Zhao. Shall I find someone to deal with him? After brushing past Fang Yi, a subordinate sought Zhao Buoxiu's guidance. Zhao Buoxiu had never been one to suffer losses. He was accustomed to making others bear the brunt of misfortune. However, this time Fang Yi had managed to best him. Ordinarily, Upon hearing his subordinate's suggestion, he would have readily acquiesced, yet now, recalling a certain promise, he begrudgingly dismissed such thoughts. After all, what was a mere buffoon to contend with? He waved his hand, rejecting his subordinate's proposal. "Oh, isn't this young Master Zhao? I thought you wouldn't dare to show up today. Why have you arrived so late?" Upon seeing Zhao Buxiu approach, Liang Tianlei feigned a smile. Zhao Buxiu had noticed Liang Tianlei long before and responded promptly. "Does young Master Liang possess such a timid heart yet still dare to come? I would never shy away. I merely had some matters to attend to, but no matter. The protagonist always makes their entrance last. Does he not?" He said this with a faint smile gracing his lips. The Liang group and the Zhao group had long been rivals. Following the downfall of the Su group, their competition for dominance in the jade industry of Jinling had intensified. While neither side had openly clashed in public, the atmosphere remained far from amicable. Their exchanges were laced with veiled barbs. In this encounter, it was evident that Liang Tianlei was at a disadvantage. "Protagonist?" Liang Tianlei scoffed, spitting in disdain. At today's Jade Exchange event, both families had dispatched their second-generation core members, recognized heirs to their respective empires. The purpose of this gathering was not only to test their individual capabilities but also to determine the superiority of these similarly aged young talents through the outcome of the Stone King exhibition. Undoubtedly, the Stone King exhibition marked the first public contest between these two heirs, a matter of significant importance for both. Zhao Buxiu regarded himself as the protagonist, a stance Liang Tianlei vehemently contested. As the Stone King exhibition was about to commence, Zhao Buxiu inquired, "Why does young Master Liang only have one person by his side? Have you been unable to secure skilled appraisers, or have your previous ones all departed?" Noticing the lone assistant accompanying Liang Tianlei, Zhao Buxiu chuckled. Of course, Liang Tianlei was not without appraisers. They were merely resting in the lounge. He smacked his lips. "While I may not have many individuals at my disposal, I believe I need not many to compete with young Master Zhao." Hearing this, Zhao Buxiu's smile widened. He relished the sight of others maintaining a facade of bravado. "Allow me to introduce someone to young Master Liang." With that, he beckoned forth a man of shorter stature and somewhat darkened skin, around 30 years of age. "This is the esteemed appraiser I invited from the Stone King family in Myanmar, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, this is the young heir of the Liang group, Liang Tianlei. Pleasure to meet you." Although Mr. Zhou was diminutive in stature, his gaze was piercingly sharp. Upon hearing Zhao Buxiu's introduction, he nodded in acknowledgement toward Liang Tianlei. Liang Tianlei scrutinized the individual before him. Despite the person's unremarkable appearance, he dared not harbor the slightest disdain. The Zhou family, known as the Stone Kings of Myanmar, originally hailed from a prominent clan in southern China, having engaged in the jade trade for centuries, earning a formidable reputation throughout the province. Due to a significant offense against powerful figures during the early establishment of the national dynasty last century, the entire family was compelled to seek refuge in Myanmar, where, relying on the jade appraisal expertise handed down through generations, they gradually ascended to prominence as the Stone Kings of Myanmar. Rumors suggested that the Zhou family possessed profound knowledge of jade appraisal, with even the eldest patriarchs and the youngest children well versed in the art. While the veracity of such claims is challenging to ascertain, the Zhou family's enduring success in the Myanmar jade industry over several decades cannot be attributed to anything less than genuine skill. It was astonishing that young Master Zhao had managed to invite members of the Stone King family to this jade exchange event, indicating a considerable investment on his part. Although the Stone King's renown in the jade realm is substantial, it is their family regulations that are even more legendary. The former Stone King had decreed that no member of the Zhou family could set foot on Chinese soil or engage in transactions with Chinese jade merchants, let alone offer jade appraisal services. Although Liang Tianlei was unaware of how Zhao Buxiu had managed to persuade the Zhou family members to attend, he was certain that it had required an immense price. For the opportunity to obtain the jade agency rights in Jinling, such an investment seemed trivial. Zhao Buxiu waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, the Stone King's reputation is formidable, but do you genuinely believe that merely inviting them to appraise the jade guarantees the acquisition of quality stones?" Liang Tianlei questioned Zhao Buxiu's overconfidence, asserting that even the most skilled stone experts could not achieve absolute accuracy in their assessments. In response to Liang Tianlei's skepticism, Zhao Buoxiu's smile bore a hint of mockery. Do you know why the upcoming Jade exhibition is called the Stone King exhibition? He inquired. Liang Tianlei raised an eyebrow, revealing his confusion, clearly unaware of the reasoning behind it. Because all the stones on display are exquisite jade raw stones purchased from the Stone King family. Naturally, they have been meticulously selected, representing the finest of the finest. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianlei's pupils contracted in shock. Noting his astonishment, Zhao Buoxiu laughed even more heartily and glanced at the representative from the Stone King family beside him, saying to Liang Tianlei, Mr. Zhou may not be the most formidable figure in the Stone King family, but I am confident that he can certainly recognize the stones that his family has sold. As Zhao Buoxiu's words resonated, Liang Tianlei, still in shock, finally grasped the reason behind Zhao Buoxiu's substantial expenditure to invite members of the Stone King family. He must have long been aware of the origins of this batch of stones. Today's Jade Exchange event, while nominally co-hosted by the Liang and Zhao families, was merely a FAOD. The true organizer was someone of immense prestige, wielding authority over all enterprises along the southeastern coast. After the collapse of the Su family, the direction of the jade business and its operations were largely dictated by this individual. The rivalry between the Liang and Zhao families was a matter that could have been resolved with a mere utterance. However, in the interest of fairness, that individual chose to allow each party to act independently and engage in conflict. The upcoming Jade Exchange event was merely a test of the outcomes of their respective endeavors. The Stone King exhibition showcased a collection of exquisite jadeite raw stones, with both families permitted to purchase 5 pieces each. The family whose stones yielded a higher value upon appraisal would indicate the superiority of their respective appraisers, thereby granting them greater legitimacy to oversee the jade industry. Although the results of the Stone King exhibition would not be determinative, they were nonetheless critical. Thus, the Zhao family had summoned members of the Stone King lineage, aiming to ensure their victory over the Liang family. Observing Liang Tianlei's countenance, which resembled one who had just ingested a fly, Zhao Buoxiu felt a surge of satisfaction. After massaging his hand, which had been bruised by Fang Yi's grip, he glanced at his wristwatch. Very well, the Stone King exhibition is about to commence. Let us not squander time here. Let us not forget our wager agreement. With that, he departed with his entourage. Young master, they are clearly cheating, Liang Tianlei's assistant exclaimed indignantly as soon as Zhao Buoxiu left. The stones were procured from the Stone King family, and now they had brought in members of that very family for appraisal. Was that not cheating? Since they had already sold the stones, they undoubtedly knew which ones were superior and which were not. Liang Tianlei was fully aware of Zhao Buoxiu's underhanded tactics. Yet what recourse did he have? Their prior agreement had not stipulated a prohibition against enlisting the Stone King family for appraisals. Zhao Buoxiu could invite them, and so could he. It was just that, until today, he had been unaware that those stones originated from the Stone King family. The realization that Zhao Buoxiu was privy to the origins of the stones weighed heavily on Liang Tianlei's heart, his expression tinged with bitterness. Young master, could it be that the one in charge, in a display of favoritism, deliberately informed them? His assistant inquired regarding the organizer of the Jade Exchange. Liang Tianlei shook his head, deeming the likelihood of that scenario quite slim. Given the organizer's stature, if genuine bias existed, they would have simply declared the jade industry to be under Zhao family management, leaving the Liang family with no grounds for protest. There would be no need for such convoluted machinations. I am acquainted with that person's character. They are not so petty. However, whether their subordinates share that impartiality remains uncertain. Liang Tianlei pondered. At that level, such matters are typically delegated to subordinates, and it was improbable that the organizer would intentionally disclose the stone's origins to the Zhao family. Yet, what if their subordinates were colluding with the Zhao family? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Liang Tianlei's expression soured further, and he let out a weary sigh. Young master, do you believe we still stand a chance in the upcoming exhibition? Seeing Liang Tianlei's troubled demeanor, his assistant asked. The hope is dim, he admitted reluctantly, acknowledging the harsh reality. What shall we do then? Are we to concede defeat? The assistant queried. At this, Liang Tianlei shot him an incredulous glare. How dare you suggest such a thing? Do you think I am one to concede defeat so easily? Though Liang Tianlei understood the odds of triumphing over Zhao Buoxiu were slim, he would never voluntarily surrender. He feared the ridicule that would ensue from yielding without a fight. Certainly, beyond the concern for his reputation, there exists a more pressing matter: the wager agreement between him and Zhao Buoxiu. At the Stone King exhibition, following the unveiling of the raw stones, the party with the lesser total value must compensate the higher one in full for the acquisition of the stones. This exhibition features only the finest jadeite raw stones, each commanding a price exceeding 100 million. Even at the minimum purchase price of 100 million per stone, 5 stones would amount to 500 million. Should he concede defeat, the wager agreement remains binding, obligating him to unconditionally pay Zhao Buoxiu a minimum of 500 million for the stones. The humiliation of admitting defeat is already considerable. To incur additional financial loss would be even more grievous. He must preserve either his dignity or his wealth. As for rejecting this agreement, while it is a feasible option, the ramifications would surely bring disgrace upon the entire Liang family, a thought he dare not entertain. Even if he cannot prevail, he must at least put forth an effort. Otherwise, he risks being looked down upon by the Zhao family. With a huff of irritation, Liang Tianlei scolded his assistant before ascending the stairs to consult the jade appraiser he had sourced. As he departed, he cast a glance back at Fang Yi, his expression shifting momentarily, though he refrained from uttering a word. Setting aside whether Fang Yi would be willing to assist him, Liang Tianlei doubted that his discerning eye could surpass that of the Stone King family's experts. Upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion of seeking Fang Yi's help. "Daughter, when did you become acquainted with the young master of the Zhao family? You have never mentioned him," inquired Ling Dehai curiously after Zhao Buoxiu's departure. "He and I, along with my senior, are at the same university. He is a doctoral student," explained Ling Qianxue. "I observed that your relationship with him seems strained," Ling Dehai noted, recalling their earlier contentious exchange. "Strained? It is beyond that. It is utterly abysmal," Ling Qianxue retorted with irritation. Sighing, Ling Dehai lamented, "Do you truly comprehend who the young master of the Zhao family is? You should have made an effort to maintain a cordial relationship instead of antagonizing him." His expression conveyed deep regret. Had he known his daughter was connected to such a valuable resource, he would have sought to establish a connection long ago. Had they collaborated on business ventures, they might not have faced near financial ruin. Now, the opportunity to connect was lost. "Dad!" As soon as Ling Dehai finished speaking, Ling Qianxue shot him a severe glare. "What?" Ling Dehai looked at his daughter in confusion, puzzled by her reaction. Ling Qianxue glared at her father in exasperation, wishing she could find a raw stone to silence him. She was acutely aware of the damage Zhao Buoxiu had inflicted on Fang Yi 6 months prior, and understood the profound animosity Fang Yi harbored toward that individual. It was one thing for her father not to support his own kin, but to side with an outsider was intolerable. She feared that his words might provoke Fang Yi, constantly signaling him with her eyes. Ling Dehai had merely expressed concern over his daughter's antagonism toward such a prominent figure, fearing future repercussions, and thus had spoken without much thought. As soon as he noticed his daughter's furious expression and her frantic gestures, a wave of regret washed over him. Upon reflection, it is evident that Fang Yi's audacity to confront Zhao Buoxiu in front of so many witnesses indicates a deep-seated animosity between them. Having benefited from Fang Yi, how could one possibly align with the opposing faction? That would be tantamount to treachery. He cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yi, whose expression was strikingly indifferent, indeed, so aloof that he resembled a complete stranger. A shiver ran down his spine, and he coughed twice, hastily adjusting his words. "In my view, given your commendable temper, the conflict must surely be instigated by that scoundrel." Suddenly, Ling Dehai altered his stance, leaving Ling Qianxue wide-eyed in astonishment. Despite his seemingly plausible appearance, with a countenance that bore the marks of a rogue, it was evident that he harbored no noble intentions. If only I had reacted more swiftly, I would have rushed forward to deliver him a couple of resounding slaps. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. I shall spare him today, but should we cross paths again, I shall not hesitate to confront him. Ling Dehai articulated this with palpable indignation, his chest heaving as if genuinely agitated. gesticulating fervently while his gaze darted repeatedly towards Fang Yi. Ling Qianxue had long grown accustomed to her father's erratic demeanor. Observing Fang Yi's detached gaze devoid of any sign of anger reassured her, as it suggested he had not taken her father's earlier remarks to heart. This brought her a sense of relief. "Senior, it's all right now. Let us depart," she addressed Fang Yi. Fang Yi had initially intended to leave hastily. However, upon encountering Zhao Buxiu, he discovered that his inner turmoil rendered him restless, unwilling to simply walk away. His acute hearing enabled him to catch the conversation between Liang Tianlei and Zhao Buxiu, which sparked a sudden desire to remain. "Wasn't there talk of an upcoming Stone King exhibition? I wish to stay and witness it." Chapter 39. The exhibition commences upon the announcement of the impending Stone King exhibition. A majority of the attendees gravitated towards the central viewing platform, including Fang Yi, who chose to remain. Senior, observing Fang Yi's impassive demeanor, Ling Qianxue hesitated, unsure of how to express her concern. Fang Yi's sudden decision to stay unsettled her. She worried he might be contemplating revenge against Zhao Buxiu. If that were the case, what form would his retribution take? Though she harbored her own disdain for Zhao Buxiu, she could not deny his formidable status, which rendered him almost untouchable. Fang Yi's previous act of seizing Zhao's hand had already been a reckless gamble. He had escaped unscathed this time, but any further disturbances could lead to dire consequences. Noticing Ling Qianxue's reluctance to speak, Fang Yi discerned her anxiety from her tense expression. He offered a reassuring smile, revealing an incongruous set of white teeth amidst his otherwise cold visage, and said, "Rest assured, I shall not act foolishly." Despite his assurances, Ling Qianxue only felt a slight easing of her worry, unable to fully relax. She merely nodded and responded with a soft acknowledgement, having already resolved that if she could not deter Fang Yi, she would face the repercussions alongside him. As they conversed, the platform was being prepared with tables for the exhibition items, and the jade stones were gradually brought out by the staff, a total of 15, all draped in crimson cloth. With the stones displayed, the host followed suit. After expressing a few words of gratitude, he commenced the introduction of the Stone King exhibition. This event, initiated by the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce and collaboratively supported by the Zhao and Liang groups, showcased exquisite jadeite stones, aiming to foster exchanges within the jade community of Jinling City. It also provided the attendees with an opportunity to witness the splendor of various premium jade raw stones. The 15 jade pieces on display were procured from the royal family of Myanmar, each one a paragon of excellence, rightfully deserving the title of King of Stones. To enhance the intrigue of the exhibition and allow guests to better appreciate the unique qualities of each stone, the Liang and Zhao groups, adhering to the principles of friendly exchange and mutual growth, would host a stone appraisal competition. Each group would designate 5 appraisers, each selecting one stone. The chosen stones would be cut open on the spot, and the valuation would be assessed by certified jade appraisers from the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. This competition represented a cordial exchange between the two prominent enterprises. While friendly, it was indeed a contest with distinct outcomes. Who would emerge victorious? The Liang group or the Zhao group? The audience awaited with bated breath. The host's words successfully invigorated the crowd, and as his voice faded, a wave of cheers erupted. Amidst the enthusiasm, the crimson cloths were lifted from each stone, revealing an array of raw materials. The already exhilarated jade merchants became even more animated upon witnessing the stones. Goodness, is that glassy golden silk? A piece of ice jade? Is that yellow jade? A chorus of astonished voices erupted, uttering names of various types of jade that Fang Yi had never encountered, especially since he had yet to finish the thick tome he purchased yesterday. That stone has 2 windows of exquisite indeed. There are a total of 15 stones, predominantly featuring open windows. Some possess a single window while others have several. Although Fang Yi had not seen most of them before, he could surmise their immense value from the excited exclamations of those around him. However, amidst the precious finds, there appeared to be some less valuable specimens. Could it be mistaken? Is that a flower green type? How did it end up here? What of that piece over there? A dry white type? My goodness, are these truly stone kings? Both flower green and dry white types are of exceedingly low quality. Their worth negligible. Thus, their presence at a so-called Stone King exhibition raised eyebrows and skepticism among the crowd. Please remain calm, everyone. Each stone displayed today has been meticulously selected and possesses its unique characteristics. What may outwardly appear as a flower green type might conceal a glass type within. Conversely, what looks like a glass type might actually be a dry white type, the host interjected to quell the doubts. The crowd expressed understanding. Indeed, the Liang and Zhao families were to compete. If the exterior truly reflected the interior, what would be the point of comparison? Exactly, one must not be deceived by appearances. As Fang Yi listened to the discussions around him, he observed the stones. The host's assertion held merit. Most of the 15 stones exhibited a disparity between their exterior and interior. Should one merely judge by the windows, it would be challenging to acquire what one truly desired. This Stone King exhibition was pivotal in determining which of the Liang or Zhao families would take the reins of the jade industry in Jinling City. Thus, it was not a contest to be taken lightly. Many stones required extensive experience and keen insight to discern their true nature. Now that the raw stones have been arranged, let us invite the gem appraisers from the Liang group and Zhao group to the stage to commence the evaluation, the host declared, fully aware of the audience's anticipation. Without further ado, he announced the commencement of the competition. Master Sun, you shall lead in this first round. Zhao Buoxiu and Liang Tianlei stood on the left side of the viewing platform. Upon hearing the host, the former addressed an elderly man beside him, dressed in traditional attire and over 50 years of age. This elder was the former chief gem appraiser of the Su group, who, after its downfall, was promptly recruited by the Zhao group at a handsome price. Honored by your grace, I shall take the lead. Master Sun nodded at Zhao Buoxiu with a smile and gracefully ascended the stage. Master Zhang, for the first round, I entrust you, Liang Tianlei said to a middle-aged man of around 50 who appeared solemn. The man nodded in acknowledgement before stepping onto the stage. There are a total of 15 stones, each accompanied by a sign that displays its number, weight, and price. Although these stones vary in size, their weights generally fall within a similar range. The heaviest does not exceed 150 pounds, while the lightest weighs no less than 30 pounds. The prices are notably steep, with the most expensive, stone number 15, marked at 250 million, and the least expensive, stone number 1, priced at 86 million. The lower price of stone number 1 is attributed to it being a rough material, the only one of its kind among the 15 stones. Intrigued, Fang Yi used his X-ray vision to take a glance, and upon doing so, he was taken aback. With a few clicks of his tongue, he couldn't help but exclaim that this Stone King exhibition is indeed quite fascinating. Chapter 40. Defeat is certain? As the two appraisers took the stage, each wielding a flashlight and a magnifying glass, they diligently searched for what they deemed the most valuable stones on display. The previously raucous venue fell into an immediate hush as spectators observed the appraisers intently examining the stones, many with wide eyes, holding their breaths as if they were not mere onlookers but rather the evaluators themselves. This one, Master Sun from the Zhao group, was the first to identify his choice. A number 9 stone, an ice-type golden silk jadeite valued at 150 million, weighing a total of 85 pounds. I shall select this one, he declared. Just as Master Sun made his decision, Master Zhang also reached a conclusion, selecting number 11, a yellow jadeite valued at 160 million. While the price of yellow jadeite was not significantly higher than that of the ice-type golden silk jadeite, it was still considerable. High-quality yellow jadeite is often referred to as golden jade. Weighing in at 106 pounds, Master Zhang believed that the stone had a strong likelihood of being pure yellow jadeite. If that were the case, even if Master Sun's stone turned out to be entirely ice-type golden silk jadeite, Master Zhang's stone would likely surpass it in value. Have both masters made their selections? A voice inquired. If so, let the cutting commence. Let us proceed. The two masters replied in unison, each marking their designated cutting areas on the stones, their expressions radiating confidence. The exhibition featured 2 professional stone-cutting machines, operated by skilled staff. Upon receiving the nod from both appraisers, the workers approached, lifting the stones to commence cutting simultaneously. Ah, here we go. The still yellow jadeite. The cutter working on the yellow jadeite moved swiftly, and with a single incision, the jadeite's vibrant color was revealed, identical to the stone's original surface. Master Zhang's countenance lit up with joy, and Liang Tianlei mirrored his excitement. On the other hand, As Master Zhang unveiled the yellow jadeite, Master Sun's first cut yielded nothing. This disappointment cast a shadow over the audience, and Zhao Buxiu furrowed his brow. Sensing the tension, Master Sun turned to Zhao, gesturing for him to remain calm, and instructed the cutter to proceed to the second marked area. Meanwhile, Master Zhang had already made a third cut, and once again it was yellow jadeite. His elation was palpable, nearly overwhelming, and Liang Tianlei was ecstatic. Believing the first round might be challenging to win, however, hope seemed to blossom. Quickly, from here, make the fourth cut. Master Zhang urged the staff, eager to unveil the entire stone. Under his insistence, the workers proceeded to make the fourth incision, revealing yet more yellow jadeite. However, this time Master Zhang's smile faded. "Cracks!" he exclaimed, his brow furrowing deeply. The 11th stone exhibited cracks, significantly diminishing its value. Observers gasped as they spotted the fissures, some sighing in dismay. "Don't rush. It's merely one facet with cracks. Perhaps the others will be unblemished." One person waved off the concern. "Ah, it's showing. Ice type. Wait, no, this is glass type?" As Master Zhang's jadeite revealed cracks, Master Sun's jadeite astonishingly displayed a glass variety. The onlookers erupted in excited exclamations. When Master Zhang turned to glance, he indeed confirmed that Master Sun had unveiled the glass type, and his expression darkened further. He had previously examined that stone, believing its icy quality to be mediocre, never anticipating that it would yield a glass variety of exceptional quality. While the price of icy golden silk jadeite is not significantly higher than that of yellow jade, glass jadeite commands a far greater value, especially since his stone had already cracked. Alas, although the stones had not yet been fully cut, those with discerning eyes understood who was destined for victory in this round. Among the crowd surrounding Liang Tianlei, many sighed, and even Liang Tianlei, who had been exuberant earlier, now felt a heavy sense of disappointment. As the stones continued to be cut, the results soon emerged. The number 11 rough stone yielded 47 pounds of yellow jade, valued at 180 million. The number 9 rough stone produced 5 pounds of icy golden silk jadeite and 31 pounds of glass jadeite, totaling 215 million. In the first round, the Zhao group triumphed. Upon hearing this anticipated outcome, Liang Tianlei let out a long sigh. "Young Master Liang, I concede." The victory in the first round invigorated the already confident Zhao Buxiu, who even performed a slight bow towards Liang Tianlei. Observing the smile on Zhao Buxiu's face made Liang Tianlei feel as though he had swallowed a fly. "Young Master Liang, it is my inadequacy." As Master Zhang descended from the stage, he faced Liang Tianlei with an expression of shame. "Do not blame yourself. I believe Master Zhang has exerted his utmost." Despite his disappointment, Liang Tianlei maintained his composure and did not reproach Master Zhang. Upon hearing his words, Master Zhang said nothing further and quietly moved to stand at the back of the line. Indeed, Master Sun proved himself worthy as the former chief gemologist of the Su group. Impressive. Watching Master Sun descend, Zhao Buxiu complimented him with a smile. "You flatter me." Master Sun chuckled, pleased with his triumph, and after exchanging polite remarks, he took a seat to the side. According to the competition rules, gemologists who had already participated could not return to the stage. "Master Yang, it is your turn." "Master Wang, I appreciate your efforts." As the second round commenced, the Zhao family's gemologist was a young man named Yang, while Liang Tianlei had dispatched an elder named Wang. Master Yang appeared well prepared. Upon taking the stage, he swiftly selected the number 13 stone, while Master Wang took his time, spending over 10 minutes to choose the number 5 stone. The No. 13 stone revealed a purple water type at its window, and upon cutting, it yielded 76 pounds of icy golden silk, purchased for 210 million, now valued at 150 million. The number 5 rough stone, with a high icy type at its window, produced glass golden silk, totaling 16 pounds, bought for 110 million, now worth 145 million. The prices of the jadeite revealed are not arbitrarily determined by the judges, but are precisely calculated by professionals based on market values and the weight of the stones, typically with a margin of error within 100,000. Hence, while 500,000 may seem trivial, a lower valuation remains just that, lower. No one would perceive it as unjust. Master Yang suffered a loss of 60 million, yet alas, the final worth of his stones still fell short of Master Wang's. Thus, in this round, the Zhao group emerged victorious. Losses are inconsequential. As long as we triumph in this competition, all expenses for these jade stones will be covered by young Master Liang. Observing Master Yang descend from the stage, Zhao Buxiu remarked with a smile, "Ha ha ha." Those aware of the betting agreement between the two men chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Liang Tianlei's expression had darkened like a stormy sky. As the second round concluded, the third commenced swiftly, and the outcome was utterly predictable. Once again, the Zhao group prevailed, their stones valued at 120 million, while the Liang groups were worth only 70 million, resulting in a decisive victory for the Zhao group. It appears the Liang group is faltering, having already lost 3 rounds. Indeed, the defeats are rather humiliating. No one expected the appraisers from the Zhao group to be this formidable. Quite so, one must consider the caliber of individuals involved. The 3 who just showcased their skills were all esteemed appraisers previously entrusted by the Su group. Each possessed an extraordinary eye for detail. Moreover, it is rumored that the Zhao group has enlisted a member from the Stone King family, who has yet to make an appearance. It seems the Liang group's chances of victory are dwindling. With 3 consecutive losses, the total value of their jade stones has plummeted to 90 million. Although 2 rounds remain, it is evident to all that the Liang group stands no chance of winning this contest. Not only are the appraisers from the Zhao group unlikely to falter, but even if a mistake were to occur, bridging the 90 million gap would prove arduous for the Liang group. Furthermore, the Zhao group has yet to deploy the Stone King family member. Even if another appraiser were to err, would the heir of the Stone King family also falter? Liang Tianlei dared not harbor such hopes. Consequently, nearly everyone had surmised the outcome of this contest. On Zhao Buxiu's side, spirits were high, while Liang Tianlei's demeanor was clouded with despair. He had long anticipated the possibility of defeat, yet knowing it was one thing, and resigning to it was another. Awareness did not equate to acceptance, especially not in losing to Zhao Buxiu. However, after 3 rounds, what could he do, even if he was unwilling to concede? The phrase helpless to turn the tide reverberated in his mind like a tolling bell, inducing a sense of agitation. Just as Liang Tianlei was engulfed in frustration, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knee, causing him to gasp. Angrily, he glanced up to identify the impertinent individual daring to disturb him, only to find Fang Yi standing a short distance away, their gazes locking. The author has a message. I hope those who wish to see the final chapter will kindly click to urge updates. The author would be immensely grateful. If you could also leave a 5-star review, that would be even more delightful. Haha. Chapter 41. Victory in sight as the 3rd round concluded and the 4th commenced. The chosen contestants from the Liang and Zhao families took their positions on stage. Liang Tianlei cast a puzzled glance at Fang Yi, uncertain as to why the latter was looking at him. Even more perplexing was how Fang Yi merely glanced at him before turning back to observe the exhibition stage, as if he had only inadvertently caught sight of him. Liang Tianlei found himself at a loss, questioning whether he was imagining things. After all, why would Fang Yi be looking at him? Just as he was mulling over this, he suddenly noticed a crumpled piece of paper at his feet, which he realized had just struck his knee moments ago. With an odd expression, he picked up the paper. Upon unfolding it, he discovered a solitary number. 7. What on earth is this? The simplicity of the numeral caused Liang Tianlei's pupils to contract, a sense of intrigue washing over him. He swiftly glanced back at Fang Yi, who remained fixated on the exhibition stage, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Was this thrown by him? Is he attempting to signal something to me? A sudden, intense premonition surged within Liang Tianlei, one that caught him off guard, leaving him bewildered as to why he would think in such a manner. Perhaps it was his fervent desire to win that fueled these thoughts. After a moment of tumultuous emotions, he gradually regained his composure, beginning to ponder 3 key questions. First, was this indeed thrown by Fang Yi? Second, if so, was he trying to assist me or merely deceiving me? After all, he had just been sharing laughter with my arch-rival. Third, even if he intended to help, could the choice he made stone truly be the best one? Contemplating these 3 questions, Liang Tianlei's expression became increasingly conflicted. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao Buxiu, his eyes darting with curiosity, and inquired, "Young Master Zhao, I noticed you conversing amicably with that individual at the entrance. Might he be a friend of yours? Who exactly is he?" Pointing at Fang Yi, Liang Tianlei feigned casual interest. Zhao Buoyou, intrigued by the unexpected question, glanced at the stage with a look of curiosity. "Why is young Master Liang suddenly concerned about whom I converse with?" He responded, his expression one of bemusement. "It's merely a matter of curiosity," Liang Tianlei replied. "Those whom young Master Zhao associates with are typically from esteemed backgrounds. However, I have never seen this person before. He appears unfamiliar. I wonder if he is a powerful ally you've recently acquired?" Observing Liang Tianlei's guarded demeanor, as if genuinely concerned about the origins of Zhao Buoyou's formidable allies, Zhao Buoyou chuckled derisively. "A formidable ally? Him?" He shook his head with a smile. "Young Master Liang, you overestimate him. He is but a mere buffoon, hardly worth mentioning." "Is that so?" Liang Tianlei chuckled lightly, noticing the lingering skepticism on his face. Zhao Buoyou coldly smirked and, without reservation, retorted, "Young Master Liang, having lost 3 rounds, you now have only 2 left. I suggest you focus your thoughts on the competition. That person is certainly not worthy of your attention." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yi. With a chuckle, Zhao Buoyou's words prompted Liang Tianlei to return to his team with a smirk. He was now nearly certain that Fang Yi and Zhao Buoyou were acquainted, albeit without any camaraderie, and possibly even adversaries. Although Zhao Buoyou did not divulge much in his speech, his gaze spoke volumes. The derisive look was all too familiar to Liang Tianlei, who had often encountered it from Zhao Buoyou during their interactions. Liang Tianlei confirmed that he had not been mistaken. Fang Yi had indeed been looking at him. Almost simultaneously, a crumpled piece of paper appeared at his feet, which he strongly suspected was written by Fang Yi. As for the accuracy of his judgment and whether he should trust Fang Yi, he recalled that Fang Yi had previously identified 2 pieces of stone, both of which were immensely valuable jade. He believed Fang Yi was unlikely to make a mistake. This suggested that the No. 7 raw stone had a high probability of yielding exceptionally precious jade. Damn it, since he was already destined to lose, he might as well take a gamble. After weighing various factors, Liang Tianlei gritted his teeth and resolved to take the plunge. However, just then, the gem appraiser from his team announced, "I choose number 14. At that moment, when Liang Tianlei had finally mustered his resolve to remind his appraiser to select number 7, the appraiser had already declared his choice aloud. "Master Huang from the Liang group chooses number 14, the host proclaimed. "Oh my goodness!" Liang Tianlei exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration, nearly overwhelmed with rage. He had been mere seconds late, just a few seconds. According to the competition rules, once a raw stone was selected, it could not be changed. "Young master, what troubles you?" Seeing Liang Tianlei stamping his feet in anger, with his face turning an alarming shade of crimson, those around him were startled and watched him anxiously. "Liang Shao, even if we cannot win, there is no need to be this agitated. Shall I call an ambulance for you?" Zhao Buoyou, observing Liang Tianlei's sudden fury and ashen complexion, could not resist making a jest. Liang Tianlei's ire was not rooted in concerns over victory or defeat. Rather, it stemmed from his own indecision. Had he pondered for merely a few seconds less and provided his reminder sooner, Master Huang would not have selected number 14. The No. 7 raw stone had slipped through his fingers solely due to his hesitation, igniting his frustration. "I choose number 6. Shortly after Master Huang made his selection, the appraiser from the Zhao group also made his choice. Master Li from the Zhao group selects number 6. Upon hearing Master Li's choice, Liang Tianlei, consumed by regret, finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, number 7 had not been chosen. This was only the 4th round. Another opportunity remained for his side. He repeatedly consoled himself, managing to suppress the waves of regret. The number 14 raw stone yielded 35 pounds of pure glassy jade, valued at 150 million, while the No. 6 raw stone produced 3 pounds of golden silk glass jade and 19 pounds of floating green glass jade, worth 180 million. In this round, Master Li from the Zhao group emerged victorious. Once again, the Zhao family group emerged victorious, though this time the cheers were subdued, as the crowd had grown accustomed to such outcomes. Predictably, the Liang family group harbored no hope of winning. despite having suffered multiple defeats. This round proved to be their most disastrous. The original stone, valued at 230 million, yielded a mere 150 million in jade, resulting in an 8 million loss on the stone alone. Master Huang, feeling a profound sense of shame, covered his face as he descended the stage, clearly embarrassed to face others. The other stone appraisers from the Liang family also sighed in despair. Yet, Liang Tianlei appeared notably more composed than in the previous rounds, consistently offering words of comfort to Master Huang. Although onlookers perceived the young master of the Liang family as having relinquished any hope of victory, they could not help but admire his commendable attitude towards his subordinates. Despite the fact that his appraisers had never won a single round, and had incurred significant losses this time, he displayed no anger, revealing his deep respect for his employees. This sentiment was shared not only by the spectators but also by the appraisers themselves, who felt a burgeoning sense of gratitude. Earlier, the young master had been visibly furious, indicating his inner turmoil, yet he had never directed that frustration towards them. Acknowledging their own lack of discernment, which had brought shame upon the group, they resolved to return and diligently hone their skills in order to serve their master better. Unbeknownst to Liang Tianlei, his stature was gradually elevating in the eyes of his subordinates. His lack of anger stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he had never harbored high expectations for these individuals, knowing they were remnants from the Yu family group, and thus it was only natural to be outmatched. Secondly, he was aware that another round awaited him. Having received counsel from an expert, he was eager to seize the seventh original stone, which might turn the tide in his favor and redeem his earlier failures. With this in mind, why would he allow himself to be angered? His thoughts were consumed by the seventh original stone as he eagerly anticipated the commencement of the fifth round. When it began, the host called for the experts to take the stage. "I shall go," Liang Tianlei exclaimed, shocking the audience with his declaration. Gasps of disbelief echoed. Could it be that young Master Liang intended to personally participate? Did he possess the expertise to evaluate the original stone? Speculation arose that perhaps he had resigned himself to defeat. Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's bold statement, Zhao Buxiu looked on in astonishment, unable to comprehend the young man's desire to compete personally. Given their slim chances of winning, it seemed he was merely seeking to partake in the experience. Responding to Zhao Buxiu's bewilderment with a smile, Liang Tianlei's serious demeanor suggested he was not jesting. Zhao Buxiu, recognizing this, chuckled lightly and turned to the heir of the Shi Wang family, saying, "Mr. Zhou, I must trouble you for this final round." Before the descendants of the Stone King family even made their move, the total value of the jade from the Zhao group had already surpassed that of the Liang group by an astonishing 12 million. In this contest, even sending a novice gem out could likely lead to a victory for the Zhao group. However, to ensure absolute victory, Liang Tianlei decided to dispatch a representative from the Stone King family. This was not only a matter of securing a win but also an opportunity for this individual to make an appearance at the event, signaling to the merchants of the Jinling Jade Market that the Zhao group had indeed established a connection with the Stone King family. "Young Master Liang, are you truly certain you wish to take the stage personally?" As the representatives from the Zhao group ascended the platform, the host inquired once more of Liang Tianlei. Yes, I am certain. Stop asking and let me up there," Liang Tianlei exclaimed impatiently. Upon seeing Liang Tianlei nod in affirmation, the host ceased further inquiries. "Very well, please proceed." With the host's acknowledgement, Liang Tianlei dashed onto the exhibition stage. "I bid for number 7. Liang Tianlei, suppressing his eagerness, was ready to shout this declaration as soon as he reached the stage. Yet, before he could utter a word, another voice rang out. It was the descendant of the Stone King family. Chapter 42. The defeat is certain. Mr. Zhou of the Zhao group has chosen the 7th original stone. Upon hearing the words of the heir to the Stone King, the host announced this decision, leaving Liang Tianlei utterly stunned. He chose the 7th? He hadn't even examined it yet. As realization dawned upon him, Liang Tianlei's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily exclaimed, "Mr. Liang, the examination of the stones is merely a process of appraisal. The competition does not stipulate that one must inspect the stones. If you prefer not to, you may select any stone at your discretion." The host, somewhat perplexed by Liang Tianlei's sudden outburst, nevertheless offered a patient explanation. This upon hearing the host's words. Liang Tianlei was incensed. I haven't even taken the stage. How could he select so swiftly? This is unjust. He had initially believed victory was assured. If only he could acquire the 7th original stone, he envisioned himself triumphantly winning the competition. Yet, who could have anticipated that his opponent would also choose the 7th stone, and that he would announce it before him? Just as victory seemed within reach, it slipped away at the final moment, leaving him in utter disbelief. Young Master Liang, the competition does not require both parties to take the stage simultaneously to commence selection. Mr. Zhou, hailing from the esteemed Stone King family, possesses exceptional discernment. He had already identified the stone from below the stage and simply proceeded to purchase it upon his arrival. Is that not entirely reasonable? Should one, having made a decision, feign uncertainty atop the stage and waste everyone's time? Zhao Buxiu found Liang Tianlei's reaction rather peculiar. However, since the young man's objections were unfounded, he felt compelled to counter. Indeed, Mr. Zhou's actions were entirely appropriate. Why the excessive reaction from young Master Liang? The crowd gathered below observed Liang Tianlei's response with curiosity. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Liang Tianlei's complexion darkened to an extreme. If he had previously harbored doubts regarding the value of the original stone provided by Fang Yi, he now had no such reservations. The fact that a member of the Stone King family had also chosen that very stone indicated its undeniable worth. Yet at this moment, what good was his newfound belief? The stone had already been claimed by another, right before his very eyes. Imagining the proverbial cooked duck flying away before him, he nearly choked in despair, on the verge of fainting. It was all the host's fault. Liang Tianlei shot a resentful glance at the host. He had clearly expressed his desire to take the stage and participate in the competition from the outset, yet the host had been sidetracked with questions, causing a delay that allowed the heir of the Stone King to seize the opportunity before him. He was consumed by frustration. He desperately wished to throttle the man, but he dared not. Not only was he incapable of doing so, but he could not even muster the courage to voice a complaint, for this individual was one of the true representatives sent by the organizers of the event, a person he could not afford to provoke. Young Master Liang, Mr. Zhou has already selected his stone. What are you waiting for? You ought to make your choice. Seeing Liang Tianlei frozen in place, some onlookers below grew anxious and urged him. Choose what? The stone I desired has already been taken by him. What is there left for me to select? As Liang Tianlei watched something so easily attainable being snatched away, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Listening to the urging voices from the audience, he pointed an irritated finger at the heir of the Stone King, his thoughts spilling forth uncontrollably. Upon uttering his words, those who found his reaction peculiar suddenly comprehended the underlying reason. I wondered why Liang Xiao was losing his temper for no apparent reason. Now it all made sense. Zhao Buxiu initially smiled, but then spoke with a hint of disdain. Liang Xiao, you keep lamenting that the stone you wish to select has been chosen by Mr. Zhou. Why didn't you mention earlier that you wanted to purchase the stone as well? But I didn't have the chance to voice it. The moment he took the stage, he picked that stone. How could I possibly say anything? Liang retorted, if I declare I want to buy number 7, are you willing to part with it? Hearing Zhao Buxiu's sardonic tone only fueled Liang Tianlei's ire further. Certainly, I cannot concede. Zhao Buxiu has not yet reached such heights of arrogance. The stone chosen by the heir of the Stone King is undoubtedly of great value. To concede it would risk their own defeat. Moreover, why should he relinquish it without cause? He cast a deep glance at Liang Tianlei, having seen through his ruse. I was puzzled as to why you entered the fray at this final juncture. But now it is clear. You intended to be duplicitous, did you not? What did you say? Liang Tianlei narrowed his eyes at Zhao Buxiu. You wish to purchase number 7. Why wait until Mr. Zhou made his selection to speak up? Do you take the guests present for fools? As the heir of the Stone King, the stone he chooses is assuredly of immense worth. Acknowledging that you cannot compete with him, you claim that the stone he selected is the very one you desired. Thus, you can demand that he relinquish it to you. If he agrees, you could effortlessly win this contest. If he does not, you can protest the fairness of the competition and suggest nullifying the match. Is this not deceitful? As Zhao Buxiu concluded, Those who had been bewildered suddenly came to a realization, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it sounds plausible. Who would have thought this young master from the Liang family possessed such cunning? His thoughts are exceedingly meticulous, though it borders on shamelessness. Zhao Buxiu's words had incited Liang Tianlei to a boiling point. Witnessing several fools in the audience nodding in agreement only intensified his fury, leaving him trembling, his head buzzing. Deceitful? How dare you accuse me of such? Were it not for the multitude present, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Zhao Buxiu and leapt from the stage to confront him physically. Your perception is as tainted as your character, Zhao Buxiu. Do you think everyone is as despicable as you? He retorted. In response to Liang Tianlei's words, Zhao Buxiu merely smiled lightly. If you are not as I described, then let us dispense with the idle chatter and proceed to select a stone. Indeed, Liang Xiao, choose a stone quickly. Do not dawdle, urged the spectators. As Zhao Buxiu spoke with such nonchalance, and the audience pressed for action, Liang Tianlei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness welling within him. Choose? How was he to choose? He possessed no understanding of how to appraise raw stones. His sole intention for ascending the stage was to acquire the 7th stone. Now, having failed to procure it, he found himself at a loss regarding his next selection. Casting a glance towards Fang Yi in the audience, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Fang Yi had already extended a helping hand, yet he remained incapable of clinching victory in the competition. He was at a loss for words to express his own shortcomings. Although he contemplated seeking Fang Yi's assistance once more, a careful reflection led him to deem it impractical. The reason Fang Yi had advised him to purchase the 7th stone was that it was undoubtedly the finest and most expensive. Now that the best and most expensive stones had been snatched away by others, even if Fang Yi were to guide him towards another worthy choice, it would not secure him triumph in the competition. Furthermore, with Fang Yi seated in the audience while he stood on stage, any attempt at guidance from Fang Yi was rendered futile, as only individuals affiliated with the 2 major groups were permitted to intervene in the contest. Observing Liang Tianlei, who stood dejectedly at the exhibition stage, unable to make a decision, Fang Yi furrowed his brow in concern. He had not anticipated that a member of the Shi family would opt for the 7th stone, and the rapidity of their selection left him questioning whether their expertise was genuine or if they had prior knowledge of the stone's quality. Nevertheless, speculating on such matters was futile at present. On the stage, aside from the 7th stone, there was another commendable option, though it paled in comparison. The total value of Liang Group's jade had already fallen short of Zhao Group's by 120 million. For them to secure victory, their final selection must far exceed that of their opponent. Given the current circumstances, this appeared nearly impossible. Liang Group's chances of winning the competition were slim, and it was not merely Liang Tianlei who felt disheartened. Even Fang Yi harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. This was not due to any deep-seated camaraderie between him and Liang Tianlei, but rather a shared sense of honor and disgrace. His motivation for assisting Liang Tianlei stemmed from a desire to see Zhao Buxiu defeated. The events from 6 months prior still weighed heavily on Fang Yi's mind. In truth, no man could easily release such burdens, especially considering how ruthlessly he had been treated by Zhao. Although Zhao's efforts had ultimately failed, Fang Yi bore no gratitude towards him. He did not necessarily wish for Zhao Buxiu to lose the competition, but the mere thought of the triumphant and arrogant smile that would soon adorn Zhao's face made him uneasy. Thus, he was willing to exert every effort to ensure Zhao's defeat. Although the 7th stone was no longer attainable, it did not render the situation utterly hopeless. At least in Fang Yi's estimation, there remained another stone that could contend with the 7th, though he could not be certain of its potential for victory, as it was rather diminutive in size. After deliberating for a moment, Fang Yi concluded that, with no alternative course of action available, it was worth attempting. Even if he could not secure victory, he would at least make an earnest effort. In any endeavor, one must not falter halfway, and the same principle applied to seeking retribution against adversaries. Hey, are you going to buy it or not? If not, hurry down. I have my eyes set on the 2nd stone, and I want to go up and purchase it. Just as Liang Tianlei stood at the exhibition stage, glancing left and right, uncertain of which stone to choose, a voice filled with impatience suddenly resonated from the audience. He turned to locate the source of the voice and was taken aback to discover it was Fang Yi. Indeed, the words belonged to Fang Yi, whose voice erupted within the crowd, startling many and capturing numerous gazes. Everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. What are you looking at? Didn't it already state that after the competition between the Liang and Zhao groups, the remaining stones could be purchased by anyone? His indecisiveness was delaying my opportunity to acquire the second raw stone, and I could no longer endure it. Fang Yi, visibly irate, pointed at Liang Tianlei and vented his frustrations. Before the exhibition commenced, Stone King had clarified that once the Liang and Zhao groups concluded their competition, any willing buyer could purchase the remaining stones, regardless of their background. Fang Yi's assertions were indeed valid, and Liang Tianlei's continued indecision was undeniably wasting everyone's time. It was clear that many in the venue shared Fang Yi's sentiments, yet who dared to voice such thoughts? Who does this fool think he is, pressuring Liang? Is he courting disaster? This young man is quite amusing, speaking without a filter. The crowd, upon hearing Fang Yi's remarks, watched him with a mix of incredulity and amusement, as if he were about to confront Liang Tianlei for his lack of decisiveness. Without a doubt, Liang Tianlei was destined to lose this match, and the agency rights for the jade industry in Jinling would likely elude the Liang group. But what of it? Even if Liang Tianlei faced a humiliating defeat today and the Liang family failed to secure the agency rights, the Liang group possessed billions in assets in Jinling. They were among the elite, and who would dare speak to them in such a manner? That would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Many gazed at Fang Yi with a mix of amusement and curiosity, pondering the origin of such an audacious character. Fang Yi's sudden outburst startled Ling Dehai and Ling Chenxue, prompting them to quickly intervene and silence him, with Ling Dehai even covering Fang Yi's mouth to prevent further remarks. Observing the spectacle, Zhao Buoxiu couldn't help but smile. He had never anticipated witnessing such a lively scene from Fang Yi. While he too found it peculiar that Fang Yi was speaking so recklessly, he secretly relished the possibility that Liang Tianlei might take offense, especially since Fang Yi's words resonated with him. Zhao Buoxiu then glanced at the stage. Liang Tianlei, did you hear that? Someone's urging you to hurry up. You've been mulling over your choices for quite some time with no resolution. If you're not going to buy, then please step aside. Fang Yi's unexpected proclamation puzzled Liang Tianlei. He wondered why Fang Yi was targeting him. Was it because he had failed to acquire the seventh raw stone, and Fang Yi felt frustrated on his behalf? As this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something amiss. Although he was unfamiliar with Fang Yi's character, their previous brief exchanges suggested that Fang Yi was not the type to overreact to minor setbacks. If not to scold himself, then... He pondered carefully over Fang Yi's words and realized that the mention of the second raw stone had occurred twice. At this thought, a sudden jolt of understanding struck him. Fang Yi's intention was not to berate him, but rather to remind him to purchase the second one. Liang Tianlei, being quite astute, recognized Fang Yi's thoughts and, understanding the need for discretion, feigned anger as he glared at Fang Yi below. You rascal, daring to rush me? You wish to buy the second one, do you? I shall not grant you that. I will buy the second one. The author wishes to convey. In order to facilitate your reading experience, a schedule for updates has been established. Updates will occur daily at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. If 2 chapters are released at 6, then that is all for the day. However, if only 1 chapter is released, another will follow at 8 o'clock in the evening, allowing for a total of 2 chapters daily. Any future adjustments to the update schedule will be communicated. Furthermore, heartfelt gratitude is extended to all readers for your continued support. Your engagement serves as my inspiration for writing. Chapter 43. A resounding laughter with a loud shout, Liang Tianlei finally made his decision regarding the stone he intended to purchase. He glared fiercely at Fang Yi, his expression tinged with irritation, reminiscent of a petulant child sulking after a disagreement. Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's choice, Zhao Buoxiu chuckled heartily. Fully aware that Liang Tianlei had exhausted his options, after contemplating for an extended period without making a selection, he was now hastily compelled to choose. Number 2 appeared to be a decent stone, yet it lacked any remarkable qualities, prompting disapproval from the onlookers. Regardless, it mattered little what Liang Tianlei chose. He was bound to lose, and the sooner the competition concluded, the sooner he could claim victory himself, leaving him with no reason for discontent. Young Master Liang, are you truly certain about selecting number 2 without further consideration? In response to Fang Yi's clamorous objections, the host expressed a hint of displeasure. believing that Liang Tianlei's choice was unduly influenced by external pressures, and thus inquired once more. The competition had reached its final stage. Although the Liang group was already destined for defeat, there was no need for Liang Tianlei to impulsively purchase a stone out of spite. After all, if he were to earnestly select a quality stone, he could still profit to some extent, couldn't he? There's nothing more to deliberate. I shall take number 2. Damn it, I simply cannot abide such individuals. In defiance of the host's inquiry, Liang Tianlei nodded once more, cursing Fang Yi as he spoke, his anger still palpable. Observing Liang Tianlei's affirmation, the host felt a twinge of regret but refrained from further comments, announcing, "Young Master Liang of the Liang group has selected number 2. With both stones chosen, the next step was to commence the cutting. The heir of the Stone King did not delay long after selecting his stone. By the time Liang Tianlei decided on number 2, his stone had already begun to be cut. It was a piece of icy jadeite with golden threads, weighing 87 pounds. As the first cut was made, everyone anticipated that it would yield either icy or glassy jade. To their astonishment, however, the initial incision produced nothing. Absolutely nothing. The icy golden threads at the window section were swiftly severed, leaving spectators bewildered. "What is happening?" someone queried. "The stone weighs over 80 pounds, yet the first cut removed a full 20 pounds without revealing anything? Could it be that only the window section contained jade, while the interior is completely hollow?" Even the stone-cutting staff appeared flabbergasted. They had followed the heir's drawn line meticulously, previously concerned that the cut might damage the jade within, only to discover that the interior was merely stone. Let us cut further from here. Upon realizing that the inside was simply stone, the heir of the Stone King showed no sign of surprise. He calmly drew another line for the continued cutting. His demeanor exuded confidence, and the surrounding noise gradually diminished as spectators fixated intently on the stone. The cutting staff, adhering to the new line, proceeded with utmost caution. Suddenly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. There it was, jade. Glassy jade, no less. Wait, it was so much green? The reputation of the Stone King's heir was already illustrious, and naturally, many were keenly observing the stone he had selected. The initial cut yielding nothing had led several to believe that the heir was merely a figurehead. Thus all eyes were riveted on the stone, eager to see if anything worthwhile would emerge. Now, the stone has been sliced open, revealing not only its inner beauty, but also unexpected treasures that astonish everyone present. The moment the cut was made, it was akin to a colossal boulder plunging into water, sending ripples that stirred the entire venue into a frenzy. Goodness! Such an abundance of green, truly exquisite. Is this for real, or am I merely imagining things? Is this not the coveted piao chui? What do you mean by piao chui? Did you not notice the patches of green at the incision? Remarkable. I initially thought it was merely a piece of ice jade with golden threads, yet it appears to contain layers, truly worthy of being the heir of the Stone King. Even the layers can be discerned. It has been years since I laid eyes on such a stone. This is indeed Tuan Kwai LV, a rare gem. To possess a single stone that encompasses 2 distinct types of jade is extraordinarily uncommon, and to be able to identify both types is a skill that surpasses that of an ordinary jade appraiser. Incredible! The Stone King family certainly lives up to its reputation. Indeed, it is evident that beneath their illustrious name lies no falsehood. Following a surge of excitement, many attendees began to lavish praise upon the Stone King family, expressing their profound admiration. In the realm of jade, the highest value is undoubtedly attributed to glass-type jade, which is further classified based on the prevalence of green within. Fibrous green, unevenly distributed, is referred to as glass-type golden threads, while speckled green, which is more abundant and similarly uneven, is known as piao chui, valued above golden threads. In contrast, clumped green is larger than speckled green. Although still unevenly distributed, its richness allows for larger pieces to be fashioned into entirely green pendants, thus holding even greater value than piao chui, and is termed Tuan Kwai LV. In essence, the more green present in glass-type jade, the higher its value. This particular stone is indeed Tuan Kwai LV, placing it among the finest materials in today's jadeite world. Upon witnessing the appearance of this jade, even the typically composed Zhao Buxiu could not contain his joy, his smile wide and unabashed. Behind him, Members of the Zhao group were equally elated, visibly buoyed by the revelation. Those who previously doubted the heir of the Stone King now offered their accolades, acknowledging the impressive ability to discern layers. Truly remarkable, a skill they humbly admitted they lacked. Mr. Zhou of the Zhao group appraised the ice-type golden thread jade at 500 pounds and the clumped green glass type at 700 pounds, with a total value of 410 million. When the host announced the value of the number 7 raw stone, gasps of astonishment filled the room. Without a doubt, the number 7 stone was the most valuable of the day's competition. Many applauded, showering compliments upon Zhao Buxiu. Upon hearing the price, Zhao Buxiu clenched his fists repeatedly, clearly elated. What a victory, and a lucrative one at that. How could he not be thrilled? Upon hearing the figure of 410 million, Liang Tianlei felt a twitch of his facial muscles. With this stone's revelation, the overall value of the Zhao group's jade had surpassed that of the Liang group by 530 million. Over 500 million, could he truly win this? He glanced at the number 2 stone he had selected, his heart racing with unease. The stone was modest in size, weighing only 50 pounds, with the window showing speckled green glass. Though it appeared decent, his apprehension lingered. However, it is indeed rather small. Observing the width of the skin at the cutting edge, if it were to be fully sliced, at least half of the stone would need to be removed. If half were cut away, only 25 pounds would remain. Even if all of that 25 pounds were exquisite glassy jadeite, it would hardly be worth over 500 million. Previously, Liang Tianlei had felt a glimmer of hope from Fang Yi's hint, but at this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety. Winning was proving to be exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, at this juncture, he understood that regardless of the outcome, he could not hold anyone else responsible. Fang Yi had advised him to choose number 7, and with such a remarkable jade emerging from it, it was evident that Fang Yi had sincerely attempted to assist him. If there were to be blame, it rested solely on his own indecision and sluggishness. Young Master Liang, it is your turn, the host urged as Liang Tianlei had yet to commence cutting his stone. Let us proceed, Liang Tianlei said, suppressing any hope he had. Young Master Liang, you haven't marked it yet. Where shall we cut? The staff member responsible for cutting the stone looked troubled. Each stone required precise markings from a gemologist on how to cut it. Otherwise, they would not dare to proceed, as any mishap would fall upon them. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianlei glanced at the stone before him, uncertain of how to cut it. Fang Yi had not provided any guidance in that regard. After pondering briefly, he waved his hand dismissively. Just cut it randomly. Randomly? The staff member was taken aback by his response. Sensing the other's apprehension, Liang Tianlei asserted earnestly, just cut it as you please. Rest assured, if it fails, I shall not blame you. Seeing Liang Tianlei's serious demeanor, which indicated he was not jesting, along with his final assurance, the staff member, although still apprehensive, complied with Liang Tianlei's directive and began to cut with utmost caution. He commenced at the opening. The first incision revealed more of the exquisite glassy jadeite, and the second incision confirmed the same. This stone appears quite promising, he thought. Hadn't the host mentioned that all the stones on stage were treasures of immense value? Which one could possibly be inferior? Yet, even if it were not subpar, it would still not secure a victory. A crowd gathered, observing as Liang Tianlei's stone consistently yielded exquisite glassy jadeite, engaging in hushed discussions. With each remark, Liang Tianlei felt increasingly despondent. The rapid progress seen with other stones was due to the markings made by gemologists. This particular stone bore none, and the staff was cautious to avoid damaging the jade within. Consequently, the cutting was both slow and limited. Completing the entire stone took over 20 minutes. Although Liang Tianlei felt disheartened, he still harbored hopes for a miracle. Yet, from the start of the cutting to its conclusion, no such miracle materialized. The opening revealed exquisite glassy jadeite, and upon cutting it in its entirety, it remained as such, weighing approximately 30 pounds, which exceeded Liang Tianlei's predictions. However, even with this additional weight, it amounted to merely 250 million, a significant shortfall compared to the 530 million he had hoped for. Stone number 2 yielded 29 pounds of exquisite glassy jadeite, valued at 240 million, the host announced. The cost of this stone amounts to 100 million, and after extraction, It yielded a profit of 160 million. This should be a cause for celebration, yet Liang Tianlei found no joy in it, for no miracles had transpired. He had lost. A skilled woman finds it difficult to cook without rice. Fang Yi indeed possessed remarkable insight, but there was simply no stone on stage superior to number 7. Even with his keen perception, he could not assist himself. Purchasing stone number 2 was likely a strategy to mitigate his losses. Contemplating this, Liang Tianlei cast a grateful glance towards Fang Yi, wishing to express his appreciation for the assistance rendered. However, the moment his gaze landed on Fang Yi, he was taken aback, for he noticed Fang Yi signaling him. Observing Fang Yi's incessant blinking, Liang Tianlei felt perplexed, unsure of what his gestures conveyed. Seeing that Liang Tianlei did not comprehend his signals, Fang Yi grew anxious. Seizing a moment when no one was paying attention, he raised his hand and gestured in the air. What does this mean? Cut? Slice? Is he urging me to continue cutting? As Liang Tianlei scrutinized Fang Yi's motions, his confusion only deepened. Turning to inspect his own stone, which had already been fully extracted, he pondered what further cutting could possibly entail. Just as Liang Tianlei grappled with his uncertainty, the host began to announce the results. The total value of the jade stones presented by the Zhao Group was 750 million, while the Liang Group's total stood at 785 million. As the Zhao Group's valuation surpassed that of the Liang Group, the host was about to declare the Zhao Group the winner when Liang Tianlei shouted loudly, interrupting him. What is it, young Master Liang? What are you doing? Many in the audience, including the host, looked on in confusion at Liang Tianlei's sudden outburst. Please do not rush the announcement. I have not finished cutting yet. Liang Tianlei glanced at Fang Yi several times, confirming that Fang Yi indeed wanted him to continue cutting. Although he could not fathom the reasoning behind this, he ultimately decided to trust Fang Yi. Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's declaration, everyone fell silent. Not finished yet? How could he possibly continue? The host regarded the stone before Liang Tianlei with a perplexed expression. Young Master Liang, has the stone not been completely cut already? Who said that? I still need to cut. Liang Tianlei replied, his displeasure evident. Cut again? How could you possibly cut more? Are you intending to ruin this perfectly good stone? Someone remarked. Chuckling. Zhao Buxiu frowned, finding Liang Tianlei's words utterly nonsensical and uncertain whether he was merely trying to buy time. Nevertheless, the situation had reached this point. Could he truly hope to turn the tide? Liang Tianlei, your stone has undeniably been cut. What more do you intend to do? Are you incapable of accepting defeat? Just as the announcement of victory for the Zhao Group was imminent, Liang Tianlei's antics struck Zhao Buxiu as childish and vexing. It's my stone. I can cut it however I please. What business is it of yours? At that moment, Liang Tianlei was resolute, indifferent to the explanations, and faced Zhao Buxiu with an attitude of I am pleased, and what can you do about it? In response to a sharp retort, Zhao Buxiu couldn't help but chuckle in irritation. Although he believed Liang Tianlei simply couldn't handle defeat, he acknowledged that the latter's words held merit. After all, he was free to cut however he pleased, and it was not within Zhao's purview to interfere. Furthermore, should the stone crumble, it would not be his loss. Very well, you may cut, and I shall observe what you manage to produce. Zhao Buxiu remarked. Excellent. I shall demonstrate. Liang Tianlei shot a glare at Zhao before turning back. Pointing at the staff by the cutting machine. Continue cutting for me. Cutting again? Young Master Liang. This is all ready. Faster. Don't dawdle. If it breaks, it's on me, so what do you fear? Liang Tianlei interrupted, his impatience evident on his face. All right. Very well. The staff, seeing Liang Tianlei's determination, dared not protest and proceeded to slice through the piece of jadeite. Such a wastrel. What a travesty, murmured the onlookers, aghast. Young Master Liang must have lost his senses. Perhaps he has gambled too much and is now in a state of delirium. Youth truly lacks resilience against such setbacks. As they watched the staff relentlessly cut into the glassy jadeite, a collective sense of despair enveloped the gathering of jade merchants. They had witnessed countless stones being cut, yet never had they seen jade, especially a rare, translucent variety, being so carelessly severed. Valued at over 200 million, each slice represented a loss of several million. The larger the jade, the more substantial the potential product, and consequently, the greater its worth. What could possibly be crafted from such a diminished stone? Even if it were not entirely shattered, its value would plummet. Observing the dismayed expressions of the crowd, Liang Tianlei couldn't help but scoff inwardly. It is my property. I feel no remorse. Why should you? As he contemplated this, he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a twinge of discomfort. His gaze remained fixed on the stone. Curiosity piqued as to why Fang Yi insisted he continue cutting. Was there something hidden within? Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the worker continued. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. After a series of over 10 slices, the once 29-pound jadeite had dwindled to just around 10 pounds. As fragments fell to the ground, Liang Tianlei felt a tightening in his chest. All of that was money. After such an extended period of cutting, yielding nothing, he sensed his frustration mounting. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared. The cutter halted mid-slice, gazing intently at Liang Tianlei. What? Hurry! Let me see. Liang Tianlei, who had been bracing himself for the worst, rushed over to inspect. Upon seeing the revelation, he stood there in stunned silence, before erupting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. Chapter 44. The Emperor's green laughter erupted from Liang Tianlei, reverberating throughout the venue, as all eyes turned in astonishment toward him. Just as the crowd began to speculate whether Liang Tianlei had succumbed to madness from the shock, under his direction, the staff meticulously excavated the stone. What? Accompanied by several gasps, the bewildered gazes transformed into expressions of disbelief upon witnessing the polished surface of the cut stone. Zhao Buxiu, too, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. How is this possible? Ha ha ha. Zhao Buxiu, did you not claim you wanted to see what I could unveil? Well, do you see it now? Liang Tianlei exclaimed, nearly in tears from laughter at the sight of Zhao Buxiu's shocked visage. Indeed, Zhao Buxiu had seen it, and it was not just him. Everyone in the hall had witnessed the magnificent sight that emerged from the cut. A lump of verdant jade, to be precise, not merely a lump, but a substantial mass, larger than a fist. Despite being classified as glassy jade, this immense chunk could not simply be termed as lump green. It bore a name of unrivaled grandeur, Emperor's Green. Heavenly, could it be that I am not mistaken? This truly is Emperor's Green? I fear I may have misjudged. Let me scrutinize it more closely. In stark contrast to the earlier excitement surrounding the reveal of lump green by the heir of the Stone King, Liang Tianlei's unveiling of Emperor's Green was met with an eerie silence. The crowd was engulfed in doubt, questioning their own vision. Unconsciously, they advanced a few steps, striving for a clearer view. It was not due to a lack of experience. Rather, Emperor's Green is an exceedingly rare marvel. If lump green represents the pinnacle of jade, then Emperor's Green stands as the zenith of that pinnacle. It had been many years since the jade market in Jinling had seen such a treasure, leaving many, including Zhao Buxiu, in disbelief. Zhao Buxiu had merely thought Liang Tianlei was being obstinate and playing tricks. He never anticipated he would unveil Emperor's Green. Even a piece the size of a thumb would be worth a fortune, and judging by the surface area of this jade, it was significantly larger. With Liang Tianlei's fervent encouragement, the staff devoted another 10 minutes to fully extract the Emperor's Green, which measured slightly larger than a fist and weighed a total of 3.5 pounds. Young Master Liang had unveiled a supreme piece of Emperor's Green weighing 3.5 pounds, while its value was still under assessment. When the Emperor's Green was revealed, even the host and the panel of judges responsible for appraising the jade were taken aback. The host attempted to announce a price, but given that Emperor's Green had not graced the world in many years, the judges found themselves momentarily at a loss for reference points. After considerable deliberation, the panel finally unearthed a record from 3 years prior, detailing an Emperor's Green bracelet sold at an auction in Huaxia's magical metropolis, valued at an astonishing 150 million. Although the Imperial Green is not significantly larger than the chunky green, its price is vastly superior, a disparity attributed not only to its uniformly distributed, high-quality green hue but also to its rarity. While chunky green is indeed scarce, it can still be found occasionally. However, the Imperial Green does not simply appear at will. In the realm of jade in Jinling, it has been 5 years since an Imperial Green jadeite has been unearthed, whether in raw form or as a finished product. Virtually all raw stones are swiftly purchased at high prices upon completion, and those who acquire them seldom part with their treasures. The emergence of imperial green jadeite is fleeting, rarely gracing the market for more than a month. Consequently, jade merchants in Jinling often struggle to recognize it when they encounter it. Due to the long absence of imperial green in circulation, its precise value is indeterminable, leading to an estimation set at 900 million. After deliberation among the judges, the host finally announced the price. 900 million. This figure left everyone in the audience astounded. On one hand, they marveled at the staggering price of imperial green. On the other, they were astonished that the Liang family, initially destined for defeat, had managed to turn the tables. Zhao Boyo, did you not claim my loss was inevitable? How now? Upon learning that his imperial green was valued at 900 million, Liang Tianlei could hardly contain his excitement, pointing at Zhao Boyo with a triumphant expression, embodying the very essence of a petty victor. Darn it! Witnessing Liang Tianlei's mocking demeanor, Zhao Boyo slammed his fist on the table in frustration, unable to fathom how, despite his consistent victories, he had ultimately lost. The reason for his defeat was the sheer luck of Liang Tianlei, who had whimsically purchased a stone. To randomly acquire a piece of imperial green, how could fortune favor him so? Zhao Boyo seethed with indignation. His fists clenched, struggling to catch his breath as a wave of discomfort washed over him. Beside him, the once smug gem appraisers now wore expressions of dismay, and the heir of the Stone King was no exception. I am incompetent and have let down young Master Zhao, he confessed to Zhao Boyo. He had initially believed that the stone numbered 7 was the finest on stage, yet he had no inkling that number 2 could harbor imperial green. This was not merely beyond his perception. Even his elders would have been unable to discern such a rare gem. While he grappled with his defeat, he was also intensely curious about how Liang Tianlei had been so convinced that number 2 would yield imperial green, to the extent of sacrificing the floating green glass type with such decisiveness. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze toward Fang Yi, recalling that it was this individual who first expressed the desire to purchase the raw stone numbered 2. Yet, as he scrutinized Fang Yi, he could only discern the pain of losing the coveted stone etched on his face. Casting a fleeting glance at the heir of the Stone King, Zhao Boyo, though consumed with rage, restrained his fury out of respect for the other's status and refrained from saying more. The total value of the Zhao family's jade is 750 million, while the Liang family's jade amounts to 1,445 million. I hereby declare that in this contest, the Liang family emerges victorious. The voice of the host announcing the winner reverberates through the room. Although many feel a sense of injustice for Zhao Buxiu, they are merely spectators, and the outcome holds little consequence for them. Thus, despite their peculiar expressions, they applaud enthusiastically. Liang Tianlei has triumphed, and a smile graces Fang Yi's face. Not due to Liang Tianlei's victory, but because of Zhao Buxiu's defeat. The staggering price of 900 million astonishes even him. He understands that imperial green is the finest jade yet remains oblivious to its true worth. Earlier, observing the imperial green jade within the second stone, which was hardly larger than a fist, he worried about the possibility of losing. It seems he had been overly concerned. Zhao Buxiu, I have won. Let us not forget our wager. As the cheers echo throughout the venue, Liang Tianlei laughs heartily, deliberately reminding Zhao Buxiu of their betting agreement. Zhao Buxiu's expression darkens to an extreme upon hearing the mention of the wager, realizing he must pay Liang Tianlei a sum valued in the hundreds of millions for the stone. He feels as if he might vomit blood. The irony is that Liang Tianlei's words echo his own from earlier, and now they sting like fire in his ears. Humph, let us depart. He shoots Liang Tianlei a fierce glance and storms away. Observing Zhao Buxiu's furious countenance brings Liang Tianlei immense satisfaction, and he grins even brighter. He turns to where Fang Yi had been seated, intending to express his gratitude, only to find that Fang Yi has inexplicably vanished. Oh Fang Yi, why must you? You had your eye on the second raw stone. Why did you have to shout about it? Now look what has happened. Someone else has purchased it. Upon witnessing the second raw stone unveil imperial green jade, Ling Dehai is first taken aback, then repeatedly sighs, casting reproachful glances at Fang Yi, his expression one of disappointment. That jade is worth 900 million. How much is that? He cannot fathom. Yet, without a doubt, it is a tremendous sum. He reflects that had Fang Yi not been so impulsive in declaring his intention to buy the second stone, provoking Liang Tianlei, the latter would surely not have made the purchase. Had Liang Tianlei abstained, he and Fang Yi could have acquired the stone post-competition, and that 900 million would have been theirs. But alas, it is too late to lament now. He pounds his chest in frustration, heaving sighs. I never anticipated such exquisite jade within. I merely mentioned it in passing. Who knew he would actually buy it? Fang Yi replies, his expression one of innocence, as if he too feels regret. Sigh. Ling Dehai exhales another heavy breath. All right, father, if we didn't secure the purchase, then so be it. Why the long face? You previously won 35 million and are still not satisfied? Ling Qianxue remarks, witnessing her father's discontent. Contentment is one thing, but to let such a fortune slip through our fingers is truly disheartening. Ling Dehai laments, his face a picture of despair. Ling Qianxue shot her father a frustrated glare. Choosing to ignore him, she turned her attention to the regretful Fang Yi, her expression betraying a hint of suspicion. Fang Yi's earlier insistence on Liang Tianlei's choice had been exceedingly abrupt, utterly uncharacteristic of him. Moreover, right after Fang Yi's urging, Liang Tianlei had promptly selected the second raw stone and frequently cast glances in Fang Yi's direction. Ling Qianxue found the situation rather peculiar, sensing an underlying implication that Fang Yi was somehow guiding Liang Tianlei. Although Fang Yi and Liang Tianlei had no personal connection, they shared a common adversary. Perhaps the loss of the competition by Zhao Buxiu was something Fang Yi secretly desired. The more Ling Qianxue pondered, the more perplexed she became. Just as she was about to inquire about the second raw stone, Fang Yi preemptively remarked, well, it seems that I am fated to have no connection with this stone. Regret is of no use now. The Stone King exhibition has concluded, and there is nothing more to see. We should return home swiftly. Upon finishing his statement, Fang Yi urged them to leave. Fang Yi, although you may have spoken casually, there truly is something valuable in the second stone. Moreover, upon reviewing the two stones you purchased earlier, both yielded excellent jade, which clearly indicates your extraordinary fortune today. Wouldn't it be a pity to leave now, especially when the event has not yet concluded? Why not seize the opportunity and acquire a few more stones? Ling Dehai lamented, his expression one of reluctance. He felt that Fang Yi's rare stroke of luck warranted an effort to gather more, for one could never predict when misfortune might strike again, and such opportunities might not arise in the future. Ling Qianxue, initially intending to ask Fang Yi about the second raw stone, became incensed upon hearing her father's desire to gamble further. Dad, don't you understand the principle of knowing when to stop? Must you be so greedy? Just then, Fang Yi, poised to agree with Ling Qianxue, noticed a somewhat familiar man standing beside him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as the stone appraisal expert who had previously accompanied Wu Zhiyong. What was he doing beside him? As Fang Yi gazed at him, the man's face revealed a hint of nervousness, followed by a hasty turn away. The man's smile was unnatural, raising Fang Yi's suspicions about his intentions. He scanned the vicinity and spotted Wu Zhiyong and Han Yanyu at a nearby jade stall, their eyes fixed on him. Upon meeting his gaze, they quickly averted their faces. Although their reaction was swift, it did not escape Fang Yi's notice. Initially puzzled, he began to connect the dots. Fang Yi understood Wu Zhiyong's nature well. After feeling overshadowed by him at the company, Wu Zhiyong had concocted numerous troubles. Having lost 700,000, he would not let it rest easily. Despite having taught him a lesson before, it was clear Wu Zhiyong had not learned from it and was now plotting once more.
Fang Yi chuckled softly.
While not a petty person, he was hardly magnanimous. The constant scheming of others was truly irksome. Since they were unwilling to learn, he would take it upon himself to remind them as he departed. Upon contemplating this, Fang Yi retracted his gaze and cast a glance at Ling Dehai. After a moment of reflection, he approached with an air of intrigue. Uncle Ling, did you not mention the importance of seizing the opportunity? I find that notion quite compelling. To be candid, aside from the second item, I have also set my sights on a particular stone. Chapter 45. Anger or not Wu Xiao? I have inquired. It's number 1. Master Yang exclaimed joyfully, rushing to Wu Zhiyong's side, his excitement palpable. Are you absolutely certain? Wu Zhiyong, equally agitated, grasped him and inquired. Without a doubt, it is indeed number 1. That young man mentioned that the jade within number 1 could surpass even that of number 2 in value. Master Yang's expression was exceedingly grave, and upon hearing this, Wu Zhiyong was utterly elated. Splendid. Then we shall procure number 1. Wu Zhiyong clenched his fists, striving to modulate his voice, as if fearing it might be overheard. He cast a sidelong glance towards Fang Yi, a cold smirk gracing his lips. After lying in wait for so long, he was finally poised to reclaim his advantage. Initially, Wu Zhiyong attributed Fang Yi's success in acquiring fine jade to mere fortune. Yet upon Fang Yi's second acquisition of a priceless jade, he began to suspect something amiss. By the time Fang Yi aimed for number 2, and it revealed imperial green, he was nearly convinced that Fang Yi's good fortune was no coincidence. He must possess some arcane skill. Reflecting on the bidding wars against Fang Yi, the first stone was one he wished to purchase, resulting in jade, while the subsequent ones, those were all fiercely contested against him, yielding no jade. Although it is indeed challenging to extract jade from rough stones, the lack of any was rather uncanny. In hindsight, he speculated that perhaps Fang Yi had been manipulating the situation. It is often said that one's adversary knows them best. Wu Zhiyong's wild conjectures, surprisingly, were not far from the truth. Hence, he became increasingly convinced of Fang Yi's adeptness at discerning stones. Upon solidifying this suspicion, he promptly dispatched Master Yang, whom he had invited for stone appraisal, to investigate further. He had anticipated that Master Yang might uncover little, yet he returned with such a significant revelation. If Fang Yi favors number 1, then it must be an invaluable piece of jade. He claimed its worth could exceed that of number 2, which was already appraised at an astronomical 900 million. Could it be worth even more, perhaps over 10 billion? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, his face betraying his impatience. Let us go and purchase number 1, Wu Zhiyong declared, making his way toward the display. However, Han Yanyu restrained him. Though not forceful by nature, Han Yanyu was not devoid of independent thought. Observing Wu Zhiyong's eagerness, she furrowed her brow, sensing that matters were not so straightforward. Zhiyong, are you truly intent on buying number 1? What if it results in a loss? Loss? Wu Zhiyong nearly laughed at her concern. If I were to choose the stones myself, perhaps I might incur a loss, but Fang Yi's selections? He has never suffered a loss. Do you have such unwavering faith in him? Han Yanyu questioned, noticing the confidence etched on Wu Zhiyong's face. It is not merely faith, it is a necessity to believe. Just look at the stones he previously acquired. Which one did not yield jade? And observe his selection of number 2, where the young master of the Liang family faced inevitable defeat simply because he let his pride lead him to gamble on number 2, only to lose the competition outright. 1 or 2 instances may be attributed to mere fortune, but can the third truly be ascribed to luck? Such serendipity is exceedingly rare. Moreover, have you not noticed how peculiar Fang Yi has become of late? He has inexplicably grown taller and stronger, possessing greater strength than I do. It is rather strange. Perhaps he possesses some secret method for discerning stones. If that were the case, we could simply acquire the stones he desires, avoiding any risk while reaping substantial profits. Once we have amassed our wealth, we could flaunt it before him, imparting to him the lesson of being a mere pawn in another's game. After enduring 2 setbacks, Wu Zhiyong has long harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Fang Yi. Now, with the prospect of profit and the opportunity to vex Fang Yi, why not seize the chance? But what if he discovers our intentions prematurely and seeks to sabotage us? Han Yanyu, having been Fang Yi's girlfriend for half a year, possesses some understanding of his character and doubts that he would easily allow himself to be used in such a manner, pondering this quietly. Upon hearing her words, Wu Zhiyong's vigilance heightened, concerned that such an eventuality might indeed occur. He cast a glance at Master Yang. Master Yang thumped his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest easy, young Master Wu. He remains entirely oblivious. That information was something I inadvertently overheard. Congratulations to this gentleman for unveiling a piece of violet jadeite. This material is excellent. I offer 700,000. I bid 800,000. Just as Wu Zhiyong hesitated, a lively bidding war erupted from a nearby stall. He turned towards the sound and beheld Fang Yi cradling a baseball-sized piece of violet jadeite, freshly extracted from the rough stone he had purchased for a mere 1,000 yuan. Weren't you saying he had his eye on the first piece? Why is he still buying rough stones at those stalls? Wu Zhiyong queried, perplexed, glancing at Master Yang. That stone of his only sold for 80 million, while the first piece demands 86 million. He mentioned he lacked sufficient funds and intended to open a few more stones to gather the necessary capital, Master Yang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhiyong's confusion dissipated. Young Master Wu, I concur with your assessment. That fellow is indeed strange. Look at him, his first endeavor yields violet jadeite. He has purchased numerous stones without incurring losses. If he claims the first rough stone is exceptional, it undoubtedly is. We must act swiftly. If he gathers enough money, our opportunity will vanish. Previously hesitant Wu Zhiyong, upon witnessing Fang Yi unveil yet another fine jadeite and hearing Master Yang's urging, felt no further indecision. To delay action is to invite chaos. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Very well, we shall buy. As Wu Zhiyong resolved his decision, Han Yenyun attempted to offer further counsel but was interrupted by a wave of his hand. Enough! What do you, a mere woman, understand? Once your man earns a fortune, you may simply await your enjoyment. Wu Zhiyong shot Han Yenyun a glare. Though he spoke of her enjoyment, his thoughts lingered on the prospect of replacing her once he secured a significant windfall. His initial association with her was solely to undermine Fang Yi. This woman, lacking in beauty, does not deserve his stature. Since their union, his fortunes have faltered, with Fang Yi outshining him. Perhaps it is a matter of incompatible destinies, or perhaps a change is in order. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Zhiyong disregarded Han Yenyun and hastily dialed his father's number. Indeed, Wu Zhiyong belonged to a wealthy family, though not excessively affluent. Their assets amounted to several tens of millions. However, the first rough stone he desired cost a staggering 86 million, an amount he certainly could not afford without consulting his family. Upon hearing his son request such a substantial sum, his father immediately declined. Yet this response was anticipated by Wu Zhiyong. He eloquently persuaded his father, explaining that he had found a formidable master who had already appraised several billion worth of jadeite. This particular stone was one that he had implored the master to examine, assuring his father that it was a guaranteed profit. After much discussion, nearly exhausting his vocal cords, he finally managed to convince his father, particularly after the latter had seen news about the Stone King exhibition. Upon learning that the stone his son wished to purchase was among those showcased, all of which had been acquired from the Stone family and each valued immensely, his father was tempted to take a chance. Although 80 million was a stretch, he considered mortgaging some real estate to procure the funds, especially since his son spoke with such conviction. What if it truly paid off? Even in the event of a loss, the stones at the exhibition, bearing the Stone King's name, were unlikely to depreciate significantly. Go ahead and make the purchase. I will transfer the funds shortly. But be cautious. Should you incur a loss, I shall hold you accountable, his father warned before ending the call. With his father's approval, Wu Zhiyong's face lit up with joy, his spirits soaring. He gestured grandly and led Han Yenyun and Master Yang onto the stage. Following the competition, 5 stones remained, and many individuals intrigued by these stones rushed to the platform for a closer inspection. Based on the recent contest, each stone on display was capable of yielding exquisite jadeite, truly worthy of the Stone King's title. Nonetheless, the prices were exorbitant, deterring many potential buyers, especially those wary of incurring losses. Thus, despite the crowd's interest, none expressed a desire to purchase after such an extensive observation. However, this dynamic soon shifted. I'll take the number 1 stone, Wu Zhiyong exclaimed as he rushed onto the stage, scarcely taking the time to examine the first stone's appearance. His declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. The jade merchants on stage exchanged puzzled glances, scrutinizing Wu Zhiyong in confusion. They understood that someone would inevitably want to buy these stones, but they had not anticipated a buyer who would announce his intent without even a cursory glance. Was this impulsiveness or audacity? This is number 1, right? I'm buying it. Ignoring the curious gazes from those around him, Wu Zhiyong approached the first stone, pressing his hand against it as if guarding it from potential competitors. Observing his vigilance, The onlookers were left even more astonished. Could this number 1 truly be a remarkable stone? Seeing the bewildered expressions of those nearby, Wu Zhiyong felt a sense of pride, thinking to himself how, despite their prolonged scrutiny, none had recognized the stone's value, revealing their lack of discernment. Just then, he noticed Fang Yi hurrying toward him. Ha ha ha! Fang Yi, I presume you are here to purchase the first raw stone, but I must apologize, for it has already been acquired by me. Wu Zhiyong, with an air of superiority, called out to Fang Yi, bursting into laughter, his face betraying a sense of triumph. Upon seeing Wu Zhiyong ascend the stage, Fang Yi appeared somewhat taken aback, furrowing his brow as he remarked, Wu Zhiyong, this stone does not seem particularly remarkable. You ought to exercise caution. Hearing Fang Yi's words, Wu Zhiyong scoffed derisively. Do not try to deceive me. Do you think I am unaware that this is a fine stone? You wish for me to relinquish it so that you may purchase it instead? Wu Zhiyong, convinced he had deciphered Fang Yi's intentions, retorted angrily. Even at this juncture, Fang Yi sought to trick him. Did he truly believe him to be a fool? I harbor no such intentions. This stone appears to hold little value, and I have no desire to purchase it, Fang Yi replied calmly. Observing the situation, Wu Zhiyong's smile blossomed into a radiant grin. He surmised that the more composed Fang Yi appeared, the more agitated he must be internally. After all, this was the very stone he had chosen to buy, now snatched away from him. Fang Yi, this stone is now mine, and I shall never let it go. Your painstaking selection of this exorbitant jade has, yet again, been turned into someone else's bounty. Does that not infuriate you? Wu Zhiyong remarked, caressing the stone as one would a beloved woman, his expression one of delight, though a hint of menace lingered in his enjoyment. Fang Yi found himself at a loss for words, shrugging lightly in response, choosing not to engage further. Wu Zhiyong, now brimming with excitement, commanded, have the stone opened for me, addressing the staff on stage. Chapter 46. The gift, sir. Do you truly wish to purchase this stone? The host, still on stage, inquired with a skeptical expression upon hearing Wu Zhiyong's words. Of course, I am serious. Who would waste their time jesting with you? Hurry and unveil it. Wu Zhiyong, eager to proclaim his triumph, could hardly contain his excitement. After suffering a loss of 700,000 previously, he was still reeling from the pain of it. This time, he intended to recoup his losses with interest. The host had received prior information that the first stone was solely for the competition and was to be retrieved afterward without being sold. He had intended to relay this to Wu Zhiyong, but upon witnessing Wu Zhiyong's arrogant demeanor, he was taken aback by the audacity with which he shouted at him. As a representative sent by the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce to participate in the jade exchange, even Liang Tianlei and Zhao Buoxiu treated him with respect. What was this behavior? Are you deaf or simply ignoring me? I demand you to open it. Seeing the host remain motionless, Wu Zhiyong's temper flared, and he barked his command. The host, initially harboring a flicker of goodwill, was completely stripped of it upon hearing Wu Zhiyong's reprimand. Some individuals, one must realize, cannot be treated kindly. Very well. Since this gentleman wishes to purchase the first raw stone, let us proceed, the host replied with a cold smile, signaling to the staff. The staff understood and promptly carried the stone over to commence the cutting process. Why didn't we do this sooner? Wu Zhiyong thought, irritated by the delay. As the stone began to be sliced, he decisively signed the purchase contract, casting an irked glance at the host as he did so. Although the host continued to smile submissively, a hint of mockery was evident in his eyes as he observed Wu Zhiyong inscribing his name on the contract. The commotion surrounding Wu Zhiyong piqued the curiosity of many, who turned their gazes to see what the first stone would yield. The first cut revealed nothing. However, Wu Zhiyong was not disheartened. This stone weighed a hefty 40 pounds. How much had been cut away thus far? The good fortune must lie within. He instructed the staff to make a second incision. The second cut yielded nothing as well. The third cut, too, proved fruitless. How could this be? Was the treasure hidden in the latter portion? With only 40 pounds of stone, and half already removed, Wu Zhiyong remained obstinate, insisting they cut into the remaining section. The staff complied with his directives and continued to slice. The fourth cut, the fifth cut, the sixth cut as fragments of stone fell away, revealing nothing within. Wu Zhiyong's heart sank lower with each passing moment. How could this be happening? As the final cut was made, and only ordinary stone remained, Wu Zhiyong could no longer bear the weight of despair. Amidst a cacophony of self-questioning thoughts, he collapsed onto the ground. Zhiyong, witnessing the loss of over 80 million without any return, Han Yanyu panicked and rushed to support Wu Zhiyong. Master Yang, did you not assert that the first stone was more precious than the second? Wu Zhiyong seized Master Yang's arm, nearly shouting in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. At this moment, Master Yang's expression was equally grim. He was suddenly held accountable and looked utterly innocent. Wu Xiao, this is not what I said. It is clearly him. Master Yang pointed at Fang Yi but dared not continue his statement. Upon hearing his words, Wu Zhiyong turned his gaze toward Fang Yi, who wore an unruffled expression, tinged with a hint of amusement. It dawned on him that he had been deceived by Fang Yi. You scoundrel! Fang Yi, you tricked me! He abruptly redirected his ire towards Fang Yi, unleashing a torrent of invectives, his eyes wide and bloodshot, exuding an aura of fury that suggested he wished to consume Fang Yi whole. Before Fang Yi could retort, others nearby could no longer tolerate the scene. Is this person insane? He approached wanting to purchase the first raw stone, and when advised to reconsider, he insisted on buying it. Now that he has lost, he dares to blame others for deceiving him? Indeed, I too am perplexed. What kind of reasoning is this? Could he truly be deranged? Damn it! Witnessing his unyielding determination to acquire the first raw stone made me quite anxious. He may very well be a lunatic. Seeing Wu Zhiyong's eyes bulging and veins protruding, those in the stands began to distance themselves, fearing he might leap down to attack. Wu Zhiyong, I had already urged you to exercise caution. Why did you not heed my warning? Fang Yi gazed at Wu Zhiyong, feigning deep concern. Of course, this was merely a fade. From the onset of the Stone King exhibition, Fang Yi had known that the first stone held nothing of value. It was not a raw stone but simply an ordinary rock. This is precisely why he found the exhibition intriguing. Placing a worthless stone alongside exquisite jade raw stones on the same display was a notion that none, including himself, had anticipated. Listening to the conversations around him, Wu Zhiyong felt a surge of blood rising within him. Observing Fang Yi's demeanor, which seemed to mock him, he could no longer contain himself. Fang Yi, I will kill you, he bellowed, ready to charge off the stage. Stop him. The host, accustomed to high-stakes situations, remained calm despite Wu Zhiyong's fury over his misfortune. With a command, 2 security personnel swiftly approached the stage and firmly restrained Wu Zhiyong. The reason the first raw stone, being an ordinary rock, was included in the exhibition was not due to the oversight of the organizers' appraisers but was intentional. The aim was to test the discernment of Liang and Zhao's appraisers. If they could not identify even a common stone, how could they be expected to manage the jade industry? According to orders from above, the first stone was to be removed after the competition and not sold. The host had intended to warn Wu Zhiyong, but he dismissed him with disdain, further aggravating the host. Though Wu Zhiyong was tall, the 2 security personnel were no less formidable, and despite his vigorous struggles, he found himself immobilized, shouting loudly, Let me go! Let me go! Fang Yi, you scoundrel! You deceived me! How dare you cause a disturbance at the Jade Exchange Conference? Your audacity knows no bounds. The host shot a glare at Wu Zhiyong and instructed a staff member below the stage. Notify the Jinling Police Department and have them send someone to handle the situation. With a wave of his hand, Wu Zhiyong was escorted off the stage. Fang Yi, you bastard! You will not die a good death. As he watched Wu Zhiyong being dragged away, still muttering curses under his breath, Fang Yi felt no anger, shook his head, and sighed before leaving the exhibition platform. You've played a ruthless card, my boy. Approaching Ling Dehai, Fang Yi observed the departing Wu Zhiyong, while Ling Dehai clicked his tongue, revealing a hint of sympathy. Father, do you still pity him? This man is utterly vile and deserves such punishment. Ling Qianxue has always been a staunch supporter of Fang Yi. Ling Dehai had never dealt with Wu Zhiyong, but from the earlier situation, it was evident he was no virtuous character. Besides, Fang Yi had ensnared him, not Dehai himself, so he refrained from excessive commentary to avoid inciting dislike. Taking his daughter's words to heart, he wisely chose to remain silent. As Wu Zhiyong was taken away, Han Yanyu also followed suit. However, Master Yang, who had been accompanying them, did not leave. Instead, he hurried over to Fang Yi. Mr. Fang. Rushing to Fang Yi's side, Master Yang wore a fawning smile. I appreciate your efforts, Master Yang. Fang Yi regarded him with admiration and handed over a piece of jadeite the size of a baseball. This jadeite could fetch 1,000,000 here, and selling it outside would yield an even higher price. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Master Yang cautiously accepted the jadeite, his eyes narrowing into slits from smiling. Thank you, Mr. Fang. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude several times, Master Yang examined the jadeite more closely, confirming it was indeed of superior quality, and left with a broad smile. Undoubtedly, a transaction had been forged between Fang Yi and Master Yang, one that involved deceiving Wu Zhiyong. Initially, Fang Yi had intended to deceive Yang alongside Wu, but upon further reflection, he considered the possibility of his plan having flaws. What if the bait failed? Such concerns prompted Fang Yi to enlist Master Yang's assistance. Yang was an appraiser of stones hired by Wu Zhiyong. They did not share a close relationship. This individual lacked substantial skills and had failed to amass wealth in the jade industry over the years, yet he was adept at taking shortcuts. Although he possessed little talent, he managed to scrape by, willing to undertake any task as long as someone was willing to pay. His presence at the conference was purely for profit, and to him, whose money he earned was of little consequence. Moreover, given Fang Yi's extravagant generosity, Yang found it hard to refuse, hence agreeing to assist Fang Yi with a minor task. Watching Master Yang leave with a sprightly demeanor, Fang Yi experienced for the first time the advantages of wealth. Regardless of who your adversary may be, as long as you are willing to spend, countless individuals are eager to serve your bidding. This sensation was truly delightful. Reflecting on this, Fang Yi's mind brimmed with an array of thoughts previously absent. As he perceived that all was well and was about to take his leave, he noticed Liang Tianlei's assistant hastily approaching him. Mr. Fang, I am so glad to have found you. This is a gift from our young master. The assistant, upon seeing Fang Yi, displayed a broad smile and respectfully presented a check to him. However, Fang Yi did not accept it. What gift? Upon hearing this, Ling Dehai appeared puzzled and, driven by curiosity, leaned in for a closer look. Once he discerned the figure inscribed on the check, his eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. What? 300 million? Chapter 47. The living god of wealth. Upon seeing the figure inscribed on the check, Ling Dehai nearly succumbed to faintness. Following his father's words, Ling Qianxue gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Only Fang Yi maintained an air of tranquility. Earlier, Liang Tianlei had remarked on Fang Yi's exceptional nature, and his assistant had harbored some skepticism. However, witnessing Fang Yi's composed demeanor, he finally began to trust his master's words. Though 300 million was not a trifling sum, the ability to remain unperturbed in the face of such a fortune was indeed not characteristic of an ordinary person. Contemplating this, the assistant's expression grew increasingly reverent. This is but a small token of my master's appreciation. I hope Mr. Fang will graciously accept it. One should not accept rewards without merit. I cannot oblige, Fang Yi replied, casting a mere cursory glance at the check before shaking his head. Taken aback by Fang Yi's refusal, the assistant stared at him in astonishment before hastily insisting, Mr. Fang, your humility is unwarranted. Were it not for your guidance earlier, my master would not have emerged victorious. This is the reward you rightfully deserve. I'm afraid I do not comprehend your words, Fang Yi responded, his face a mask of confusion as he turned to leave. Seeing Fang Yi unwilling to accept the money and preparing to depart, the assistant grew anxious. Recalling Liang Tianlei's words, he quickly urged, while it is one thing for Mr. Fang to decline this money, my master is currently in the reception room on the second floor. We hope you might grace us with your presence. I am not acquainted with your master. There is no necessity for a meeting, Fang Yi stated, stepping into the elevator without a backward glance. Alas, Mr. Fang. Mr. Fang. The assistant shouted at the elevator doors, desperately attempting to persuade him to return. But Fang Yi remained unmoved as the doors slowly closed amidst the assistant's frantic calls. Fang Yi, why would you refuse such a substantial sum? Ling Dehai inquired, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Fang Yi with a sense of regret. I have not assisted him in any substantial way. How could I dare accept such money? Fang Yi replied with a smile. How can you say you have not helped? Did you not? Ling Dehai began, only to abruptly pause, seemingly struck by a realization. He then amended his statement. Even if it was not a deliberate act of assistance, had you not called out number 2, Liang Tianlei likely would not have chosen it. In that sense, it can be regarded as an unintentional aid. I believe you ought to accept that sum. 300 million is indeed substantial, Ling Dehai said, his eyes gleaming with desire. Fang Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head and refraining from commenting on Ling Dehai's words. While 300 million was undoubtedly a considerable amount, Fang Yi was not in need of money at present. Moreover, his assistance to Liang Tianlei was not motivated by financial gain. As he had previously stated, aiding Liang Tianlei was not the ultimate goal. Rather, it was to ensnare Zhao Buxiu that had been his true intent. With that objective now accomplished, Fang Yi felt no dissatisfaction upon recalling Zhao Buxiu's furious and humiliated departure. His refusal of the money stemmed from a desire to distance himself from Liang Tianlei, for he understood that any monetary gift from Liang Tianlei was not merely a gesture of gratitude. What did you say? Someone assisted him? Zhao Buxiu exclaimed, his anger palpable as he exited the elevator, raising an eyebrow at the words of those nearby. Having lost the competition, his mood was still quite foul. Indeed, earlier I witnessed Liang Tianlei pick up a crumpled piece of paper with the number 7 written on it. It was this that made me worry he would secure the number 7. Hence, I called out number 7 as soon as I took the stage. The speaker is the heir of the Stone King, and his words left Zhao Buxiu in a state of astonishment. Previously, he had thought that Liang Tianlei was merely playing tricks, but it turned out he was indeed preparing to purchase number 7. Are you certain you didn't misjudge? Absolutely. Who is assisting him? Does that person possess insight akin to yours? Zhao Buxiu found this quite unbelievable. Perhaps they even surpass me. I have a good idea of who it is, but I suspect it might be the one who called for number 2, the heir of the Stone King remarked. The one who called for number 2. Zhao Buxiu squinted, pondering for a moment before recalling the identity. Fang Yi? As soon as he uttered the name, he shook his head. Impossible. Why is young Master Zhao so certain? The heir of the Stone King asked, puzzled. I know him well, he lacks such capability. Zhao Buxiu replied with conviction, entirely unconvinced that Fang Yi could be the one guiding Liang Tianlei. If Fang Yi had such ability, he would not have suffered so greatly 6 months prior, and it was said he nearly resorted to suicide. Life is full of uncertainties. Young Master Zhao should not be so resolute, the heir of the Stone King advised. Upon hearing this, Zhao Buxiu furrowed his brow, once again casting doubt on Fang Yi. Yet, after much contemplation, he still found it improbable. Cannot be him, but it is not impossible that someone is using his voice to assist Liang Tianlei. Just then, Zhao Buxiu noticed a red Porsche driving down the street. Let us set this matter aside for now. I will have someone investigate. He waved his hand, temporarily interrupting the topic. No sooner had he spoken than the red Porsche came to a halt before him, and from the driver's seat emerged a tall and stunningly beautiful woman. Upon seeing her, Zhao Buxiu broke into a smile. Yui, what brings you here? This woman was none other than his fiancée Yang Yui. 6 months prior, she had been Fang Yi's girlfriend. Yang Yui was exceptionally beautiful, with fair skin and a slender figure, her attire showcasing great taste. As the daughter of the chairman of the Yang Group, the phrase wealthy and beautiful aptly described her. Throughout her life, she had been a goddess in the eyes of all normal men. Yet now, that divine countenance was marred by an expression of anger. Zhao Buxiu, when did I ever agree to dine at your home? As soon as she alighted from the car, she confronted Zhao Buxiu. Hearing this, Zhao Buxiu chuckled. I thought you would agree. I've already informed my parents. Yang Yui had always despised others taking liberties. Seeing the smile on Zhao Buxiu's face only fueled her anger. I'm busy. I'm not going. Taken aback by her swift refusal, Zhao Buxiu's eyes flashed with irritation, yet he refrained from lashing out. Maintaining his smile, he casually remarked, I just ran into Fang Yi. What? Upon hearing Zhao Buxiu's words, Yang Yui's gaze fixed intensely upon him, her delicate face betraying a hint of anxiety. This expression was particularly striking to Zhao Buxiu. I haven't done anything to him, Zhao Buxiu assured. Hearing this, Yang Yui sighed in relief, locking her eyes with Zhao Buxiu's. That is best. Don't forget the promise you made to me. The warning-like words caused Zhao Buxiu's expression to twist momentarily, yet it was but a fleeting moment. I certainly have not forgotten my promise to you, but I hope you do not forget your commitment to me either, he remarked, his gaze lingering on Yang Yui's exquisite face. This statement momentarily startled Yang Yui. A flicker of reluctance danced in her eyes. After a prolonged silence, she inhaled deeply and reached a most reluctant decision. I will attend the dinner this evening. This declaration finally elicited a smile from Zhao Buxiu, who nodded in satisfaction and glanced at his watch. It's already afternoon. It's the perfect time to leave. As he spoke, he opened the car door and settled into the passenger seat. Although Yang Yui was displeased to see Zhao Buxiu inside, she refrained from voicing her discontent. With a stoic expression, she started the vehicle, and they drove off. Just as Fang Yi stepped out of the elevator, he happened to catch sight of Zhao Buxiu entering Yang Yui's car, and he froze in place at the unexpected sight. Senior, Ling Qianxue, surprised to encounter Yang Yui while descending the stairs, quickly turned to gauge Fang Yi's reaction. Noticing his immobilized state, she anxiously tugged at his sleeve. If her memory served her correctly, Fang Yi and Yang Yui had not met for half a year. Despite the long absence, Fang Yi recognized her at once. Yet it stirred no particular emotion within him. If anything, it was merely resentment. His feelings toward this once-beloved woman were as intense as his animosity towards Zhao Buxiu, and this animosity was gradually morphing into a driving force for revenge. I am fine, he assured, masking the shadows of his heart with a smile and offering a gentle glance. His expression appeared as if he had not recognized Yang Yui at all. Ling Qianxue, who knew Fang Yi too well, could discern that beneath his calm exterior, tumultuous emotions were undoubtedly churning within. It's getting late. We should head home, he stated to Ling Qianxue and her father. We haven't even had lunch yet. Why not eat together before we leave? Ling Dehai suggested, his stomach growling after their departure from the Jade Exchange where they had not eaten. No, I have some matters to attend to, Fang Yi declined, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Ling Dehai did not insist further. Very well, thank you for today. Do come to my home for a meal another day. Certainly, Fang Yi nodded in agreement to Ling Dehai's invitation before departing alone. After his departure, Ling Dehai pondered, today has been quite profitable. What shall we eat? Dad, don't you think there's something off about our senior? Ling Qianxue queried, watching Fang Yi's retreating figure with curiosity. Off? What do you mean? Ling Dehai asked, intrigued by his daughter's observation. Although our senior has always been reluctant to admit his knowledge of Jade, I believe he truly understands it. Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that when he referred to number 2, he was intentionally reminding Liang Tianlei, Ling Qianxue stated earnestly. Upon hearing these words, Ling Dehai's pupils constricted, revealing a look of astonishment. Is that true or false? I merely speculated. Although Ling Qianxue could not assert her theory with absolute certainty, her conjecture was not without foundation. She was intimately familiar with Fang Yi and had always felt that some of his actions during the Stone King exhibition were rather peculiar. Furthermore, after Liang Tianlei emerged victorious in the competition, he had even presented a check to Fang Yi as a token of gratitude. Perhaps he was aware that Fang Yi had intentionally aided him? Why bother with such frivolous speculation? It's a futile exercise. Ling Dehai shot a disapproving glare at his daughter. Ling Qianxue retorted, though it is a mere hypothesis, it is not entirely unfounded. Besides, I intend to verify it. When I have the opportunity, I will ask my senior to see if my guess is correct. She had intended to inquire about Fang Yi earlier, but upon encountering Yang Yui, she refrained, knowing that Fang Yi must be in a foul mood, and resolved to wait a couple of days before asking. Upon realizing his daughter's intentions, Ling Dehai, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly wore a grave expression. Observing Ling Qianxue, who was lost in thought beside him, he called out, "My dear daughter, what is it?" Ling Qianxue looked at her father, puzzled. He turned to face her, speaking earnestly, "Sometimes, one must not be overly astute. Knowing too much may not always be a blessing." "What are you talking about, Dad?" Ling Qianxue did not grasp her father's meaning. What I mean is, we only need to be aware of what others are willing to share with us. It is better not to know what they prefer to keep hidden. Hearing this convoluted statement, Ling Qianxue furrowed her brow, and from her father's earnest gaze, she sensed that his words carried deeper significance. Dad, do you know something? She scrutinized her seemingly unreliable father. Suddenly confronted with such a question, Ling Dehai jolted slightly and hastily shook his head. No, I know nothing at all. I only know that I am hungry and must go eat. As he spoke, Ling Dehai hurried toward a nearby restaurant. Dad, stop right there. What is it that you know? Where did he go? Having finally completed the paperwork for purchasing the raw stone, Liang Tianlei hurried downstairs, scanning the area. His assistant was the only person present, and Fang Yi was nowhere to be seen. Frowning, he inquired, "Where is he?" "He left," the assistant replied with a glum expression. "Left?" Upon hearing this, Liang Tianlei's voice rose by more than 10 decibels. "Yes, Mr. Fang did not acknowledge that he assisted you, refused to accept any payment, and claimed he was not well acquainted with you. Thus he departed," the assistant said cautiously. Liang Tianlei's agitation surged, but it was not directed at Fang Yi. Rather, he was incensed with his assistant. "You imbecile! Even if you couldn't persuade him to stay, you could have at least kept him here until I arrived. You just let him walk away? What could I do if he chose to leave?" Upon witnessing Liang Tianlei's fury, his assistant spoke with a sense of injustice. The moment he dared to retort, Liang Tianlei's anger intensified. He shot him a fierce glare, contemplating that had it not been for the years of loyalty and reliability this individual had shown, he might have been tempted to strike him. Having witnessed Fang Yi's remarkable abilities, he was filled with profound admiration, perceiving him as a veritable living deity of wealth. If he could recruit Fang Yi as his aide, he need not fear any confrontation with Zhao Buoxiu. "I grant you half a day. Regardless of your methods, find out where he is." Unbeknownst to Fang Yi, a myriad of events transpired after his departure. Upon parting from Ling Qianxue and her father, he proceeded to the designated bank to exchange his checks, successfully elevating his net worth to 80 million. This was indeed a delightful development. However, upon reflecting on the day's endeavors, he recognized the considerable risks he had undertaken. Initially, Fang Yi had intended to purchase merely 2 stones, one for himself and one for the Ling family. Yet, in order to undermine Zhao Buoxiu and Wu Zhiyong, he found himself compelled to exhibit more of his prowess. This was beyond his initial expectations and undoubtedly increased the chances of his exposure. Nonetheless, he refused to wallow in self-pity for actions already taken, acknowledging that these were his choices. He merely reminded himself that such actions might attract unwanted attention, necessitating greater caution in the future. After cashing the checks, Fang Yi withdrew 100,000 yuan and made his way to the urban village where Li Jingwen resided. Chapter 48. I Am Your Father. Li Jingwen is the daughter of Li Mingzhi, who is a benefactor of Fang Yi. How could Fang Yi indulge in pleasure knowing that the daughter of his benefactor lives in such dire circumstances? Even without financial resources, he felt compelled to assist her, especially now that he had earned several million. Last night, he pondered for hours on how to aid this unfortunate girl, yet no viable ideas surfaced. Ultimately, he resolved to adopt the most straightforward approach, to secretly provide her with money. Today, being a weekday, Li Jingwen would likely be at school in the afternoon. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, Fang Yi slipped 100,000 yuan through the broken window. It was not that he was reluctant to part with the money. Rather, he had no appointment to withdraw more, and he was uncertain whether Li Jingwen would accept this untraceable sum. If she did, he would naturally bring more next time. After placing the money, he noticed it was still early and decided to visit a nearby noodle shop for a meal. Just as he began to eat, he spotted Li Jingwen returning, passing by him without noticing. Seeing her back, Fang Yi lost his appetite and hurried to settle his bill, carefully trailing behind her. Once inside her home, it was not long before she emerged, her expression perplexed as she scanned the surroundings, likely having discovered the money and unsure of its source. After searching, she seemed to find no one, her confusion deepening as she picked up her phone to call someone. In this era, even elementary school students wield curved-screen smartphones, while Li Jingwen still relied on an antiquated flip phone. Reflecting on the words of the elderly woman from the previous night, Fang Yi felt a pang of sorrow, hesitating to contemplate the daily life she endured. If she were to accept the money, her living conditions could undoubtedly improve significantly, and Fang Yi harbored a glimmer of hope. However, disappointment swiftly followed. He saw a uniformed woman approaching, and it dawned on him that Li Jingwen had called the police. The officer entered her home and soon re-emerged, carrying the bag that contained the money, while conversing with Li Jingwen as she departed. Sighing heavily, Fang Yi watched the policewoman leave, knowing that matters were far from straightforward. He had no intention of testing Li Jingwen's moral character. He simply believed that if the situation could be resolved easily, there was no need for unnecessary complications. Yet, it appeared he had underestimated her integrity, which left him feeling embarrassed. He lightly tapped his forehead, his expression a mix of concern and frustration. The loss of the 100,000 yuan was inconsequential. The crucial issue was that Li Jingwen was unwilling to accept such dubious funds, which would undoubtedly complicate his efforts to assist her. He began to contemplate how he might help her discreetly while ensuring she would willingly accept his support. Just as he was formulating his thoughts, he noticed a small, frantic middle-aged man rushing into the village, making a beeline for Li Jingwen's home. At that moment, she had not yet entered. "Uncle!" she exclaimed, startled at the sight of the man, who swiftly responded to her call. "Where is the money?" Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, pausing to observe the unfolding scene. Chen Hua approached Li Jingwen, gazing at his long-unseen niece, yet there was not a trace of warmth in his demeanor. With a fervor that betrayed his agitation, he inquired, "What money?" His words elicited a look of confusion from Li Jingwen, while Fang Yi's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "Are you still pretending? It is the money that someone recently placed in your home," Chen Hua exclaimed with venomous intensity. Li Jingwen, taken aback, responded, "How do you know?" This question mirrored Fang Yi's own bafflement. He pondered how anyone could have witnessed the act of money being placed without being seen. "Do not concern yourself with how I know. I demand to know where the money is." Chen Hua disregarded Li Jingwen's protests, pressing on with fierce urgency. "I gave it to the police." Li Jingwen hesitated, scrutinizing her uncle. She could not fathom how he had knowledge of the money's arrival at her home. Did he know who had left it? "What? You gave it to the police?" Chen Hua's fury erupted. "How dare you take such action? That money is shrouded in mystery and naturally should be reported to the authorities. Do you know its origins?" Li Jingwen asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Chen Hua, of course, had no knowledge of the money's provenance. He was solely concerned with the immediate financial pressure mounting upon him as creditors relentlessly besieged his doorstep. "Go retrieve it at once and simply claim it as your own," he commanded Li Jingwen. "How could I do that?" Without a moment's hesitation, she firmly shook her head in refusal. Not only would she never engage in such an act of misappropriation, but even if she were inclined to do so, the police would never believe her. She knew the officer well and was aware of her own financial limitations. "Do not speak to me of what is possible or impossible. I command you to return the money immediately." Chen Hua's voice was harsh and imposing, yet Li Jingwen remained unmoved. "You may go and retrieve it yourself," she replied coolly, turning to enter the house. "Stop right there," Chen Hua shouted, seizing her arm. "So, you have grown wings and now disregard my words? Have you forgotten how I provided for you as a child? You ungrateful wretch." His scathing remarks pierced the air, causing Li Jingwen's brows to knit together as she stared defiantly into his eyes. "Did you ever truly provide for me? That was all done by our grandmother." Though her voice was soft, her tone bore an unwavering conviction, tinged with a hint of resentment. "Had I not permitted you to reside in our home, you would have had no means to support yourself." Chen Hua's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Upon hearing her uncle's words, Li Jingwen could not help but let out a bitter laugh, perceiving his statements as utterly preposterous. From her earliest memories, this man had failed to fulfill any of the duties of a son or uncle. His daily pursuits revolved around living off others, gambling, and ultimately causing the death of his own mother through sheer neglect. "I shall ask you once more, are you going to retrieve the money or not?" With Li Jingwen remaining silent, Chen Hua pressed again. "No," she resolutely replied. Slap! As soon as her words fell, A resounding slap struck her face, echoing sharply in the air. "How dare you defy me?" Seeing her audacity, Chen Hua bellowed in fury, seizing Li Jingwen's garment with the intention of striking her again. Meanwhile, in the distance, Fang Yi was seething with rage. "Stop it!" With a thunderous shout, Fang Yi sprinted towards them with utmost urgency. "Who the hell are you?" Chen Hua demanded fiercely as he caught sight of Fang Yi approaching. "I am your father." Chapter 49. The grim news with a resounding curse. Fang Yi's fist connected forcefully with Chen Hua's face, followed swiftly by a kick. Chen Hua was momentarily blinded, caught off guard, and was sent sprawling against the wall with a heavy thud. Fang Yi had been a silent observer until he heard Chen Hua's demands. His anger surged, and upon witnessing Chen Hua's audacity to strike, his fury intensified, mingled with a sense of regret for not intervening sooner. The sight of a vivid crimson handprint on Li Jingwen's porcelain cheek deepened his frown. Li Jingwen, however, was remarkably resilient. The slap did not bring forth her tears. She looked at Fang Yi with confusion, unable to comprehend his presence at that moment, and noted that his anger seemed to surpass her own distress. Earlier, during Chen Hua's argument with Li Jingwen, a crowd had gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Chen Hua's sudden aggression startled them, yet Fang Yi's rapid retaliation brought them a sense of satisfaction. Coughing, Chen Hua took a moment to regain his composure after enduring Fang Yi's punch and kick. Struggling to rise, he initially harbored thoughts of confronting Fang Yi, but upon seeing his imposing stature, apprehension quelled his rage.
"Ah, Li Jingwen.
It appears you have indeed gained some audacity, enlisting outsiders to confront your uncle." He spat, wiping the bitterness from his mouth. "You are hardly fit to be his uncle." Before Li Jingwen could respond, the crowd began to denounce Chen Hua. These residents had lived in the vicinity for decades, fully aware of Li Jingwen's plight and sympathetic to her cause, while also recognizing the true nature of her so-called uncle, a mere scoundrel. Had it not been for their fear of causing trouble, many would have already taken action against him. Now, witnessing his downfall, they wholeheartedly approved of the punishment he received. Feeling the burning pain on his face and sensing the collective outrage directed at him, Chen Hua refrained from uttering any further threats. After casting a furious glare at Fang Yi, he turned and fled. Fang Yi's fists remained clenched, knowing that had Chen Hua stayed, he would have surely faced further retribution. "Are you all right?" Fang Yi turned to Li Jingwen, whose face was already swelling, concern etched on his features. He never anticipated that the money he had given her would lead to such a confrontation, and guilt coursed through him, fueling his anger. "I'm fine," Li Jingwen replied. Having endured numerous beatings from Chen Hua throughout her life, she felt neither particular anger nor a sense of injustice. She simply shook her head lightly. "Hiss." Noticing her calm demeanor and her steady gaze, Fang Yi deliberately inhaled sharply, prompting Li Jingwen to realize that his hand was injured, likely from the force of his earlier actions. "Your hand is hurt," she remarked. "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor issue." Fang Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of no consequence. Li Jingwen studied his face and recalled the rumors circulating at school, feeling a twinge of confusion. While Fang Yi was not exceptionally handsome, he possessed a certain charm and, as the student council president, would undoubtedly attract the attention of many girls. How could he engage in such behavior? "In my household, I possess some gauze. Allow me to assist you with your bandaging." Although Li Jingwen harbored a less than favorable impression of Fang Yi, she felt a sense of gratitude towards him for having aided her on two separate occasions. Despite her ignorance regarding the serendipity of their encounters, she chose to set aside her reservations and invited Fang Yi into her home. "Is that so? How troublesome." Fang Yi, akin to a piece of unyielding meat, responded instantly to Li Jingwen's invitation without a moment's hesitation, his eyes gleaming with the delight of a scheme well executed. Though he had exerted considerable force while striking Chen Hua, his physical prowess was insufficient to break the skin. He had intentionally injured his hand to elicit sympathy from Li Jingwen, hoping this would compel her to invite him inside. After all, upon discovering that Li Jingwen was his schoolmate, he could surmise that she likely held some wariness towards him. This was inevitable, given his notorious reputation at school. Upon entering Li Jingwen's modest abode, Fang Yi observed its entirety. A small space of merely 10 square meters, devoid of a restroom or kitchen, with the bedroom being the only area present. The room was furnished with a bed, a tattered sofa, a set of vintage table and chairs, and a coal stove. Aside from a desk lamp, there were no other electronic devices, no television, no air conditioning. On this sweltering day, even a fan was absent, prompting Fong Yi to frown disapprovingly. Yet, despite its simplicity, the room was impeccably tidy, and the furniture was clean, indicating that its owner was fastidious in her habits. "Please have a seat." Noticing Fong Yi scrutinizing her living quarters, a hint of discomfort crossed Li Jingwen's face, perhaps stemming from insecurity or some other sentiment, as she spoke while rummaging through a box at the bedside for the gauze. Fong Yi refrained from further comment, settling onto a stool. He perceived Li Jingwen's unease, aware that his scrutinizing gaze contributed to her discomfort. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to observe. He had just placed money in Li Jingwen's home when Chun Hua became aware of the situation, leading him to question whether that fellow had tampered with the room, which was precisely the reason for his uninvited presence. Fortunately, there's still a bit left. After searching through the box for a while, Li Jingwen finally retrieved a roll of gauze and a tube of ointment. In his quest to elicit sympathy, Fong Yi was not gentle with himself. The injury on his hand appeared sufficiently convincing. After applying the ointment, Li Jingwen carefully bandaged his wound. As she knelt before him, her formerly pristine face appeared flushed and swollen, evoking an indescribable emotion within Fong Yi. Given her parents' status, had her family not encountered misfortune, she ought to have led a very happy life. Yet, now, "Thank you." Upon completion of the bandaging, Fong Yi expressed his gratitude. "I should be the one thanking you. You've helped me twice," Li Jingwen replied earnestly as she rose. Fong Yi smiled, choosing not to respond to her words, his gaze inadvertently drawn to a broken light fixture on the wall. "Hey, what is this?" He expressed his astonishment and approached, reaching into the dark lamp to retrieve an object. Seeing Fong Yi's actions, Li Jingwen was equally perplexed. "A miniature camera?" he speculated, examining the item in his hand. This remark caused Li Jingwen's expression to shift dramatically, her face paling in horror as she gazed at the object in Fong Yi's grasp. "How could you have such a thing in your home?" Fong Yi asked knowingly, severing the wires attached to the camera. Upon hearing the name of the device, Li Jingwen's complexion drained of color. She stared incredulously at the camera. Though she did not respond to Fong Yi's question, she had already deduced who had installed it. No wonder he was so quick to learn about the events in her home. It all made sense. As the image of a familiar figure surfaced in her mind, an icy dread enveloped her. She had initially thought her uncle merely preferred a life of ease, but she now realized how depraved he truly was. Witnessing Li Jingwen tremble with anger, Fong Yi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To be burdened with such a wretched uncle was indeed unfortunate. He felt both disgusted and furious. Nevertheless, he feigned confusion and asked, "Is this something someone else installed in your home? Should we report it to the authorities?" Upon discovering the camera, Fong Yi had already surmised what it might capture. He had anxiously slipped money through the window and was concerned about being recorded as well. However, after assessing the angle, he believed the camera would not capture his face, which was why he suggested involving the police. Li Jingwen remained silent for a lengthy moment, seemingly deep in thought or grappling with her emotions. After a while, she shook her head. "Forget it. Forget it?" Fong Yi was taken aback, as he had assumed she would undoubtedly want to report the incident. Being secretly filmed is an intolerable violation for any woman, particularly when the perpetrator is her uncle. Observing Fong Yi's shocked expression, Li Jingwen found herself at a loss for words. Their home lacked a bathroom, and she relied on the community's public restrooms for her needs, while showers were taken at the school's communal facilities. Due to the presence of holes in the windows, she had never changed into intimate clothing at home, so in truth, the camera would not have captured anything scandalous. However, her reluctance to report her uncle stemmed not from this reasoning, but rather from the fact that her aunt was frail and ill, and she had a younger cousin in elementary school. Their family depended on her uncle for support. If she were to report him and have him arrested, who would care for her aunt and cousin? Contemplating these matters, a fleeting expression of anguish crossed Li Jingwen's face. It was not that she wished to spare him punishment. She simply felt incapable of doing so. Let it be. After all, he hasn't captured anything significant, she reiterated. Fang Yi, taken aback, contemplated persuading her further. But upon witnessing the resolute expression on Li Jingwen's face, indicating her decision was final, he swallowed his words. Perhaps she harbored concerns he could not comprehend? Very well, this is your matter, you shall decide. Fang Yi placed the camera on the table, confirming through perspective that there were no other cameras in the room before he rose to depart. Goodbye. After watching Fang Yi leave, Li Jingwen closed the door. The moment Fang Yi stepped out, he heard faint sobbing from within. Li Jingwen was strong, yet ultimately, she was still just a girl. Chunhua's actions were something no girl could possibly accept. Damn it! Hearing the cries made Fang Yi's heart ache with regret for not having given that bastard Chunhua a few more punches. Letting him go so easily was truly a disservice. One could only wonder what Li Mingjie would think if he knew about his daughter's plight. Contemplating this, Fang Yi resolved to assist Li Jingwen, to help her utterly escape from that beastly uncle and lead a better life. With a heavy heart, Fang Yi returned home, his mind occupied with thoughts on how to aid Li Jingwen. However, after much contemplation, he couldn't devise a suitable plan. If he and Li Jingwen were friends, it would have been easier to meet more often and communicate, allowing him to understand her circumstances and offer support. Yet, the troubling aspect was that they were not friends. Despite having helped her twice, any gratitude she felt was likely overshadowed by her inherent wariness of him. The prospect of developing a friendship seemed daunting. Fang Yi was not short on funds, but he lacked a plausible excuse, one that would allow Li Jingwen to accept his help as reasonable, all while avoiding any exposure of his prior contact with Li Mingjie. This made things challenging. He had considered using a charitable organization as a guise to offer assistance, but since no one had previously supported Li Jingwen, his sudden emergence might seem suspicious. Would it be necessary to fund several organizations to mask his involvement? As he pondered the feasibility of this plan, he returned home and prepared a lavish meal, though the weight of Li Jingwen's situation weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, he had earned 80 million at the Jade Exchange today, a momentous occasion. Finally, he could begin to plan his life. He had prepared a feast, eager to share this surprising news with Yan Sharue. However, as the clock approached 9, he grew anxious, as she had yet to return. Even if her evening class ran late, she should have been back by now. Just as he was about to call and inquire about her whereabouts, he unexpectedly received a call from her. Fang Yi? Upon answering, he was met with a man's voice, causing Fang Yi to furrow his brow. Who are you? He inquired. The caller offered no response to his question but coldly stated, Your sister is in my custody. Come to 48 Binhai Road within half an hour. If you dare to call the police, you will bear the consequences. The author has a message. There is one more chapter, but it is likely to be completed late at night. Chapter 50. Impatience after abruptly terminating the call, Fang Yi hurriedly exited his residence, racing toward the location provided by the mysterious caller. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his expression was a tumultuous blend of anxiety, confusion, and above all, fear. He was unaware of the identity of the person who had contacted him, nor did he comprehend the reasons behind the abduction of Yan Sharue, or the true purpose of the summons. This uncertainty only amplified his trepidation. Could it be that the murderer of Li Mingjie had come after him? Was he being lured into a trap with the intent of silencing him? What if he was no match for his adversary? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Fang Yi found himself regretting the attention he had drawn at the Jade Exchange earlier that day, suspecting it might have led to his exposure. The memory of Li Mingjie's demise haunted him, and he feared that his captor might possess extraordinary abilities, potentially surpassing his own. He felt utterly lost, his mind a tempest of unease. Yet, despite the chaos within, his feet did not falter. With Yan Sharue in peril, he felt compelled to act with utmost urgency, even if it meant facing certain death. His ideal outcome would be to emerge unscathed. However, if that proved impossible, he would devote himself entirely to rescuing Yan Sharue, prepared to fight to the end. Although fear gripped him, surrender was not in his nature. He preferred a confrontation that mirrored his temperament, a struggle to the bitter end. Upon arriving at number 48 Binhai Road, he discovered that the restaurant appeared closed, its doors firmly shut. As he stepped out of the taxi, the entrance swung open, revealing a slender man with dyed blonde hair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, making his way toward him. A surveillance camera at the entrance indicated that the occupants were aware of his arrival. "Are you Fong Yi?" The man squinted through the smoke that stung his eyes, scrutinizing Fong Yi for a moment before posing the question. Fong Yi had anticipated a more flamboyant appearance akin to characters from The Matrix, but was taken aback by the man's casual demeanor. He hesitated briefly before responding, "Yes, that's me." "Come in." Upon Fong Yi's acknowledgement, the blond man curled his lip and gestured for Fong Yi to follow him. Navigating through an alleyway, Fong Yi soon found himself in the restaurant's main hall. "Yo, the kid's here," announced the blond man to a young man seated at the center of a large round table. The hall was illuminated, revealing a scattering of individuals seated at several tables, about 10 in total. The man, appearing to be in his 20s, sported a buzz cut, adorned with earrings and a conspicuous gold chain. Initially, Fong Yi had been tense, fearing that the mastermind behind Li Mingzhi's murder was behind the abduction of Yan Xiaorui. However, upon recognizing the individual before him, all his apprehensions dissipated. He knew this person, Li Dongyang, a notorious local thug infamous for extorting protection money from students near Yan Xiaorui's school. Fong Yi had encountered him multiple times while accompanying Yan Xiaorui to school. "Are you Fong Yi? Do you know why you've been summoned?" Li Dongyang lounged with his legs crossed, bouncing a flip-flop as he scrutinized Fong Yi with an unsettling gaze, his features a disarray of nose and eyes. Fong Yi took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart. "Where is my sister?" he asked directly, receiving no response from Li Dongyang. "Are you deaf? I am speaking to you." Noticing Fong Yi's silence, Li Dongyang raised an eyebrow and barked, "I shall ask you again. Where is my sister?" Fong Yi, seemingly oblivious to Li Dongyang's inquiries, continued, "I have exhausted my ability to see into other rooms after helping Li Jingwen find the camera today, so I cannot ascertain if anyone else is present." "How audacious of you to question me. Do you even comprehend who I am?" Li Dongyang, irritated by Fong Yi's nonchalance, stood up abruptly, feeling compelled to teach Fong Yi a lesson, to instill in him an understanding of the situation. Striding over to Fong Yi, he reached out to grab his collar, intending to deliver a couple of slaps. However, before his hand could reach Fong Yi, he suddenly heard a buzzing in his ear, followed by a resounding thud as his right cheek made sudden contact with the table. Feeling a searing pain on his face, Li Dongyang instinctively attempted to lift his head, but no matter how hard he tried, he found it impossible, as Fong Yi's large hand firmly pressed against the other side of his face. He was both astonished and enraged. "How dare you strike me?" Li Dongyang shouted furiously, utterly taken aback by Fong Yi's audacity. The onlookers were equally stunned, frozen in disbelief at the sudden turn of events, until Li Dongyang, with bloodshot eyes, bellowed, "What are you waiting for?" prompting them to finally react, rushing towards Fong Yi while calling out to their leader. These were street thugs with some degree of fighting prowess, but to Fong Yi their strength was negligible. As a dozen of them charged at him, he effortlessly dispatched them with a mere hand and foot, all the while keeping his other hand firmly pressed against Li Dongyang's face. Fong Yi had not wished to resort to violence. He had been trying to restrain himself, but the circumstances were overwhelming. Having earned 80 million today, he had joyfully prepared a feast, eager to share the delightful news with his sister. Yet, this scoundrel had kidnapped her, shattering his happiness and leaving him drenched in cold sweat, fearing that his abilities had been exposed. How could he not be furious? Not just furious, but uncontrollably enraged. Gazing at Li Dongyang, pinned and helpless beneath his grip, he felt an urge to further mar his plump face. "I shall ask once more, where is my sister?" Fong Yi enunciated each word with precision. "You dare to let me go?" "Ah!"
Li Dongyang,
witnessing his underlings defeated, felt a mixture of shock and rage. He struggled to rise, but before he could finish his sentence, he emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Fong Yi snapped one of his fingers. "If you intended to test my patience, allow me to unequivocally declare that I possess none," Fong Yi proclaimed, gripping his remaining fingers tightly. "In the private room. She is in the private room." Although Li Dongyang was a ne'er-do-well, he was under the protection of a big brother and had never endured such a grievous injury. The pain shot through him, causing tears to well up in his eyes. Seeing Fang Yi's intent to break another finger, he, in a state of sheer terror, abandoned his insults and hurriedly divulged the whereabouts of Yan Xiaowei. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi shot a glare at the young man who had just brought him in. The young man, having previously attempted to rescue Li Dongyang, was kicked by Fang Yi and had only just regained his bearings from the ground. "What the hell are you still standing there for? Go bring her out." Seeing the young man frozen in confusion, Li Dongyang berated him. The young man nodded in a flurry, hastily rushing to the door of a private room, unlocking it, and releasing Yan Xiaowei, who was bound and gagged. "Brother." Upon seeing Fang Yi, a flicker of relief and surprise crossed Yan Xiaowei's panicked face. She had heard Fang Yi's voice earlier but was unable to call out due to her gag. Just moments ago, she feared that Fang Yi might suffer against so many adversaries. Now, witnessing her captors with bruised faces, particularly the ringleader immobilized by Fang Yi, her heart lightened, and she joyfully threw herself into Fang Yi's embrace. Relieved to see Yan Xiaowei unharmed, Fang Yi exhaled in relief. "Did they mistreat you?" he inquired. "This man. He just laid his hands on me." Upon hearing Fang Yi's question, Yan Xiaowei pointed at Li Dongyang. Crack. No sooner had she spoken than Fang Yi again broke one of Li Dongyang's fingers. "Ah! No, I didn't do anything." With a cry of agony, Li Dongyang quickly defended himself, asserting that he had merely intended to take advantage of Yan Xiaowei's beauty, but had not succeeded due to her fierce resistance. Yet, he should count himself fortunate that he had not succeeded, for otherwise, the consequences would have been far more severe than the loss of 2 fingers. "Who commanded you to do this?" Having avenged Yan Xiaowei, Fang Yi asked. He had no enmity with Li Dongyang. There was no justification for the abduction of Yan Xiaowei, especially with a specific demand for him to come. Clearly, this act was orchestrated by another. Fang Yi needed to uncover who had instigated it. The author has something to say. "After much contemplation, I cannot take a leave of absence. Even if I write less, I must still pen a chapter. It is a matter of attitude. I owe 2 chapters and will make up for it as swiftly as possible. Thank you all for your support." Chapter 51. Your words hold no weight. Fang Yi had 2 adversaries. One was Zhao Buxiu, and the other was Wu Zhiyong. Although Zhao Buxiu was notorious for his underhanded tactics, kidnapping was not his modus operandi. Could it be Wu Zhiyong? Reflecting on the events of the Jade Exchange meeting today, where Fang Yi had orchestrated a plot that cost him over 80 million, perhaps he sought revenge. As Fang Yi pondered this, he noticed Li Dongyang's silence, prompting him to prepare to break another of his fingers. "It's me," a female voice interjected, drawing Fang Yi's gaze to the entrance. "Zhao Xinran?" The familiar figure at the door startled Yan Xiaowei, leaving her incredulous. "It appears you have indeed crossed many, as I never would have anticipated it would be me." Zhao Xinran casually strolled into the dining hall, hands tucked into her pockets. Following her was a tall, imposing man accompanied by about 20 thugs. Upon entering, they encircled Fang Yi and Yan Xiaowei. "Shun Gu, save me!" Li Dongyang exclaimed with delight upon spotting the burly man. Crack! Ah! Just as he uttered those words, Fang Yi snapped another of his fingers, eliciting a heart-wrenching cry from him. Seeing Fang Yi surrounded by so many yet still willing to act violently startled not only Zhao Xinran but also caused the man to furrow his brow. This man, Zhang Shun, was a notable figure in Jinling, a trusted aide to the infamous downhill tiger, Li Hu, and also Li Dongyang's elder brother. Noticing Li Dongyang pinned to the table with 3 deformed fingers, his expression shifted slightly as he growled, "Kid, I advise you to release him. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Shun. "Haha!" Upon hearing Fang Yi's retort, Zhao Xinran couldn't help but laugh, surveying the man again with a look of mild astonishment. "I never expected Yan Xiaowei's inept brother to possess such skills. It's truly remarkable." She adopted a condescending demeanor, first acknowledging Fang Yi's prowess before sweeping her gaze over Li Dongyang's lackeys, her disdain evident. Having previously framed Yan Xiaowei and being unmasked by Fang Yi, Zhao Xinran felt her pride wounded. She had skipped classes yesterday and today, plotting how to teach Fang Yi and Yan Xiaowei a lesson. Today, she devised a scheme for Li Dongyang to kidnap Yan Xiaowei and summon Fang Yi. intending to deliver a severe reprimand. Little did she know, Li Dongyang's crew was utterly incompetent. A dozen of them couldn't even handle Fang Yi alone and ended up battered and bruised. Had she not been monitoring the situation, Fang Yi might have walked away unscathed, rendering her efforts futile. Zhao Xinran, you previously framed me, and my brother did not retaliate against you. Your current actions are utterly excessive. Yan Xiaorui, finally realizing that today's events were orchestrated by Zhao Xinran, confronted her angrily, scrutinizing her heavily made-up face. He didn't retaliate because he lacked the courage. Am I supposed to be grateful for his restraint? Is this what you call excessive? Just wait. There's even more to come. Zhao Xinran let out a cold laugh, casting a disdainful glance at Yan Xiaorui before shifting her gaze to Fang Yi. I must admit, your skills are quite formidable. However, we have over 20 people here. Do you truly believe you can defeat us all? Upon finishing her taunt, she continued, I offer you a choice. Kneel and apologize to me, then sever one of your arms, and I shall permit you and your sister to leave unscathed. What? Upon hearing Zhao Xinran's demand, Yan Xiaorui's expression changed dramatically as she anxiously clutched Fang Yi's hand. Observing the flamboyantly dressed woman before him, whose face bore a wickedly cruel expression, Fang Yi realized that his mercy in letting her go 2 nights prior was indeed a grave mistake. He could scarcely fathom the mindset that would demand he kneel in submission and mutilate himself merely for exposing her deceitful schemes. If you refuse, you shall not leave here tonight, Zhao Xinran threatened, noticing Fang Yi's silence. Whether I can depart from here is not for you to decide, Fang Yi replied coolly. Humph. Zhao Xinran scoffed at his words, intending to reveal her leverage, but was taken aback as Fang Yi suddenly kicked the table before him. The massive tabletop soared into the air, sending Li Dongyang, who was sprawled atop it, flying towards several nearby thugs. Fang Yi's unexpected assault caught everyone off guard. As the large table hurtled toward them, most instinctively recoiled. In the midst of their panic, Fang Yi had already advanced a considerable distance. Then, under Zhao Xinran's terrified gaze, he seized her by the throat. Miss Zhao. Zhang Shun, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. He had not witnessed how Fang Yi had approached so swiftly. Seeing Zhao Xinran in Fang Yi's grip sent him into a state of alarm, and he clenched his fists to strike. However, to Fang Yi, Zhang Shun's movements appeared to be in slow motion. Bang! A beer bottle struck Zhang Shun's head, and Fang Yi deftly aimed the jagged edge of the broken bottle at Zhao Xinran's neck. Care to test it? He said, meeting Zhang Shun's furious and shocked expression with a smile. Zhang Shun was taken aback by Fang Yi's speed, too astonished to react. Although Fang Yi wore a grin, the sharpness in his gaze conveyed a menacing intent. He harbored no doubt that should he make a reckless move, Fang Yi would not hesitate to drive the glass into Zhao Xinran's throat, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Let me go. Zhao Xinran was horrified by Fang Yi's sudden aggression. She could hardly comprehend that, despite their numbers, he dared to assault her, and succeeded. Zhang Shun, why are you not rescuing me? She cried in desperation, seeing Zhang Shun frozen in place. Slap! A resounding smack landed on her face as Fang Yi commanded, Silence! You dare strike me? Zhao Xinran was not intimidated by the blow. Instead, it ignited her fury, and she struggled violently. With your incessant thrashing, I cannot guarantee that the glass in my hand won't cut your throat. Fang Yi smiled faintly, as he pressed the glass vial deeper. Zhao Xinran felt a sharp pain in her neck, accompanied by a trickle of warmth. Though she could not see, she understood that it was blood. Her expression shifted dramatically, transforming from one of indignation to sheer terror. She gazed at Fang Yi in astonishment, unable to believe he had truly dared to act. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she dared not utter a sound. Zhang Shun, unfamiliar with Zhao Xinran, merely handled transactions, expecting to resolve the matter effortlessly. To his surprise, he found himself confronted with a formidable challenge. He cast a penetrating look at Fang Yi, who exhibited not a trace of fear, as if he hardly regarded Zhang at all. Initially, Zhang had thought Fang Yi was merely feigning composure, but their brief encounter revealed the truth. Fang Yi was genuinely composed, his skills so exceptional that he felt no need to acknowledge them. While Fang Yi's prowess astonished Zhang Shun, it did not instill fear within him. After years of navigating the underworld, he had encountered all manner of situations. No matter how skilled an individual might be, their capabilities were ultimately limited. Could one truly defeat hundreds? Contemplating this, Zhang Shun gestured to his subordinate behind him, instructing him to summon reinforcements. Yet, before he could finish speaking, a cold scoff echoed from the entrance. Who do you intend to call? Do you crave further humiliation? Chapter 52. A menacing intent as the sound echoed, a robust man, comparable in stature to Zhang Shun, strode through the entrance, accompanied by several subordinates. Guohuai, what brings you here? Zhang Shun inquired with a furrowed brow upon seeing the man. This formidable figure, Guohuai, was also a trusted subordinate of Li Hu, yet the two had never been on amicable terms, maintaining a relationship akin to that of water and oil. Zhang Shun could not help but feel puzzled at Guohuai's unexpected presence on his turf. What brings me here? Naturally, to witness your misfortune. Guohuai chuckled, eyeing Zhang Shun, who was drenched in beer. Zhang Shun, already incensed due to Fang Yi's earlier actions, found himself boiling with rage at Guohuai's mockery. If you seek trouble, let us schedule a time for a proper fight. I have matters to attend to today, so do not provoke my misfortune. Guohuai, unfazed by Zhang Shun's ire, gestured towards Fang Yi and Yan Sharue. I am not here to trouble you. Rather, I wish to inform you that while you may indulge in your madness, do not take a bite out of everyone. You cannot provoke these two. Upon hearing Guohuai's words, Zhang Shun's expression fell. He had assumed Guohuai had come for some other purpose, only to realize he was a herald of Fang Yi's reinforcements. Do not feign mystery. Who exactly am I incapable of provoking? Are you acquainted with them? He queried, raising an eyebrow. Guohuai shook his head. I do not know them, but there are those who do. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the entrance, where a dapper young man in a tailored suit entered with a pleasant smile. Fang Yi, prepared to incapacitate everyone present, was taken aback by the unexpected intervention on his behalf. His confusion dissipated upon recognizing the newcomer. The impeccably dressed gentleman was none other than Liang Tianlei. Boss Liang, it has been a while, Zhang Shun greeted. Though their acquaintance was limited, they were nonetheless familiar with each other, given the collaborations between Li Hu's company and the Liang group. Young Master Liang? Zhang Shun was astonished to see Liang Tianlei. This gentleman, Fang Yi, is my friend. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Liang Tianlei pointed directly at Fang Yi. What? Zhang Shun was further bewildered by Liang Tianlei's declaration. However, before he could articulate his surprise, Liang Tianlei's assistant had already placed a check for 1 million in his hands. I hope you will grant my young master a modicum of courtesy and refrain from causing further trouble for Mr. Fang. Upon receiving the check from Liang Tianlei, Zhang Shun refrained from inspecting its precise amount, deeming it unnecessary. The moment Liang Tianlei identified Fang Yi as his friend, he comprehended the implications of Guohuai's earlier statement. He understood that any attempts to trouble Fang Yi today would be futile. The Liang Group stood as a prominent enterprise in Jinling, and it was also a longtime partner of his boss, Li Hu. As the designated heir of the Liang Group, Liang Tianlei's status was on par with that of his leader, and in certain respects even surpassed it. The other party only needs to utter a single command to release the person. However, not only did they personally intervene, but they also provided a monetary sum. This gesture certainly honors their own dignity. Even if the amount were merely a single $1, they would graciously accept it with a smile. Thus, one can only imagine their delight in receiving a generous 1 million. Though he had accepted Zhao Xinran's money, a mere 150,000, it is worth noting that Zhao Xinran is merely the daughter of a shareholder in the Zhao Group, and whether she will ever inherit shares from the group remains uncertain. In contrast, Liang Tianlei is the son of the chairman of the Liang Group, widely recognized as the future leader of the organization. If one were compelled to offend someone, even a fool would know whom to choose, and Zhang Shun is no fool. Young Master Liang, I am truly sorry. I was blind to the truth. Zhang Shun lamented, his tone filled with sincere regret as he grasped the gravity of the situation. His remorse was not feigned but stemmed from genuine concern. If his superior, Li Hu, were to discover that he had offended a friend of Liang Tianlei, he would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand. He began to ponder how he might explain himself to Li Hu in a manner that would spare him from those impending slaps. Never mind, ignorance is no crime, Liang Tianlei remarked with a smile, offering no further comment as he made his way toward Fang Yi. His gaze bore an unmistakable eagerness. Liang Tianlei could have easily instructed Zhang Shun to release him with just a word, without needing to appear in person. His visit was not to grant Zhang Shun or Li Hu any favors, but rather to convey to Fang Yi the significance he placed on their connection. After Fang Yi's departure that day, Liang Tianlei promptly sent his assistant to investigate Fang Yi's home address. During the investigation, it was discovered that Fang Yi's sister had been abducted, and further inquiry revealed that it was Li Hu's men who had taken her. Upon receiving this news, Liang Tianlei was filled with excitement. Indeed, it was elation. He had been pondering how to forge a relationship with Fang Yi, and this unexpected turn of events was akin to a pillow arriving just as one was seeking rest. Upon discerning the location, he hurriedly pulled along his acquaintance, Guo Huai, with the intention of teaching Zhang Shun and his companions a lesson should Fang Yi suffer any misfortune. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find Fang Yi unscathed, having already dispatched several adversaries. This revelation left him both astonished by Fang Yi's formidable skills and regretful for not being able to showcase his own prowess before him. Approaching, he scrutinized Fang Yi from head to toe, and upon confirming his impeccable condition, he felt a deeper admiration, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the man before him. Mr. Fang, are you unharmed? Fang Yi shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Are you the cousin of Zhao Buoxiu? Upon receiving Fang Yi's response, Liang Tianlei felt a surge of joy and turned to Zhao Xinran, inquiring. As a public figure, Liang Tianlei was well known, and given the long-standing rivalry between the Liang group and the Zhao group, Zhao Xinran was certainly familiar with him. However, she disregarded Liang Tianlei completely and directed her ire towards Zhang Shun, exclaiming, Zhang Shun, you promised to assist me in dealing with Fang Yi, yet now you have suddenly changed your mind. How shameless! Miss Zhao, I was unaware that this individual was a friend of Liang Xiao beforehand. Had I known, I would have certainly refrained from accepting this matter. The failure to accomplish it is my responsibility, and I shall return every penny to you without hesitation. Zhang Shun, with a dismissive glance, turned away, focusing his gaze on the empty space before him. Zhao Xinran, filled with indignation, spat in contempt at his behavior. Yet, a sense of futility washed over her. Surrendering to despair, she glared fiercely at Fang Yi and declared, Fang Yi, you had better kill me. Otherwise, the next time I abduct Yan Xiaorui, I will not grant you the chance to save her. Is that so? Then do it, Fang Yi replied, his pupils narrowing, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision. The words sent a shockwave through the restaurant, leaving everyone astonished. In their wide-eyed disbelief, they watched as Fang Yi thrust the jagged shard of glass he held towards Zhao Xinran's neck, eliciting gasps of horror from the crowd. Zhao Xinran's expression turned to one of sheer terror. She had uttered those words merely in defiance, never truly believing Fang Yi would dare to act. The bravado in her voice was nothing more than the desperate bravado of a cornered animal. What was she to do? Faced with a madman, was her life about to end? No, she did not wish to die. She felt she had yet to fully live. Stop! Don't kill me! In a fleeting instant, the glass was mere millimeters from piercing her skin when Zhao Xinran let out a piercing scream, her voice raw with desperation. Even Liang Tianlei was momentarily stunned, failing to intervene in time to halt Fang Yi's advance. Though she was merely the daughter of a minor shareholder in the Zhao group, her surname carried weight, and her demise would spell trouble far beyond their control. Thankfully, it seemed Fang Yi was merely intending to frighten her. I thought you were fearless, but it appears you have your fears after all, he mused, the glass halting at her neck, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Had it not been for the clear visibility of Fang Yi's actions, one might have thought the scene a mere figment of imagination. At that moment, Fang Yi resembled a benevolent older brother, exuding warmth and innocence. Feel free to unleash any tactics you wish. Otherwise, you may find yourself out of opportunities, he chuckled, wiping the blood from his hands before releasing Zhao Xinran's neck. With that, he turned and led Yan Xiaorui out the door. As Fang Yi departed swiftly, Liang Tianlei and the others exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the unfolding events. Once they confirmed Fang Yi's exit, he hastily pursued him. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinran remained in stunned silence, grappling with the reality of Fang Yi's earlier actions. While everyone had assumed he was merely intimidating her, she recognized the truth. He was not bluffing. She had seen the murderous intent in his eyes, akin to a dagger aimed straight at her heart, prompting her to wonder whether, had it been just the two of them, he might indeed have taken her life. This thought lingered in her mind, bringing to recollection Fang Yi's parting words. Unleash any tactics you wish. Otherwise, you may find yourself out of opportunities. What did that mean? What did he imply by no opportunities? Did he truly contemplate her death? Lost in her thoughts, she was unaware that her back had become drenched in cold sweat. Grasping her sister's hand, Fang Yi hurried along, gripped by a profound fear that he might lose control and genuinely harm Zhao Xinran. He could not deny that after Zhao Xinran uttered that thoughtless remark, he truly felt a surge of murderous intent towards her. Had it not been for the faint glimmer of reason that remained, that shard of glass might have indeed found its way in. Mr. Fang. As Fang Yi exited the restaurant, Liang Tianlei pursued him from behind, calling out to him. Turning around, Fang Yi was met with Liang Tianlei's face, which radiated with a joyful smile. Shall we have a chat? Chapter 53. The encounter of Fang Yi and Yan Shaowei. Please wait for me here. Fang Yi instructed Yan Shaowei before making his way towards Liang Tianlei. The coastal road, as one might surmise, was situated by the sea. Leaning against the railing, he felt the brisk sea breeze brushing against his cheeks and took a deep breath. I am grateful for your assistance earlier, he expressed. Although he possessed the confidence to depart unscathed even if Liang Tianlei had not intervened, he realized that should that have been the case, Zhao Xinran and Zhang Shun would have sought revenge, ultimately causing him further trouble. Liang Tianlei's arrival had effectively eliminated any lingering threats. At the very least, Zhang Shun and Li Dongyang would no longer dare to trouble him. As for Zhao Xinran, it was uncertain whether she still possessed the audacity to confront him, and even if she did, the men under Li Hu would not support her any longer. Moreover, the local ruffians in Jinling, aside from those affiliated with Li Hu, had dwindled in number. Considering these factors, Fang Yi felt that Liang Tianlei warranted his gratitude. Mr. Fang, your assistance today has been invaluable. This matter pales in comparison, Liang Tianlei replied with a humble wave of his hand. While Fang Yi could dismiss his aid in front of others, he could not deceive himself regarding Liang Tianlei, given their commendable collaboration. Since self-deception was not an option, he wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. I am aware of the purpose of your visit, and I can make it abundantly clear that I will not assist you in your endeavors. Fang Yi did not believe that Liang Tianlei had come solely to express his thanks. Before Liang Tianlei could articulate his intentions, Fang Yi had already firmly declined, leaving him momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure and remarked, Mr. Fang, your assertion seems rather extreme. It is not a matter of assisting me. Rather, I wish to propose a collaboration. Liang Tianlei had always regarded someone of Fang Yi's caliber as an equal. Fang Yi shook his head. Whether it pertains to assisting or collaborating, I shall not acquiesce. My help today was merely coincidental. Noticing Fang Yi's indifferent demeanor and his reiterated refusal, Liang Tianlei was undeterred. He had anticipated that even a substantial offer of 300 million would not suffice to persuade Fang Yi, yet he remained patient. Mr. Fang, you have yet to hear the terms I am offering. Would it not be rather hasty to decline so quickly? He inquired. No matter what conditions you propose, I shall not agree. You should know that I am not in need of money. The conditions Liang Tianlei would likely present would revolve around financial incentives. The 300 million check from earlier was a testament to that. Given Fang Yi's current capabilities, if he desired wealth, earning vast sums daily would pose no challenge. Not only 300 million, but even 3 billion would fail to entice him. Mr. Fang, you possess a remarkable ability to turn stone into gold and may not be swayed by monetary gain. But what if my proposition involved joining forces against Zhao Buxiu? Liang Tianlei observed Fang Yi with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's pupils constricted slightly, and upon grasping the implications, a frown of displeasure crossed his face. You have been investigating me? His voice grew noticeably colder as he scrutinized Liang Tianlei. Upon witnessing the situation, Liang Tianlei hastily offered his apologies, saying, "Mr. Fong, please do not be upset. My intention in seeking you necessitated some investigation. However, I assure you, I have not pried excessively into your private life." Liang Tianlei was eager to locate Fong Yi, and the inexplicable assistance Fong had rendered him only deepened his perplexity, compelling him to conduct inquiries. Despite spending an entire afternoon, he uncovered little, yet he did glean some significant information. Fong Yi and Zhao Buoxiu were alumni and had a conflict. Subsequently, Fong Yi was wrongfully accused of misconduct and expelled from the school. Upon hearing the phrase private life, Fong Yi's brow furrowed. It was evident that Liang Tianlei was aware of the scandal surrounding him at school. Otherwise, he would not have emphasized such matters. Noticing Fong Yi's expression darken, Liang Tianlei seemed to realize he had misspoken and quickly added, "Mr. Fong, I firmly believe in your innocence. Although I am unaware of the specifics regarding the dispute between you and Zhao Buoxiu, from what I know of him, it is highly probable that the baseless accusations against you are orchestrated by him." With half a year having passed since the incident, and the matter being deliberately suppressed, the available leads were scant. Most of Liang Tianlei's insights into the animosity between Zhao Buoxiu and himself were merely conjectures. However, Fong Yi's assistance in confronting Zhao Buoxiu today seemed to affirm his suspicions. If Fong Yi had indeed been expelled due to Zhao Buoxiu, then the enmity between the two was profoundly entrenched. It was this realization that emboldened Liang Tianlei to make such assertions. "I had not anticipated the animosity between you and Zhao Buoxiu, Mr. Fong, yet this could prove advantageous. Zhao Buoxiu is your adversary, as well as mine. By joining forces against him, we could achieve mutual benefit while avenging our grievances. Wouldn't that be delightful?" After uttering these words, he regarded Fong Yi with a smile, believing that their shared enemy would compel Fong to acquiesce. One must concede that after Liang Tianlei expressed these thoughts, Fong Yi regarded him with increased esteem. Rather than merely discussing monetary incentives, he had identified elements that could entice collaboration, indicating that he had invested effort into understanding Fong's character. However, Fong Yi shook his head and replied, "I still cannot agree to your proposal." "Why not?" Liang Tianlei, having anticipated a nod of agreement from Fong, was momentarily taken aback. Observing Liang Tianlei's look of bewilderment, Fong Yi refrained from providing a direct answer and instead recounted a parable. Two individuals, A and B, went hunting together and encountered a bear. A merely wished to sever the bear's claws and depart, while B aimed to slay the bear. During their struggle with the creature, before the bear was slain, A had already severed its claws. In such a scenario, do you think A would still be inclined to assist B in the fight against the bear? Fong Yi's story initially left Liang Tianlei perplexed, pondering its significance, but soon he began to reflect deeply. The essence of Fong Yi's narrative was not difficult to decipher. A and B represented Liang Tianlei and himself. While both shared a common adversary, the nature of that adversary's threat was distinctly different for each of them. To Zhao Buoxiu, Liang Tianlei is merely a commercial rival. There exists no profound enmity between them. However, to Fong Yi, Zhao Buoxiu is not just an adversary but a sworn enemy. Not only has Zhao Buoxiu ruined Fong Yi's prospects, but there is also a deep-seated vendetta over a wife, rendering their animosity akin to a life-and-death struggle. In the past, Fong Yi was powerless and lacked influence, harboring vengeful thoughts yet unable to act due to Zhao Buoxiu's overwhelming power. But now, Fong Yi possesses considerable skills, and his trepidation towards Zhao Buoxiu has diminished significantly. He does not deny that the seeds of vengeance within him are flourishing, and assisting Liang Tianlei in securing victory today serves as a preliminary test of his abilities. Liang Tianlei's intention in confronting Zhao Buoxiu is merely to achieve victory, thereby elevating his family's standing over the Zhao clan, without contemplating further implications. In contrast, Fong Yi's approach to Zhao Buoxiu transcends mere superiority. He seeks retribution, an eye for an eye. This illustrates that, despite a shared enemy, their methodologies for confronting that enemy diverge. Fong Yi now harbors doubts. After aiding Zhao Buoxiu in achieving his desired outcome, will Zhao continue to assist him? He believes the likelihood is slim, which is precisely why he is reluctant to collaborate with Liang Tianlei. the latter cannot be a steadfast ally. Upon listening to Fang Yi's narrative and reflecting for a while, Liang Tianlei comprehended the essence of Fang Yi's concerns. He furrowed his brow, contemplating how to alleviate Fang Yi's apprehensions. Noticing that Liang Tianlei seemed unwilling to concede, Fang Yi added, aside from the previous question, there is another matter. The Liang Group and the Zhao Group have been rivals for many years, constantly clashing across various industries, yet I have not observed any significant impact on Zhao Buxiu. This indicates that neither family possesses a substantial upper hand over the other. Even if I assist you, do you truly believe that a mere handful of jade stones could topple him? The Zhao Group has thrived for years without engaging in the jade business. Even if you dominate the jade industry, it would merely deprive him of something he never truly possessed. A trifling affliction, what influence would it exert on him? Furthermore, as the heir to the Zhao Group, your means of dealing with him are severely limited to commercial competition. Fang Yi's message is straightforward. Even with his assistance, Zhao Buxiu cannot be vanquished. If their efforts merely serve to frustrate him, it offers little appeal, and he might as well pursue his endeavors independently. After all, helping Liang Tianlei would also heighten his own exposure to risk, a factor Fang Yi must weigh carefully. Liang Tianlei, believing his terms would be enticing to Fang Yi, soon realized that the conditions he offered were not as valuable as he had initially presumed. While he might refute the first concern, demonstrating his unwavering determination to see the venture through with Fang Yi, the second question left him with no grounds for rebuttal. He indeed lacks the strength to defeat Zhao Buxiu, and he harbors no such intention. It is not that the thought has never crossed his mind. Rather, he simply does not dare to express it. The commercial landscape of Jinling has been meticulously planned by certain individuals. Even if the Liang Group possessed the capability to overpower the Zhao Group, they would not dare to act upon it. In this regard, Liang Tianlei could not offer any guarantees to Fang Yi. To do so would be to deceive. He was somewhat taken aback that his most significant bargaining chip had failed to sway Fang Yi, yet it mattered little, for he still had words unspoken. Although the Liang Group may not possess the strength to vanquish the Zhao Group, they certainly have the means to protect themselves against any aggression from the Zhao Group, Liang Tianlei indicated with subtle implication. Self-protection? Upon hearing this, Fang Yi raised an eyebrow in curiosity, puzzled by the origin of Liang Tianlei's assertion. Chapter 54. Concerns and support. Observing Fang Yi's puzzled expression, Liang Tianlei did not keep him in suspense. He organized his thoughts and spoke gravely. Zhao Buxiu has somehow received word that you assisted me during the competition. My people have informed me that he has begun to verify the authenticity of this matter. Hearing Liang Tianlei's words, Fang Yi raised an eyebrow and scrutinized him intently. Liang Tianlei, recognizing Fang Yi's train of thought, quickly clarified, Mr. Fang, please do not misunderstand. I have never publicly advertised your assistance. Your discernment is unparalleled. Few masters can compare. From the outset, I intended to seek your support discreetly. If too many were to learn of your talents, they would flock to solicit your aid, which would not align with my interests. After explaining, Liang Tianlei added, it seems his people have caught wind of something unusual. His explanation was not far-fetched. Fang Yi believed that Liang Tianlei, wishing to recruit him, would prefer to shield him from public scrutiny. After all, if he were to be snatched away by other jade merchants, it would lead to irreparable regret. Upon reflection, Fang Yi considered that while he had collaborated harmoniously with Liang Tianlei during the competition, there were indeed vulnerabilities. A discerning individual could uncover the truth. For Zhao Buxiu was no fool. Fang Yi nodded slightly, indicating his belief in Liang Tianlei's words. Liang Tianlei sighed in relief and continued, if our interaction had been limited to the competition, this matter might have been concealed. However, just now. He paused. I intervened on your behalf. If this reaches Zhao Buxiu's ears, he will certainly suspect that our relationship is not ordinary. In such a case, even if your assistance to me were untrue, it would be difficult to explain away, especially since it is indeed true. You already have a grudge against Zhao Buxiu. If he discovers that you aided me, he is unlikely to let it slide. Furthermore, tonight you struck his cousin. Although she is merely the daughter of a minor shareholder in the Zhao family, she still bears the Zhao name. You have tarnished the Zhao family's reputation, and with old grievances combined with new, Zhao Buxiu will likely seize the opportunity to retaliate. At this juncture, Fang Yi began to grasp the meaning behind Liang Tianlei's earlier mention of self-preservation. Indeed, Liang Tianlei, with a serious expression, stated, "Zhao Buxiu harbors dark intentions and employs ruthless tactics. Should he choose to make your life difficult, even with your considerable skills, you will undoubtedly encounter significant troubles. If Mr. Fang has no desire to confront Zhao Buxiu, it would be prudent to retreat to distant lands. However, your earlier words clearly indicate a willingness to engage in conflict with Zhao Buxiu. If so, you certainly would not choose to flee with your tail between your legs. Thus, as the impending storm approaches, do you have any strategies to counter it?" Liang Tianlei inquired of Fang Yi. The thoughts of the other party were clear to Fang Yi. Zhao Buxiu was ruthless and powerful, while he was merely a commoner. Despite possessing talent, he lacked influence and could not pose any threat to Zhao Buxiu, nor did he have the means to confront him. In such circumstances, if he were to agree to join the Liang group, it could offer him protection and support. This was indeed the essence of the message being conveyed, was it not? Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Liang Tianlei broke into a smile, his gaze deep and serious. "I have always believed that conversing with intelligent individuals is a delight." What Fang Yi articulated was precisely what Liang Tianlei had in mind. An ancient adage states, "Many hands make light work, while a single tree cannot support a forest." In today's society, being a lone wolf is fraught with challenges, especially when that solitary figure faces a formidable adversary. Although the Liang group could not topple the Zhao group, the underhanded tactics of the Zhao group would not affect them in the slightest. If Mr. Fang were willing to join our group, I cannot guarantee everything, but at least during our collaboration, the Liang group will serve as your steadfast ally. Liang Tianlei regarded Fang Yi with utmost seriousness. Contemplating these words, Fang Yi found himself deep in thought. He had to concede that Liang Tianlei had come prepared, meticulously considering the advantages and disadvantages of their situation. He spoke truly. Compared to Zhao Buxiu, there was a vast disparity in their social standings. This gap would not pose an issue as long as he refrained from opposing Zhao Buxiu. However, should he choose to confront him, this very difference would become a significant hindrance. The events of that night served as a prime example. A mere Zhao Xinran, leveraging her status as the daughter of a Zhao Group shareholder, could easily enlist the aid of a renowned figure from Jinling Road with just a bit of money. Though he was not intimidated by her, she certainly did not fear him. Despite his display of skill, she regarded him with indifference. Regardless of how many he subdued, it did not deter her, as she merely summoned others to deal with him. Yet, the moment Liang Tianlei intervened, they immediately backed down. Was it due to Liang Tianlei's prowess, surpassing his own? Not at all. Fang Yi understood that Zhang Shun and the others ceased their aggression not because Liang Tianlei was superior in combat, but because of his status as the young master of the Liang family, with the Liang group backing him. Fang Yi was acutely aware that even if he had managed to take down everyone in the restaurant and departed with Yan Xiaorui, they would not have feared him nor let the matter slide. In fact, they might have called upon even more individuals to trouble him next time. However, once Liang Tianlei revealed his identity, they not only yielded instantly but also dared not pursue the incident further. The significance of status and support was self-evident. If a Zhao Xinran could conjure such troubles for him, what chaos might a figure of higher standing, such as Zhao Buxiu, unleash? Certainly, Zhao Buxiu wielded immense power. With merely a word, countless individuals would be eager to serve his bidding. Although Fang Yi was not afraid of Zhao Buxiu's methods, he was not alone. Casting a glance at Yan Xiaorui, who leaned against the distant railing, enjoying the ocean breeze, Fang Yi felt a tightening in his heart. That evening, although Yan Xiaorui found herself unscathed, Zhao Xinran's actions rang a clarion call for her. Today she was unharmed, yet who could predict if there would be a next time? While Zhao Buxiu's methods may not directly trouble him, what if he turned his attention towards Yan Xiaorui? Should anything happen to her, Fang Yi would be unable to face Yan's father in the afterlife, nor could he confront his own mother. Moreover, even if Zhao Buxiu refrained from targeting Yan Xiaorui and focused solely on him, employing thugs to assail him, though such tactics are beneath contempt, enduring daily provocations would certainly become tiresome. A toad may not bite when it leaps, yet it is repugnant nonetheless. Furthermore, if he were to be persistently harried by petty hoodlums, what energy would he have left to contend with Zhao Buxiu? Joining the Liang group, while it may not engage in a relentless battle against Zhao Buxiu for his sake, would at the very least alleviate his lingering concerns. After all, some profit-driven rogues would certainly hesitate to act recklessly, given the backing of the Liang group behind him. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Fang Yi remained silent for an extended period. Noticing Fang Yi deep in contemplation, Liang Tianlei understood that his words had struck a chord. Although Fang Yi remained reticent, he had clearly been stirred. At this juncture, Liang Tianlei presented a tangible proposition. Mr. Fang, should you choose to join the Liang group, you may receive 30% of the profits from any jade stones you appraise that yield jade. Furthermore, I possess 15% of the Liang group's shares, which I can allocate 1% to you to demonstrate my sincerity. Though the Liang group has yet to engage extensively in the jade business, the value of jade stones they have produced monthly has already exceeded 100 million. Should Fang Yi indeed join the Liang group with his discerning eye, the value of jade produced in a year could surpass 10 billion. Even if we consider a modest estimate of 100 billion, a 30% profit would yield 30 billion, meaning that if Fang Yi were to apply himself fully, he could earn 30 billion in a single year. And this is merely his salary. In addition, the 1% stock dividend, based on the current market value of the Liang group, would amount to several hundred million, yet another substantial sum. By dedicating himself to work for just 1 year, Fang Yi's worth could inflate exponentially from the current 80 million. Undoubtedly, this offer is enticing, and Liang Tianlei's generosity appears genuine, demonstrating the sincerity he professes. His largesse is not a fleeting whim, but rather a conclusion reached after careful deliberation. He believes that if Fang Yi were to genuinely serve him, with his capabilities, the Liang group would assuredly profit in the jade industry. Coupled with the victory at the Stone King exhibition, they stand a significant chance of obtaining the Jade Agency rights for Jinling City. Once they secure the Jade Agency, taking over the former stores of the Su Group, the volume of jade shipments would undoubtedly surge, resulting in a substantial increase in the group's annual net profit by billions. As profits rise, so too will the market value, and when the market cap reaches a certain threshold, the Liang Group will gain both the capital and reputation needed to collaborate with a plethora of other companies. Should they manage to forge partnerships with a multitude of enterprises from outside their region, even those overseas, the Liang Group could very well break free from the constraints that have long held them captive. The golden hoop has been tightly bound upon their heads for far too long, confining them within the limited expanse of Jinling. Within the Liang Group, many have grown weary of this restraint, yet they have refrained from rebellion, not out of lack of desire, but rather due to a dearth of opportunity. However, does that opportunity not present itself now? Although Fang Yi does not place great value on wealth, he was still taken aback upon hearing that Liang Tianlei was willing to pay such a hefty price to invite him. Nevertheless, his astonishment did not rattle his composure. He remained remarkably calm and chose to say little in response. He possesses considerable talent, yet he harbors reservations. Even if he were to join the Liang Group, he would not dare to exert himself fully. Liang Tianlei, displaying great patience, noted Fang Yi's hesitation and, rather than pressing for an immediate answer, decided to leave after glancing at his watch. Mr. Fang, your silence suggests you are contemplating your decision. No matter, I shall grant you 2 days to reflect at your leisure. After a moment's thought, Liang Tianlei added, the tale you shared earlier, Mr. Fang, was quite intriguing. Upon further reflection, while I may not engage in a fierce struggle against B after acquiring the bear's paw, I firmly believe that before severing the paw, he would undoubtedly exert himself to the utmost. With that, Liang Tianlei smiled and departed with his assistant. Chapter 55. My way. The final words of Liang Tianlei elicited a chuckle from Fang Yi. The essence of his message was clear. While the Liang Group may not accompany him to the end, they would wholeheartedly assist him during their shared journey. This statement conveyed a sincere attitude. Regardless of its veracity, it undoubtedly brought joy to those who heard it. Brother, who was that person just now? With Liang Tianlei's departure, Yan Xiaorui approached, her brow furrowed in curiosity. A friend? Fang Yi replied succinctly. What kind of friend? I noticed that those people seemed quite intimidated by him. It was evident to Yan Xiaorui that this individual possessed significant influence, and she could not recall any instance when Fang Yi had befriended such a prominent figure. Noticing the puzzled expression in Yan Xiaorui's bright, expressive eyes, Fang Yi smiled and remarked, "It seems tonight's events did not frighten you. You still have the energy to inquire about everything." Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaorui pouted, clearly unconvinced. "What is there to fear? You came to my rescue after all." While it would be disingenuous to claim she was unafraid, the fact that she was now safe alleviated her concerns. In fact, she felt a tinge of excitement, as she had not anticipated her brother's prowess. Taking on a dozen adversaries was akin to a scene from a film. Seeing the admiration gleaming in Yan Xiaorui's eyes, Fang Yi chuckled, "Let us head home." As they took a taxi back, the meal on the table remained untouched, though it had grown cold. Fang Yi reheated the dishes and, during dinner, shared the news of his earnings, 80 million. Upon hearing this, Yan Xiaorui was overjoyed, repeatedly seeking verification until Fang Yi showed her his account balance, at which point she fully believed him and became even more exhilarated. "Though we have earned a considerable sum, we cannot afford to be complacent. I was thinking of investing this money into a business venture. What do you think?" Fang Yi inquired as he continued to eat. "With that person from earlier?" Yan Xiaorui asked. "Yes," Fang Yi nodded. At this, Yan Xiaorui paused in her movements, gazing intently into Fang Yi's eyes, leaving him momentarily perplexed. "Brother, your collaboration with him must encompass more than mere business, correct?" Fang Yi was taken aback by her insight. "You heard some of it?" "Somewhat," she admitted. Yan Xiaorui had been positioned not far from them and, with the sea breeze carrying their voices, she indeed caught snippets of their conversation. "Xiaorui, the truth is..." As Fang Yi attempted to explain, he was interrupted by her resolute declaration. "Brother, you need not say anything further. Whatever you decide, I will support you." Her words left Fang Yi astonished. She seemed uninterested in hearing about his intentions. Although she had not grasped every detail of their discussion, she had discerned enough to understand that it was vaguely connected to events from 6 months prior. It is not her curiosity regarding the matter, but rather her belief that since this is Fang Yi's decision, she should support him unconditionally, regardless of his actions. After all, 6 months prior, she made a regrettable choice, and this time she vowed not to err again. Seeing the determination in Yan Xiaorui's eyes, Fang Yi suddenly realized that he need not elaborate extensively, for regardless of his explanations, she would stand by him without hesitation. Such is the nature of family. By the time they returned home, it was quite late. Yan Xiaorui had classes the next day, so she did not linger at the table. After finishing her meal and expressing her support for Fang Yi's decision, she retreated to her room. Her words deeply moved Fang Yi, and simultaneously, they fortified his previously wavering resolve. He had been uncertain about whether to collaborate with Liang Tianlei, but now he felt a firm inclination towards that path. Engaging in a conflict with Zhao Buxiu necessitated finding a supporter, especially given the disparity in their statuses. While the Liang group may not be the pinnacle of options, it presently stood as the most suitable choice. Moreover, beyond this rationale, Fang Yi's desire to collaborate with Liang Tianlei stemmed from his aspiration to cultivate his own influence, a company, or perhaps an enterprise. Aside from Zhao Buxiu, Fang Yi also harbored another hypothetical adversary, the individual or organization responsible for Li Mingzhi's demise. Previously, Fang Yi had been preoccupied with the fear of being discovered by this organization, intent solely on evasion. However, the events of today illuminated the fact that believing one could remain inconspicuous to avert calamity was merely a naive illusion. The brief display of his abilities had already drawn Zhao Buxiu's attention, revealing the inadequacy of his concealment. Unless the organization chose to forsake their pursuit, it was only a matter of time before they located him. After all, he could not indefinitely refrain from utilizing his powers of perception, especially as he intended to leverage these abilities against Zhao Buxiu. Evading danger was futile. Since avoidance was not an option, it would be wiser to confront challenges boldly. Recalling the events of the past, this notion crystallized in Fang Yi's mind. 6 months ago, while he was deeply in love with Yang Yuyi, he heard whispers of Zhao Buxiu's intentions towards her. He dismissed the notion, convinced of the invulnerability of their bond, only to find himself ensnared by their collusion. 2 days prior, Yan Xiaorui had been wrongfully accused by Zhao Xinran, but with his insight, the matter was swiftly resolved. Fang Yi chose not to pursue Zhao Xinran's culpability, believing the issue had been settled. Yet today, Yan Xiaorui fell victim to abduction. These two harrowing experiences led Fang Yi to the realization that when faced with foreseeable dangers, he should not rely on luck but instead prepare diligently for any eventuality. This way, when peril arises, he can respond with composure rather than chaos, thus preventing irreparable losses. The individuals who murdered Li Mingzhi may not seek him out. Yet what if they did? A wise person contemplates potential failures before anticipating success, hoping for the best while preparing for the worst. Although Liang Tianlei's words aimed to persuade Fang Yi to join the Liang group, Fang Yi could not help but concede that he was indeed right. Many hands make light work, but a solitary effort is challenging. In today's society, being a lone wolf is fraught with difficulties. While one may appear carefree and unencumbered by connections, when trouble arises, who will come to your aid? Having resolved not to evade his circumstances, Fang Yi recognized the necessity of preparation. He must cultivate his own influence, intertwining himself with others. Should he secure the interests of a certain group, it is likely that, in times of hardship, they would rally to his support, potentially risking much to save him. As this circle expands, it could evolve into a formidable force, centered around him. At the dining table, Fang Yi contemplated extensively. He had firmly decided to collaborate with the Liang group. However, the terms of this collaboration would not be dictated solely by Liang Tianlei. What? You intend to start your own company? Early the next morning, Fang Yi arranged a meeting with Liang Tianlei. Upon hearing Fang Yi's declaration, Liang Tianlei nearly choked on the soup dumpling he had just taken a bite of, staring incredulously at his counterpart. Our collaboration need not be limited to my joining the Liang group, correct? Fang Yi stated, observing the astonished expression on Liang Tianlei's face. While such words were spoken, Liang Tianlei pondered, what's wrong with you joining the Liang group? Is my offer insufficient? He believed he had been quite generous. Yet if Fang Yi were to decline due to dissatisfaction with his terms, he was willing to enhance the offer. Your terms are indeed generous. But that is not the reason, Fang Yi replied, shaking his head. Then what is the reason? Liang Tianlei pressed. Because I wish to be my own boss, to govern my own decisions, Fang Yi declared candidly. Even if Liang Tianlei assured him that joining the Liang group would only establish a collaborative relationship without any coercion, how many partnerships have transformed from collaboration into subservience in reality? Fang Yi was no child, he was not so naive. Liang Tianlei's sincerity was evident, yet often, those who are sincere harbor ulterior motives. Should Fang Yi join the Liang group, he would inevitably be subject to its influence. Many decisions could not be made solely on his own terms, a prospect Fang Yi found intolerable. Moreover, he had previously deemed the Liang group an unreliable ally, fully aware that they could abandon him at any moment. Given this uncertainty, how could he entrust everything to the Liang group? He must retain control. Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Liang Tianlei furrowed his brow. He had believed that by offering substantial incentives, he could entice Fang Yi to join the Liang group and maintain a firm grasp on him. To his surprise, Fang Yi had been cautious from the outset, agreeing to collaborate while effectively eliminating Liang Tianlei's chance to exert control over him. Clearly, he had underestimated Fang Yi. If you start your own company, how shall we collaborate? Chapter 56. The unique quality of Jade. Although he had not achieved the desired outcome, Fang Yi's willingness to cooperate was a positive sign, and Liang Tianlei was eager to listen further. After hearing Liang's words, Fang Yi remarked, the Jade stores operated by the Liang group primarily sell finished products, which means you only require raw jade materials and do not need the rough stones. The reason you purchase rough stones is merely to control costs. After all, acquiring processed jade from the market comes at a steep price. Once production costs are deducted, the profit margins are minimal. Liang Tianlei was somewhat taken aback by Fang Yi's analysis. He had not anticipated that someone from outside the industry could grasp such intricate details. He nodded in agreement, acknowledging the accuracy of Fang Yi's statements. Encouraged by Liang's response, Fang Yi continued, my company will be responsible for sourcing the rough stones and will sell the processed jade to you at prices below the market rate. You will only need to take the purchased jade materials for production and then sell the finished products in your stores, with no risks involved in the entire process. Fang Yi's proposal invigorated Liang Tianlei. The high prices of jade materials supplied by vendors were due to the substantial risks associated with purchasing rough stones. Regardless of how skilled an appraiser may be, there are no guarantees of success. While low-priced rough stones pose manageable risks, purchasing high-priced ones could lead to losses in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. A few such incidents may not be detrimental, but frequent occurrences of such losses could jeopardize even the largest of companies. For this reason, they were compelled to set high prices for the processed jade to compensate for the losses incurred from purchasing rough stones. The Liang Group, as a retailer of jade products, understood the rationale behind the inflated market prices for jade materials, yet they could not accept such costs. To mitigate expenses, they opted to procure rough stones themselves and process the jade, effectively producing their own raw materials. While this approach did reduce material costs to some extent, it also subjected them to the same risks faced by jade suppliers, the potential losses from purchasing rough stones. Upon careful calculation, it became evident that while self-procuring rough stones lowered costs, the losses incurred did not significantly differ from the profits gained through direct purchases of processed jade. This dilemma was frustrating, yet they felt powerless to resolve it. However, it now appeared that someone might have the solution. If Fang Yi were to become a jade supplier, the risk factor would be greatly minimized through his expertise. With reduced risks, he would not need to charge exorbitant prices. Thus, he could offer lower prices without compromising the quality of the finished products. If the Liang Group were to procure processed jade from Fang Yi, they could potentially earn more without incurring risks. Contemplating these possibilities, even Liang Tianlei could not deny the allure of Fang Yi's proposition. However, in comparison to the benefits they could derive from bringing Fang Yi into the company, it paled significantly. After all, if Fang Yi joined the Liang Group, they could further lower costs, perhaps even more so than through his current proposal. Beyond this sense of reluctance, Fang Yi's suggestion also gave rise to a considerable concern in Liang Tianlei's mind. Initially, he intended to invite Fang Yi into the group to better harness this talent, hoping to exert some control over him. However, according to Fang Yi's perspective, not only would he be unable to manage him, but the entire Liang Group might also find itself under Fang Yi's influence. After all, if they continually relied on Fang Yi's company for raw materials, what would happen if one day he ceased to supply them? Would they not find themselves in a precarious situation? It was precisely due to these considerations that Liang Tianlei's countenance revealed little joy. Fang Yi, in proposing this arrangement, had certainly taken Liang Tianlei's concerns into account. He aspired to reverse the power dynamics, to gain the upper hand over the Liang Group, yet he was not so presumptuous as to believe that the venerable Liang Group, which had stood in Jinling for countless years, would easily fall under the control of someone as unassuming as himself. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Although I have mentioned that my company will supply jade materials to the Liang Group, I have not stipulated that you must procure them solely from me. The Liang Group is free to retain its own channels for purchasing stones and may source raw materials independently at any time. I hope this alleviates your concerns, young Master Liang." Fang Yi's remarks caused Liang Tianlei to slightly ease his furrowed brow, albeit only marginally, for even without Fang Yi's suggestion, they would have acted similarly. A vast conglomerate cannot be held hostage by a single individual. Nonetheless, they remained in a rather passive position, which left Liang Tianlei, accustomed to taking the initiative, with a sense of losing control over the situation. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell his agitation. "May I inquire, Mr. Fang, what percentage are you prepared to offer us?" Liang Tianlei asked. "I will sell the stones at 80% of the market price," Fang Yi replied. Based on the data he had gathered the previous night, most jade suppliers sold at 90%. Liang Tianlei shook his head upon hearing this. "That is too high. 50%, 70%, 60%? Let us settle at 70%. Fang Yi's tone was resolute and unwavering. This was the minimum he could accept. Seeing Fang Yi's firm stance, Liang Tianlei's expression darkened. At the 70% price offered by Fang Yi, he could secure a 30% profit, but after deducting 10% for production, promotion, and sales expenses, he would net only 20%. Although this profit margin was significantly higher than that from other jade suppliers, it was still a far cry from his initial expectations. He had anticipated offering Fang Yi 30% while retaining 60%, yielding a net profit of 50% after costs. The stark contrast between his expectations and the current offer was difficult for him to digest. The 70% price is already quite generous. If young Master Liang is unwilling to accept it, I may have to seek other options, Fang Yi stated. In a city as large as Jinling, while the Liang and Zhao families were the most formidable competitors in the jade industry, numerous other substantial jade merchants existed. Moreover, if not in Jinling, surely there were alternatives elsewhere. Although Fang Yi's price was merely 20% lower than the market rate, countless individuals would still be drawn to it. Fang Yi's insight into this reality was not lost on Liang Tianlei, who had previously worried about Fang Yi being poached by other jade merchants. Hearing this statement, his expression grew increasingly troubled. Upon witnessing Liang Tianlei's wavering demeanor, Fang Yi delivered his final blow. If young Master Liang is willing to accept, I can assume the title of Jade Consultant within your esteemed group, taking 30% of the profits, while providing 10 pieces of raw stones annually for the Liang group. This statement caused Liang Tianlei to visibly tremble. Is Mr. Fang serious? Absolutely, Fang Yi confirmed with a nod. Liang Tianlei initially intended to agree, but upon reflection, he steadied himself, aiming for maximum benefit. 10 pieces is too few. Let's make it 50. At most, 15. Liang Tianlei frowned slightly. Observing this, Fang Yi stoked the flames further. 15 pieces is indeed not excessive, yet I assure you, each piece will yield a profit exceeding 100 million. At this proclamation, Liang Tianlei's pupils constricted suddenly. After a long, penetrating gaze at Fang Yi, a smile finally broke across his face, albeit somewhat forced. I believed I had given Mr. Fang due consideration, yet I underestimated you. Your business acumen is truly remarkable. Have you agreed?
Fang Yi invited.
Mr. Fang is too formidable. I have no choice but to comply, Liang Tianlei replied with a wry smile. Previously, he had thought of Fang Yi as merely an expert in jade, possessing exceptional discernment. Now, he realized that this individual was not only a master of stone appraisal but also a negotiation virtuoso, presenting terms that lay tantalizingly at the edge of his acceptance, leaving him reluctant to refuse yet unwilling to concede, ultimately rendered helpless to yield. Fang Yi, disregarding the flattery, shifted the focus to establishing their business partnership, seeking Liang Tianlei's guidance due to his youth and inexperience in such matters. Fortunately, Liang Tianlei bore no ill will for Fang Yi's refusal to join the Liang group, generously sharing his expertise. Establishing a company entails numerous procedures, which may pose a hassle for an ordinary person. However, for someone of Liang Tianlei's caliber, it was quite straightforward. With Liang Tianlei's dedicated assistance, Fang Yi's company was successfully launched within 3 days. An ancient proverb states, "The finest jade is met with noble companions." In simpler terms, good jade deserves good people, hence Fang Yi named the company Yiping Jade Industry. As for the name, it was rather mediocre. You should first examine this storefront. Standing side by side on the street, Liang Tianlei pointed to an imposing faade ahead. This shop was formerly owned by the Su Group, which I acquired. While it may not be in a prime location, it attracts considerable foot traffic and, importantly, there are several jade shops nearby. You can sell the bulk to us while the smaller portions can be distributed to the neighboring jade merchants. Though this shop spans only 1 floor, it boasts an impressive area of 1,500 square meters, sufficient for a supermarket, with an additional 350 square meters of storage, situated south-facing with excellent airflow. To the left lies the Jinling River, while the right leads directly to the city center, offering an exceptional geographical position. The main thoroughfare encircles the shop, creating a layout referred to in feng shui as jade belt around the waist. Establishing your company here will undoubtedly ensure prosperity and affluence. How are you, Fang Yi? Am I considerate enough? After 3 days of interaction, the relationship between Liang Tianlei and Fang Yi has deepened significantly, transitioning from formal address as Mr. Fang to a more familiar calling of his name. This establishment was once owned by the Su Group, but shortly after its renovation, the Su Group encountered troubles, and it was subsequently acquired by the Liang Group for a staggering price of 180 million, now valued at over 200 million. However, Fang Yi need not spend a dime, for this gift is bestowed upon him by Liang Tianlei. What are these? Fang Yi gazed in puzzlement at the 5 brand new vehicles parked at the warehouse entrance. Liang Tianlei chuckled mischievously. These 5 vehicles are my congratulatory gift to you for the grand opening. 2 trucks, one with a 10-ton capacity and the other with 18 tons, specifically for transporting raw stones. The remaining vehicles include an Alphard for receiving ordinary clients and a Bentley for accommodating important clients like myself. Fang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed towards the final vehicle, a Mercedes, and inquired, "And what about this one? This Maybach is for your personal use. What do you think? If it doesn't meet your satisfaction, I can arrange for a few more to be delivered tomorrow?" Liang Tianlei inquired about Fang Yi's opinion. Hearing him casually mention these luxurious cars, Fang Yi couldn't help but smirk, expressing his curiosity. Is it customary for wealthy individuals to live so ostentatiously? In response, Liang Tianlei scoffed. What do you mean by ostentatious? You haven't seen the affluent young heirs in the capital. They indulge in private jets and yachts, and some even play with submarines. For someone at my level, driving cars is merely a pastime. At this point, Liang Tianlei appeared a bit melancholic, turning to Fang Yi with a serious expression, lamenting, "In truth, I too aspire to enjoy private jets and yachts, but achieving that on my own is exceedingly difficult. I will likely have to rely on you." Upon hearing this half-joking remark, Fang Yi chuckled. Liang Tianlei's generosity stemmed from the fact that Fang Yi had previously aided him in winning the Stone King exhibition, resulting in profits of over 10 billion. He offered Fang Yi 300 million as a token of gratitude, which Fang Yi declined. Given Liang Tianlei's magnanimity towards a stranger, it is only natural that he would be even more generous towards someone who has now become his partner. With Fang Yi's company just launched and devoid of any employees, merely a lone commander, acquiring these items would be quite cumbersome on his own. Thus Liang Tianlei took care of everything for him. Thank you. Although Fang Yi recognized that this sum was insignificant to Liang Tianlei, his thoughtfulness was indicative of his earnest approach, and for that, Fang Yi felt genuinely grateful. Of course, he understood that what Liang Tianlei sought was not mere gratitude. You mentioned that there is a batch of raw stones left by the Su Group at Jinling Bank. Now that the company is established and the storefront is in place, why not seize the opportunity to earn our first pot of gold? Fang Yi proposed to Liang Tianlei. Sounds great, Liang Tianlei exclaimed, slapping his hands together in enthusiasm. A fool would say otherwise about making money. In his excitement, he grabbed Fang Yi, exclaiming, "Let us take the new car for a spin." Chapter 57. The first pot of gold. The downfall of the Su Group was abrupt, leaving behind several thousand stones in inventory that were never sold, resulting in their removal from the business landscape of Jinling. These stones were subsequently pledged to the Jinling Bank for a staggering debt of 2 billion. Prior to this, the Liang Group and the Zhao Group had already purchased a portion, yet according to Liang Tianlei, there remained 3,000 to 4,000 stones. Typically, the raw stones in Jinling are procured from the southern province, which is over 2,000 kilometers away. As the company was newly established, Fang Yi was unable to make the journey to acquire stones in a short span of time, and with Jinling's current stock readily available, there was no reason to seek distant sources. Although these stones may not bear high value, carefully selecting a few to enhance the company SFA would still be worthwhile. During the summer after graduating high school, Fang Yi learned to drive. Despite not having driven since, he quickly regained his proficiency under Liang Tianlei's guidance. After 20 minutes, he smoothly parked the car in the lot in front of the Jinling Bank, and together with Liang Tianlei, they entered the building. The warehouse containing the raw stones was located on the third floor of the bank, divided into 3 sections, A, B, and C, according to the varying prices of the stones. Section A housed the least expensive stones of inferior quality, accessible to all. Section B contained pricier stones of better quality, while Section C held the most expensive and highest quality stones. Access to the B and C sections required identification, not just any proof, but evidence of sufficient wealth to purchase in bulk. After all, these 2 sections were primarily intended for wholesale transactions with jade merchants. The cumbersome procedures for individual purchases were not worth the bank's resources, thus limiting access to bulk buying clients. Why don't you browse in Section A while I go to find the manager in charge to obtain a certification? Liang Tianlei suggested as they ascended the stairs. Fang Yi nodded and began to meander through Section A. The stones here were mostly unrefined and quite inexpensive, with the most expensive priced under 3,000 and the general range around 400 to 500. Many people were browsing, predominantly retirees, with few young individuals in sight. After a thorough examination of Section A, Fang Yi found no particularly valuable stones. confirming Liang Tianlei's assertion that the good stones had already been selected, leaving only the lesser quality in his section. Suddenly, as he was idly wandering, a hearty laugh erupted from behind him. He turned to see an elderly gentleman with graying hair chuckling at a piece of rough stone weighing about 10 pounds, reaching out to embrace it. Ouch! Just as he lifted the stone for a better inspection, it slipped from his grasp. Whether due to insufficient strength or lack of steadiness, it plummeted towards the ground. The crowd gasped in alarm as the stone appeared poised to land on the man's foot. Not far off, Fang Yi narrowed his eyes, swiftly stepping forward. He extended a foot and deftly caught the stone just before it struck the ground. What skill! Onlookers exclaimed in admiration as they witnessed Fang Yi balancing the hefty stone with ease, leaving the startled old man astonished. The young man possesses remarkable skills. I am sincerely grateful. He scrutinized Fang Yi from head to toe, a genial smile gracing his face as he expressed his thanks. You are most welcome, Fang Yi replied with a slight nod, extending the stone towards him. After a prolonged observation, he had finally selected this fine specimen and, momentarily elated, he inadvertently caused you to chuckle. The elder accepted the stone, self-deprecatingly remarking on it being a fine piece. Upon hearing him refer to it as such, Fang Yi instinctively shifted his gaze upwards. Young man, are you also here to purchase jade? The elder inquired, noticing Fang Yi's eyes fixed upon the raw stone in his hand.
Fang Yi nodded affirmatively.
The elder, seeing this, became animated, raising the stone he held and stating, since you are also here to acquire raw stones, you must possess a discerning eye. Do you not think this piece is quite commendable? His face beamed with delight, revealing a hint of pride.
Fang Yi,
well aware of the retired gentleman's penchant for unearthing hidden treasures, recognized his enthusiasm and refrained from disparaging the stone. With a smile, he nodded, indeed, it is rather commendable, but this one is even better. He casually gestured towards a rough stone at his feet. This one? The elder, intrigued by Fang Yi's assertion, cast a curious glance at the stone he indicated. It was roughly the size of a human head, adorned with moss. It was clearly not extracted from a mine, leading the elder to frown in skepticism. Fang Yi, Liang Tianlei called out, rushing towards him from a distance. Realizing that the necessary formalities had been completed, Fang Yi nodded at the elder in farewell and hurried over. All set, let us proceed to the other two areas, Liang Tianlei suggested as he led Fang Yi into Area B. The elder, initially assuming that Fang Yi was merely perusing Area A for hidden gems like himself, was taken aback upon witnessing him enter Area B. The raw stones in this area were priced above 10,000 yuan, accessible only to those in the jade trade. It was primarily a wholesale market for jade merchants. Yet Fang Yi appeared too youthful to fit the mold of a jade dealer. Old leader. The elder was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a voice calling out. Turning, he saw a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and around 50 years of age, hastening towards him. I returned from the restroom only to find you missing. I see you are here. Have you spotted any promising stones? The middle-aged gentleman inquired with a smile. This one, the elder replied, raising the raw stone he held. Since you have found one that pleases you, shall we proceed to open it now? The middle-aged man suggested. Those who had purchased raw stones were eager to unveil their contents and ascertain whether jade lay within. The elder was no exception and readily assented to the proposal. However, just before departing, he cast a glance at the stone Fang Yi had previously pointed out, pondering briefly. Let us take this one as well. Do we need to purchase the stone I promised for your group today? Fang Yi inquired of Liang Tianlei as they entered Area B. No need. Liang Tianlei hastily waved his hand, expressing his discontent. The stones left by the Su group have already been sifted through. Even if there are still some decent ones, they are certainly few and far between, and likely not of great quality either. I do not wish to squander those 15 slots here. Although Fang Yi had promised that every stone presented to the Liang group would yield profits exceeding 100 million. 100 million and 10 million are both above that threshold, yet 1100 million is also above it. It is evident which is greater. Having finally acquired these 15 slots, he must maximize his gains. Liang Tianlei's thoughts were anticipated by Fang Yi, who, upon hearing him speak, refrained from further inquiries and instead observed the stones scattered across the venue. The B and C zones were interconnected, The jade prices in Zone B generally started at over 10,000, but remained under 1 million, while Zone C featured stones valued above 1 million. Although Liang Tianlei claimed that the jade here had been picked over by various dealers, there were still several highly valuable raw stones left unsold. Fang Yi casually examined a few, finding them quite commendable. When he informed Liang Tianlei that there were still many treasures among them, the latter's smile broadened considerably. However, that smile soon froze upon the sight of an unexpected figure. Zhao Buxiu, what brings you here? Upon encountering Zhao Buxiu, who was approaching, Liang Tianlei's brows knitted together, while Fang Yi's expression remained impassive. Zhao Buxiu was equally taken aback to see Liang Tianlei here, but even more astonishing was the presence of Fang Yi, and the fact that they were together. Truly, it was a case of adversaries crossing paths. A flicker of suspicion crossed Zhao Buxiu's eyes as he regarded the two. He had previously dispatched individuals to investigate the Stone King exhibition, and those around him speculated that Fang Yi had assisted Liang Tianlei. Yet he had dismissed such notions. What capability did Fang Yi possess? Moreover, given his status, how could he possibly be entangled with Liang Tianlei? He had believed that his subordinates were merely being overly suspicious. However, now witnessing Fang Yi and Liang Tianlei together, his internal convictions began to waver. Chapter 58. Unspoken concerns. What is the matter? A voice filled with confusion rang out. Fang Yi turned to look behind Zhao Buxiu and saw the heir from the Stone King family, who had appeared alongside him at the Jade Exchange Conference, approaching with a slender, somewhat effeminate man in his 40s. The voice belonged to this delicate man. Upon seeing him, Fang Yi felt a sense of unfamiliarity, while Liang Tianlei's pupils constricted sharply, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Mr. Kong, you are here as well? It was evident that he recognized the man. Ah, is that not young Master Liang? It has been quite some time. The man addressed as Mr. Kong greeted Liang Tianlei with a smile. Indeed, it has been a while. When did you arrive in Jinling, Mr. Kong? Why did you not inform us? Liang Tianlei appeared surprised to encounter him here, casually inquiring. Must I report my whereabouts to you, Mr. Liang? Zhao Buxiu interjected with a cold laugh upon hearing Liang Tianlei's words. Liang Tianlei shot a glare at Zhao Buxiu and replied, That is not what I meant at all. It is only natural for me, as a local of Jinling, to extend my hospitality to Mr. Kong, lest our family be mocked for lacking propriety. Haha, it is rare to see such thoughtfulness from young Master Liang. However, my visit to Jinling is merely for trivial matters, and I intend to leave shortly after. I did not wish to disturb too many people, which is why I only contacted Buxiu. I hope you do not take it the wrong way, Mr. Kong said with a smile, apologizing to Liang Tianlei. Liang Tianlei smiled back and quickly responded, Mr. Kong does not wish to trouble us. He is being considerate. How could I take offense? You are being too modest. After Liang Tianlei spoke, Mr. Kong seemed disinterested in continuing that topic and shifted his gaze towards Fang Yi with curiosity. And who might this be? Seeing Mr. Kong's attention turned to Fang Yi, Liang Tianlei, though wishing to ask more questions, had no choice but to introduce. Oh, this is Fang Yi, the general manager of Yiping Jade Industry. He then turned to Fang Yi, this is Mr. Kong. Please extend your greetings. Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's introduction, Zhao Buxiu's pupils shrank dramatically, his expression towards Fang Yi turning incredulous. When did this salted fish become a general manager? Fang Yi did not recognize Mr. Kong, nor did he understand why Liang Tianlei treated him with such respect. Given his distaste for Mr. Kong, who was associated with Zhao Buxiu, he was reluctant to offer a greeting. However, since Liang Tianlei had already spoken, he could not disregard the courtesy and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Kong. Fang Yi's gesture was sincere, but to his surprise, Mr. Kong scrutinized him disdainfully, showing no intention of shaking hands. With a smile, he remarked, What is this Yiping Jade Industry? I have not heard of it. Mr. Kong's status was evidently significant. Liang Tianlei had hoped Fang Yi would leave a good impression, but he did not anticipate Mr. Kong's dismissive demeanor, leaving Fang Yi with a cold shoulder. This was not just a slight against Fang Yi. It was an affront to Liang Tianlei as well. In an instant, Liang Tianlei's expression darkened, and the confusion in his eyes began to crystallize. Upon noticing the other party's lack of intent to engage in a handshake and hearing such disdainful remarks, Fang Yi cast a glance at Liang Tianlei, filled with regret. Yet, he remained unperturbed, retracting his hand with a smile and addressing Mr. Kong. It is entirely understandable that you are unaware of my humble company, which has only been established for a day. However, I firmly believe that you will hear much more about it in the future. Surprised by Fang Yi's composure, Mr. Kong perceived the sharpness in his words. He scrutinized Fang Yi once more, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes, and gravely remarked, "The confidence of a young entrepreneur is commendable, yet excessive confidence borders on arrogance, which is rather unfortunate." With that, he turned his attention away from Fang Yi and gestured to Liang Tianlei, saying, "Young Master Liang, please continue with your own matters. I shall merely observe before taking my leave." "Very well, I shall not keep you," Liang Tianlei replied with a smile, before leading Fang Yi to another area. Damn it! Once they had distanced themselves from Zhao Buxiu and the others, Liang Tianlei punched the wall in frustration. Who was that person earlier? Noticing Liang Tianlei's anger, Fang Yi inquired, unaware of its cause. "That was Kong Yuntao, the general manager of Dadi Group," Liang Tianlei replied. "Dadi Group?" Fang Yi questioned, evidently unfamiliar with the name. Dadi Group operates in real estate. While it may not be well known in Jinling, its influence spans across the province of Su, boasting substantial financial resources. It has consistently ranked among the top 10 economic powerhouses along the southeastern coast for 3 consecutive years, Liang Tianlei explained. Realization dawned on Fang Yi, yet after contemplating for a moment, he grew even more puzzled. He is in real estate and not a local enterprise. Why are you so apprehensive about him? Recalling Liang Tianlei's earlier demeanor towards Kong Yuntao, Fang Yi found it perplexing. Is there some collaboration between the two companies? Liang Tianlei, slightly displeased by Fang Yi's phrasing, nonetheless clarified, "I am not fearful of him for no reason. It is just that, aside from being the general manager of Dadi Group, he holds another significant position." "What is it?" Fang Yi pressed. Liang Tianlei cast a glance at him, initially inclined to divulge the information, but reconsidered, realizing that Fang Yi's newly established company might not benefit from such knowledge. He waved his hand dismissively. "Some matters are better left unknown. It is not that I wish to keep secrets from you, but knowing too much may not serve you well." Upon hearing this and observing Liang Tianlei's inscrutable expression, Fang Yi displayed a look of disdain. "There is nothing that cannot be spoken of. What is there to hide?" Despite Liang Tianlei's intention to keep things under wraps, he felt uncomfortable under Fang Yi's gaze and ultimately relented, revealing the truth. In addition to being the general manager of Dadi Group, Kong Yuntao is also a member of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. You have heard of it, I presume? Isn't that the organization that hosted the Jade Exchange Conference? Fang Yi inquired, recalling the name. Indeed, that is correct. Liang Tianlei nodded before continuing. The Nanhai Chamber of Commerce oversees all enterprises along the southeastern coast. Every business is a member, and it dictates what each company should do, how they should do it, and where they should operate. Among them, there is a president, a vice president, and 4 directors. Apart from the president and the vice president, the directors hold the greatest authority. Should I be apprehensive of him? Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's explanation, Fang Yi finally comprehended the situation. If he was indeed feared, then why harbor any anger? Could it be that he was merely standing up for me? Fang Yi gazed at Liang Tianlei with a hint of bewilderment. Although they were partners, he had not given much thought to their previous encounter. Surely it could not have provoked any ire in him? Liang Tianlei was enraged, not out of concern for Fang Yi, but because he had come to a realization. As the leading authority governing all enterprises along the southeastern coast, the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce must maintain its esteemed position by ensuring impartiality in its dealings. When faced with competing businesses, it never shows favoritism, thus earning the trust of the community. Member enterprises have historically been inclined to believe in its fair conduct. However, an incident involving the Shirwang exhibition had sown seeds of doubt in Liang Tianlei's mind regarding its integrity. The competition between the Liang and Zhao families at the exhibition was a decision made after internal discussions within the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. The Liang family was unaware of where the original stone was sourced, and the Zhao family should have been equally uninformed. Yet, The Zhao family seemed to possess knowledge of it and even went so far as to invite a master from the Shirwang family. Liang Tianlei had previously speculated that someone within the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce had leaked information to the Zhao family, but he had been unable to identify the culprit. It was only today that he finally grasped the lead, and it was highly likely that it was Kong Yuntao. As the general manager of Dadi Group and a member of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, Kong Yuntao's visits to Jinling typically generate widespread notification among business leaders. However, this time, no one received any word of his arrival, save for Zhao Buxiu, who was in his company. This peculiar circumstance inevitably led Liang Tianlei to ponder whether there exists some clandestine arrangement between them, or perhaps, whether Kong is overtly signaling his endorsement of the Zhao Group. If there were board members supporting the Zhao Group, then the originally fair competition would become unjust. The reason Liang Tianlei was infuriated was precisely this. Upon hearing his account, Fang Yi began to grasp the intricacies of the situation and gradually furrowed his brows. Chapter 59. A dilemma that young man from earlier. Is he the one who helped Liang Tianlei defeat you? After parting ways with Liang Tianlei, Kong Yuntao inquired of Zhao Buxiu. My investigator mentioned he might be involved, yet I remain suspicious. I know that lad. He shouldn't possess such capabilities, Zhao Buxiu replied, still wrestling with his thoughts. Casting a faint glance at him, Kong Yuntao's expression bore a hint of impatience. In my view, you shouldn't have lost. If it's related, it is. If it's not, then it isn't. Can you not discern such a simple judgment? Kong Yuntao's tone carried a degree of severity. It should be related. Upon witnessing Kong Yuntao's displeasure, Zhao Buxiu hastily nodded in affirmation. Buxiu, determining a matter does not require absolute proof. 60% certainty suffices. It's akin to business. Can anyone guarantee 100% profit? If the chances of profit exceed 50%, then the venture is worth pursuing. Observing Zhao Buxiu's respectful demeanor, Kong Yuntao spoke earnestly. Uncle Kong, your admonition is valid. I have indeed been overly indecisive, Zhao Buxiu reflected. Recognizing one's mistakes necessitates rectification. This time, the competition loss nearly resulted in the president granting the Jade business rights to the Liang family. If I hadn't intervened, they might already be planning to take over all the Su family stores. Kong Yuntao continued, imparting his wisdom. Uncle Kong's kindness shall remain etched in my heart. Zhao's group will never forget, Zhao Buxiu expressed, deeply moved. There is no need for such words. After all, your father and I were dormitory brothers. Your family's success is also what I wish to see. However, you must show some initiative. Do not always rely on me for assistance. I hold a position of authority, and too much favoritism may lead to future difficulties in gaining trust. Rest assured, there will be no next time, Zhao Buxiu replied, somewhat embarrassed. Let us hope so, Kong Yuntao remarked with a dismissive glance. What exactly is Fang Yi's background? He could discern the finest jade. Such discernment is likely unmatched even by old Master Zhou. Kong Yuntao shifted the conversation to Fang Yi, casting his gaze towards the heir of the Stone King beside Zhao Buxiu. The old Master Zhou he referenced was none other than the Stone King of Myanmar and also the grandfather of this individual. The heir of the Stone King, surnamed Zhou and named Jiza, shook his head upon hearing Kong Yuntao's words. I concede that he possesses some skill, but to say he can identify the finest jade is likely a matter of luck. My Zhou family has been in the jade business for hundreds of years, and we have yet to encounter anyone capable of discerning the finest jade. To be precise, no such person exists in this world. Kong Yuntao's words revealed his lack of expertise. Jade is not so easily assessed, especially the rarest amongst them. Thus, he did not share Zhou Jiza's opinion. Upon hearing Zhou Jiza's rebuttal, Kong Yuntao furrowed his brow in displeasure. However, considering the authority of the other party, he refrained from further argument and merely nodded. If it is indeed luck, then that would be for the best. Although Zhou Jiza did not concur with Kong Yuntao's remarks and offered a rebuttal, he nonetheless acknowledged Fang Yi's capabilities. After reflecting, he remarked even if luck played a role in uncovering the finest jade, prior to that, he had indeed unearthed 2 exceptional pieces of jade, which attests to his considerable experience and discerning eye. With him now aligned with Liang Tianlei, there is no doubt that it will complicate young Master Zhao's endeavors to seize control over the jade business. The Stone King exhibition may have concluded, yet the rivalry between the Liang and Zhao families persists. Although a new competitive target has yet to be established, neither party wishes to find themselves at a disadvantage during this struggle. Consequently, both families have been fervently crafting jade ornaments and promoting their wares, aiming to establish a brand presence in the market and prepare for the impending contests. Upon hearing Zhou Ji's words, Zhao Guoxiu's brows furrowed deeply, not due to the content of the statement but rather the transformation of Fang Yi. A pitiable figure he had once cast down from grace, now, after a mere 6 months, had ascended to the status of a master gem appraiser and even claimed to have founded a company. This was a reality he found challenging to accept, as if it were an illusion. Despite his reluctance to believe it, the circumstances left him no choice but to accept the truth and afford it the seriousness it warranted, for his two adversaries had united. The raw stones left behind by the Su group had been significantly depleted, yet Mr. Zhou assured that there remained a fair number of quality materials. Liang Tianlei's decision to bring Fang Yi to procure stones here must surely be motivated by the desire to find a hidden gem. If Mr. Zhou's assertions hold merit and Fang Yi possesses an astute eye, then he is likely to return laden with treasures. Having suffered a setback in the previous competition, they were already at a disadvantage. Should they allow their opponents to unearth a substantial quantity of jade, thus surpassing them in both quality and quantity of jade ornaments, they would find themselves in a precarious position. Then let us ensure they do not procure stones from here, responded Kong Yuntao with a furrowed brow. This prompted Zhao Guoxiu to raise an eyebrow, inquiring, "What do you mean, Uncle Kong?" A cold smile played upon Kong Yuntao's delicate features. "Given your status as the Zhao family's esteemed heir, and my position as a director of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, whether he can successfully purchase these stones is still subject to our discretion." As Fang Yi sifted through the stones, Liang Tianlei appeared sullen, a fact not lost on Fang Yi, who surmised that he was preoccupied with past events. Surely, the open alignment of a Chamber of Commerce director with the Zhao Group will not escape scrutiny? Fang Yi inquired. Indeed, if it were overt, there would certainly be voices of dissent. Yet, the frustration lies in my lack of tangible evidence to prove Kong Yuntao's support for the Zhao family. To raise such a suspicion without solid proof would not only fail to persuade, but could also antagonize Kong Yuntao. His status eclipses that of the Liang Group, and without conclusive evidence, I prefer to avoid an open confrontation. Fang Yi understood that such matters necessitate substantiation. Without evidence, words would carry little weight. After all, one's standing demanded respect, and few would willingly provoke an influential figure. The Liang Group is not solely your domain. Return and confer with your family. Do you truly believe you can resolve this matter single-handedly? Fang Yi could not devise a solution and thus proposed that Liang Tianlei consult his family. Although Liang Tianlei was one of the core figures of the Zhao Group, he was still a second-generation scion, and the first generation remained. It was anticipated that upon hearing this suggestion, Liang Tianlei would dismiss the matter, but to Fang Yi's surprise, his expression grew even more somber. My father's health has been declining, and he has been recuperating for some time. I do not wish to burden him with these issues. As for the others in the group, they are largely inept and serve no purpose other than to create chaos. Fang Yi was taken aback by Liang Tianlei's candid remarks about his own associates, yet he understood that in such family enterprises, apart from a few diligent workers, most were merely parasites who had secured their positions through lineage. Thus, he chose to refrain from further comment. Having made his selections, it was time to depart. During their conversation, Fang Yi had already chosen 35 stones of varying sizes, all of which were remarkably cost-effective. He estimated that once these stones were processed, they would yield approximately 500 million, a modest sum, yet given that they were salvaged from what others had deemed unworthy, it was a commendable find. Let us proceed to the checkout. The 35 stones were loaded onto 2 large carts, with Liang Tianlei straining to push the lighter one, ready to accompany Fang Yi for payment. Just as they were about to set off, Kong Yuntao approached, accompanied by Zhao Guoxiu and Zhou Ji, all wearing cheerful expressions. Chapter 60. Arrogance. Though Liang Tianlei harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the cunning old fox secretly aiding Zhao Guoxiu, he dared not reveal his displeasure, as the matter had not been openly addressed. Upon the arrival of the other party, he banished his gloomy expression and donned a cheerful fa aude. Mr. Kong, Is there anything else you need? Kong Yuntao approached, initially surveying the stones on the 2 carts before remarking with a smile. I intended to purchase a few raw stones here to gift to some acquaintances. However, my ignorance regarding raw stones has hindered my selection, and after much deliberation, I have yet to find anything worthwhile. Having lingered here for quite some time and with a flight to catch this afternoon, I find myself pressed for time. I noticed that young Master Liang was able to select numerous stones in such a short span, which prompts me to make a rather impertinent request. As soon as Kong Yuntao's words fell, an ominous premonition gripped Liang Tianlei. Nevertheless, he maintained his smile and replied, "Please, Mr. Kong, go ahead. I would like to shamelessly request that you gift me these 2 carts of raw stones," Kong Yuntao stated. Upon hearing this, Liang Tianlei, though he had anticipated such a request, felt a swift jolt of dismay. Indeed, it was quite brazen, bordering on shamelessness. Fang Yi's expression remained placid, as if he had not heard the request at all. However, after Kong Yuntao's proposition, he cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Buxiu, instinctively aware that this request was not born of impulse. Noticing Liang Tianlei's troubled countenance, Kong Yuntao continued with a smile, "Your swift selection of stones suggests you possess a certain skill. With so many stones available here, if you were to give these to me, you could simply select more. After all, you haven't made any payment. It's merely a minor inconvenience. I trust that with young Master Liang's generosity, this small trouble would be nothing." At first glance, Kong Yuntao's words seemed reasonable. Since they had not paid, they could indeed select more. Yet to Liang Tianlei it was utter nonsense. The stones here had already been meticulously sifted through and the remaining good stones were scarce. Fang Yi had painstakingly chosen these 35 stones, likely the finest among what was left. To relinquish them to Kong Yuntao would render their efforts futile. They may as well purchase a ticket to the southern province and select anew, saving time altogether. While he inwardly scoffed at Kong Yuntao's suggestion, Liang Tianlei refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with a troubled expression, "Mr. Kong, you may not be aware, but if these raw stones were my own purchase, I would have no qualms about gifting them to you. Unfortunately, they are not mine. They were procured by Fang Yi, and I am merely accompanying him. It would not be right for me to gift away someone else's belongings." Liang Tianlei was acquainted with Kong Yuntao, and given the latter's request directed at him, he felt compelled to respond favorably. However, he shared no significant bond with Fang Yi, thus feeling no obligation to acquiesce. He surmised that Kong Yuntao would not be inclined to claim the possessions of a stranger. Indeed, upon hearing Liang Tianlei's words, Kong Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the revelation that the stone was not purchased by him. However, Zhao Buxiu reacted swiftly. After a brief contemplation following Liang Tianlei's statement, he coldly remarked, "Since it was bought by Fang Yi, it is all the more fitting to be presented to President Kong. As the general manager of the Dadi Group with extensive enterprises across the southeastern coast, President Kong is a renowned titan of the business world in our region. Considering his age and experience, he is undoubtedly our senior. It is only proper for a junior like Fang Yi to offer a gift to his elder." Initially at a loss for words, Kong Yuntao nodded in agreement with a smile, casting an appreciative glance at Zhao Buxiu. However, while he beamed, Liang Tianlei's expression darkened. He inwardly cursed Zhao Buxiu for his cunning and pondered how to extricate Fang Yi from this predicament. Yet this time, Fang Yi spoke up first. "Indeed, it is easy to speak without consequence. Quality raw stones are rare and hard to come by. I painstakingly selected a few fine pieces, and to give them away would render my efforts futile." He addressed Zhao Buxiu with an indifferent demeanor. Kong Yuntao's esteemed status made him a figure not to be trifled with, and even Liang Tianlei dared not offend him. Zhao Buxiu, however, was taken aback by Fang Yi's audacity to utter such words. He felt a surge of satisfaction and smirked. "Are you suggesting that you are unwilling to part with them? Of course, I would be reluctant. Would you, Zhao Buxiu, willingly bestow your entire fortune upon a beggar?" Fang Yi retorted. Having already misspoken once, he now boldly pressed on. Liang Tianlei was alarmed and hurried to restrain Fang Yi, but Zhao Buxiu was filled with delight. The more Fang Yi misstepped, the deeper he would offend Kong Yuntao, which was precisely what Zhao Buxiu wished to see. He eagerly seized upon Fang Yi's words. What do you mean? Are you implying that President Kong is a beggar? Seeking gifts from strangers, attempting to gain without effort. What else could that be but the behavior of a beggar? Fang Yi continued to respond. Fang Yi. His retort caused Liang Tianlei to panic, as he gripped Fang Yi tightly, desperate to silence him. While Liang Tianlei was anxious, Zhao Buxiu reveled in the chaos. He glanced at Kong Yuntao, who was visibly infuriated, his face turning pale upon hearing Fang Yi's remarks. Seeing the moment ripe for exploitation, Zhao Buxiu bellowed, "Impudent! Fang Yi, your words lack restraint and show a blatant disregard for President Kong." Zhao Buxiu's admonition was forceful and righteous. He anticipated that Fang Yi would be cowed by his reprimand and realize his mistake, but to his astonishment, Fang Yi maintained his fearless demeanor, seemingly unfazed and even more dismissive. What is he, a mere real estate developer? What relevance does he hold for my jade business? Why should I regard him? As these words escaped Fang Yi's lips, it left Liang Tianlei utterly bewildered, and even Zhao Buxiu was taken aback. As for Kong Yuntao, he was visibly enraged. His face flushed. "You!" He glared fiercely at Fang Yi, momentarily at a loss for words. Initially, Zhao Buxiu believed that Fang Yi's remarks stemmed from a moment of indignation, a result of anger clouding his judgment. However, as Fang Yi continued to express himself in such a manner, Zhao began to sense an unsettling truth. It was only when Fang Yi uttered his final statement that the realization dawned upon him. Fang Yi was not ensnared by his words, but rather, he genuinely regarded Kong Yuntao with disdain. In that moment, a wave of shock washed over him. Observing the astonished expression on Liang Tianlei's face, Fang Yi merely curled his lip. He contemplated offering an explanation but recognized that this setting was hardly conducive to such discourse. His words were not born of obstinacy or a desire to provoke Kong Yuntao. Rather, they were a response to the overt hostility directed at him. With no other recourse, should he not retaliate with firmness? Would he resort to groveling and pleading for mercy? Moreover, as he had pointed out, Kong Yuntao, a figure entrenched in the real estate sector whose primary business did not even extend to Jinling, had no leverage over him who dealt in jade. Even if he were to offend Kong Yuntao, the latter would find himself powerless to retaliate. After all, his company currently provided services solely to the Liang Group. Any attempts at vengeance would be thwarted by his own limitations. Witnessing Fang Yi's fearless declaration, Kong Yuntao felt a tumult of anger and disbelief. As the general manager of the Earth Group and a prominent figure in the southeastern coastal business community, he was accustomed to receiving respectful greetings from all. Yet here stood this individual, audaciously labeling him a beggar. With a darkened expression, he nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, the youth of today truly exhibit a reckless bravado, showing no regard for an old-timer such as myself. Very well. With gritted teeth, Kong Yuntao continued, casting a piercing glare at Fang Yi before gesturing towards the two carts before him, his tone grave. I initially made a mere request, not intending to insist upon these stones. However, now I shall claim them as my own. Chapter 61. Helplessness. Kong Yuntao's words made Fang Yi scoff. His earlier claims of disinterest were nothing but empty bluster. From the outset, he had resolved to acquire this batch of stones. And though he had previously been in high spirits, he was now incensed by his own aggravation. Summon your manager Lu. Upon the utterance of Kong Yuntao's command, he immediately called out to a bank employee standing at a distance. The employee had been observing the unfolding events, contemplating whether to intervene in this matter involving significant individuals. Realizing the situation was beyond his purview, he hurried off to fetch the manager. Seeing that Kong Yuntao intended to summon the manager responsible for the sale of the jade stones, Liang Tianlei understood that Fang Yi was likely to lose this batch of stones, possibly having to relinquish them entirely. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this outcome and interjected on Fang Yi's behalf. Fang Yi is simply inexperienced. He spoke out of turn. Please, show some magnanimity and do not hold it against him. Liang Tianlei's tone was somewhat obsequious, hinting at a degree of submission. Yet Kong Yuntao paid no heed to his words. I do not wish to hold it against him, but I fear that leniency may embolden his arrogance. When one speaks in error, one must bear the consequences, he replied coldly. Your sentiments are entirely valid, and indeed one must face the repercussions of their words. However, if you were to confiscate this entire batch of stones, would not the consequence be rather excessive? After all, his company is newly established and in dire need of raw materials to bolster its presence. You have always been magnanimous, Kong. Liang Tianlei spoke with a subdued tone, but before he could finish, Kong Yuntao interrupted. Are you questioning my decision, Liang? As Liang Tianlei dared to defend Fang Yi further, Kong Yuntao's expression darkened, his gaze icy. Though perturbed, Liang Tianlei felt compelled to soften his stance. Of course not. How could I ever question you, Kong? I merely believe that in business, a harmonious approach fosters prosperity. There truly is no need for you to be angered over a few careless words. Ha! Zhao Buxiu let out a cold laugh at Liang Tianlei's remarks. The underlying implication of Liang's words was clear. He was shielding Fang Yi. Fang Yi is your friend, but is Kong not your friend as well? Or perhaps you do not regard Kong as a friend. Otherwise, how could you show such favoritism? I certainly consider Kong a friend. Liang Tianlei shot Zhao Buxiu an exasperated glare, to which Zhao Buxiu responded with an even broader smile. If you truly regard Kong as a friend, then you ought not to advise him to be magnanimous. Fang Yi must accept the consequences for his misstep and offer Kong an apology. Should he express his contrition and present these 2 trucks of raw stones as a gesture of goodwill, I believe Kong would indeed show his generosity and not hold it against him. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Kong Yuntao pondered for a moment, then let out a cold snort, feigning magnanimity. If he genuinely apologizes as suggested by Buxiu, I may, for Liang's sake, choose to overlook this incident. I will not take both trucks, only the larger one will suffice. What say you, Liang? As Kong Yuntao's words faded, Liang Tianlei immediately sensed he had fallen into a trap. Why was he being summoned to pass judgment? Was this not an obvious attempt to dig a pit for him? Liang Tianlei was not foolish. Upon hearing Zhao Buxiu's conclusion, he instantly realized that the other party was attempting to sow discord between him and Fang Yi, while Kong Yuntao was merely playing along. Should he endorse Zhao Buxiu's words and demand an apology from Fang Yi, their relationship would undoubtedly fracture. Conversely, if he were to disagree, it would clearly offend Kong Yuntao. In that moment, Liang Tianlei felt as though he were straddling a tiger, unable to descend. He naturally stood with Fang Yi, yet he hesitated to openly confront Kong Yuntao. Fang Yi was fully aware of Zhao Buxiu and Kong Yuntao's ulterior motives, but he did not oppose Liang Tianlei's role in adjudicating the matter. After all, even he was curious about the reliability of his ally. If Liang Tianlei, fearing Kong Yuntao's wrath, sided with Zhao Buxiu and compelled him to apologize, Fang Yi would have no choice but to reconsider his ties with Liang Tianlei and seek a more resolute ally. Fang Yi, youthful and impetuous, stated, "If I have spoken out of turn, I shall apologize to President Kong. As for restitution, I will send a batch of raw stones afterward." Liang Tianlei pondered for a moment before articulating this sentiment. An apology had indeed been made. However, it was Liang Tianlei who spoke on Fang Yi's behalf, and his implication was clear. He intended to assist Fang Yi with the restitution, never once suggesting that Fang Yi should act. His choice was evident. Upon hearing this, Kong Yuntao's expression soured. Liang Tianlei was overtly shielding Fang Yi, entirely disregarding his own face. Ultimately, he was not assertive enough. Fang Yi felt a tinge of disappointment at Liang Tianlei's words. They did not reach the level of firmness he had hoped for. As Liang Tianlei was far too cautious, he was unwilling to offend Kong Yuntao, yet he failed to grasp that once Kong Yuntao chose to support Zhao Buxiu, they had become adversaries. The malice from the opposing side bore no relation to whether they chose to offend him or not. Thus, if offending him was inevitable, what did it matter? Although the outcome did not fulfill his expectations, Fang Yi was merely slightly disappointed. At least he had not been cast aside, and this ally remained somewhat dependable. Since young Master Liang has expressed this, there is nothing more to discuss. Without my approval, you shall not take these stones, Kong Yuntao declared with a cold sneer, just as a man in his 30s approached. Oh, isn't this young Master Zhao and young Master Liang? Did you both summon me for some consultation? The man was Lu, the manager responsible for selling this batch of raw stones. He clearly recognized Zhao Buxiu and Liang Tianlei and greeted them as he approached, though inwardly he was troubled by the sight of the two together, sensing it was not a good omen. He was well aware of the competitive relationship between the Zhao and Liang families. "This is President Kong from the Dadi Group." Zhao Buoxiu introduced Lu to Kong Yuntao. Upon hearing the latter's identity, Lu was taken aback and quickly extended his hand to shake with President Kong. Although the Dadi Group was not a local enterprise in Jinling, they frequently collaborated with Jinling Bank, and he was also aware that the general manager of Dadi Bank was a council member of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. Although Manager Lu is only in his 30s, his extensive dealings with various prominent figures have endowed him with a remarkable acumen. Upon hearing Kong Yuntao's request and noticing the unfamiliarity of Fang Yi, whom he soon learned to be merely an inexperienced entrepreneur, he instantly recognized how to proceed. "I regret to inform you, sir, that our raw stones are prioritized for our esteemed clients. These 2 shipments cannot be sold to you." Despite having anticipated that Manager Lu might lean in favor of Kong Yuntao, Liang Tianlei could not help but furrow his brow at such bluntness. "Manager Lu, your words seem rather disingenuous, don't you think?" He was unaware of any such policy from Jinling Bank that prioritized sales to major clients. In response to Liang Tianlei's skepticism, Manager Lu merely smiled. The Liang Group still held debts with Jinling Bank. Although Kong Yuntao's status was noteworthy, its influence on him was undeniably limited. Thus, he was unperturbed by the prospect of offending Liang Tianlei, choosing not to elaborate further and simply stating, "Young Master Liang, do not make this difficult for me." Though seemingly vague, this statement conveyed volumes to Liang Tianlei, who was astute enough to grasp its implications. If Manager Lu dared not offend Kong Yuntao, how could he risk antagonizing him? "I have made my stance clear. Without my approval, you shall not take this batch of stones." Observing Liang Tianlei's discontent, Kong Yuntao adopted a victorious demeanor, grinning as he spoke. Beside him, Zhao Buoxiu also wore a pleased expression. What of Fang Yi being a master of stone appraisal? In the face of absolute power, he was inconsequential. After laboring tirelessly, Liang Tianlei felt exasperated, realizing he had unwittingly aided another. His ire directed at Fang Yi, he wished to speak but found himself at a loss for words. The stones he had chosen were seized by Zhao Buoxiu, and while it would be disingenuous to claim Fang Yi was not frustrated, he had prepared himself mentally, thus experiencing less distress than Liang Tianlei. Manager Lu was clearly biased towards the other party. With his endorsement, any further efforts on their part would be futile. To act hysterically would only serve to amuse their adversaries. Consequently, Fang Yi offered a faint smile, patting Liang Tianlei on the shoulder and remarked, "Consider it a charitable act, as if donating to a beggar." The sight of Fang Yi's misfortune initially delighted Kong Yuntao, but upon hearing those words, he nearly choked on his indignation. How infuriating! Despite suffering a significant loss, Fang Yi still wielded his tongue with such bravado. Were this Jinling his domain, he would ensure Fang Yi faced dire consequences. Resigned, Liang Tianlei prepared to leave with Fang Yi, but just as they were about to depart, 2 individuals entered from Area A. A sharply dressed middle-aged man accompanied by the elderly gentleman whom Fang Yi had previously assisted, who smiled warmly in Fang Yi's direction. Chapter 62. Happiness arrives unexpectedly. What is everyone discussing that seems so lively? A middle-aged man entered the room and curiously remarked upon seeing the crowd gathered together. "President." Upon seeing the man, Manager Lu hurriedly greeted him. "Isn't this young Master Zhao and young Master Liang? And Mr. Kong?" The man evidently recognized everyone present, except for Fang Yi and Zhou Jiza. "This is Qin Zicheng, the president of Jinling Bank," Liang Tianlei quietly introduced to Fang Yi. "President Qin, it has indeed been a long time." Upon seeing Qin Zicheng, Kong Yuntao's smile broadened as he rushed forward for a handshake. "It has been quite a while. What brings you to my humble establishment, Mr. Kong?" Qin Zicheng inquired, glancing at the 2 slabs of rough stone before him, and suddenly realized, "Are you here to purchase rough stones?" Upon this remark, Kong Yuntao did not immediately respond. Qin Zicheng keenly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere and turned, somewhat bewildered, to Manager Lu. "Is that not the case?" Manager Lu furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before quietly relaying the previous incident to Qin Zicheng. Initially, Qin Zicheng had thought the gathering was for a jovial discussion. However, upon hearing Manager Lu's words and discovering that Kong Yuntao intended to seize the rough stone chosen by Liang Tianlei's friend, his expression became rather peculiar. looking at the stones in front of him, then at Kong Yuntao, and finally at Fang Yi. Qin Zicheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was only after glancing at the elderly gentleman beside him that he calmly remarked, "Mr. Kong, your actions seem somewhat petty. As the leader of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce, which commands all enterprises along the southeastern coast, their orders are to be obeyed except by banks. Jinling Bank is solely accountable to the municipal government of Jinling. Although Mr. Kong holds a significant position as a director of the chamber, Qin Zicheng felt no obligation to show him undue deference. Nevertheless, Kong Yuntao was taken aback by Qin Zicheng's direct criticism of him. Despite the fact that Qin Zicheng was not required to show him respect, they shared a history, and given his elevated status over Fang Yi, he believed it was unnecessary for the president to reprimand him for an inconspicuous youth. Contemplating this, Kong Yuntao's expression soured as he retorted, "President Qin, you may not be aware, but today's youth are often proud and arrogant. With a bit of wealth, they establish companies and presume to forge connections with renowned enterprises, entirely disregarding their elders. I do not intend to take his stone. Rather, I wish to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he will forever view me, the general manager of the Dadi Group, as merely a pretentious figure, and he will never learn nor grow." Kong Yuntao spoke with righteous indignation, prompting Fang Yi to scoff in derision and chuckle at Qin Zicheng. "I once believed the general manager of the Dadi Group to be akin to a beggar, only to later discover he is, in fact, a robber. Unable to obtain it by request, he resorts to outright thievery, proving he is certainly not merely a pretender. What nonsense are you spouting?" Fang Yi's words incited Kong Yuntao's fury, who yelled in reprimand. Yet, Fang Yi remained unperturbed, which only fueled Kong Yuntao's ire further. After casting another glance at Qin Zicheng, Kong Yuntao spoke in a chilling tone. "Mr. Qin, the stones from your bank are inherently meant for sale, regardless of the buyer. Given this reality, selling to an old friend is undoubtedly preferable to dealing with a stranger." Although Qin Zicheng harbored doubts about his approach, Kong Yuntao believed that he would not oppose him as it would be unwise. After all, his own status far exceeded that of Fang Yi. As Qin Zicheng contemplated, uncertain of his decision, the elderly gentleman beside him spoke first. "The Earth Group? Is that not the construction company recently exposed by the media for shoddy projects?" The seemingly casual remark from the elder caused Qin Zicheng to raise an eyebrow, while Kong Yuntao's expression darkened immediately upon hearing it. He cast a deep glance at the elder beside Qin Zicheng and retorted angrily, "Sir, while one may carelessly consume various things, one must not speak indiscriminately. Without evidence, how can one make such claims? If this escalates, you shall bear the consequences." Kong Yuntao's tone was heavy, laced with an undercurrent of threat. At his words, Qin Zicheng's expression shifted dramatically as he admonished, "Mr. Kong." Kong Yuntao frowned at him, puzzled by his intent. How audacious to threaten this man while displaying such impatience. Qin Zicheng gestured towards the elder, stating, "This esteemed Mr. Wang Yu is my former superior and also the former director of the Huaxia Propaganda Department. I advise you to tread carefully in his presence, Mr. Kong." "What?" At Qin Zicheng's revelation, everyone was taken aback, and Kong Yuntao's face paled, almost doubting his own hearing. "Did you say he is the former director of the Huaxia National Propaganda Department?" Qin Zicheng reiterated. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, surveying the elder with newfound interest, his expression reflecting astonishment. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary retired gentleman held such significant stature. The director of the Huaxia Propaganda Department? What level of authority was that? Even the highest-ranking officials in Jinling or the province would surely need to pay their respects first. Wang Yu. As Qin Zicheng's introduction sank in amidst the shock of those present, Kong Yuntao regained his composure, stuttering as he spoke, beads of sweat rolling down his face uncontrollably. "Why, yes, I apologize. I misspoke earlier. Please, forgive me, and do not take it to heart." Had it not been in front of so many witnesses, Kong Yuntao would have undoubtedly slapped himself in regret, lamenting how, after years of prudence, he could have erred today. He wished fervently for time to rewind. Had it been possible, he would have remained silent. Yet, he also understood the futility of such wishes. hoping instead that the esteemed individual before him would show magnanimity and not hold his words against him. As he spoke, he continuously cast glances at Qin Zicheng, hoping for him to intercede on his behalf. However, the latter remained indifferent, his gaze fixed inward, as if he had not perceived anything. As a figure emerging from the heart of Huaxia, Wang Yu would not be incensed by a few disrespectful remarks. Yet, as a person of his stature, concerned for the welfare of the people, he would not be angered by personal affronts but rather by shoddy construction projects. Boss Kong spoke aptly. Without evidence, one cannot speak recklessly. Thus, let the truth be investigated. Wang Yu stated this with a nonchalant air. Yet his words, akin to chains that ensnare the soul, sent a chill down the spines of all present. Meanwhile, Kong Yuntao's face turned ashen. His body swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. As the general manager of the Dadi Group, he understood better than anyone whether Wang Yu's words were mere bluster. How could they withstand scrutiny? Mr. Wang, He looked at Wang Yu, still hoping for clemency, but the latter had already turned away. Observing the pale and disoriented Kong Yuntao, Qin Zicheng shook his head and let out a sigh. It was indeed self-inflicted ruin. Wang Yu had already retired. Had he kept his comments to himself, the other party would likely have had no interest in engaging him. Yet, he had chosen to speak out, inadvertently placing himself in the line of fire. Although retired, Wang Yu had spent many years in service, cultivating numerous loyal subordinates. A mere word from him could bring the Dadi Group to its knees. Mr. Kong, these stones were initially selected by Mr. Fong. I am unable to sell them to you, my apologies. As a former subordinate of Wang Yu, Qin Zicheng was acutely aware that the words of his old leader were not to be taken lightly. The current general manager of the Dadi Group might soon find himself either still in his position or facing dire consequences. Qin Zicheng outright rejected Kong's earlier request and turned to Fong Yi and Liang Tianlei. Mr. Fong, you may proceed to settle the bill. Upon hearing this, and glancing at the distraught Kong Yuntao and the astonished Zhao Bushi, Fong Yi and Liang Tianlei were momentarily taken aback. They had been prepared to abandon this batch of stones. Yet the situation had taken such a dramatic turn that they could scarcely believe their good fortune had arrived so suddenly. Chapter 63. Profound meaning 35 stones were procured at a staggering cost of 25 million. After witnessing the stones being loaded, Fong Yi and Liang Tianlei departed from the bank. Indeed, fortune smiled upon them. They had anticipated that the items would slip through their fingers, yet unexpectedly, Kong Yuntao had offended such an influential figure. One could not help but ponder whether they were fortunate or if he was merely unfortunate. As they traveled, Liang Tianlei reflected on the earlier events with a sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, Fong Yi had previously met the elderly gentleman and even assisted him. He merely believed that Kong Yuntao's encounter with Wang Yu was a stroke of bad luck. The recent occurrences left Fong Yi with an almost surreal sensation. He could scarcely fathom that the seemingly ordinary old man wielded such significant influence and had come to his aid. As he departed, he intended to express his gratitude. Yet the elder was nowhere to be found. Upon further contemplation, Fong Yi surmised that given the man's stature, even with his previous assistance, it was unlikely that the elderly gentleman would intentionally extend help. From what he gathered from the media's coverage of the Dadi Group, Fong Yi suspected that the elder was merely addressing a minor inconvenience while investigating the Dadi Group. Since the assistance was not deliberate, expressing thanks could inadvertently imply a desire to curry favor, especially considering the elder's distinguished status. Weighing these thoughts, Fong Yi ultimately dismissed the notion. In the reception room on the third floor of Jinling Bank, Wang Yu gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling windows as Fong Yi's vehicle vanished from sight. Old leader, do you know that Fong Yi? Qin Zicheng inquired, noticing Wang Yu's distracted demeanor. Given Wang Yu's character, Qin Zicheng found it perplexing. He was not the type to meddle in trivial matters or to make a fuss over a few inconsequential reports. After all, with his standing, how could he concern himself with such trifles? They had been wandering in Area A without any intention of venturing into Area B until Wang Yu called him over upon noticing Fong Yi there. Contemplating Wang Yu's unusual behavior today, Qin Zicheng could not help but ask. Wang Yu chuckled and lifted a piece of glass like jade the size of a pigeon egg. I don't know him, but this stone is one that young Fong Yi identified. Qin Zicheng, glancing at the exquisite jade in Wang Yu's hand, felt even more bewildered. While he could not fathom how Fang Yi could assist Wang Yu in identifying stones, it was evident that Fang Yi, being present to purchase raw stones, was likely a jade merchant or a stone appraiser. It was no great feat for someone of his profession to discern jade among stones. With a fawning smile, he remarked, "Old leader, while this stone is indeed remarkable, its value barely reaches 100,000. During your tenure, countless individuals presented you with gifts worth far more than billions, and you never batted an eye. So many who sought assistance from Wang Yu had offered him substantial gifts, yet he had declined them all. Was it conceivable that a mere 100,000 could sway him?" Upon hearing Qin Zicheng's words, Wang Yu found himself bemused, realizing he had conveyed the wrong impression. In truth, his assistance to Fang Yi had nothing to do with the stone, nor was it connected to Fang Yi's prior help. "This young man bears a striking resemblance to an old friend of mine." Ah! Upon hearing these words, Qin Zicheng was taken aback. What sort of reasoning was this? In this vast world, there are countless individuals who bear a resemblance to one another. "Is this truly a justification for your assistance?" he inquired. "Cannot be deemed assistance per se," Wang Yu retorted. "Do you believe that there are no issues with the construction quality of the Dadi Group, which should not be investigated?" This question sent a chill through Qin Zicheng, who hastily shook his head. "I certainly do not mean that. If the Dadi Group has issues, it ought to be scrutinized. However, there are designated individuals who will handle such matters. Your intervention seems rather excessive. After all, the Dadi Group is a cornerstone of the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. If they are disturbed, the individual behind the chamber may not take kindly to it." Ha! Before Qin Zicheng could finish, Wang Yu began to chuckle coldly, a mix of disdain and anger evident in his smile. Did he truly believe we, the older generation, were oblivious to the downfall of the Su family? A stern expression surfaced on Wang Yu's usually amiable face, and his words caused Qin Zicheng's demeanor to shift. "He seeks to control the entire economy of the southeast coastal region through the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce. Did he presume we were unaware of this?" Observing the astonished Qin Zicheng, Wang Yu adjusted his demeanor and continued, "Previously, we chose not to engage with him, believing he still understood restraint. However, his actions have grown increasingly reckless. The enterprises in the southeast coastal region are like fish in a barrel for him. He wields life and death at his whim. Many matters have already crossed the line, and we all feel it is time to sound the alarm." Wang Yu's seemingly casual remark sent shivers down Qin Zicheng's spine, filling him with trepidation. He had assumed today's events were a mere oversight by the senior leader, yet he realized that the leader had anticipated everything, and far more than he himself had considered. What transpired today, though seemingly coincidental, was, in fact, entirely under their control. Truly, the senior leader was a master strategist. Comprehending Wang Yu's words filled Qin Zicheng with profound admiration, and his expression grew even more respectful. Simultaneously, he could not help but silently mourn for Kong Yuntao. If the Dadi Group were investigated solely for subpar construction quality, they might emerge with merely superficial consequences. However, if it entangled the competition between the two factions above, it would be fortunate if they were left with even a semblance of their former selves. Wonderful! Upon witnessing the continuous emergence of fine jade from the stones, Liang Tianlei was so elated he could hardly contain himself, nearly leaping with joy. Currently, he was the sole employee at Fang Yi's company, and he certainly could not complete all the work by himself. Liang Tianlei was well aware of this. Thus, after purchasing the stones, they did not proceed to Fang Yi's company, but instead headed directly to the Liang Group's facility for processing the raw stones. Of the 35 stones, 5 yielded nothing, while the rest were all exquisite jade. The reason those 5 stones did not produce any jade was intentional on Fang Yi's part. After all, if every stone yielded jade, it would be excessively astonishing. He only needed to manage the cost of the raw stones effectively, ensuring substantial profits each time, without the necessity for every stone to produce jade. Nevertheless, even so, the probability of Fang Yi identifying jade from the raw stones was astonishingly high, so much so that Liang Tianlei found it hard to believe, and was even more amazed by Fang Yi's discerning eye. "Fang Yi, if I may be so bold, what exactly is your secret that enables you to discern so much jade among these unrefined stones?" After a moment of exclamation, Liang Tianlei managed to suppress his excitement and looked at Fang Yi with a serious expression, earnestly seeking his guidance. He resolved that if Fang Yi were willing to share his mastery of stone appraisal, he would not hesitate to acknowledge Fang Yi as his mentor right then and there, even bowing in respect despite their age difference. However, Fang Yi was evidently unwilling to impart his knowledge. In response to Liang Tianlei's inquiry, he merely replied, "You are indeed quite presumptuous." Chapter 64. A precious gift. Liang Tianlei sought guidance but found none, ultimately resigning himself to abandon his quest. Among the 30 stones, a variety of jade was unearthed, valued at a staggering 530 million. In accordance with their agreement, Fang Yi sold the stones to Liang Tianlei at 70% of their worth, amounting to 371 million, from which the cost of purchasing the stones, 25 million, was deducted. Thus, in the course of that afternoon, Fang Yi amassed a profit of 346 million. "Why do I feel as though I am working for you?" Liang Tianlei remarked while signing the sales contract, instructing his associates to transport the stones to the warehouse. The sum exceeding 300 million was what he owed Fang Yi. "Do not utter such words," Fang Yi replied. "While I have indeed profited considerably, you acquired this batch of jade raw materials at a price below market value. When transformed into finished products for sale, your earnings may not surpass mine. Yet they will not be insignificant either. A jade stone valued at 100 million can fetch at least 130 million when sold as a finished piece. At an auction, the price could soar even higher." Liang Tianlei, in jest, likened his situation to working for Fang Yi, which Fang Yi found hard to accept. "That may be true, but we cannot sell our creations as swiftly as you. Your stones are cut and sold within minutes, while ours may languish unsold for months," Liang Tianlei lamented, voicing the frustrations of a finished goods merchant. "This was the agreement we reached. Your grievances now are of no consequence. If you believe there are too many stones to sell, express that sooner rather than later. I can sell the jade materials to others," Fang Yi stated. "Please do not." Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Liang Tianlei hurriedly restrained him. "I merely wish to vent, not imply that the stones are unsellable. Though the Liang Group may not be an exceptionally wealthy enterprise, we can certainly stockpile several billion worth of stones. Even if you were to sell to others, we must first accumulate enough. It seems we are still far from that point." The Liang Group had earmarked 50 billion for investment in the jade industry, of which less than 1/10 had been spent thus far. Liang Tianlei had merely spoken off the cuff, hoping to gauge Fang Yi's understanding and perhaps negotiate a lower price. However, to his dismay, Fang Yi showed no inclination to discuss this matter further, and he had no choice but to relent. By the time they finished cutting the stones, it was evening. Liang Tianlei invited Fang Yi to dinner, and, being in proximity to Yan Shaorui's school, he also brought her along. "Fang Yi, given our relationship, your sister is like my sister. While I cannot guarantee everything, I assure you of her safety. I have already spoken with Li Hu's people. No one, whether inside the school or out, would dare to lay a finger on her," Liang Tianlei assured Fang Yi, thumping his chest as they dined. Having earned his first significant profit, Fang Yi once again demonstrated his acumen and ability to generate wealth, earning Liang Tianlei's admiration, who regarded him as a veritable treasure trove. Fang Yi had but one sister, and to cultivate their relationship, Liang Tianlei took meticulous care of Yan Shaorui, employing both kindness and authority, warning the local ruffians, and even sending word to school leaders to ensure she was taught properly without any punishment or reprimand. In addition, several stores were opened along Yan Shaorui's route to and from school, allowing for the constant monitoring of her personal safety without disrupting her daily life. Liang Tianlei's actions, though somewhat exaggerated even in Fang Yi's protective view, stemmed from good intentions. Knowing Yan Shaorui's circumstances at all times would bring him considerable peace of mind, prompting him to express his gratitude to Liang Tianlei. "Thank you." Yan Shaorui found the events of the past couple of days rather peculiar and somewhat overwhelming. Regardless of how strict her teachers had once been, they now greeted her with warmth and kindness, frequently inquiring if she required assistance with any difficult problems. Previously, the unruly youths, who would whistle and make lewd remarks upon seeing her, now referred to her as Sister Shaorui, refraining from any teasing and eagerly inviting her to share meals, leaving her at a loss on how to decline. Initially puzzled by this sudden change, she soon discovered the reason behind it. Fang Yi had informed her of Liang Tianlei's identity, and having thanked her brother, she politely addressed him. "Thank you, young Master Liang." With a loud thud, Liang Tianlei slammed his hand on the table, visibly displeased. "What do you mean, young Master Liang? Don't be so distant. Just call me Brother Tianlei." As Liang Tianlei and Fang Yi shared a brotherly bond, he naturally desired for Fang Yi's sister to feel at ease with him. He was quite dissatisfied with the formal address. Startled by his outburst, Yan Xiaorui turned to Fang Yi, seeking his approval. Given Liang Tianlei's status as a partner and his seniority, addressing him as brother would not be inappropriate.
Fang Yi nodded in affirmation.
"Brother Tianlei." With Fang Yi's encouragement, Yan Xiaorui complied. Liang Tianlei beamed with delight. So obedient. He then produced a beautifully designed small box from his pocket and handed it to Yan Xiaorui. "I was busy discussing our collaboration with your brother a few days ago, and didn't have the chance to give you a gift. Here, let me make it up to you. I hope you like it." As he presented the box, Yan Xiaorui hesitated to accept it, glancing uncertainly at Fang Yi. Noticing her reluctance, Liang Tianlei promptly opened the box, revealing a stunning jade bracelet crafted from glass-like jadeite strands. Wow! The bracelet was exquisite, comprising 36 evenly sized and brilliantly colored jadeite beads, strung together with a blue thread of unknown material. Each bead was adorned with a small diamond, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Having grown up in hardship, Yan Xiaorui had never encountered such beautiful jewelry, and she gasped in astonishment after a moment of dizzying admiration. "Isn't it lovely? I handpicked it just for you," Liang Tianlei remarked, encouraging her to accept the gift. Although the bracelet was indeed beautiful and Yan Xiaorui was enamored with it, she still refrained from taking it, continuing to look towards Fang Yi, silently seeking his counsel. Upon witnessing Liang Tianlei bestow such an extravagant gift, Fang Yi furrowed his brow slightly, yet he did not decline, instead nodding in agreement. "Accept it." With the elder brother's consent, Yan Xiaorui cautiously accepted the box, murmuring her gratitude. "Thank you, Tianlei Gu." Seeing Yan Xiaorui accept the present, Liang Tianlei breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely concerned that Fang Yi might dissuade her from accepting it. After receiving the gift, Yan Xiaorui examined the bracelet closely before setting it aside. Though she cherished it, she understood the importance of not displaying her delight too overtly, lest she embarrass her elder brother. However, just as she placed the item down, Fang Yi remarked, "Take good care of it. It's worth over 10 million. Don't lose it." "Ah!" Yan Xiaorui was taken aback by Fang Yi's words. "Over 10 million? She glanced at the bracelet again, her face a picture of astonishment. While she had suspected the bracelet was valuable, she could never have imagined its worth to be so astronomical. The bracelet before her was crafted from glass-grade golden silk jade, a precious material in its own right, especially since each piece of jade was adorned with a diamond. Although Fang Yi did not know the exact price, he was certain it exceeded 10 million. Despite being aware of Liang Tianlei's wealth, he couldn't help but marvel at his generosity. Moments ago, he had lamented his modest earnings, and now he was gifting his sister something worth millions. Delighted that Fang Yi could appreciate the value of the gift, Liang Tianlei felt gratified. If he were unaware of the bracelet's worth, how could he comprehend the significance of Fang Yi's regard for him? "It's getting late. You should head back to school for your evening classes. I will come to pick you up later," Fang Yi said, glancing at the time, noting that it was almost time for the night study session. Still reeling from the revelation of the bracelet's price, Yan Xiaorui carefully secured it before departing. Under the watchful eyes of Fang Yi and Liang Tianlei, she entered the car driven by Liang Tianlei's chauffeur, who then transported her to school. Liang Xiao. As soon as Yan Xiaorui left, Fang Yi's expression darkened, prompting him to call out to Liang Tianlei. The latter looked at him in confusion. Fang Yi, his demeanor serious, stated, "Business is business, but if you harbor any intentions towards my sister, I advise you to abandon such thoughts at once." Chapter 65 Conflict. Upon hearing Fang Yi's warning, Liang Tianlei was initially taken aback, then looked at Fang Yi with a face full of disbelief and irritation. "Fang Yi, do you truly think so poorly of me?" he retorted, displeasure evident as he curled his lip in disdain. "Isn't it?" Fang Yi raised an eyebrow, pressing for clarification. "Of course not. I merely wish to gift your sister a bracelet." How could you misconstrue my intentions in such a manner? It is truly an affront to judge a gentleman's heart with the malice of a rogue, Liang Tianlei exclaimed, feigning a look of deep anguish. That is the best outcome. I do not wish our collaborative relationship to be jeopardized over trivial matters. Liang Tianlei, a young and affluent man with striking looks, resembled the dashing playboys often depicted on television who toyed with the affections of women. Fang Yi had no interest in Liang Tianlei's private life or views on love. However, should he harbor intentions towards his sister, Fang Yi would vehemently oppose it. Feeling the seriousness in Fang Yi's tone, Liang Tianlei felt aggrieved, for he had never entertained any notions regarding Yan Xiaorui. His gesture of gifting was solely aimed at fostering goodwill with Fang Yi due to their relationship. With a sigh, he confessed, I concede that your sister is quite beautiful, yet I, Liang Tianlei, am a man of integrity. Regardless of the circumstances, I would never lay my hands on the family of a business partner. Besides, I am already betrothed. Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's earnest words, and noting his genuine demeanor, Fang Yi chose to trust him. As for Liang Tianlei's mention of a fiancée, Fang Yi felt no curiosity. You presented such a valuable gift. It is only natural that I would ponder your intentions. If I have misjudged you, I sincerely apologize, Fang Yi stated. Seeing Fang Yi's apology, Liang Tianlei waved his hand, indicating he bore no ill will, yet he remarked, you ought to have faith in your partner's character. Fang Yi nodded with a smile. While they were conversing, a news report on the television in the restaurant's lobby suddenly captured their attention. Kong Yuntao, general manager of Dadi Group, was arrested this afternoon at Nanhai International Airport. The reasons for his arrest remain unclear, and it is uncertain whether it pertains to the previously exposed shoddy construction projects. Reports indicate that following his arrest, several senior executives from Dadi Group have also been summoned for questioning. Upon hearing this news, Fang Yi and Liang Tianlei instinctively exchanged a glance, the latter's eyes wide with astonishment. Goodness, he was apprehended so swiftly. It seems the director of the Huaxia publicity department is not to be trifled with, Liang Tianlei remarked, a tremor in his voice. Fang Yi, taken aback as well, had not anticipated that Kong Yuntao would be dealt with so quickly. It had only been an afternoon. The elderly man appeared quite amiable, yet he acted with such resolute decisiveness. It seemed that Dadi Group would face serious repercussions. Given the existing issues within Kong Yuntao's company and having offended such powerful figures, it was clear that this was not Liang Tianlei reveling in someone else's misfortune. Even a fool could understand that with this incident, Kong Yuntao would find no respite. Isn't this a fortunate turn of events for you? After all, he was always aligned with Zhao Buxiu. Now that he is under investigation, he can no longer assist Zhao, Fang Yi remarked. While that may hold some truth, the Dadi Group's influence on the economy of the southeastern coast is substantial. With this incident, our own group will inevitably feel some repercussions. Moreover, with Kong Yuntao's arrest, his position as a director in the Nanhai Chamber of Commerce will certainly be revoked. Consequently, the chamber will hold elections for a new director, and I wonder how many will compete fiercely for that position. The directors of the Nanhai Chamber wield considerable power. Every enterprise within this organization yearns to contend for such positions. Even Liang Tianlei harbors ambitions, albeit he understands that his Liang Group lacks the requisite qualifications for such a contest. Nonetheless, he does not wish to see his opportunity snatched away by others, be it the Zhao Group or other prominent enterprises allied with them. As these concerns were articulated, Fang Yi began to grasp that the situation concerning the Dadi Group was far more intricate than it appeared. With some exiting the scene, others are bound to enter, and determining who steps in is not a matter to be settled with mere words. For at this level, any individual represents not only themselves but also the interests of a multitude. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted Fang Yi's contemplation, and turning around, he discovered a server had shattered a bottle of wine. Oh no! The bottle had fallen onto a table, splattering a female patron. She immediately erupted in outrage. How blind can you be? The woman, clad in a white t-shirt, was met with splashes of red wine, and before she could voice her grievance, the man seated opposite her began to berate the server furiously. I'm so sorry, Mariam, it was unintentional. The server, chastised, hastily apologized while collecting the shards of glass from the table. Disengaged from the chaos, Fong Yi was about to turn away when the server's voice caught his attention, causing him to raise an eyebrow and hastily approach. "Excuse me? Is a mere apology sufficient when you've drenched me? Have you no eyes?" The woman, regaining her composure, retaliated with a piercing tone. The server, at a loss for a response, continued to apologize profusely. "Are you even listening? We doused you in water and all you can say is sorry?" Witnessing the server diligently cleaning up without addressing them, the man's anger flared as he seized her wrist. "Ah!" The server cried out in pain. The woman, unconcerned, saw her companion's grip on the server and prepared to throw her drink at the server. "Stop this at once!" Fong Yi shouted, stepping forward and forcefully pushing the male patron aside. Leaning down to observe the server who had previously turned her back to him, he recognized her with a furrowed brow. It was indeed Li Jingwen. Seeing Fong Yi here startled Li Jingwen. "Who the hell are you?" The male customer, pushed by Fong Yi, nearly lost his balance but managed to steady himself, his face contorted with rage as he glared at him. Ever since he received that injection, Fong Yi had been steadily growing taller, though the increase eventually plateaued at a height of 185 meters. While this stature is not outrageous, it certainly stands out among the average populace. Coupled with his broad chest and solid musculature, he appeared remarkably imposing. The male customer, though robust in build, was considerably shorter than Fong Yi. Though he harbored intentions to strike a few blows, he was intimidated by Fong Yi's formidable physique and thus resorted to shouting accusations instead. "What is happening here? What transpired?" The commotion had attracted the attention of the lobby manager, who hurried over to inquire. "Your server shattered a wine bottle, splattering my girlfriend with wine. What do you propose we do about this?" Aware that he was no match for Fong Yi, the man dared not act violently and instead turned to the manager to lodge his complaint. The lobby manager, a woman in her 30s, was not particularly attractive. Her triangular eyes gave her a somewhat harsh appearance. Upon hearing the customer's words, her expression immediately darkened, and she shot a scathing glare at Li Jingwen. "Clumsy!" she exclaimed, and as she spoke, she attempted to grasp Li Jingwen's arm. Observing this, Fong Yi swiftly pulled Li Jingwen protectively in front of him, his face etched with anger as he exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Chapter 66. Fury. The lobby manager initially believed that Fong Yi was merely a bystander, uninterested in such trivial matters. Thus, when he was unexpectedly admonished, he felt a twinge of apprehension and reluctantly withdrew his hand. "I sincerely apologize to you both for the inconvenience caused by our employee's mistake," the lobby manager expressed to the two patrons. "Is a mere apology sufficient? Look at my girlfriend's attire. It is completely soaked." The man retorted vehemently upon hearing the manager's words. "We will compensate for your clothing, and as for the employee, we will ensure appropriate consequences after this," the lobby manager replied. Fong Yi had already sensed the manager's instinctive reaction was displeasing, but upon learning that she intended to punish Li Jingwen, his brow furrowed in discontent. The shattering of the wine bottle was not intentional. She has already apologized. There is no need for such relentless pursuit. "How much is your clothing?" "I will compensate you," Fong Yi declared, addressing the female customer. "Compensate? Do you have the means?" The man sneered menacingly. "Let me see how extravagant your clothing is. Even my brother Liang Tianlei cannot afford to replace it." Fong Yi's sudden appearance had startled Liang Tianlei, who initially thought he was attempting to play the hero. Yet, upon reflection, he considered that Fong Yi did not strike him as someone prone to meddling in others' affairs. Furthermore, the server had been facing away from them, rendering any judgment of beauty moot. Observing Fong Yi's urgency to assist the server, he presumed they must have some prior acquaintance and followed suit. Hearing the man's words, he coldly interjected, "And who might you be?" The male customer glared furiously at Liang Tianlei as he approached. Annoyed at being questioned about his identity, Liang Tianlei felt slighted. Was there truly anyone in Jinling who did not recognize him? Just as he was about to assert his identity, a middle-aged man rushed out from within the restaurant, hurrying to Liang Tianlei's side and respectfully addressing him, "Young Master Liang." The reason Liang Tianlei had brought Fong Yi to this establishment was that it belonged to his Liang group. Although he rarely dined there, the lobby manager may not have recognized him, but the restaurant's supervisor certainly would. This middle-aged man, surnamed Lee, was indeed the supervisor. Having been alerted to the conflict outside via surveillance, he had intended to leave the matter to the lobby manager. However, upon realizing Liang Tianlei's involvement, he was quite taken aback and hurried out. While the lobby manager may not have known Liang Tianlei personally, she was well aware of the Liang Group's influence behind the restaurant. Hearing the supervisor refer to him as young Master Liang, she immediately grasped the significance of his presence and respectfully greeted him, young Master Liang. The male customer, still puzzled about Liang Tianlei's identity, observed the lobby manager's courteous greeting and recalled vague rumors he had heard. It seemed this restaurant was indeed affiliated with the Liang Group. Within moments, he began to piece together Liang Tianlei's status. While he did not know Liang Tianlei personally, he was well aware of the Liang Group's stature, and recognizing someone of such high standing was not a matter he could afford to trifle with. The Liang Group has a strong presence in both the legitimate and underworld realms of Jinling, a fact that is hardly a secret. If the opposing party wishes to take action against them, it would be exceedingly effortless. Upon this realization, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he glanced at Liang Tianlei's expression, which was visibly pale. Noticing that his girlfriend beside him was about to unleash a tirade, he hastily silenced her. Liang Tianlei had no intention of bullying others with his status. However, having observed the arrogance of the other party, he had stepped forward to declare his identity. Now that he sensed their fear, presumably having recognized who he was, he decided to drop the pretense. It was merely a Gucci item, worth at most 3,000. Here, it was 5,000. Liang Tianlei scrutinized the attire of the woman nearby, produced a check, and after swiftly inscribing a sum, presented it to her. The man cautiously accepted it, and upon seeing the Liang Group's name inscribed on the check, he understood he had been correct in his assumptions. Nervously swallowing, he dared not utter a word and hurriedly led his girlfriend away. Young Master Liang, why did you not inform me of your dining plans in advance? There are private rooms available, remarked Supervisor Li. Liang Tianlei and Fang Yi were seated in a corner, and although Supervisor Li was in the monitoring room, he had not been attentively watching the screens, thus unaware of Liang Tianlei's arrival. Had they been seated in a private room, such an amusing spectacle might have been missed altogether. Liang Tianlei said with a half-smile, were we to be in a private room, I fear we would have missed this delightful scene. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Li's face flushed crimson. The earlier incident was certainly less than dignified. What on earth transpired? He glared at the lobby manager beside him, seeking to uncover the root of the issue. The lobby manager, keen to avoid blame, pointed to Li Jingwen, exclaiming, it was this troublesome girl who caused the ruckus by shattering the wine. Supervisor Li's sharp gaze fell upon Li Jingwen. Though he did not know her well, he was aware she was a university student working part-time and had only recently joined. I apologize, Supervisor. I experienced a bout of low blood sugar and lost my grip on the red wine, which is why. Li Jingwen expressed her regret over the incident. Why didn't you take proper rest if you were experiencing low blood sugar? Fang Yi remarked, having noticed Li Jingwen's wan demeanor and finally understanding the cause. Li Jingwen glanced up at him, on the verge of saying something, but upon catching sight of the lobby manager, she fell silent. In truth, she had asked the manager for a moment of respite upon realizing her low blood sugar, but her request had been denied. Seeing Li Jingwen look towards her, the lobby manager understood the situation and, fearing that Li Jingwen might shift the blame onto her, huffed and said to Fang Yi, Sir, we hired her to work, not to rest. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi cast a cold glance in her direction, recalling her habitual demeanor earlier. He quickly reached out to tug at Li Jingwen's sleeve. Li Jingwen had been shielded by him before and was now positioned closely against him, almost leaning on him. As she wore a short-sleeved shirt, Fang Yi's gesture raised her sleeve, and before Li Jingwen could comprehend his intention, he spotted several bruised marks on her arm, clearly the result of being grasped tightly. Seeing this, even Liang Tianlei furrowed his brow. Who did this? Fang Yi inquired of Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's gaze flickered with hesitation. She refrained from speaking, not out of a lack of desire, but from the fear of jeopardizing her employment. Yet her silence did not elude Fang Yi, who directed his penetrating stare towards the lobby manager. The lobby manager, feeling the weight of Fang Yi's gaze, became increasingly anxious, recognizing that evasion was futile. She hastily explained, "Sometimes, I notice her not in the best of spirits, so I try to uplift her." In an instant, with a resounding slap, Fang Yi interrupted her, leaving everyone, including Liang Tianlei, in shock. "I see you lack vitality as well, so I thought I would invigorate you," Fang Yi stated coldly. The lobby manager, taken aback by the unexpected blow, was filled with a mix of anger and fear, yet she dared not retaliate, for Liang Tianlei was also casting a stern gaze upon her. Chapter 67. Changing thoughts with a swift motion, Fang Yi struck, fully prepared for any retaliation from the manager. Yet, to his dismay, the other party lacked the courage to respond. "Is this the caliber of employees your company harbors?" Fang Yi cast a cold glance at Liang Tianlei, then took Li Jingwen by the hand, leading her out of the dining establishment. His words were a clear expression of discontent, causing Liang Tianlei to rub his nose, his expression darkening. Regardless of whether Li Jingwen was a friend of Fang Yi, the treatment of an ordinary employee by the restaurant's manager was simply unacceptable. "Manager Li, I don't recall our company endorsing corporal punishment for employees." Liang Tianlei directed a grim look at Manager Li, who visibly flinched, aware that the boss was about to take action. He promptly addressed the female manager. "Manager Sun, you know the implications of such behavior. Gather your belongings, and you need not return tomorrow." "What? Manager Li, you intend to fire me?" The female manager's face paled as she absorbed his words. Having just ascended to the position, she was unwilling to accept such a fate. However, the decision to terminate an employee was clearly not contingent upon her feelings. As soon as Manager Li finished speaking, Liang Tianlei walked away without another word. Seeing him depart, Manager Li felt a wave of relief. The boss's exit indicated his approval of the course of action taken. Had he remained, it would have been a source of frustration. Thus, no matter how much the female manager pleaded, he remained resolute in his decision to dismiss her. "Is she your friend?" Upon exiting the restaurant, Liang Tianlei approached Fang Yi, who stood by the roadside. Fang Yi had just assisted Li Jingwen in purchasing glucose, which she was now consuming. Upon hearing Liang Tianlei's inquiry, he retorted, "She is not my friend. Does that give your people the right to mistreat her?" Liang Tianlei was taken aback by Fang Yi's fervor and discerned that the woman was likely more than just a friend to him, perhaps even a girlfriend. "I sincerely apologize," Liang Tianlei offered. Fang Yi was indeed incensed. The very person he sought to help had been repeatedly bullied, which was infuriating. Nonetheless, he recognized that Liang Tianlei was not to blame for the situation. Since he had apologized and dealt with the manager, what more could he say? "Are you feeling better?" Fang Yi inquired as Li Jingwen finished her glucose. She nodded, much improved. "Thank you." Surprised to encounter Fang Yi here, and grateful for his assistance, her previous prejudices against him had significantly diminished. "You are Li Jingwen, correct? I apologize for the distress you endured. On behalf of the restaurant, I extend my apologies and offer you this compensation." Liang Tianlei approached, presenting a check for 20,000, an astonishing sum compared to Li Jingwen's monthly part-time salary of 1,500. However, she declined, feeling it was excessive. It was merely a few pinches, hardly even qualifying as injuries. How could she demand such a sum? "I seek no compensation, only hope that you will refrain from dismissing me." Li Jingwen gazed at Liang Tianlei with a pleading expression. Liang Tianlei was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, stating, "With such a beautiful employee, I certainly wish to keep you. However, some individuals may not be as inclined." As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Fang Yi. With Fang Yi's company freshly established, it was the perfect time for recruitment, and given their acquaintance, Liang Tianlei surmised that Fang Yi would likely consider hiring Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen looked on in confusion, not comprehending Liang Tianlei's implication, and fearing that her supervisor intended to terminate her. She felt a wave of despondency wash over her. Having only recently secured this part-time position, the thought of being dismissed after just a few days was disheartening. Observing Liang Tianlei's smirk, Fang Yi understood his thoughts. He indeed entertained the notion of hiring her, though he had yet to solidify his decision. It is getting late, especially after the incident with the Dottie group. I must return home to discuss matters with my family, Liang Tianlei declared, believing that Fang Yi and Li Jingwen shared a deeper connection and, perceiving no further relevance to himself, suggested his departure. Fang Yi nodded, watching him leave. You should return home as well. Allow me to escort you, he remarked to the somewhat dejected Li Jingwen after Liang Tianlei was picked up by his assistant. It was still only a little past 8, and Yan Xiaorui would not finish her class for a while. He had ample time to accompany Li Jingwen home. There's no need for trouble, Li Jingwen replied, already feeling grateful to Fang Yi and reluctant to impose further. However, Fang Yi disregarded her protests, insisting, "Get in," as he opened the car door and settled into the seat. Although they had been standing by a Mercedes, Li Jingwen had not anticipated it to belong to Fang Yi. It was only upon seeing him inside that realization struck her. Fang Yi came from such a prosperous background? Despite her intention to decline his offer, his insistence left her no choice but to enter his vehicle. "Thank you for today. You have helped me once more," she expressed as Fang Yi started the engine. "Has your uncle troubled you again since that day?"
Fang Yi invited.
"No," Li Jingwen replied, shaking her head. Hearing this, Fang Yi sighed in relief. He had been quite concerned about her uncle's potential to harass her further. "Here is my number. Should he bother you again, call me and I will handle it," he offered, handing her his business card, a personal one crafted by Liang Tianlei, adorned only with his name and phone number.
Li Jingwen,
somewhat perplexed by Fang Yi's gesture of providing his number, pondered their relationship. After all, they were not related, yet he had already assisted her numerous times. "I have a question for you," she said after hesitating while accepting the card. "Ask away," Fang Yi encouraged. "Why do you help me?" Although she felt it inappropriate to inquire directly, her curiosity compelled her to seek an answer. "Does one require a reason to help others? Do I not appear to be a helpful and good citizen?" Fang Yi remarked in astonishment. "That is not my intention. It merely seems that I do not recognize you, despite the fact that you have assisted me numerous times." She firmly believed that there existed many kind-hearted individuals in the world, yet she could not shake the feeling that Fang Yi's motives were not entirely innocent, as he seemed overly involved. Fang Yi was taken aback. He had only intervened 3 times, yet Li Jingwen had sensed something amiss. Was his acting truly so inept, or was this girl's intuition simply too acute? He could not help but question himself. Without directly addressing Li Jingwen's inquiry, he smiled and said, "You claim not to know me? That seems rather disingenuous." Li Jingwen paused at his words, and Fang Yi continued, "I heard from your neighbors that you are a freshman at Jinling University. Given that you are a freshman, I must have still been at school when you arrived, so you should indeed recognize me." Fang Yi had been wronged 6 months prior. Despite his low profile as the student council president, once that incident surfaced, it was unlikely that anyone at the school did not know him. Li Jingwen clearly had not anticipated that Fang Yi was aware of her enrollment at Jinling University. Upon hearing this, realizing he had seen through her, she momentarily appeared embarrassed. "Are you worried that my repeated assistance comes with ulterior motives?" Fang Yi continued. "No, no, no." Upon hearing Fang Yi's words, Li Jingwen hurriedly shook her head. "That is not my intention. I merely find it strange. Moreover, although our interactions have been limited, I can discern that your heart is not malevolent, quite unlike the rumors suggest." Her statement was not insincere. Li Jingwen was aware of the accusations that led to Fang Yi's expulsion. If she had previously harbored suspicions regarding Fang Yi's intentions toward her, those thoughts had been entirely dispelled after today. The young Liang Tianlei was clearly a person of significance, and Fang Yi's association with him indicated that he too held a respectable status. Observing the luxury car he currently drove, even though Li Jingwen knew little about automobiles, she recognized that Mercedes was a prestigious brand, indicating that Fang Yi possessed considerable wealth. A man of status, affluence, and good looks would surely attract beautiful women if he so desired. Although she considered herself passably attractive, she was inept at grooming. On a typical day, she could only hope that her charm would leave a favorable impression. How could Fang Yi possibly harbor any designs on her? As for other aspects, aside from her physical appearance, Li Jingwen could not conceive of anything else that might entice someone. When she remarked that he did not resemble the villainous reputation he held, Fong Yi nearly lost control of the steering wheel. After the incident, many at the school genuinely believed that he had been wronged, with the exception of Ling Qianxue, making this the sole instance. Fong Yi's expression grew serious as he cast a deep glance at Li Jingwen, noticing her slightly weary face adorned with a sincere demeanor. "Young lady, I must say, you possess remarkable discernment," Fong Yi teased for a rare moment. Upon hearing the other party refer to her as little sister, Li Jingwen felt a twinge of defiance, yet she refrained from arguing, merely pouting slightly. "You haven't explained why you helped me," she reiterated, recalling her initial inquiry, having nearly forgotten in the midst of their conversation. "You've arrived home," Li Jingwen remarked just as Fong Yi's vehicle came to a halt in the alleyway before her residence. The reasons for his assistance were not something Fong Yi intended to disclose, but noticing Li Jingwen's reluctance to exit the car, he pondered for a moment and replied, "I am a person who cherishes and protects the delicate. I cannot bear to see a girl suffer, hence my aid." "I don't believe that," Li Jingwen retorted, shaking her head, convinced that such a rationale was insufficient. "Whether you believe it or not, that is the truth. Please exit the vehicle. I must pick up my sister from school." Fong Yi smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Seeing that Fong Yi was unwilling to divulge more, Li Jingwen felt it inappropriate to remain in his car, as she lacked the audacity for such a display. Furrowing her brow, she opened the car door. "Do not return to that restaurant. That job is unsuitable for you. Having lost your position, you must seek new employment, I presume? You should consider this opportunity for an interview. The salary is commendable, the employer is amiable, and they are considerate of their employees, ensuring job security." As Li Jingwen stepped out, Fong Yi handed her a note, which she accepted, only to find a single address inscribed upon it. "Thank you," she expressed, uncertain of the company's nature but reassured by Fong Yi's previous assistance, believing he would not steer her wrong. With her current joblessness, she indeed needed to search for new prospects. Thus she expressed her gratitude and accepted the note. Upon witnessing Li Jingwen accept the note, Fong Yi drove away, and as she watched his vehicle disappear around the corner, an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. Regardless of the reasons, Fong Yi had aided her thrice and even introduced her to a new job, for which she felt immense gratitude. Reflecting on the scene where Fong Yi had defended her at the restaurant, she experienced an ineffable sentiment. Throughout her life, aside from her grandmother, no one had ever protected her in such a manner. However, Fong Yi evoked a different sensation than her grandmother. His demeanor was authoritative, and his presence was robust. Unbeknownst to Fong Yi, after his departure, Li Jingwen lingered at her doorstep for quite some time, contemplating the pros and cons of inviting her into his company. His previous assistance had been shrouded in secrecy, motivated by a desire to remain inconspicuous. However, Fong Yi's mindset had shifted. He was now preparing for the potential exposure of his identity. Thus his concerns were not as pronounced as before. "Let the soldiers meet the soldiers and the water meet the water," he mused. As long as he accelerated the establishment of his influence, even if the mysterious organization were to locate him, it would hardly pose a significant threat. With these concerns diminished, his willingness to assist Li Jingwen naturally became more pronounced, as it was crucial that his support be evident. At the outset, Fong Yi merely intended to assist Li Jingwen in improving her circumstances. However, he soon realized that the matter was far more complicated than he had initially perceived. A common man may find himself in trouble simply for possessing something valuable. Li Jingwen lacked reliable support within her family, and her gentle disposition rendered her vulnerable. Should he offer her financial aid to enhance her quality of life, it might ultimately bring her more misfortune than fortune, particularly considering her uncle, who could very well create unforeseen complications. The events of that day served as a testament to this reality. Fong Yi desired for Li Jingwen to lead a better life, yet he was unwilling to witness her being mistreated. Thus, he contemplated inviting her to join his company, allowing him to oversee her daily activities and promptly address any issues that might arise, thereby mitigating numerous uncertainties. Additionally, he pondered another aspect. His fledgling company was poised for growth, and with Li Jingwen's involvement, her position and salary would naturally increase alongside the company's success. It would be far more commendable for her to attain a good life through her own efforts rather than through the straightforward acceptance of gifts from others. Moreover, by that time, with her newfound status and financial stability, it is likely that few would dare to bully her. It was precisely these thoughts that motivated Fang Yi to ultimately share the address of his company with her, though he harbored doubts about whether she would actually take that step. The author has a note. This chapter exceeds 4,000 words and will not be divided. Today, as we gather for a reunion dinner, I wish everyone a harmonious and joyful end to the year, surrounded by family,